The Strongest Sect of All Times Chapter 516 to Chapter 589. The moment Xianxia's aura erupted, the gold and silver guardians in the public security hall sensed it. Their spiritual senses spread over, and when they saw the person who released the aura, they broke down in unison. Why is it this brat again? It's him, it's him, it's him. Yesterday he beat someone up and today he released his aura. Did he have the support of the two major organizations? Was that why he dared to be so unscrupulous? As the administrators of the city's security, the gold and silver guardians definitely could not allow Xianxia to do as he pleased. Therefore, they rushed over with their men. My two protectors. At this moment, Princess Red Lotus appeared in front of the public security hall and said, Sect Master June did not make a move and did not violate the city's laws. You don't have to care. This, the gold and silver guardians looked at each other, the corners of their mouths twitching. That fellow had released the aura of the Sword and Martial Kings. If he were to make a move, it would be too late to stop him. However, since the princess had said so, they could only sit and watch. They could not be blamed if something happened. Therefore, the two brothers sat in the public security hall and leisurely sipped their tea. After appeasing the two guardians, Princess Red Lotus looked in the direction of the Ouyang family and thought to herself, Sect Master June, I hope you don't mess around in the city. Huff huff, at the Ouyang family, Sect Master June's aura was still fully released. He was still suppressing the entire Ouyang family, giving them an indescribable pressure. He dared to release his aura in the monarch city, which was filled with experts. He was truly valiant. The experts of the Ouyang family standing at the door breathed heavily from the pressure. Their expressions turned increasingly ugly. At this moment, they were all secretly praying that the people from the public security hall would hurry over. Otherwise, if this brat really made a move, their family would definitely be in trouble. Brother, the tea is so fragrant. Not bad, not bad. The gold and silver guardians sitting in the public security hall were enjoying their tea. Xianxia said coldly, I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it. If you don't come out, don't blame me for barging in. 1. Sect Master June. A middle-aged man walked out of the residence and hurriedly cupped his hands. Please don't make things difficult for the Ouyang family on account that I'm Wancher's father. Ouyang Jun Lu Wancher's father. The two of them looked somewhat similar in terms of appearance. However, when he appeared, Lu Wancher, who was hiding behind Xianxia, clenched her fists tightly. Her beautiful eyes were filled with hatred. It was this person who caused his mother to miss him day and night, and in the end, she died of depression. It was this person who insisted on bringing him to the Ouyang family, and in the end, he was ridiculed and humiliated by others. Although Xianxia did not know what Lu Wancher was feeling right now, he could tell from her eyes. Thus, he said coldly, your daughter was humiliated in the family and was unable to protect her. What qualifications do you have to call yourself father? Ouyang Jun lowered his head in shame. The death of Lu Wancher's mother made him blame himself. So he found his daughter and brought her back to the Ouyang family, just to make up for the mistakes he had made when he was young. However, he had overlooked a cruel problem. Lu Wancher, who had no status, would definitely be treated unfairly when she came to a large family. When Ouyang Jun discovered this problem, his daughter could not bear it and left without saying goodbye. He had searched for her for a long time, but there was no news. 2. Xianxia shouted another number. At the same time, the sword martial force that permeated his body became even more intense. Wancher. Ouyang Jun looked at his daughter and said, ask sect leader Jun to stop. If there's anything, we can slowly discuss it as a family. Lu Wancher's small fists clenched tighter and tighter, but there was a painful entanglement in her eyes. She hated him. But in the end, he was still her father. Xianxia transmitted his voice, girl, if you compromise, I will bring you away. This trip was ultimately to stand up for his disciple. If she did not pursue the matter, he would definitely not forcefully seek justice for her. Woo woo, Lu Wancher cried. Then, she took a step forward, raised her head, and cried loudly, disciple has been wronged in the Ouyang family. Sect leader, please help me get it back. With a weak appearance, she shouted out a voice that resounded throughout the royal city. And every word was filled with grievances and resentment that had been suppressed for a long time. Jun Changxiao placed his hand on the crying Lu Wancher's small head and shouted in a deep voice, 3. Whoosh whoosh, as soon as the voice fell, scorching flames instantly spread out, as if a tall and large fire-type beast was roaring. Not only did the flames carry a violent force, but they also carried boundless anger. The anger came from Jun Changxiao, but it represented Lu Wancher. Since the person who bullied my disciple doesn't come out. Sect leader Jun gradually raised his hand and said expressionlessly, then let's smash the Ouyang family's door first. Whoosh whoosh, the flames that rose more than 10 meters quickly gathered together and instantly formed the flame chop. Jun Changxiao, who was in a state of anger, condensed the scarlet sky raging flame chop, which was much stronger than the one he used in the academy yesterday. The expert from the academy who was in charge of probing released his spiritual senses to observe again. When he felt the explosive force, he was secretly shocked. If he used it yesterday, he would definitely suffer from internal injuries. Whoosh whoosh, the scorching flames roared crazily outside the Ouyang family's door, and the surrounding temperature rose rapidly as if it had turned into a big furnace. Terrifying. The martial artists in the distance were dumbfounded. The Ouyang family's expert, who was targeted, actually broke out in cold sweat in this scorching environment. Jun Changxiao. At this moment, a heavy voice came from the Ouyang family, don't be presumptuous. Whoosh, a white-haired old man flew out and landed in front of the mansion with anger in his eyes. He was surrounded by rich spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Greetings, Grand Elder. Several Ouyang family elders hurriedly bowed. It's the only remaining Grand Elder of the Ouyang family. He seems to have been in seclusion for a long time. I wonder if he has broken through to Wu Huang. Judging from his aura, he seems to be stuck at the peak of the Martial King realm. Peak of the Martial King realm, Jun Changxiao sneered and said, Old man, as long as those who bullied my direct descendant come out and apologize, I won't be presumptuous. The Grand Elder of the Ouyang family stood with his hands behind his back and said coldly, Jun Changxiao, on behalf of the Ouyang family, I accept your challenge just now. Asking the direct descendant to come out and apologize in public was equivalent to trampling on the dignity of the Ouyang family, so he was more willing to fight. Are you sure? Jun Changxiao asked. The Grand Elder of the Ouyang family pointed to the front and said, You and I will go to the fighting arena to determine the winner. Okay. Jun Changxiao withdrew the condensed flame slash and the power of the sword and martial kings was also restrained in his body. He brought Lu Wancher to the fighting arena. As the various forces and pressure dissipated, the direct descendant of the Ouyang family in the mansion suddenly felt relieved. They sat on the ground, drenched in sweat. If the Grand Elder hadn't appeared, once Jun Changxiao broke into the Ouyang family, they would have been in trouble. The direct descendant of the Ouyang family who thought so had bullied Lu Wancher before. They had never thought that after an illegitimate daughter left, not only did she not die outside, but she also joined the Iron Bone sect and was led by the sect leader to settle old scores with them. Damn it. A direct descendant of the Ouyang family said angrily, a bastard born outside dares to bring people to the family to cause trouble. The Grand Elder will not let her go easily. She didn't know that Jun Changxiao, who was heading to the fighting arena, had unknowingly locked his spiritual thoughts on her. There were many fighting stations in the 4 districts of Yunwu City. They were similar to the grievance station in Qingyang City. They were mainly used to settle the grievances between warriors. At this moment, tens of thousands of martial practitioners had gathered in front of the fighting station closest to the Ouyang family. More martial practitioners were rushing over from the well-developed streets. The supreme elder of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Li, who was at the peak of the martial king realm, was fighting against the leader of the Iron Bone clan, Jun Changxiao, the dual king of martial arts. The upcoming battle would definitely attract a lot of attention. Even the strong ones who had reached the level of martial king had rushed over after hearing the news. It was rare for a peak martial king to fight. It was even rarer for a dual king of martial arts to fight. It was definitely a blessing to be able to witness it today. As more and more warriors gathered, the area around the fighting ring was bustling. At this time, if someone farted, no one would be able to catch the culprit. It was too crowded. What a big commotion. The gold and silver guardians were sitting in the public security hall, drinking tea leisurely. The 2 brothers were completely relieved now. That kid was fighting with the strong ones of the Ouyang family. Even if they fought fiercely, it would not be against the law. Princess Red Lotus also let out a long sigh of relief. She was really worried that Jun Changxiao would fight in the Ouyang family. That would only embarrass her. But then again, he had just broken through to the dual king of martial arts. Could he fight against a peak martial king? In the Heavenly Mandate Academy, Jun Changxiao broke the void palm used by the higher-ups of the academy. Princess Red Lotus was very impressed. But it was just a test. If they really fought, the strong ones of the academy who were also peak martial kings might not be inferior to a dual king of martial arts. Theoretically, well, let's not talk about it. Let's get straight to the point. On the fighting ring, Jun Changxiao and Ouyang Li stood in the center area, about 10 meters away from each other. Although the battle had not started, the contestants from both sides had already released their martial king auras and were secretly competing. A peak martial king against a dual king of martial arts. It is definitely an extremely rare battle. It is a blessing to be able to witness it. This battle will definitely be exciting. Jun Changxiao and Ouyang Li had not fought yet, but the warriors below the stage were already anxious. They could not wait for them to fight immediately and give everyone a wonderful battle. Lu Wancher was extremely nervous. The Grand Elder was the most promising master of the Ouyang family to break through Wu Huang. If the sect leader fought with him, perhaps, don't let your imagination run wild. Don't let your imagination run wild. Lu Wancher shook her head and threw away all the bad thoughts. She secretly said in her heart, Sect Master is the strongest, he can definitely defeat all opponents. Sect Master Jun Ouyang Li said indifferently, how will you and I decide the victor? As you wish, Jun Changxiao said. Ouyang Li raised his hand and a 3 feet long sword appeared out of thin air. He said, let's fight with weapons. That's Master Fan's flowing cloud sword, someone exclaimed. What? The surrounding martial artists all widened their eyes. Master Fan's name was like thunder in the falling star continent. He had forged countless swords in his life, but the number of swords that could reach the superior grade was less than double digits. The flowing cloud sword was one of them. It was said that after this sword was forged, the originally clear sky was suddenly shrouded by dark clouds that covered the sky and the sun. Thus, it was named Flowing Clouds. Although the Flowing Cloud sword was not a peak sword forged by Master Fan, it was definitely one of the best among the superior grade swords. No wonder Grand Elder Ouyang wants to use weapons to decide the victor. So there is such a divine weapon. Ouyang Li took out the Flowing Cloud sword, which immediately caused quite a commotion. Jun Changxiao sneered. Even a top-grade high-grade sword dared to be called a divine weapon. Then wouldn't his green dragon crescent blade and hard-to-keep blade be called supreme divine weapons passed down from ancient times? Sect Master Jun Ouyang Li said proudly, show me your weapons. He knew that Jun Changxiao was the Sword King. But he still dared to choose to use weapons because his cultivation was high and he had a high-quality weapon. He could definitely win easily. Shua, Jun Changxiao raised his hand and the mid-grade cold ray sword appeared out of thin air. He said, you dare to use a sword to duel in front of the Sword King. I admire your courage. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. You are the Sword King, and the other party is a peak martial king. Why don't you have the courage? If it was a low-grade martial king, daring to challenge the Sword King would undoubtedly be asking for a beating. However, the martial king realm was extremely high and could make up for the gap in swordsmanship. Not to mention, the Ouyang family's Grand Elder also had the superior grade Flowing Cloud sword. If they fought, it would be very difficult for the Iron Bone Sect Master to win. Sect Master Jun Ouyang Li said, can we begin? We can begin. Clang, as soon as he finished speaking, the Flowing Cloud sword was unsheathed and a bright sword light flashed. Although Ouyang Li was not a swordsman, he had also practiced swordsmanship. With a flick of his wrist, spiritual energy gathered in the body of his sword, forming waves of sword energy that swept toward Jun Changxiao. Stormy wave sword technique. Oh my god, this is also a sword art of the superior grade. Although Grand Elder Ouyang is not a sword cultivator, he is very strong and has the support of a high-grade sword. The power must be extraordinary. Everyone exclaimed. Ouyang Li raised his eyebrows proudly. Facing the waves of sword chi, Jun Changxiao said indifferently, trash. Trash? Ouyangli frowned slightly. Whoosh. 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 At this moment, Jun Changxiao stepped forward and used the single-word speed formula. Sword shadows filled the sky and instantly interweaved into an inescapable net. The entire fighting stage was filled with sword chi. The spectators all opened their mouths and their eyes were filled with intense shock. Ouyangli also opened his eyes wide. Although he released his spiritual thoughts, he could not accurately determine whether this guy had used 200 or 300 sword moves in one breath. In short, there were many. Whoosh. 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 The strong sword chi pressed over without any blind spots and directly dissolved the waves of sword chi. Whoosh. In the sky full of sword shadows, countless sword chi swept over. The speed was so fast that Ouyangli turned pale with fright. In a hurry, he raised his sword to block. Ding! The sword chi slashed the flowing cloud sword fiercely. Ouyangli's whole body retreated uncontrollably. Jun Changxiao quickly caught up with him. The sword aura that filled the fighting stage whistled and spread outside the stage, colliding with the swords of the various martial artists. Clang! 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 Hundreds of swords were drawn out, dragging streams of light behind them as they flew towards Jun Changxiao. Whoosh! Under the influence of the sword force, the swords gathered together and turned into an even bigger sword. Everyone was dumbfounded. 10,000 swords returned to one. Jun Changxiao coldly shouted and slashed down with the cold sword in his hand. The huge sword in the sky was like a collapsed mountain. It carried an unparalleled sword force and pressed down on the retreating Ouyangli. Whoosh! The sword force erupted and the wind howled. Ouyangli, who was retreating, was shocked. A strong sense of danger surged in his heart. This sword was very strong. What to do? What to do? The only thing Ouyangli could do now was to dodge. However, the huge sword was too big and there were sword forces pressing down on him from both sides. He could only continue to retreat. However, if he continued to retreat, he would be out of the fighting stage. He did not have much time to think. He immediately followed the inertia and retreated out of the fighting stage. Even so, he was still within the attack range of the huge sword. Furthermore, it was about to crash down. Ouyangli angrily raised his sword and placed it in front of him. Boundless spiritual energy was poured into the sword. Obviously, he could only take it head-on. Boom! The huge sword, which seemed to be formed by thousands of swords, slashed down. The violent sword force was like a wave that roared out. Ka ka ka! The floor of the fighting stage suddenly shattered. The spectators who were closer to the fight were swept back by the sword force and fell to the ground. P.S. Today's fourth update. By the way, the year-end summary is, the readers have been handsome for a whole year. Please continue next year. Please vote. When Jun Changxiao used the first form of the 10,000 swords returned to origin, when the giant sword formed by hundreds of swords slashed down, the platform was shaken into a mess by the sword momentum. The spectators closest to the battle were even more miserable. They were shaken and retreated. In the end, they couldn't withstand the airwaves and fell down in large groups. At that moment, if one looked down from above, they would see that the moment the sword momentum spread out, the fallen crowd was like layers of ripples. Whoosh whoosh, the sword momentum was still moving, but its power was gradually weakening. The cultivators who fell to the ground stood up with difficulty, their eyes filled with shock. The cold sword intent that came wantonly just now made their hair stand on end. They even suspected that they were going to die. They were still alive. They were still safe and sound. The affected cultivators felt like they had survived a disaster. However, when they raised their heads and looked at the platform, they couldn't help but gasp. A deep sword mark was left in the air, as if the sky had been directly torn apart. The spectators who were far away were not affected by the sword momentum. At this moment, they were staring at the platform. Ouyangli stood there, his hands holding the sky. However, the flowing cloud sword in front of him was broken in half. There was a bright red sword mark on his chest. From this situation, although he raised his sword in time and poured in a majestic spiritual energy to support it, he still couldn't block Jun Changxiao's 10,000 swords return to origin. However, fortunately, Ouyangli decisively chose to retreat after realizing that something was wrong. Although he couldn't completely escape the attack range, he was only scratched on the chest and didn't suffer any fatal injuries. If he didn't retreat, he would still be standing on the platform. This peak martial king's fate would be the same as the flowing cloud sword. He would be cut in half. Clang, Jun Changxiao sheathed his sword and said proudly, "I am the king of swordsmanship. I'm not someone a dabbler like you can compete with." Although he pretended to be cool, he was actually shocked in his heart. He said, "The first form of the 10,000 swords return to origin is too terrifying." After comprehending it for so long, sect leader Jun himself didn't expect it to be so powerful that it could directly scare a peak martial king away. However, it also consumed a lot of spiritual energy. Jun Changxiao's sword slashed out and the energy in his spirit nucleus was almost depleted. If it weren't for the 2 spirit nuclei, his body would have swayed and his face would have been weak. More importantly, when Jun Changxiao saw Ouyangli retreat and leave the platform, he held back a lot of energy. If he slashed out in full state, the energy of the spirit nucleus would definitely be sucked dry. The 10,000 swords returned to one was indeed powerful, but it could not be casually used. Otherwise, it would be detrimental to the later battles, unless one could defeat the enemy in one move. Ding. Side mission completed. Reward, 2,000 contribution points. Ding. Sect contribution points, 770210000. Ouyangli appeared and accepted the challenge. The system then issued a side mission to defeat the other party. Jun Changxiao thought to himself unhappily, defeating a peak martial king only gives me 2,000 points. That is too little. The system was speechless. It was getting harder and harder to satisfy the host. Outside the platform, the spectating martial cultivators all widened their eyes in disbelief. It's over. Regardless of whether Ouyangli still had the ability to fight, he had already lost the battle. Poor him. Not only did he lose, but his flowing cloud sword was also broken. Found out. Master Fan, who they had only heard of, had never seen, and the weapon he forged was just a stepping stone for sect leader Jun to show off, of course. The top experts didn't care that the battle was over. What they cared about was the terrifying combat power Jun Changxiao had displayed in that short exchange, especially the huge sword, which left a sword mark in the air that couldn't be healed for a long time. It was extremely frightening. Was this the terror of the sword and martial kings? Pooh. Ouyangli, who was standing outside the platform, spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked like he had aged 100 years in an instant. His injuries weren't serious. The reason he spat out blood was because his precious flowing cloud sword was damaged. Jun Changxiao stood proudly on the platform. He glanced at the Ouyangs and said indifferently, "You can continue to challenge me." Very arrogant. Very arrogant, but the elders of the Ouyangs all lowered their heads. Obviously, they didn't dare to accept the challenge. Even the Grand Elder, who was half a step away from Wu Huang, was defeated so easily. If they went up, they would definitely be looking for trouble, Jun Changxiao said in a deep voice. Since no one dares to accept the challenge, then quickly call out all the direct descendants of the Ouyangs who bullied my disciple and apologize one by one. Defeating Ouyangli wasn't over yet. Today, he had to seek justice for Lu Wancher. He had to let the Ouyangs understand that the debt they owed must be paid even if it was a long time ago. Actually, sect leader Jun didn't go overboard. He just wanted the direct descendants who had humiliated Lu Wancher to apologize one by one. However, apologizing in public was equivalent to trampling on the dignity of the Ouyangs. They would definitely be very resistant. Sigh. Ouyangli sighed and turned to leave. His back view looked extremely old. They had lost this battle. It also meant that the Ouyangs had lost. Outside the gate of the Ouyangs, many martial artists gathered again and were discussing the battle between the kings. To be honest, Jun Changxiao used the 10,000 swords unification to defeat Ouyangli. It happened too quickly. Ordinary martial artists couldn't keep up with the rhythm. Other than the huge swords that gathered and the space that was cut open, it seemed that this battle between the kings wasn't as exciting as they had imagined. This was what ordinary martial artists thought. Those high-level martial artists were still in deep shock. A peak martial king who could enter Wu Huang's realm at any time was easily defeated. This guy's strength was probably invincible among the king stage, right? This was hard to say. Because the strength that sect leader Jun showed just now came from the 10,000 swords unification. If he didn't use this move, he might not be able to defeat Ouyangli so easily. Creak, at this moment, the gate of the Ouyang's was pushed open. The direct descendants of the Ouyang's walked out dejectedly. After the Grand Elder was defeated by Jun Xianxia, the Ouyang's chose to apologize after a difficult choice. There was no other way. If they didn't apologize, Jun Xianxia would definitely not give up. If they destroyed the gate of the Ouyang's and made a scene inside, the dignity of the family would only be trampled even more. Moreover, the people from the public security hall didn't appear. Obviously, they were pretending that they didn't see anything. This kind of existence that even the gold and silver guardians are afraid of. If my Ouyang's insist on holding on, it will definitely be more unlucky. I'm sorry, I was wrong. A direct descendant of the Ouyang's who had humiliated Lu Wancher bowed. Louder. Jun Xianxia said indifferently. The direct descendant closed his eyes and said loudly, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Next. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Next. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Hundreds of direct descendants of the Ouyang family lined up to apologize in front of everyone. This scene would definitely be widely spread. Then, how to distinguish who had bullied Lu Wancher? It was very simple. Jun Xianxia made the youngest generation of direct descendants of the Ouyang family come out to apologize, regardless of whether they had bullied her or not. This was called killing the wrong person rather than letting them go. Lu Wancher stood proudly, looking at the direct descendants of the Ouyang family who didn't even dare to raise their heads. At first, she just wanted to escape and didn't want to have anything to do with the Ouyang family. Now that the people who had humiliated her bowed and apologized in front of her, she realized how satisfying it was. Master. Lu Wancher transmitted her voice, thank you. If he didn't bring her to the Ouyang family to seek justice, the grievances in her heart would follow her forever. Girl. Jun Xianxia said, you're treating me as an outsider. Lu Wancher smiled brightly and said, Master is the closest person to do, the person who is willing to cook for a lifetime. We agreed on a lifetime. You can't miss a month, a day, or even 2 hours, Jun Xianxia said. Lu Wancher nodded heavily. However, when a female direct descendant of the Ouyang family walked over, her smile froze. Her 2 big eyes contained coldness. Ouyangli. The eldest cousin of the Ouyang family's younger generation. During the time she lived in the family, this woman was the one who bullied Lu Wancher the most. She was the one who took the lead to shout the word bastard. The current master of the Ouyang family was Ouyang-li's father. Her mother was also from another powerful family in the capital. In the family, Ouyang-li was definitely the beloved daughter of the Ouyang family. Her status was not inferior to many of her cousins who had extraordinary talents. Lu Wancher was like Cinderella in front of her. It was because of the huge difference in status that Ouyang-li never looked at Lu Wancher. She even thought that this kind of illegitimate daughter shouldn't be in the family, so as not to become a laughingstock. Ouyang-li, who boasted of her noble bloodline, was like a proud swan every day, using the most arrogant words to humiliate Lu Wancher. What a coincidence. The person Jun Xianxia used his spiritual sense to lock onto was also her. I used the aura of the sword and martial king to suppress her, and she still dared to say the word bastard afterwards. This woman really didn't repent. Beep beep. Jun Xianxia said, fight. Lu Wancher swung her hand and slapped her face. You. Ouyangli covered her red left cheek, her eyes filled with anger. Lu Wancher said coolly, you wouldn't have thought that I, Lu Wancher, would return in such a manner one day, right? The anger in Ouyang-li's eyes intensified. Continue, Jun Xianxia said. Pa. Lu Wancher continued to wave her palms. Ouyang-li's face, which could be considered pretty and moving, immediately became swollen. Ouyang family had witnessed the whole process. Although he clenched his fists tightly and was burning with anger, he did not dare to say a word. It was because when Lu Wancher made her move, Jun Xianxia's terrifying sword force had already spread out. As long as someone from the Ouyang clan dared to make a move, he would definitely attack without restraint. There was Qi. Hold it in, not convinced, bear with it. Outside the Ouyang family's gate, Lu Wancher slapping the daughter of the Ouyang family's patriarch would definitely become a hot topic. After all the young generation's direct descendants bowed and apologized, Jun Changxiao said, "Let's go." N. Lu Wancher started to follow. However, after taking 2 steps, she stopped and said, "In the culinary competition 3 days later, I will use my culinary skills to defeat you direct descendants of the Ouyang clan." The Ouyang clan had always been focused on culinary skills, and martial arts was only secondary. Using culinary skills to defeat them was definitely a double trampling on their dignity. After Jun Changxiao left with Lu Wancher, all the direct descendants of the Ouyang clan returned to the clan. The red gate was tightly shut, and the upper echelons were all trembling with anger. "Oh Yangjun," an elder said angrily, "this is your good daughter who made my Ouyang clan lose face in the royal city." Oh Yangjun's face was extremely ugly. However, to be honest, when the direct descendants of the clan apologized to his daughter one by one, he felt a sense of relief from the depths of his heart. "Patriarch, I am ashamed to face the ancestors of the Ouyang clan, and I have no face to stay in the clan. I will leave today and never return." Oh Yangjun said sorrowfully. "Humph." All the elders snorted coldly. Oh Yangjun didn't say anything else. He didn't even pack his luggage and left the Ouyang clan with a guilty heart. In the inn's cafeteria, Lu Wancher was holding a bowl and eating rice in big mouthfuls. After so many years of grievances were vented, it made her very happy, and her appetite grew. "Eat slowly, don't choke," Jun Changxiao said with a smile. He might be violent to the Gathering Heroes Hall students, but to his own disciples, he was afraid that they would melt in his hands. Lu Wancher drank a mouthful of soup and opened her mouth that was covered in rice. She smiled and said, "Patriarch, this is the first time I feel that the food made by an outsider is so delicious." Jun Changxiao said, "When your mood is good, everything you eat is delicacies. I want another bowl of rice." "Waiter, 2 more bowls." "All right, guest, please wait a moment." Lu Wancher, who was in a good mood, ate 3 bowls of rice before leaning against the chair. "Lass," Jun Changxiao said, "let me ask you a question." "What question?" "Do you hate your father?" "Yes." Lu Wancher answered without thinking. Jun Changxiao said, "I brought you to the Ouyang family to cause trouble. Your father's future days will definitely not be good." "That's his problem, it has nothing to do with me," Lu Wancher said. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, "No matter what, he is still your father. Even if he did something wrong, you have to give him a chance to forgive, right?" Lu Wancher was silent. "Moreover," Jun Changxiao said, "he still cares about you, otherwise he wouldn't have brought you back to the Ouyang family. Although you were bullied, his original intention was for you to live a good life, and not wander around alone outside." "Patriarch," Lu Wancher said with a firm gaze, "I no longer have any involvement with the Ouyang family, including him." These words, Jun Changxiao pointed outside and said, "You can talk to him yourself." Lu Wancher was startled and turned around. Ouyang Jun stood at the door of the inn with a complicated look in his eyes. He wanted to call out to his daughter, but he swallowed back the words. "This is not the place to talk. You can go upstairs," Jun Changxiao said. "Patriarch, he is your father, not an enemy. Even if he was in the wrong first, as a daughter, you should give him a chance to redeem himself." Lu Wancher was silent. She got up and walked to the 2nd floor with a pout. It seemed that she was going to give Ouyang Jun a chance to redeem himself. "Hurry up and go," Jun Changxiao said. "Are you standing outside and basking in the sun?" "Thank you, Patriarch Jun." Ouyang Jun hurriedly cupped his hands and followed his daughter. Jun Changxiao drank a glass of wine and left the inn, heading to the Heavenly Mandate Academy. To be honest, he didn't have a good impression of Ouyang Jun. But after all, he was Lu Wancher's biological father. No matter what, he had to give him a chance to turn over a new leaf. Patriarch Jun wouldn't get involved in the matter between this father and daughter. And he was heading to the Heavenly Mandate Academy to continue to train the giant babies in the Jueying Hall. Otherwise, how could he get along well with the disciples if he joined the Iron Bone sect with pride? The grand elder of the Ouyang family was forced back dozens of steps by the sword. Teacher Jun came quickly. It's too late to say, but in the blink of an eye, all the swords around him were drawn over and he performed a powerful sword move. What do you think the result was? In the Jueying Hall, Hualing had one foot on the chair as he told the students about what happened at the platform. What's the result? The students asked eagerly, their eyes full of anticipation. At that moment, Hualing turned into an author, trying his best to keep the readers in suspense. Only when everyone's buttocks were on fire did he say leisurely, the grand elder of the Ouyang family was forced out of the arena. The flowing cloud sword was broken, and there was a deep and eye-catching sword scar on his chest. Oh my God! Everyone exclaimed in unison. Such a battle between kings was already so fierce from Hualing's description. If they could witness it with their own eyes, it would be even more thrilling, someone said in admiration. Teacher Jun is too strong. He's more than strong. Hualing said, he's so strong that it's scary. Even the senior ranked first on the hero ranking is not worth mentioning in front of Teacher Jun. Jun Changxiao defeated a peak martial king in one move, which made the students of the Jueying Hall admire him very much. Tisk Chu Shonan, who had his legs on the table, curled his lips and said, I can only say that the Ouyang family's strength is average. If he dares to provoke my Chu family, I'll definitely make him walk in and crawl out. Hee hee. Someone laughed and said, young Master Chu's family has Wu Huang. Teacher Jun might not have the guts to go. That's right. Chu Shonan said proudly, even if he's the sword and martial king, in front of Wu Huang, he's just, at this point, his voice stopped abruptly. Because at the entrance of the school, Jun Changxiao was standing there with a smile. Teacher Jun! Hualing exclaimed. Then, she quickly put her legs down from the chair and sat upright. The other students quickly returned to their seats, looking like obedient children. Chu Shonan wanted to continue putting his legs on the table, but when he thought of this guy's violent means, he reluctantly retracted his legs. Bang! Jun Chang appeared in front of him and knocked him to the ground with an iron fist of love. Then, he began to torture him. Everyone shuddered when they saw this. After a bout of abuse, Chu Shonan lay on the ground like a puddle of mud. He held in his heart, you didn't even give me a chance to stop. Pa, Jun Changxiao put his palms on the podium and said in a deep voice, I'll reiterate it once more. In the academy, if anyone does anything indecent, they will be severely punished. Yes, Teacher Jun. The students shouted in unison, their voices extremely loud and clear. If you want to become an expert, you can't just rely on martial arts. You also need to have a strong enough body. Today's lesson is. Jun Changxiao's lips curled up into a devilish smile as he said, run 1,000 laps around the field. Ah? Who has an opinion? No objections, Teacher Jun. Hurry up and go. Yes. The school's field was usually used by the instructors to instruct the students outdoors. Some students who didn't have classes also liked to come here to cultivate. At this moment, the students in the field were all dumbfounded because the geniuses of Gathering Heroes Hall were circling around them. Was this still those arrogant young masters who were usually so arrogant? You're not allowed to use spirit power. Use your purest body to run. Jun Changxiao stood with his hands behind his back and shouted like an officer. Yes. Everyone shouted in unison. Because they were afraid of Teacher Jun's violent destruction, they really didn't dare to use spirit power and ran with their 2 legs. 1,000 laps. This was a terrifying number. They only ran more than 30 laps and their faces were flushed red and dripping with sweat. The school's field was very big. 1 lap was at least 5 or 6 li. After running more than 30 laps, it was almost 200 li. Without using spirit power to drive, they still had to run at the fastest time. Relying on their own strength, it was definitely an extremely painful torture. As for 1,000 laps, not to mention the students who were martial masters, even if a martial king came, it would be impossible to run with pure physical strength in such a short time. No. I can't. After running 100 laps, a student directly collapsed on the ground. The others also began to fall behind. They didn't care about how noble their identities were and sat on the ground one by one. Jun Changxiao didn't punish them and continued to observe the others running. He thought to himself, among these pampered young masters, there is no lack of people with strong physical bodies. If they join the Iron Bone School and train in the forging room and training tower, they will definitely have a good improvement. Some people would ask, isn't it too low for a martial cultivator from another world to let them run? Actually, sect leader Jun didn't do this to let them temper their bodies. The main purpose was to destroy the arrogance of these young masters. TSK, a group of young masters from big families running around the field. I really didn't expect this. Sect leader Jun is still the best. If it were other teachers, they would have already caused a ruckus. That's why evil people need to be dealt with by evil people. The teachers in the distance gathered together and discussed in low voices. Dean. The vice dean broke down and said, the students of Gathering Heroes Hall are all very pampered. Letting them run around in front of everyone is undoubtedly trampling on their self-esteem. Situ Haoyun said, aren't they running quite happily? The vice dean muttered in his heart, Jun Changxiao is violent at the slightest disagreement. They must be running happily. 1000 laps was just a casual remark from sect leader Jun. In fact, without using spiritual power, the students of Gathering Heroes Hall couldn't do it in a short period of time. So after running for a while, they all collapsed on the ground in exhaustion. At this moment, they didn't care that their classmates were looking at them. They just wanted to lie on the grass for a while and enjoy the comfortable feeling of relaxing their muscles. That's all for today. Jun Changxiao said, we'll continue tomorrow. Hua Ling and the others lay on the ground, looking like they had nothing to live for. After the class, Jun Changxiao returned to the inn. Yangjun stood outside the guest room and waited. When he saw him return, he hurriedly cupped his hands and said, Sect leader Jun, thank you for taking care of Wancher this year. Jun Changxiao said, she is my disciple. It's only right to take care of her. Sect leader Jun Yangjun said, I'll leave Wancher to you. With that, he turned to leave. Creak. At this moment, Lu Wancher pushed open the door and said indifferently, Sect leader, the sect still lacks a chef. That's true. Jun Changxiao said, since you've already left the Ouyang family, are you interested in coming to my Iron Bone? His spiritual sense had already captured what Yangjun had said in the Ouyang family, and he knew that the other party was chasing after him. That was why he took the initiative to ask Lu Wancher and provide an opportunity for the father and daughter to communicate. I'm interested. Yangjun said. He didn't care about being a chef in Iron Bone. He just wanted to be with his daughter and make up for what he owed her in the past. After the culinary competition is over, follow me back to Iron Bone, Jun Changxiao said. Okay. Yangjun said. Lu Wancher snorted coldly, then closed the door and continued to study Chinese recipes. Jun Changxiao shook his head and thought to himself, this broken father-daughter relationship still needs some time to repair. The next day, Jun Changxiao went to the Heavenly Mandate Academy again and gave the students of the Zhuyin clan a good beating. After 3 days, these giant babies were taught a lesson. Even the troublemaker Chu Shonan had to sit up straight when he came to the academy. He didn't dare to put his legs on the table. Were they that cowardly? Of course not. Some of the direct descendants went back to their families and told them about the abuse, hoping that their families would stand up for them. The answer they got was that it was fine as long as they were fine. It was fine as long as they were fine. Some of the higher-ups even reprimanded their direct descendants, telling them to put more effort into martial arts and not get into trouble. It seemed that it wasn't the students who were cowardly, but their families. The news that sect leader Jun went to deal with the Ouyang clan arrogantly was still spreading. The major families were naturally afraid. Even the Chu clan, the leader of the 8 major families, didn't say anything when they learned that Chu Shonan had been abused several times. They didn't care. The Chu clan wasn't afraid of Jun Changxiao. They were afraid of the 2 major organizations behind him. Moreover, they received news that the guy went to the Ouyang clan's place. Princess Red Lotus went to the public security hall, but the gold and silver guardians didn't come out. Instead, they were drinking tea leisurely. There was definitely something fishy going on. Thinking of the city lord's drunken words at his birthday, the Chu clan suddenly realized that this Jun Changxiao might become the son-in-law of Yunwu City. It was scary to think about it. If their families didn't stand up for them, the students of the Zhuyin clan could only admit defeat. But then again, after the first class, they benefited a lot from sect leader Jun's guidance. Their martial arts improved more or less. Unsurprisingly, as long as they followed the correct guidance to comprehend the mental cultivation method, it would be easy to reach a higher level. After the students who had opinions about sect leader Jun gradually benefited, their attitudes changed and they worshipped him. If he kept teaching them, breaking through to Wuzone was just around the corner. Unfortunately, Jun Changxiao didn't come to the Heavenly Mandate Academy the next day, which made them quite depressed. Tomorrow is the culinary competition. Teacher Jun's disciples will also participate. We must go and watch, Hualing said in the academy. Within the Jueying Hall, he was the one who worshipped Jun Changxiao the most. A student said in surprise, not only is that girl's martial arts high, but she also knows how to cook. After all, she is Ouyang Jun's daughter. It is normal for her to inherit the cooking talent of the Ouyang family. Since he's teacher Jun's disciple, we definitely have to go and support him. Because the culinary competition had nothing to do with martial arts, its audience had never been high. Lu Wancher was Jun Changxiao's disciple, which piqued the interest of the Gathering Heroes Hall students. They decided to go to the competition venue tomorrow to watch. The martial cultivators in King City were also discussing this matter. They also planned to go and watch the cooking competition. The main reason was that before Lu Wancher left the Ouyang family, she had said that she would use her culinary skills to defeat the Ouyang family's direct descendant. The Ouyang clan's martial arts were mediocre, but their culinary skills were renowned far and wide. A little girl dared to speak such arrogant words, which made them especially curious. In the guest room, Lu Wancher served the kung pao chicken that she had just made and said with a smile, "Sect master, have a taste." She had been studying Chinese recipes for the past 2 days and had learned many new dishes. Kung pao chicken was a traditional Chinese dish. It was included in both Shandong cuisine and Sichuan cuisine. Not bad, not bad. Jun Changxiao was full of praise after eating a mouthful of it. Hee hee. Lu Wancher smiled brightly. However, when she saw Ouyang Jun walk in, she snorted, turned around, and walked out. "Mr. Ouyang," Jun Changxiao said, "this is the dish that Dudu just made. Have a taste." Ouyang Jun walked forward, picked up a peanut with his chopsticks, and gently put it in his mouth to chew. Judging from these orderly steps, it was obvious that he was an expert in the field of food. After tasting it carefully, Ouyang Jun's expression changed again and again. In the end, he exclaimed in disbelief, Is this made by Wancher?" In the Ouyang family, in terms of martial arts, he might not be the best, but in terms of culinary skills, he was definitely top-notch. Just one bite of the dish made by his daughter made it difficult for him to calm down. Naturally, Jun Changxiao said. Ouyang Jun was overjoyed. "I didn't expect my daughter to have such high culinary skills." Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, "Now you know that your daughter has a talent in cooking. You are really incompetent as a father." Ouyang Jun lowered his head in shame. "There's still a long way to go." Jun Changxiao said, "Make up for it slowly." Ouyang Jun cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, sect leader Jun, for giving me a chance. I will work hard to be a good father." He knew that if it weren't for Jun Changxiao, he would never be able to get close to his daughter, let alone be taken in to make up for his father's debt. "How about this dish?" Jun Changxiao went back to the topic. Ouyang Jun had too many words to describe it, but thousands of words were just water, so he condensed it into one sentence: "It's delicious." To be able to get such praise from the top chef of Southwest Yangzhou was definitely not because of his daughter. Jun Changxiao said, "Participating in the cooking competition, it's a sure thing." Sect leader Jun Ouyang Jun said weakly, "What's the name of this dish?" "Kung pao chicken." "Kung pao chicken?" Ouyang Jun was familiar with all kinds of cuisines, but he had never heard of this dish. The next day, the eastern square of Yunwu City, the location of the cooking competition. It was just dawn, and many martial cultivators had already gathered. They were talking in low voices, and every 3 sentences were about the previous incident where Jun Changxiao smashed the Ouyang family's place. Many of the martial cultivators didn't witness the Battle of Kings on the platform with their own eyes, and their faces were full of regret. It didn't matter. the Iron Bone disciples were also going to participate in the cooking competition. Jun Xianxia, the king of sword and martial arts, would definitely come. At that time, they would also be able to see his glory. So many martial cultivators gathered in the early morning. Most of them didn't come to watch the cooking competition, but for sect leader Jun gradually. The major families and individual cultivators of Yunwu City came to the square. They consciously found a suitable viewing area and waited quietly. "Oh no!" someone exclaimed, "the students of the Juing Hall of the Heavenly Mandate Academy are also here." As soon as this remark came out, the whole square suddenly became chaotic. Many of the martial cultivators who lived in the city all year round avoided them, and their eyes were filled with deep fear. The students of the Juing Hall not only caused headaches in the academy, but they were also tyrannical outside. As long as they went to a place, there would definitely be a show to watch. However, when Chu Shonan and Hualing came to the square, all the martial cultivators were dumbfounded because this group of arrogant young masters seemed to be different from before. How was it different? There was no arrogance on their faces, and their arrogance had weakened a lot. It was as if they were different people. What made the martial cultivators even more surprised was that after this group of young masters arrived, they stood neatly, as if they were soldiers who had undergone strict training. What was going on? Could it be that they had all learned well? Seeing the students of the Juing Hall behave so well, everyone was dumbfounded. "Sect leader Jun is here." It was unknown who shouted loudly. In an instant, everyone turned to look and saw Jun Chongxiao walking over with Lu Wancher at the end of the street. "Teacher Jun." The students of the Juing Hall shouted loudly, "Good morning." The sudden shout of the Juing Hall students startled all the martial cultivators, and their expressions immediately became interesting. They could see that this group of young masters was shouting for Jun Chongxiao, so this teacher Jun must be referring to him. Did they hear or see wrong? A group of arrogant and domineering direct descendants of big families actually greeted him so respectfully? Wait, teacher Jun, wasn't he the headmaster of Ironbone? How did he become a teacher? In everyone's understanding, only the instructors of the Heavenly Mandate Academy could enjoy the title of teacher. Situ Haoyun did not announce that Master Jun was hired as an honorary instructor of the academy, so only the big families in the city received the news. "Why are you here?" Jun Chongxiao walked over with Lu Wancher and asked. Hualing grinned and said, "Teacher Jun's disciple is participating in the culinary competition. As your students, we naturally have to cheer for you." "Your students?" Many warriors heard this and immediately realized that Jun Chongxiao was an instructor of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Oh my god, this was breaking news. The instructors of the Heavenly Mandate Academy depended on seniority and age. If Jun Chongxiao was really an instructor, he would definitely be the youngest, needless to say. Master Jun, who enjoyed the benefits of an official instructor, was definitely the youngest instructor in the history of the academy. Jun Chongxiao said with relief, "You are teachable, teachable." As he said this, he led Lu Wancher to the square. At this moment, hundreds of stoves were arranged in the central area of the square. However, when Jun Chongxiao arrived, no one paid attention to the competition props. All eyes were locked on him, giving people the feeling that he was a big star. About half an hour later, 200,000 to 300,000 people gathered in the square. In the past, this kind of competition that had nothing to do with martial arts would attract 20,000 to 30,000 people. An elder of the Shin family, the organizer, walked to the temporary stage and said, "Thank you for coming to watch this year's culinary competition. Next, let us warmly welcome the contestants." Silence. There was no applause. The elder of the Shin family was super embarrassed. At several entrances, contestants walked in one after another, most of them young. "Headmaster." Lu Wancher took a deep breath and said, "Disciple will go as well." "Go ahead," Jun Chongxiao said. However, when Lu Wancher walked out, she encouraged him, "As an Iron Bone disciple, you must never give up." "Yes." Lu Wancher nodded and followed the contestants to the square platform. At that moment, she seemed to feel that her senior brothers and sisters were watching her from the sky. Thus, she raised her head and said with a firm gaze, "Dudu will not let you down. Junior sister. We are still alive." More than 300 contestants stood on the stage in the square, their eyes burning with passion. Some of these people came from King City, while others came from other cities in southwest Yangzhou. They were definitely the most outstanding culinary geniuses. Participating in the cooking competition and winning the championship was their goal. Of course, there were also direct descendants of the Ouyang family. They intentionally or unintentionally looked at Lu Wancher with a hint of anger in their eyes. Apologizing in front of so many people at their doorstep, they must be feeling very indignant. Especially when they thought about how this woman shamelessly said that she would use her culinary skills to defeat them before leaving. This was even more unbearable. The Ouyang family's culinary skills had been passed down for a long time, and they were extremely famous in southwest Yangzhou. They had won many championships in the previous cooking competitions. They could be lacking in martial arts, but they were absolutely confident in culinary skills. The culinary geniuses participating in this competition all had the determination to break the legend of the Ouyang family. Simply put, the Ouyang family's culinary skills were similar to Huaxia's table tennis team, completely beating southwest Yangzhou. One of the Ouyang family's direct descendants sneered, "When the competition starts, I will let you understand that using culinary skills to defeat my Ouyang family is a fantasy. Let's not talk nonsense." The Shin family's elder said, "Let's warmly welcome the judges of this cooking competition." Clap, clap, clap. Scattered applause sounded, and it didn't seem awkward. It wasn't to give face to the cooking competition, but to the judges. Because those who entered were all famous people in King City, and there was no lack of family heads among them. The cooking competition was about color, aroma, and taste. So, the quality of the food depended on how the judges judged it. After the 10 judges were in place, the Shin family's elder said loudly, 300 contestants, please enter the stove." Whoosh! Whoosh! Everyone dispersed and chose the stove that they liked. Lu Wancher chose the one closest to Xianxia, who was watching the competition. When she arrived, she grinned at the sect leader, but when she saw her father was also there, she retracted her smile. The contestants were in place. The Shin family carried baskets filled with all kinds of ingredients and placed them beside the stove. The ingredients, materials, and cooking props for the cooking competition were all provided by the Shin family. The contestants couldn't prepare their own to avoid cheating. The Shin family's elder said, "Contestants, please make your signature dish within an hour. The top 100 with the highest score will advance to the second round." Competition, he dragged his voice and said, "Let's start." If this was a martial arts competition, the spectators would be very excited. But at this moment, there was no fluctuation in their hearts. They even wanted to laugh. The first round of the cooking competition began, and the contestants began to prepare. The first step was naturally to start a fire. Whoosh, whoosh. Many people released their own flames. "Damn!" Jun Changxiao said in surprise, "They are all fire-type martial cultivators." So many fire-type martial cultivators came to participate in the cooking competition. Their goal was too small, the system said. They are not pure fire-type martial cultivators. They only temporarily possess the fire-type attribute. Temporarily, Jun Changxiao said in surprise, "What do you mean?" The system said, "After my analysis, I learned that there is a kind of fire elemental pill in the Falling Star continent. After consuming it, one can possess the fire-type attribute. For a certain period of time." "So magical?" Jun Changxiao said in surprise. "You bought the exquisite fire from the system store and directly became a fire-type martial cultivator," the system said. "Although magical, the condensed fire-type attribute cannot be compared with a real fire-type martial cultivator. It can only be used to start a fire and cook." "I see." No wonder the spectators were not surprised when so many contestants released their flames. They definitely knew that they were not real leather sofas, but artificial leather. Out of the 300 contestants, 299 of them released their flames. The only one who did not use it was Lu Wancher. She even used the most primitive method to start a fire, and then added wood. She looked very serious. This girl did not use the fire elemental pill? Others are about to start their fire, but she is still slowly igniting it. If she exceeds the time limit, it will be equivalent to losing the competition. Because of her identity as an Iron Bone disciple, Lu Wancher's every move attracted the attention of the martial cultivators. Whoosh, many contestants started their fires one after another. Some did not even use firewood, and simply used the condensed flames to heat the bottom of the pot. Lu Wancher shook her head and said, using a flame that does not belong to you to cook, even if you can fill your stomach, you will not have a soul. The heart-wrenching culinary competition, under everyone's fervent anticipation, finally, looking at those martial cultivators standing outside, yawning with a bored face, the author really couldn't make up any more stories. Sigh. In a world where martial arts were respected, it was too difficult to arouse everyone's passion in a culinary competition. However, the contestants at the stove were all focused on waving their kitchen knives, skillfully cutting the ingredients. Others could look down on them, but they couldn't look down on themselves. Since they had embarked on the path of culinary arts, they had to concentrate wholeheartedly. There was no distinction between professions. If one was in a profession, one should love it, don't ask who was in a profession. Whoosh whoosh, the flames released by the contestants burned crazily under the stove. The sound represented their passion for culinary arts. Sizzle, after heating up the oil in the wok, someone threw the cut ingredients in and started to stir-fry skillfully. Although the contestants were young, they were all experienced chefs, and their skills were definitely not weak. As the ingredients and seasonings were added into the wok, after stir-frying, there was a burst of fragrance. The martial cultivators who were dozing off sniffed lightly and instantly became alert. Not everyone could cultivate martial arts, but everyone had to eat food. Hence, the power of food was very strong. It smells so good. Smelling the fragrance in the air, everyone's appetite was aroused. The ones who paid the most attention were naturally the 10 Ouyang family descendants. Because the dishes they stir-fried were more fragrant than the other contestants. Judging from the fragrance alone, everyone from the Ouyang family would definitely advance in the first round of the competition. This kind of thing was the most common in previous culinary competitions. However, when all the contestants were cooking, only Lu Wancher had just started the fire and placed the required ingredients neatly on the chopping board. Everyone's mouth twitched slightly. Some of the other contestants were almost done. You haven't even finished cutting the ingredients. Your speed is too slow. What made them collapse even more was, after placing the ingredients, Lu Wancher closed her eyes and clasped her hands together as if she was praying. Miss. If we were hungry customers, I'm afraid we would starve to death by the time you serve the dishes. Swish, Lu Wancher waved her small hand and skillfully took the kitchen knife, cutting the ingredients smoothly. TSK, the direct descendant of the Ouyang clan, glanced at it and said in disdain, this knife skill is not even as good as the servants of my Ouyang clan. Since it was her first time participating in the cooking competition, Lu Wancher was very cautious. Her knife skills were also focused on stability. She didn't pay attention to anything fancy. If he really showed it to them, they would definitely be scared to death. Why? Because Lu Wancher was Iron Bone's chief golden chef, thousands of disciples were all raised by her. If he had to cook slowly, not to mention his senior brothers and sisters, even Sect Master Jun would have to starve. On the other hand, although the direct descendants of the Ouyang family have good culinary skills, the amount of food they can cook in a year may not be comparable to the amount of food our little lowly can cook in a day. Diligence makes up for stupidity, and practice makes perfect. Not only could this be used in martial arts, but it could also be used in culinary arts. Putting aside the Ouyang family's ancestral cooking skills, just in terms of cooking, Lu Wancher could crush the Ouyang family's direct descendants. So what right do they have to despise our kind and lovely Iron Bone gold medal chef? The system said. Author, please control your emotions. It's commentary time now, don't take sides with the contestants based on your personal feelings. Dong. Dong. Dong, Lu Wancher skillfully waved the kitchen knife, slicing the ingredients evenly. At the same time, the oil in the wok was also heated up. With a wave of the knife, she rolled up the ingredients and threw them in. The whole process could be said to be done in one go. However, it was still too slow. It couldn't be compared to the other contestants' fancy moves. Shwa. Shwa. Lu Wancher held the spoon and began to stir the ingredients. During this time, she added seasonings, striving for perfection in every step. This little girl is very serious, Xianxia muttered. She wasn't the only one who was serious. The other contestants were also giving it their all. After all, they had worked hard for so many years just to prove themselves today. 300 people cooked together, and the fragrance of the dishes that gathered in the air was quite complex, leaving a rich aftertaste. Some people even closed their eyes, and their souls seemed to have merged into an ocean full of delicacies, swimming to their heart's content. Comfortable. Wonderful. Just as they were swimming, waves suddenly rolled up in the ocean, and 10 huge whales floated to the surface of the water, spurting out spring water, interweaving into a magnificent scene. At that moment, everyone locked their eyes on the whales, marveling at their physiques and the colorful spring water they spurted out. At that moment, the sailor's laughter could be heard in the deepest part of their hearts. He said, "What is this pain in the wind and rain? Wipe away your tears and don't be afraid. At least we still have dreams." The martial artists who were in a trance were stunned. They looked toward the source of the voice and saw a lone boat slowly sailing over, carrying a man and a woman who were singing loudly. Xianxia, everyone was stunned. Looking at the girl, wasn't she the iron-boned disciple who was participating in the culinary competition? However, Xianxia was no longer a human, but a mermaid. She sat at the bow of the boat, and her lower body's fishtail gently stirred the water surface. In an instant, everyone's eyes were locked on her, and no one would care about the 10 whales that were spurting out spring water. Schwa, many martial artists recovered from their ocean fantasy and looked at Xianxia, who was cooking. Smelling the rich fragrance of the dishes, they exclaimed, "So fragrant." When their souls entered the ocean world, it was an illusion where countless fragrances gathered. The 10 whales were the fragrance of the dishes cooked by the 10 Ouyang clan's direct descendants, and they were the most dazzling. Unfortunately, when the fragrance of Xianxia's dishes wafted over and barged into everyone's illusion, she turned into a mermaid and took away the glory that belonged to the Ouyang clan's direct descendants. Then there was a problem. Why would Sect Master Jun appear in their illusion and sing so ostentatiously? Even if he wanted to forcefully add a scene, he shouldn't do it like this. The fragrance of Xianxia's dishes wafted out, invading everyone's hearts. After the 10 judges smelled it, they started discussing with each other, and their eyes were filled with praise. Just by the fragrance wafting out, Xianxia had already suppressed everyone and became the most dazzling existence. Ouyang Jun was so excited that his hands were trembling. After eating the Kung Pao chicken, he had a better understanding of his daughter's culinary skills. However, after seeing her cook with his own eyes, he realized that what he understood was just the tip of the iceberg. The fragrance of the dishes cooked by the 10 Ouyang clan's direct descendants was suppressed by her alone. This girl is not simple. Just by smelling it, I am already drooling. If I eat it, I will definitely have a rich aftertaste. The spectating martial artists were all tempted by the fragrance of Xianxia's dishes, and all of them were about to drool. Damn it! The 10 Ouyang clan's direct descendants were unwilling, but they could not do anything because the dishes were about to come out of the wok, and they could not make any adjustments to suppress Xianxia. The other contestants were full of admiration for this 11 or 12-year-old girl. To be able to suppress the 10 Ouyang clan's direct descendants in the first round of the competition, she was definitely very powerful. Soon, the contestants finished their dishes one after another and put them on the plates. The Shin family sent someone over to seal the dishes with special equipment and then arrange them on the stage. According to the rules of the past culinary competitions, after the contestants finished their work, the 10 judges would taste it one by one and give the scores. Swish, swish, the dishes made by the 10 direct descendants of the Ouyang family were also done. However, they were unhappy that Xianxia had taken the limelight. In the past culinary competitions, especially in the first round, the Ouyang family was always the center of attention. But now, everyone was staring at Xianxia. No one looked at the direct descendants of the Ouyang family. They were used to being noticed. Suddenly being ignored would definitely be a big blow. However, the blow had just begun. When Xianxia was the last to finish cooking, the 10 judges came to the display table and stood in front of Xianxia's dish. The direct descendants of the Ouyang family turned green. The elder of the Shin family, was a little confused. In the past culinary competitions, they would taste the first dish. Why were they tasting the last dish today? The aroma left behind when Xianxia was cooking was too tempting. The 10 judges couldn't wait to taste it. What was so special about the dish? They gently picked up the chopsticks and picked up the tender dish. They were very careful during the whole process. They were afraid that they would make a mistake and waste such good food. The more cautious the judges were, the more anxious the martial artists were. They were eager to see what kind of expression they would have after eating. Whether a dish was delicious or not, facial expressions were the most important. Slowly, the 10 judges put the food in their mouths. They only sniffed the rising white smoke and they were already infatuated. Steady. They had to be steady, they were big shots. They had to resist the temptation of delicious food. The 10 judges opened their mouths and ate. The taste buds on their tongues opened and they tasted it carefully. Swish, in an instant, they stood on the spot as if they were struck by lightning. What happened? This reaction is too exaggerated. Everyone said with their eyes wide open. After a while, the 10 judges who seemed to have been struck by lightning relaxed their facial muscles. Their souls seemed to have gone through 1,000 twists and turns under the stirring of the delicious food. At this moment, thousands of words couldn't describe their feelings. They could only exclaim in unison, "This dish is too delicious." The martial artists' mouths twitched. The more exaggerated the judges were, the more their hearts itched. They couldn't wait to grab the chopsticks and taste it too. Swish, someone took another bite. Their souls were hit again, as if they were about to float out of the falling star continent and into the distant nebula M78. An old man in his 60s or 70s was in tears as he ate. At that moment, it was as if he had returned to the time when he was young and tasted his mother's cooking. The old man wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and asked with trembling hands, "What's the name of this dish?" This was indeed a home-cooked meal. She had also tried it for everyone in the Iron Bone sect. Everyone. Elder Shin said, "Don't be emotional, hurry up and score." 10 points. 10 points. In the end, the 10 judges all gave a perfect score. Elder Shin said loudly, "Lu Wancher's home-cooked dish has a total of 100 points. The spectator stands were in an uproar. 100 points. That was a full mark. It wasn't that there hadn't been a full mark in the previous culinary competitions, but it was only in the final stage. A full mark in the first round was definitely the best in history. Sigh. Sect leader Jun shrugged and said, "It's not challenging at all." Although Jun was also very happy, he calmed down and said, "Sect leader Jun, this first round is just a test. Many contestants haven't shown their trump cards yet." Trump cards? Jun Xianxia smiled and said, "Dudu also has one." The Chinese cookbook gathered the essence of Chinese cuisine. There were countless dishes in it. Any one of them, stewed cabbage, was a trump card. One day, I will let Chinese cuisine blossom in this foreign world, literary and artistic. Lu Wancher's home-cooked dish gave a full mark evaluation, leaving the contestants stunned. But, the direct descendants of the Ouyang family all had ugly expressions. Their Ouyang family had participated in this kind of full mark evaluation every time, and they had only received it once. An illegitimate daughter could do it. This was undoubtedly a fierce slap to their face. Everyone. Elder Shin said, "Please continue to evaluate the other contestants' works." Sigh. The old man who was moved to tears shook his head and said, "After eating this girl's dish, eating other dishes will definitely be tasteless." The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. Fortunately, this wasn't a one-round competition. Otherwise, the Iron Bone disciple would have won the championship. Since there were rules in the culinary competition, the 10 judges could only continue to taste. Because of the pearls in front, after tasting each contestant's dish, the scores given were generally not high. The range was between 40 and 60 points. In the end, after a series of statistics and calculations, the 100 contestants who scored more than 50 points successfully advanced to the second round. "Oh my God!" Someone said, "In the past, if you want to advance to the second round, you have to get at least 70 points. Now, 50 points is enough to advance." Are the contestants this time so weak? It's not that they're weak. It's that the Iron Bone disciples' dish is too delicious. Look at the 10 judges, they're all shaking their heads and frowning after eating other people's dishes. Does this mean that their mouths are spoiled by home-cooked dishes, causing the other contestants to have low scores? Definitely. The eliminated contestants walked down the stage with bitter faces. The 200 stoves were removed in the shortest time, and the second round continued. The 10 direct descendants of the Ouyang family who successfully advanced came to the front of the stoves again. However, intentionally or unintentionally, they glanced at Lu Wancher, and their eyes were filled with seriousness. The first round was just a test. The real competition had just begun. The other contestants who advanced were also adjusting their states and preparing for the next round. The second round was more brutal. Because only 10 people could advance to compete for the final championship. Second round. After the contestants were in position, Elder Shen said loudly, "Choose one of the 10 ingredients in the basket and cook your signature dish. The time limit is still 1 hour." Everyone could do whatever they wanted in the first round, but there were restrictions in the second round. In the basket, there were 10 ingredients that ordinary people could eat, such as cows, sheep, pigs, fish, and so on. Lu Wancher held her chin and thought for a while. Then, she placed the lively carp on the chopping board from the water basin. Sweet and sour carp? Xianxia's lips curled into a smile. The promotion of Chinese culture started today. The second round began. Many contestants chose one out of the 10 ingredients and started cooking. As expected, Lu Wancher, who got full marks in the first round, became the focus of everyone's attention. She chose a carp? Everyone was looking forward to it. Lu Wancher used the back of the knife to hit the fish's head, causing it to faint and stop jumping. Luckily, there were no fish lovers, or else there would be strong condemnation. Shua. Shua, Lu Wancher skillfully removed the scales, internal organs, and cheeks. Then, she turned the carp into a knife every 2.5 centimeters and sprinkled all kinds of seasonings into it. Whoosh whoosh, she started a fire and added oil. After the oil heated up, she added all kinds of ingredients and put the marinated carp into the pot. The martial artists who had a good understanding of cooking were confused because this was the first time they saw such a way of cooking fish. Whoosh whoosh, the other contestants also controlled the flames and started cooking. Most of them chose meat ingredients and no one used fish. In terms of taste buds, the taste of beef, sheep, chicken, and duck was obviously more outstanding than fish. The direct descendants of the Ouyang clan also chose their signature dishes and started cooking seriously. As the contestants started cooking, the fragrance that had just dissipated gathered again and was even stronger than before. The spectators were drooling. However, Lu Wancher was more low-key this time and did not smell anything from the beginning to the end. Time passed slowly. The martial artists continued to cook their signature dishes and placed them on the table. The direct descendants of the Ouyang clan also finished their dishes. They stood with their hands behind their back and looked proud. These were their trump cards. Once they were shown, they would definitely get a good ranking. Lu Wancher's sweet and sour carp was also finished. It was placed on the plate in a U shape and looked like it was frozen. What dish is this? There's not even soup? Everyone started to discuss. Because the first round got full marks, the 10 judges still didn't care about the order of arrival. They all stood in front of the display table where the sweet crisp carp was placed. The old man who was moved to tears was the first to pick up his chopsticks and pick up the shiny golden fish. He used a bit of force and picked up a piece of meat and golden sugar. The others also started to move. Then, they slowly put it in their mouths and chewed slowly. I really did not want to describe the changes on their faces because I was already at a loss for words. You guys can imagine it yourselves. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, sweet and sour. After the old man thought about it, he raised his thumb and said, "Wonderful, wonderful." The other judges nodded in agreement. Someone even exclaimed, "This is the first time I've heard that fish can be cooked this way and that it tastes so delicious." The incomparably arrogant direct descendants of the Ouyang clan felt their hearts turn cold when they saw them praising him one after another. Could it be 10 points? 10 points. The Ouyang family's direct descendants' guess was very accurate. The 10 judges all gave 10 points. Lu Wancher's sweet and sour carp got full marks again. Oh my god. Full marks again. No one has ever gotten full marks in the first and second rounds of the culinary competition. Everyone was stunned. Oh Youngjun, who was very worried about his daughter, almost jumped up in excitement. On the other hand, sect leader Jun's face was calm. In his opinion, getting full marks for Chinese delicacies was just a normal thing to do. As usual, the judges tasted the specialties of the other contestants one by one and gave a score between 40 and 60 points. Among the Ouyang family's direct descendants who had vowed to get a good ranking, only one person had broken through 61 points. There was no other way. Lu Wancher's 2 dishes tasted too good. After tasting her dishes, it was inevitable that they would feel a little dull to judge the others. In the end, according to the score, Lu Wancher once again got full marks and entered the final round. The other 9 contestants were all from the Ouyang family's direct descendants. The Iron Bone disciple is going to fight against 9 people from the Ouyang family alone. If she didn't participate, this culinary competition would definitely be a civil war between the Ouyang family's direct descendants. Everyone was in a heated discussion. At the same time, they were also looking forward to what the Iron Bone disciple's next dish would make and what kind of expression the judges would have. The eliminated contestants shook their heads and left. They couldn't break the Ouyang family's monopoly, but they admired Lu Wancher, who got full marks twice. Girl, do your best. In the 3rd round, there were only 10 contestants left. This was the final round. Only one contestant could win the culinary competition. Phew, Lu Wancher let out a long sigh of relief. Getting the top 10 in the culinary competition was equivalent to holding the ticket to the God of Cookery competition. Then, next, I will fight for the championship. Thud, Lu Wancher stood in front of the stove and closed her eyes. At that moment, she seemed to feel that her senior brothers were floating down from the sky and standing beside her, cheering for her with smiles on their faces. Swish, Lu Wancher opened her eyes and said firmly, I will also fight for the Iron Bone clan. Achoo! Iron Bone. Li Qingyang sneezed and said, why do I feel like someone is cursing me behind my back? Senior brother, I have the same feeling, Xiao Ziji said. Su Xiaoma, who was sitting on the railing in front of the main hall, looked in the direction of King City and said, today is the day of the culinary competition. Dudu will definitely shine. Junior sister Lu's culinary skills are so strong. She will definitely win the championship without any suspense, Li Fei said firmly. Sigh. Su Xiaoma sighed and said, it's a pity that I can't personally witness Dudu winning the championship. The 3rd round of the culinary competition was very harsh, because the Shen family only provided one kind of meat for the contestants to cook. Iron nail beef. Seeing the meat, the Ouyang family frowned. Jun Changxiao said in surprise, could it be the meat of a higher-grade iron nail bull beast? That's right, Ouyang Jun said. Tsk tisk. Jun Changxiao said, this is a fierce beast with a very strong defense. Its meat is also very hard. It is a bit difficult to cook it. Ouyang Jun said solemnly, although the meat quality of the iron nail beef is not bad, it is extremely particular in terms of heat control and ingredients. If there is a slight mistake, it will be difficult to make a delicacy. This guy was quite professional. When the iron nail beef was served, the direct descendants of the Ouyang family all frowned. I didn't expect that in the final round, the Shen family would actually use the most difficult to cook iron nail beef as the main ingredient. A culinary expert said solemnly. To make a delicacy from the iron nail beef, not only did it test one's skills, it also relied on luck. Final round. The Shen family elder dragged out his voice and announced, start now. If it was the first 2 rounds, the contestants would start preparing as soon as the announcement ended. However, the 9 direct descendants of the Ouyang family fell into deep thought. The iron nail beef was quite tricky. They had to think clearly about how to cook it. They could not be reckless. Shua. Lu Wancher, who was behind, waved her hands and held 2 kitchen knives. She started to cut the iron nail beef horizontally and vertically. Everyone was stunned, it's starting already? Because of the uniqueness of the iron nail beef, the 9 Ouyang clan's direct descendants didn't start immediately after the competition started. Instead, they considered how to cook it. While they were thinking hard, Lu Wancher picked up 2 kitchen knives and began to skillfully dissect the iron nail beef into several pieces. She chose 70% lean meat and 30% fat meat. After a round of fine and rough cutting, the minced meat was the size of a rice grain. Are you going to make beef dumplings? Jun Changxiao held his chin and said. No, no. The dumpling filling should be more minced. Could it be? Jun Changxiao suddenly thought of a dish and secretly said, Dudu wants to make braised lion's head in brown sauce? Not bad. Lu Wancher wanted to make braised lion's head in brown sauce. This was a famous Huayang dish, also known as Four Happiness meatballs. Schwa, after chopping the iron nail beef, Lu Wancher followed the steps of the recipe and added various ingredients to the fat and lean meat. Then, she made them into meatballs. Whoosh whoosh, the firewood was raised and a large amount of oil was poured into the pot. After the oil heated up, she began to fry the meatballs in the pot. What dish is this? Meat buns? Looking at the meatball-shaped beef, the spectating martial artists were at a loss. The 9 Ouyang clan's direct descendants also began to cook after thinking hard. To be honest, they had no idea at all. The main reason was that the meat quality of the iron nail beef was too special. If there was a slight mistake, they would definitely not be able to make a delicious dish. Back to Lu Wancher. When the beef meatballs were fried in the oil until they were golden brown, she fished them out. She poured away most of the oil and left a small portion. She added in the vegetables and carrots and stir-fried them slightly. Then, she poured in the fried meatballs and added soy sauce, water, and cooking wine. After simmering for 20 minutes, the beef meatballs were cooked. She opened the pot lid and continued to add ingredients. At this time, a fragrance wafted out from the pot. Many martial artists subconsciously sniffed and their entire body suddenly became intoxicated. So fragrant. Jun Changxiao was surprised. He had eaten braised lion's head in brown sauce before. He didn't think it tasted so good. Could it be because of the iron nail beef that it emitted such a fragrant smell? Schwa, Lu Wancher poured the 4 beef meatballs into the plate and poured oil on top. A famous Huayang dish, For Happiness meatballs, was ready to be served. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the plate of meat and juices, and they subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The eyes of the 10 judges also lit up. If it weren't for the fact that the other 9 contestants hadn't finished yet, they couldn't wait to go and have a taste. Lu Wancher, who was originally a little reserved, went through the first 2 warm-ups. Thus, a 4 Happiness meatball was soon out of the oven. The face of the Ouyang family's direct descendant was extremely ugly. This was because when the fragrance wafted out, their mental states were disturbed. Especially when he saw the impatient look of the 10 judges, he secretly guessed that if he ate a bite, he might even have to give full marks. When martial artists fought, the greatest taboo was to be distracted. Similarly, a chef who was cooking could not be distracted. However, with Lu Wancher's delicacies in front of them, it was very difficult for them to control their mentality. An hour later, the 9 members of the Ouyang family's direct line of descent finished their dishes one after another in a state of distraction. However, all of them hung their heads dejectedly. How the dishes were made, they already had an answer in their hearts. The 10 dishes were placed on the display table. The Chen family's elder had yet to speak, and the judges all gathered in front of the red braised lion head. Some picked up chopsticks, and some picked up spoons. The elder took a bite first, and his body suddenly stiffened. Every piece of beef was wrapped in juices. Not only was it fresh and fragrant, it was also very chewy. The meat of the iron nail beef was tough. If the heat was not controlled well, it would be very hard to cook, and the shredded meat would even get stuck in the teeth. When Lu Wancher made the 4 Happiness meatball, she also fully considered the characteristics of the meat. She chopped it up, fried it first, and then boiled it, allowing the juices to seep into every piece of beef, thus maintaining the elasticity of the ingredients and making it fresh and delicious. After tasting it carefully, the elder evaluated, shocking. Delicacies of the world. Chilan liver and phoenix marrow. Jade plate delicacies. Universally praised. The 10 judges gave their evaluations one after another, and all kinds of idioms that praised the delicacies came out of their mouths. The spectating martial artists' eyes were filled with intense envy and jealousy. From the fragrance of the 3rd menu, they could tell that it was definitely a top delicacy. If they could have a bite, they would definitely be extremely happy. Everyone. The Shen family's elder said, "Let's grade 10 points, 10 points." The Ouyang family's direct descendant really knew the future. Lu Wancher's third dish was still a perfect score. This undoubtedly created a new record in the culinary competition. 3 rounds of competition, 3 perfect scores. Of course, the competition was not over yet, because the 9 dishes made by the Ouyang family's direct descendant had not been graded. In fact, the martial artists knew that there was no need to grade. Since it was a competition, it had to be fair. After the 10 judges rinsed their mouths, they began to try the other 9 dishes. In the end, the 9 dishes made by the Ouyang family's direct descendant all got 0 points. When the last person's grade came out, everyone was completely dumbfounded. The Ouyang family that had focused on cooking for hundreds of years actually got 0 points in the culinary competition, and all 9 of them together. This was too unbelievable. There was nothing unbelievable about it. The Ouyang family's direct descendant's state of mind was disturbed, and he could not cook in peace. There were also frequent mistakes in the heat control and ingredients. Although he managed to complete it in the end, it did not reach the standard at all. If it was other food, even if there were mistakes, the taste would not be too bad. But the key was that this was the iron nail beef. Any slight flaw would affect the taste, so the 10 judges could only give 0 points. The third round ended. Lu Wancher won again with a perfect score, and she became the champion. When she went up to the stage to receive the award, she said excitedly, "Here, I want to thank my sect master, my senior brothers and sisters. Without them, I, Lu Wancher, would not be here today." Xianxia shook his head and said, "This girl, she really used the acceptance speech I gave her." Ouyang, who was standing at the side, was filled with bitterness. If he had taken care of his daughter from the start and carefully nurtured her, perhaps she should be thanking him the most. Of course. Lu Wancher held the trophy and said, "I also want to thank my father. He was the one who allowed me to be born in this world. He made me understand that by pairing food and ingredients together, we can make delicious dishes that will leave a lasting aftertaste." Ouyang was stunned. Gradually, his eyes became moist. "My daughter, as long as you can forgive your father's past mistakes, I should be the one thanking you. Lastly, I also want to thank the Ouyang family. Without them making things difficult and humiliating, I would not have left the Ouyang family. I would not have wandered outside, and I would not have." Speaking of this, Lu Wancher could not help but cry. However, she still had a smile on her face. After slightly adjusting her emotions, she said proudly, "I am fortunate to become a disciple of the Iron Bone clan. This girl." Xianxia shook his head and said in his heart, "I am also proud of you." On this day, the culinary competition ended. Lu Wancher got 3 perfect scores and became an unsurpassable existence in the culinary competition. The 9 direct descendants of the Ouyang family all got 0 points and would forever be nailed on the pillar of shame. On this day, after Lu Wancher received the award, she gave a speech that deeply touched the students of the Gathering Heroes Hall. Iron Bone Clan. What kind of sect was it? It could make a girl with extraordinary culinary skills feel a strong sense of pride when she shouted out the name of the sect. "I've decided," Hualing said in her heart, "I want to join the Iron Bone Clan." Lu Wancher was the champion of the culinary competition. By right, the competition should have ended by now, but the martial artists watching the competition did not leave. Because there was still one more segment, the final stage. The contestants' dishes would be auctioned publicly, and the highest bidder would get to taste it. That's right. Just one bite, the 10 judges had given such a high evaluation to the braised lion's head. Many martial artists must be itching to try it. The Ouyang family's 9 dishes had all scored 0 points. Even if they had to pay, they would not try it. Sect leader Jun, who had planned to leave with Lu Wancher, heard Ouyang say that there was still such a segment, so he stood there and waited with interest. Not long later, the Shin family's elder walked up the stage again and said loudly, "I believe everyone can't wait. Now, the herb-picking segment of the final stage will be officially auctioned. The starting price is 10,000 taels. 10,000 taels, Xianxia said in surprise, who would have the money to burn and spend 1 spirit stone to eat a dish? Poverty limited sect leader Jun's imagination. When the auction started, many martial artists from the big families rushed to bid. In a short time, the price rose from 10,000 to 100,000 taels. Sect leader Jun's mouth twitched. 100,000 taels to eat a dish. The rich people in Monarch City were really showy. Under normal circumstances, no one would be willing to spend 100,000 taels to eat a dish. However, Lu Wancher was a contestant who got full marks in all 3 rounds. The 10 judges were all experts in food. With such a high evaluation, the food was definitely delicious. It was definitely worth it to spend a lot of money to eat it. The first martial artist got the right to taste the braised lion's head with 100,000 taels. He took a small spoon and took a bite. He stood there, and his soul seemed to have flown out of the 9 heavens. Oh my God! After a while, that martial artist shouted, "It's really too delicious. Isn't this too exaggerated? No, no, I must win the next auction and see what's so special about the champion dish." As a result, the wealthy armament cultivators continued to outbid each other. In the end, the braised lion's head was tasted by more than 10 people, and they got 2 million taels in total. Jun Xianxia's mouth twitched. Dudu's dishes were so popular that they could open a restaurant. He was more than welcome. None of the martial cultivators who had eaten it were not shocked by the heavens. None of them were not left with a rich aftertaste. Furthermore, they believed that if they were able to spend money to eat a mouthful of it, it was really, super worth it. The organizers saw that Lu Wancher's dishes were so valuable, so they took out the previous home-cooked dishes and sweet and sour carp to auction again. The first 2 dishes were already cold, so the texture and taste were definitely not as good as before. But many cultivators were still bidding tirelessly, all for the sake of tasting the food cooked by the champion. Sect Master Jun, the Shin family elder, handed over the spatial ring and said, "According to the rules of the cooking competition, the dishes cooked by the champion will be auctioned off, and the profit will be split 50-50 with the organizer. This is the 3 million taels that your disciple deserves." That was to say, Lu Wancher's 3 dishes were sold for a total of 6 million taels. Even the home-cooked dishes that she often cooked in the sect were sold for 1 million taels. The corner of Jun Xianxia's mouth twitched and he said, "Dudu cooks in the sect every day. According to this price, wouldn't I and my disciples eat billions of yuan? No, no." Opening a restaurant had to be considered as a serious matter. Lu Wancher won the cooking competition and got full marks in all 3 rounds. The 3 dishes were sold for a sky-high price, and the news spread in the imperial city in a short time. Without a doubt, this 11 or 12-year-old girl would definitely leave a heavy mark in the history of southwest Jiangzhou. The Ouyang family that had been cooking for generations had unfortunately become a foil. The 9 direct descendants got 0 points and would become the laughingstock of others. First, they were smashed and then defeated in the field that they were good at. The Ouyang clan had completely taken a tumble. The next day, the cultivators in the city were still discussing the cooking competition. Sect Master Jun left the imperial city with Lu Wancher and Ouyang Jun at dawn. They had spent half a month participating in the competition, so it was time to return to the sect. Sect Master. Lu Wancher didn't understand. "Didn't you say that you were going to recruit disciples in the academy? You didn't even get one and you are leaving?" Jun Xianxia said, "Don't force things. Everything depends on fate." Oh. Lu Wancher understood. The 3 of them walked along the street and out of the city gate. On the way, many cultivators looked at them with respect. This sect master that came from a small 9th-grade county had done things that they admired in just a few days in the imperial city. "Teacher Jun." Just at this moment, a shout came from behind as Hu Ling quickly caught up. Jun Xianxiao stopped and said, "You don't have lessons today?" Huff huff, Hu Ling stopped and put his hands on his knees. He bent over and gasped for breath. "Teacher. Teacher Jun, I want to join the Iron Bone clan." The surrounding martial cultivators' eyes were filled with astonishment. This was the direct descendant of the Hu family, one of the 8 great families in the imperial city. In terms of strength, he wasn't weaker than a 4th-rate sect. They didn't expect him to take the initiative to join a sect. "Why do you want to join?" Jun Changxiao asked. Hu Ling gradually calmed his breathing and said loudly, "Following Teacher Jun, I can learn real skills. And? Following Teacher Jun, I can become a strong person. And? Following Teacher Jun, I can eat good food. Pfft, Lu Wancher covered her mouth and laughed. Jun Changxiao said seriously, it's not impossible to join Iron Bone, but no matter how noble your identity is, as long as you join the sect, you will be a normal disciple. Understood? Huo Ling shouted. He had the idea of joining Iron Bone yesterday and even went back to his family to discuss it with his father. He insisted on his opinion and wanted to join no matter what, even if he was a disciple who did odd jobs. You are now a student of the academy. Teacher Jun, I have already applied to graduate early from the dean. There was such a thing, Jun Changxiao said, since that's the case, follow me back to Iron Bone. Yes. Huo Ling hurriedly cupped his hands at Lu Wancher and said, little senior sister, please accept junior brother's bow. This brat really knew how to flatter. Teacher Jun. Another shout came from the city gate. The students of Gathering Heroes Hall all ran over and shouted, we also want to join Iron Bone. Chu Shonan was among them. At first, he refused, but yesterday, he was called home by his father and threatened with a whip, saying, my son, you must join Iron Bone. The talented direct descendants of the big families in the royal city all shouted that they wanted to join Iron Bone, making the passers-by dumbfounded. Why should we join? If we follow Teacher Jun, we can become outstanding. The students of Gathering Heroes Hall shouted in unison. Since that's the case. Jun Changxiao said, hurry up and line up. Shua. Shua, 39 students of Gathering Heroes Hall lined up. Jun Changxiao looked at the royal city and smiled, saying, Dean Situ, I will take your students away. Situ Haoyun, who was in the academy, shook his head helplessly. He let him be an honorary teacher to teach the students, but after teaching for a few days, he abducted all the students. Patriarchs of the big families. Jun Changxiao said again, I will take your direct descendants back to the sect for training. If they can't become outstanding in the future, they can come to the sect to settle accounts with Jun at any time. Sect leader Jun, a deep voice came from the city, my son is arrogant, and I will have to trouble you in the future. It's Patriarch Chu. Everyone exclaimed in unison. Farewell. Jun Changxiao cupped his hands and returned to Iron Bone with the direct descendants of the big families in the Heavenly Mandate Royal City. Although the patriarchs of the big families didn't come to see them off, they also released their spiritual senses and watched their direct descendants gradually disappear. They said to themselves, I hope this decision is right. Out of the 40 students from Juing Tang, 39 of them left with Jun Changxiao. The only one who didn't go was Princess Red Lotus. She stood on top of the academy building and watched the students leave. Her gaze was complicated. Red Lotus. Situ Haoyun said, haven't you thought it through? No, Princess Red Lotus said. Situ Haoyun shook his head and said, in my opinion, you want to stay and take care of the city for your father. Princess Red Lotus was silent. City Lord Mu had no children. She was his only daughter. Now that he was old, his ambition had faded. He only wanted to pursue martial arts. Therefore, he left all the matters in the city to Mu Honglian. Managing the royal city is not an easy task. Situ Haoyun said, City Lord Mu shouldn't have entrusted you with such a bold task. Princess Red Lotus smiled and said, Sect leader Jun is so young, but he can run a sect so well. How difficult would it be for me to manage a city? How could a sect be compared to a royal city? Situ Haoyun shook his head and said, actually, you can go to Iron Bone to cultivate first. After you finish your studies, you can come back and take over the royal city. Princess Red Lotus said, I still need my father to decide. She also wanted to join Iron Bone and learn advanced martial arts. However, without her father's permission, she couldn't leave the royal city without permission. Situ Haoyun muttered in his heart, if your father knew about sect leader Jun, he would probably take you there himself. What did he mean? He was a dual king of swordsmanship and a martial arts master. He was a son-in-law who couldn't be found anywhere. He could also make up for his drunken act. The students of Juing Tang were taken away by Jun Changxiao. The hearts of many students in the Heavenly Mandate Academy followed. Instructor. A student mustered up his courage and said, can I apply to graduate in advance? Why? I also want to join the Iron Bone clan. Dean. In the meeting hall, the vice dean said with a straight face, many students are applying to graduate in advance to join the Iron Bone clan. Then let them be, Siduhayan said. The vice president broke down and said, there are at least 3,000 people who applied. Siduhayan said seriously, students have their own choices. As teachers, we should support them. The vice president said, all right. As a result, all the students who applied for early graduation were approved. All of a sudden, many young elites packed up their luggage and headed for the Azure Sun County. When the various sects' offices outside the academy received the news, they immediately collapsed. Many of the students were selected by them in advance, and they had used countless methods to recruit them. Now that they were all going to join Iron Bone, wasn't this like drawing water with a sieve? AI. One of the sect elders sighed and said, with so many outstanding talents entering Iron Bone, once they rise, they will be unstoppable. How could he say that, just like how Iron Bone became stronger in the future because of the support of the students in the academy? Why are there so many students carrying their luggage out of the city? I just received news that they all applied to graduate early to join Iron Bone. You can even apply to graduate in advance? The warriors in the city were dumbfounded. The Heavenly Mandate Academy was the holy temple of martial arts in southwest Yangzhou. Countless young geniuses hoped to enter the academy to cultivate. They even hoped to stay and continue their studies after graduation. Applying to graduate early, what kind of operation was this? Of course. There were also warriors who could guess that so many students chose to graduate early to join Iron Bone. This meant that this sect could make them stronger. The thought-provoking thing was, the students of Juing Tang also joined Iron Bone. These people were all from big families, and their strength was not weaker than 4th or 5th-rate sections. Why would they be willing to let their direct descendants join a 6th or 7th-rate sect? There was no denying it. The head of Iron Bone was very powerful. But the sect was just at the beginning stage. Sending their direct descendants to cultivate there was obviously a gamble. Just as the warriors in the city were fighting over each other, another piece of important news came out. The Southwest Yangzhou Certification Headquarters had released the latest sect potential ranking, and the sect ranked first was shockingly, Iron Bone Clan. What made everyone's eyes widen was that not only did this sect directly become the top sect, but their potential evaluation was also top 3. Top 3? Oh my god, Iron Bone is top 3. The royal city was completely in an uproar. Since the establishment of the certification headquarters, the highest potential evaluation of a sect in southwest Yangzhou was only top 1. When many warriors were eating and chatting, they often joked, I don't know if I can see a top 2 sect in my lifetime. What used to be a joke was now a reality. No. It was even higher, because it was not top 2, but top 3. A sect with such potential was rare even in the entire Starfall continent. The ranking of potential sects released by the certification headquarters was not only spread in the royal city, but also in every city in southwest Yangzhou at the fastest speed. Iron Bone is top 3? How is this possible? Even the Xian sacred sect, which is now famous throughout the world, was only rated as second in potential. After all the martial cultivators in the city saw the list, there wasn't a single one of them who didn't have monstrous waves in their hearts. Haha. In the hall of the Chu family leader laughed heartily. When he let his son join Iron Bone, the entire family was against it, but he endured the enormous pressure and persevered. Now that Iron Bone's potential was top 3, it meant that his decision was very correct. As for the group of elders who opposed, they were all silent. The Hua family leader and the other family leaders were also in a good mood, because their direct descendants had become disciples of this top 3 sect. Families that could establish themselves in the royal city and not decline for many years were not fools. The Iron Bone sect had risen in such a short period of time. If Xianxia didn't have any real talent, it would have been impossible for him to do so. Therefore, he had let his direct disciples join the Iron Bone sect with the mentality of a gambler. They gambled correctly. Top 3 Iron Bone's future was limitless. Head branch leader. In the Devil Fiend sect branch, a subordinate hurriedly reported, I just received news that the latest ranking of potential sects is out. The head branch leader said impatiently, is such a small matter worth reporting? The subordinate said, reporting to head branch leader, the sect at the top of this ranking is Iron Bone Upright Sect. Eh? The head branch leader said in surprise, is it top 3 or top 2? In his opinion, a sect that could occupy the top of the ranking of potential sects in southwest Yangzhou had to be at least this level. The subordinate hurriedly said, reporting to head branch leader, the certification hall gave it top 3. Top 3. The head branch leader said, as expected. Wait, his expression froze, saying, are you talking about top 3 or top 3? Top 3. The head branch leader stood up and said in disbelief, Ironbone's potential is top 3? Correct. The subordinate said. Bullshit. The head branch leader said, how can there be top 3 sects in southwest Yangzhou where birds don't shit? The subordinate's mouth twitched, saying, it's written very clearly on the ranking, it's top 3. Why did the certification headquarters suddenly announce Ironbone's top 3 potential to the public? That was because Xianxia had agreed. Wasn't this guy low-key? Why did he suddenly become high-profile? Before, he was low-key because he was afraid of causing unnecessary trouble. Now that he had the cultivation of the sword and martial king, he could fight against the peak martial king who was about to enter Wuhuang. Naturally, he could be high-profile. Not to mention, he was also an honorary instructor of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Jun Changshao didn't believe that in the southwest Yangzhou, anyone would dare to provoke him. No, absolutely no. After confirming that Ironbone was in the top 3, the leader of the Demon Fiend Sect division was shocked for a long time. Murdering God Hall also widened their eyes after receiving the news. The top 3 sections. They definitely had unlimited potential. Division leader. An expert said, there is news from the Imperial City that the leader of Ironbone has become an honorary instructor of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The Murdering God Hall division leader's mouth twitched. Previously, he instigated the evil sects of Huayang County to besiege Ironbone and was scared off by a Wu Huang. This made him very unhappy. Originally, he wanted to find time to call an expert from the headquarters for a meeting. But now, he could only forcibly dispel the idea, not to mention that the top 3 sects were protected by the certification headquarters. Just the identity of an honorary instructor of the Heavenly Mandate Academy was enough to make him think twice. Moreover, the expert said again, many of the direct descendants of the 8 major families of the Imperial City have also joined Ironbone. The Murdering God Hall division leader's mouth twitched violently. This Ironbone. A small division, really can't afford to offend them. Shuachaochuan, the governor of Xianxia County, also received the news. After seeing the sect's potential ranking, he frowned and said, they are actually in the top 3. Governor. A strategist said, the certification headquarters gave such a high evaluation. Ironbone must have great potential. If they are allowed to develop, it will be difficult for our Xianxia County to annex Xianxia County. Shua. Chaochuan frowned even more. He had great ambitions to build a larger county. Xianxia County was also in the plan. Now that there was a top sect there, it was very tricky. Attack by force, Shuachaochuan didn't have the courage. He was wary of the Heavenly Mandate Academy and the major clans of the Imperial City. Damn it. Shuachaochuan said angrily, if we had known that the Ironbone would be such a huge hindrance, we would have taken down Azure Sun County a few years earlier. Now that things had come to this, it was useless to complain. The news of the Ironbone being in the top 3 shocked southwest Yangzhou, as well as many forces and martial practitioners. In fact, this kind of shock could have come much earlier. However, at that time, sect leader Jun wanted to keep a low profile, so he suppressed it for a long time. Defending Green Sun City made the martial artists of southwest Yangzhou remember the infamous Ironbone, and the potential 3 greater certification made everyone remember it in their hearts. In the wilderness, Jun Changshao and Lu Wancher rode on the Hurricane Wolf and traveled slowly. The Ouyang clan and Hualing had hired many carriages and were chasing after them. So comfortable. Jun Changshao opened his arms and shouted lazily. During the trip to the Heavenly Mandate Imperial City, Lu Wancher not only won the culinary competition but also recruited dozens of talented disciples. Of course, she was in a good mood. However, there were also regrets. After so many days, she had only completed a side task and only received 2,000 contribution points. The system said, the host should be content. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task, great reputation. You have received 2,000 contribution points. Ding. Sect contribution points, 970210000. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task and triggering the hidden reward. You have received the Supreme Grade Qualification Modification Liquid X1. It has been transported to the space ring. The system was speechless. Xianxia murmured, "It should be that the news of the potential 3 graders has spread in southwest Jiangzhou. Not just in southwest Jiangzhou. When the news spread like the wind and the entire Starfall continent knew, it would inevitably cause more discussion. The reputation was well-deserved." Sect leader Lu Wancher said, "Let's hurry up." After being out for so long, she was worried that the nutrition of her fellow disciples could not keep up and that they would all starve and lose weight. Needless to say, without Lu Wancher's food to feed them, the Iron Bone disciples were really on the verge of collapse. So much so that when second senior brother cooked, the food was tasteless. Many disciples squatted in the martial arts practice field and cried out in their hearts, "Do, come back quickly." "No rush, no rush." Xianxia said, "It's rare for us to come out, so we should enjoy the scenery along the way." This guy was really not in a hurry. As long as he passed by a city, he would go in and play. Especially when he heard the martial artists talking about the Iron Bone and being shocked by the potential of the 3 graders, his face immediately lit up with pride. From being unknown to being famous, he was definitely filled with a sense of accomplishment. "Sect leader Jun has come to our city." All of a sudden, someone shouted out loud. Sigh. He wanted to keep a low profile, but he was still discovered. Sect leader Jun swung his shiny black hair and made a confident and flirtatious pose. "Where is he? Where is he?" Here, I am Xianxia. All living beings, worship me," the martial artist who spoke earlier shouted. "Sect leader Jun is recruiting disciples at Huamanlu. Everyone, quickly go and take a look. Let's go. Let's go." The passers-by on the street swarmed over, their eyes filled with excitement and worship. Xianxia was stunned. He was clearly standing on the street. How could he be in a building? Wait, sect leader Jun's face immediately darkened. Someone is impersonating my name again? Is he still recruiting disciples? Huamanlu. It was a famous place to eat, drink, and play in the city. At this moment, the streets were filled with a sea of people, tens of thousands of heads moving. Regardless of whether it was martial artists or the most ordinary people, they were all looking up at the second floor, their eyes filled with incomparable worship, at the entrance of the restaurant. 4 black-robed men stood with their hands behind their backs, looking like bodyguards. "This humble one is the head of the Ren family. Do I have the qualifications to go upstairs and meet sect leader Jun?" A middle-aged man in embroidered clothes asked respectfully. "You need to pay 10,000 taels to visit sect leader Jun," a black-robed man said proudly. No problem. The head of the Ren family hurriedly handed over 10,000 taels of silver. "Go in." The black-robed men guarding the door all made way, but they still maintained their arrogance. "If you want to see sect leader Jun, you have to pay 10,000 taels of silver. It's already very good to pay a little money to see this kind of sect leader who has the potential to be in the top 3. He is also the double king of sword and martial arts and a teacher of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Even if it was 50,000 taels of silver, there would be people rushing to see him, let alone 10,000 taels of silver." The martial artists on the street were all discussing. At this time, the heads of the families successively paid 10,000 taels of silver to be qualified to enter Huamanlu. Martial artists without money could only stand outside and watch, hoping to be lucky enough to see the face of the Iron Bone sect leader from the window on the second floor. Make way. Make way. Xianxia squeezed through the crowd. Because there were too many people, he couldn't get to the door for a long time, so he shouted, "Who dropped their banknotes on the ground?" "Mine. Mine." The people nearby all lowered their heads to look for the banknotes. Xianxia relied on the small gap left and successfully squeezed to the door of Huamanlu. Just as he was about to walk in, he was stopped by a black-robed man. "Little guy, if you want to go in and meet sect leader Jun, you need to pay 10,000 taels of silver." The corner of sect leader Jun's mouth twitched. "F***ck, I want to go in and see myself, but I still have to pay money. What's going on?" take it. Jun Changxiao threw the 10,000 taels of silver over and successfully entered Huamanlu. He angrily said in his heart, "This seat wants to see who has the guts to pretend to be me and recruit disciples in this city." With Iron Bone's current prestige, no one in southwest Yangzhou dared to provoke him. However, someone dared to impersonate Jun Changxiao. This was impossible. In a small city, there was a person who claimed to be sect leader Jun. He was openly recruiting disciples and had to spend 10,000 taels of silver to visit him. What a guy. Jun Changxiao had just reached the second floor when he saw a few large round tables in the hall. There were 40 to 50 people sitting there. One person cost 10,000 taels of silver. There were so many of them, F***ck, this was definitely a new business opportunity. If he had no money to spend in the future, he could go around and earn money, sect leader Jun thought as he found an empty seat and sat down. The big shots in the city subconsciously glanced at him and thought, this kid looks a little unfamiliar. He shouldn't be from the city. Little friend. Patriarch Ren whispered, what's your name? In his opinion, someone who could spend 10,000 taels of silver to visit sect leader Jun must have some power. Jun Changxiao said, don't you see? The water of the Yellow River comes from the sky and flows to the sea. This humble one is Li Bai. My courtesy name is Tai Bai. My name is householder Qing Lian. The system said, is the pharmacy by Lian okay? The big shots in the restaurant twitched their mouths. This kid who hasn't even grown out his hair yet. Does he really think that he's a master? Patriarch Ren could see that this kid had some ability, so he ignored him and waited quietly for sect leader Jun Changxiao didn't say anything. He grabbed the melon seeds on the plate and started eating. Pa, the sound of melon seeds cracking could be heard from the quiet second floor. The big shot sitting at the table frowned. This kid really has no manners. Patriarch Ren, who was sitting next to sect leader Jun, moved to the side. His eyes were full of disdain. Everyone. At this moment, a gentle voice sounded. Sorry to keep you waiting. At the top of the stairs on the third floor, a handsome young man in a white robe walked down while waving a paper fan. There was a small and exquisite waist token on his waist, with the words unyielding and unyielding engraved on it. Sect leader Jun. The big shots in the city stood up. They subconsciously glanced at Jun Changxiao because this guy's clothes were very similar to sect leader Jun's. F***ck. This guy is impersonating me, and his impersonation is quite realistic. However, his appearance was a little awkward and could not be compared to his handsome self. The clan leaders of the various great clans all stood up, and only Jun Changxiao remained seated. Thus, he successfully attracted a wave of hatred, causing anger to appear in the eyes of the crowd. Everyone could tolerate eating melon seeds in public. Now that sect head Jun was here, it was extremely disrespectful for him to remain seated. The young man in white raised an eyebrow and showed a hint of dissatisfaction. However, he still said in a gentlemanly manner, everyone, please sit. As everyone sat down, they did not forget to cast a cold glance at Jun Changxiao. How could such an unruly person end up in Huamanlu? Slap. The sound of melon seeds cracking could be heard again. Family head Ren couldn't bear it anymore. He stood up and scolded, young Master Li, in such a solemn occasion, if you want to eat melon seeds, please do it outside. Don't disturb others. What? Jun Changxiao raised his orchid fingers and cracked another melon seed, saying, can't I eat it when it's on the table? Everyone's mouth twitched. The melons and fruits on the table were nothing more than decorations. Who would be as shameless as you to eat them? Sect head Jun Changxiao said, you be the judge. The young man in white smiled, this friend might be greedy. There's no harm in eating some. Everyone, please don't mind. Sect head Jun's words are reasonable. Family head Ren sat down, but he still glared at Jun Changxiao. Everyone. The young man in white said loudly, Jun accidentally passed by Guilin City and saw the purple aura lingering in the sky. He knew that this was a place where talents were born, so he decided to recruit disciples here. Everyone was overjoyed. Guilin City was not big. Although it was under the management of the imperial city, it did not even have a city lord. To be able to receive such praise from sect head Jun, it was definitely an honor. Jun Changxiao secretly muttered, this brat really knows how to boast. The system said, if he doesn't know how to boast, why would he treat everyone like monkeys? That makes sense, however, since he dared to use this daddy's name to cheat people, he was destined to be a respectable person when he was alive. Sigh. The young man in white said, it's a pity that my Iron Bone sect can only recruit 10 disciples in Guilin City. Everyone was stunned. They were willing to spend 10,000 taels to go upstairs because they wanted to see sect head Jun's face, but they also wanted to send their own disciples to Iron Bone sect to cultivate. Now that there were 40 to 50 people here and he only recruited 10 disciples, this was troublesome. Sect head Jun family headman said, can't we recruit more? The young man in white shook his head, when my Iron Bone sect recruits disciples, we pay attention to the right time, the right place, and the 5 elements. I did a divination just now. Guilin City is a place with good feng shui, but its aura is directed to the east, which is a taboo. Therefore, we can only recruit 10 disciples. Any more and we will be going against the law. The right place, the 5 elements, directed to the east, and a taboo, is this the sect head? This is a swindler in the Jianghu. I see. Everyone was enlightened. Family head Ren cupped his hands, sect head Jun is very knowledgeable, this Ren is very impressed. Big brother, you believe this? Was your IQ eaten by a dog? If this happened to me, the readers would definitely scold me for having a protagonist aura. Villains are all brainless. Of course. The young man in white said clearly, when I recruit disciples, I mainly look at their birth characters. If they are compatible with my Iron Bone sect, I will naturally take them in. Damn. Definitely a swindler, Jun Changxiao wanted to slap him. He endured it. He wanted to quietly watch this brat act pretentiously, quietly watch how this brat swindled people. The system said, host, are you sure you don't want to learn? Don't say it. This brat really wanted to learn. After all, he could use it to recruit disciples in the future. A genuine one learning swindling in front of a fake, it was really strange. Sect head Jun family headman said, I have brought the birth characters of a few direct descendants of my family. Please take a look and see if they are fated with the Iron Bone sect. Jun Changxiao opened his mouth. Bringing the birth characters of the direct descendants of the family was so particular. Wait a minute, why was there a silver note under the birth characters? I understand, it wasn't to see if they were fated with the Iron Bone sect, it was to use the silver note to secretly enter through the back door. The young man in white took the birth chart from Patriarch Ren, and the banknotes under it slipped into his sleeve. This method, this speed. Jun Changxiao's heart was filled with admiration. Family head Ren. The young man in white looked at the birth characters seriously and said, these 2 direct descendants of your family are compatible with my Iron Bone sect. I can take them in. Thank you, sect head Jun. Family head Ren said happily. The others looked at him enviously. The Iron Bone sect's direct descendants who had the potential to enter the top 3 would definitely have limitless achievements in the future. Sect head Jun, a family head, said, this is my son's birth characters, please take a look. When he handed it over, he stuffed a few silver notes under it. Because his method was clumsy, everyone present saw it clearly. The corner of Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched violently. When he recruited disciples, most of them looked at him to confirm. This brat used his birth characters to swindle money. Damn, why didn't I think of that? Today, Jun Changxiao had broadened his horizons and benefited from it. He didn't know that there were so many ways to make money. Not bad, not bad. The young man in white who accepted the banknotes looked at the 8 characters and said, he is also fated with my Iron Bone. I can accept him as my disciple. He was fated with money. Sect Master Jun, a family head, hurriedly cupped his hands and said, I will send someone to get the 8 characters. Can you wait for a moment? The young man in white nodded. Therefore, the dozens of family heads present went downstairs one after another and contacted the servants outside to go home and get the 8 characters as quickly as possible. After a while, the family heads brought the 8 characters of their direct descendants. They imitated family head Ren and stuffed banknotes under the posts. Some put 10,000, some 20,000, and some directly 50,000. Iron Bone was now famous. These family heads naturally hoped that their direct descendants could join the sect and have extraordinary martial arts in the future, so it didn't matter even if they had to spend some money. Xianxia secretly shook his head and said, "A group of pitiful people." The young man in white took the 8 characters and flipped through them one by one. "Your direct descendants are fated with my iron bone. I will reluctantly accept them all." Everyone was overjoyed. Sect Master Jun at this moment, Xianxia suddenly said, "Didn't you just say that you can only recruit 10 disciples because you are angry with the East? Why did you recruit so many people at once?" The young man in white frowned slightly. Family Headren said angrily, "Boy, I think you are here to make trouble." The other family heads were also angry. It was not easy to spend some money to let their direct descendants enter Iron Bone. If they made Sect Master Jun unhappy and only recruited 10 disciples, it would be terrible. "No, no." Xianxia said, "I heard that Sect Master Jun is a man of principle. How can you do something that goes back on your words? The system collapsed. How can you praise yourself like that? I have learned something new." Family Head Ren was even angrier. Just as he was about to speak, the young man in white stopped him and smiled. "Little friend, I am afraid you have misunderstood." "Misunderstanding?" Xianxia asked, "What do you mean?" "Kid. Let's see how you're going to brag," the young man in white said. "The direct descendants of these families are compatible with my Iron Bone's 5 elements, which can resolve the evil spirit taboo. As the saying goes, among the 5 elements, yin, yang, heaven, and earth, he said a lot of things." From theology to philosophy, sect leader Jun was dumbfounded. What AF * king talent? "Young friend," the white-clothed youth said, "do you still have any questions?" "Humph," Family Headren said coldly, "Sect leader Jun has the demeanor of a great family. He won't lower himself to your level. If it were me, I would have thrown him out immediately." "Exactly." Someone glared at Xianxia and said, "Brat, don't cause trouble here. Get out of Huaman building." Sigh. These people were hopeless. Sect leader Xianxia said, "I heard you are a sword and martial arts double king. I wonder if you can show me some of your skills?" "Oh, shit. This guy is taking advantage of my face," Family Headren shouted angrily. "Brat, who do you think you are? Why should sect leader Jun show you some of his skills?" Everyone looked at him angrily. If sect leader Jun wasn't here, they would have already thrown this troublemaker out. The white-clothed youth smiled gently and said, "Once I use my skills, it will consume a lot of spiritual energy. I need a lot of nourishing herbs to recuperate, so it is inconvenient for me to show it to others." "Hee hee. Afraid of being exposed, right?" Xianxia waved his hand and threw 1,000,000 taels of silver on the table. "If sect leader Jun can open my eyes, I will use this 1,000,000 taels to buy some nourishing herbs." "Kid. You are pretending to be me to make money. Come, come, come. I will give you 1,000,000 taels. I want to see how you will continue pretending." The white-clothed youth's eyes flashed. It was obvious that he was very tempted by the 1,000,000 taels. Those patriarchs who had wanted to kick Xianxia out had looks of shock on their faces. This kid could take out 1,000,000 taels so casually. His identity was probably not simple. Could he be a young master from some great family? Sect leader Jun, a family head, said, "Why don't you open everyone's eyes?" Everyone's eyes flashed with anticipation. The sect leader Jun standing in front of them was the sword and martial king. This had not appeared for thousands of years. If they were lucky enough to see it, they would definitely be able to brag about it for the rest of their lives. Since that is the case, I will fulfill this little friend's wish. The white-clothed youth waved his hand and took the silver. Damn. He really dared to take it, the system said. What he said just now was obviously a demonstration with money. You are licking your face and giving him money. Are you stupid? Are you stupid? Seriously. A little stupid. Fine, fine, I will expose this impostor later. If I don't make him spit out all the money he cheated, I will write the previous sect leader's surname backwards. The white-clothed youth stood up and said, "Everyone, in order to avoid hurting everyone, I can only release a little." Everyone was excited and couldn't help but move back. Whoosh, whoosh, right at this moment, two vast auras surged out from the white-clothed young man's body. One was thick, and the other was sharp. Everyone was so shocked that their mouths opened. As expected of the sword and martial king, the aura that erupted was so powerful, Xianxia was dumbfounded. This impostor was also the sword and martial king. No, Xianxia had been releasing his spiritual sense. Although the aura in the room was strong, it did not seep outside. The martial artists on the street did not notice it at all. It seems that this kid must have used some method to create an aura similar to the sword and martial king in the room. There was also a little trick. No wonder he dared to cheat so blatantly. A moment later, the aura that filled the room weakened. The white-clothed youth said, "Little friend, are you satisfied?" *CK, he just released his aura and earned 1,000,000 taels of silver. Money is too easy to earn. You were the one who insisted on taking it out. The system added. Xianxia stood up and said, "Sect leader Jun is powerful and admirable. I wonder if you can exchange pointers with me?" He could easily take down this swindler, but it would only be interesting if he exposed him in front of everyone. The white-clothed youth had been restraining his emotions. When he heard that the other party wanted to exchange pointers, his face immediately darkened. "Kid." Patriarch Ren slammed the table and said angrily, "Are you done?" The others could not hold it in anymore. They were afraid that this guy would anger sect leader Jun and leave. Everyone. Xianxia said indifferently, "You are all intelligent people. Don't you think that the person standing in front of you is a swindler? Impudent." The white-clothed youth shouted in a deep voice. Whoosh whoosh, the aura of the sword and martial king that had just retreated spread out again, several times stronger than before. Everyone was shocked. They knew that sect leader Jun was angry. "Kid." Patriarch Ren said coldly, "Angering sect leader Jun is courting death. Hurry up and apologize." Xianxia ignored him and continued to release his spiritual sense. He found that the aura on this floor was strong, but the people outside still did not react at all. In other words, this kid's trick had a certain limit. Sigh. Xianxia shook his head and said, "I won't pretend anymore. I am the Iron Bone Sect leader. I will lay my cards on the table. P.S. I'll update 2 times today. I'll update after 12 o'clock tomorrow." He's the sect leader of the Iron Bone Sect. All the family heads in Hua Man restaurant burst into laughter. I was wondering why this kid's clothes are so similar to sect leader Jun's. It turns out that he's not wearing the same clothes. He's just pretending. Is this guy an idiot? He's pretending to be sect leader Jun in front of sect leader Jun. The corner of Patriarch Ren's mouth twitched as he said, "Everyone, in my opinion, this kid is most likely a lunatic." "I think so. To be able to take out 1,000,000 taels so casually, he must be a lunatic from a big family." "Sect leader Jun, please calm down. There's no need to lower yourself to the lunatic's level." Xianxia clenched his fists. Mother****, what a bunch of idiots. Humph, the young man in white retracted his aura and waved his hand. "Throw this lunatic out. I don't want to see him for even a second." Huff huff, as soon as he finished speaking, a majestic and heavy aura filled the restaurant. Bang! 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 In an instant, the vases that were placed around were shattered on the spot by the surging aura. The airwaves blew everyone's hair into a mess. They couldn't even open their eyes. Xianxia, who had unleashed his aura, glanced at everyone coldly and said, "I'd like to see who has the guts to do so." The system said, "Why don't you just capture him directly? Why do you have to act tough? Can't you just spend 1,000,000 taels to act tough?" Sure. The system said, "You can buy it with money." Xianxia wanted to expose this liar and let these pitiful family heads know who the real Iron Bone Sect leader was. So, he directly unleashed the aura of the sword and martial kings. It was free. It didn't cost a single cent. Outside, everyone felt the majestic and cold aura. They all widened their eyes and said excitedly, "Sect leader Jun must have unleashed his cultivation." Sect leader Jun was naturally referring to the liar. Because they would never have thought that the young man in white was an impostor. They would never have thought that there was really Jun Changxiao inside. Some of the martial artists who were doubtful felt the aura of the sword and martial kings and were secretly shocked. I didn't expect him to really be the Iron Bone sect leader. From the looks of it, he must have come from the royal city and happened to pass by this place. That was why he decided to recruit disciples at the last minute. However, she had just accepted so many students from the academy, so why would she take a fancy to a youngster from such a small place? It would cost another 10,000 taels to pay a visit. Wasn't this too greedy? Why did sect leader Jun hate people impersonating him? It was because he was afraid of being slandered. If he had really taken the money, then it wouldn't matter. They could say whatever they wanted. But he didn't do anything. Instead, he got a bad reputation for being greedy. How wrong would that be? And this was just a scam. What if someone were to swindle a bunch of pregnant girls into running to Iron Bone and asking him to be their savior? That would be a real F***king breakdown. Therefore, those who impersonated him must be severely punished no matter what. Inside the flower house, the various family heads gradually adapted to the strong qi waves, and someone set in. Disdain, he dares to show off his cultivation in front of sect master Jun. This brat is tired of living. Jun Changxiao almost vomited blood. My sword and martial king's aura burst out, but they didn't realize that they had been tricked. These people were truly hopeless. Brat. Jun Changxiao's gaze was cold as he said, using this king's name to swindle people outside, you really have guts. The white-clothed youth who was being stared at was so scared that his scalp went numb. After all, he was a seasoned swindler. He still said with a calm expression, little friend, although your aura is not bad, it is not worth mentioning in front of me. Still pretending? Jun Changxiao sneered, believe it or not, I can crush you to death with one finger. Shua. At this moment, Patriarch Ren couldn't hold it in anymore. He took a large step forward and shouted angrily, shameless boasting fellow, this patriarch will meet you. Scram. Jun Changxiao threw a punch. Bang, Patriarch Ren, who had just rushed over, was instantly sent flying, smashing through the wall and landing on the street. Everyone widened their eyes. Patriarch Ren was a peak martial master, but he was sent flying by a single punch. Jun Changxiao's aura exploded as he walked over step by step and said, brat, if I'm not wrong, this Patriarch Ren should be in cahoots with you. The white-clothed youth's eyes flashed strangely. Jun Changxiao got the answer he wanted from his eyes and said, I was wondering just now, who would be so free as to carry the birth date of a direct descendant? Shua, he raised his hand and grabbed the other family head who was standing next to him and said, you should be one of the accomplices. That was the second person to take out the birth date. Finding a few people to act out a double act and make others willingly give up their tickets, this deception is quite clever. Although the captured patriarch was frightened, he said, brat, I am from Guilin City's Sun family, Rip. Jun Changxiao directly took off his face. The original middle-aged man suddenly turned into a young man. Human skin mask. This guy is not Patriarch's son, Shua. Jun Changxiao waved his hand and threw the young man who had revealed his true appearance, saying, only a fool would be fooled by you. The faces of the patriarchs of the various families became very ugly. If they were really fooled, wouldn't he be scolding them? The Red Flame Army of the Heavenly Mandate Royal City is here. The Red Flame Army of the Heavenly Mandate Royal City is here. At this moment, there was a shout from outside. From the sound of this voice, it seemed that they were deliberately leaking information. Jun Changxiao's spiritual consciousness spread out and saw the people on the street move aside. A large number of soldiers in red armor rushed in and quickly surrounded Hua Manlu. Why is she here? Who? Princess Red Lotus. This woman was wearing red armor and looked valiant as she led more than a dozen soldiers into Hua Manlu. Oh my god. The one who just went in seems to be Princess Red Lotus. Why would she come to our small place? The warriors outside started to talk. In the end, some people came to the conclusion that she must have known that Jun Changxiao was here, so she came to visit. No wonder he was the head of the Iron Bone sect. Even the princess of the royal city came. Kid. In Hua Manlu, a patriarch sneered and said, you hit someone in the city. Now that Princess Red Lotus is here, just wait to be punished. Guilin City was managed by the Heavenly Mandate Royal City, so there was a rule that prohibited fighting in the city. Idiot, Jun Changxiao said lightly. This was definitely not an insult, it was definitely his heartfelt words. The scam was about to be exposed, but they still did not realize that they had been fooled. These people were really stupid. At this moment, the youth in white behind him panicked. He knew better than anyone that he was an imposter and was wanted by the royal city. Once Princess Red Lotus saw him, he would be done for. Oh, no. He held his stomach and grimaced. My stomach hurts. I need to go to the outhouse. Huff, huff. Just as he was about to slip away, Xianxia raised his hand. His thick spiritual power seemed to turn into chains and bound the youth in white. Kid. He said coldly, if your stomach hurts, poop in your pants. Dong. 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 Princess Red Lotus led the soldiers up the stairs. When she saw what was happening, she said in surprise, Sect leader June, why are you here? She looked in the direction where Xianxia and the youth in white were standing. The patriarchs mistakenly thought that she was talking to the youth in white. If Princess Red Lotus was not present, someone would have said, you're the idiot. You're the one who was fooled. Princess. A patriarch pointed at Xianxia and said angrily, this person not only impersonated Sect leader June, but also attacked and injured people in the city. Please punish him severely. There were many people in this world who thought they were smart, but in fact, they were extremely stupid. The clan masters in Huaman Tower were typical examples. Xianxia tore off the masks of his fellow scammers. He still firmly believed that the young man in white was Sect leader June. Actually, he was not necessarily stupid. He was just too proud and had a high status. He could not accept the fact that he had been scammed. He was more willing to believe that everything was true, however. Reality was very cruel. When a clan master pointed at Xianxia and complained to Princess Red Lotus, she walked over and said, Sect leader June, this is the scammer who pretended to be you in the royal city. I brought people here today to bring him to justice. Huaman Tower was silent. The clan masters who had been kept in the dark, or who had wanted to be kept in the dark, were all stunned. This time, they could clearly see that Princess Red Lotus was conversing with the young man and not with Sect Master June whom they assumed to be. Swoosh! Xianxia raised his hand and made a grabbing motion in the air, pulling the white-clothed youth over. He said coldly, so, you're a habitual swindler. The young man's legs trembled violently. It turned out that the person standing in front of him was really Xianxia. It was ridiculous that he had pretended to be him in front of him. Sect leader June. The young man in white said in a trembling voice, I didn't mean to offend you, Rip. Xianxia waved his hand and tore off the human skin mask on his face. This person had a slightly sickly face. Although he was not ugly, compared to our wise Sect leader June, the difference was like heaven and earth. Princess. Xianxia grabbed the impostor's collar and said lightly, the clan masters in the city think that I am an impostor. Please give me proof. In fact, there was no need to prove because they were all awake. Although Princess Red Lotus had just arrived, she had a rough understanding of the situation from the clan master's words. She played along and said, this is Xianxia, the leader of the Iron Bone clan. His other identity is the honorary teacher of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Plop. The last line of defense collapsed, and all the patriarchs collapsed onto the ground. Treating the real as the fake and the fake as the real, he was simply too stupid. Sect Master June. One of the patriarchs said in a trembling voice, this Zhang has eyes but was ignorant. Please don't take my previous offense to heart. The others also hurriedly apologized and thanked him. Xianxia said, if I were a narrow-minded person, your heads would have been removed long ago. Everyone's faces paled, and a chill ran down their spines. Indeed. If he really cared about it, he would definitely be dead by now. Princess Red Lotus would definitely not offend the Sect Master of Iron Bone for him. Everyone hurriedly apologized again, their waists almost touching the ground. However, Xianxia said indifferently, I just released the power of the sword and martial kings, which consumed a lot of spiritual energy. You can do as you see fit. When three people walk together, one of them is bound to be my teacher. Xianxia had learned something from this swindler, and he immediately applied what he had learned. The patriarchs were very cooperative. They all took out a stack of banknotes so that he could recover the spiritual energy he had just consumed. It was quite a lot. There was a total of 3 million taels. F*ck, this was really profitable. How good would it be if he managed the malfaction himself and went straight for the gold? Sect Master June, Princess Red Lotus said apologetically, this person impersonated your name and swindled people in the royal city. It's my negligence. Princess Red Lotus was so respectful to him. It was fortunate that they were still alive. Sigh. Jun Xianxia sighed and said, I'm too popular now. As the saying goes, popular people have a lot of trouble. It's inevitable that I'll be used to swindle people. System, Princess Red Lotus said, I will definitely punish this swindler severely. With that, she raised her hand and ordered the soldiers to take the white-robed youth from Sect Master Jun's hands. The swindler's face turned pale. The royal city's laws were very strict. Swindling people under Sect Master Jun's name would definitely be severely punished. They might even spend the rest of their lives in jail. If he had known this would happen, he would not have done it in the first place. Many people knew that they had to pay a heavy price for breaking the law, but many people did not know the law and break it. Princess Jun Xianxiao said, this person impersonated my name and is extremely despicable. I plan to punish him personally. This, Princess Red Lotus was silent for a moment before she said, all right then. No. The white-robed youth wailed, Princess, please bring me back to the royal city. I'm willing to accept any punishment. If he was brought to the royal city, he would at least be alive. If he fell into the hands of this ferocious person who had wiped out several evil sects, he would definitely die a terrible death. Princess Red Lotus ignored him and ordered for all his accomplices to be captured. The Ren family head who was sent flying was also in disguise. He was not the real Ren family head. Where was the real one? They had ambushed him and locked him up. Princess Red Lotus would deal with this matter and the author would not explain further. This swindler gang was truly professional. They had 2 people impersonate the family heads and put on a show of paying to enter the sect. The family heads would definitely not be willing to fall behind, so they were swindled. Princess, I admit to my crimes. I accept my punishment. Please, Jun Xianxiao chopped the back of the white-robed youth's head with his palm, causing him to faint. He said, since you know fear, why did you impersonate my name and swindle others? Outside Gilan City. Princess Red Lotus personally sent him to the city gates. Princess Jun Xianxiao said in a conflicted manner, if someone impersonates my name to swindle others, is there a way to prevent such things from happening? He had encountered one himself. If he did not encounter any other daring impersonators, wouldn't his reputation continue to be tarnished? Princess Red Lotus said, I will issue a red decree in the royal city. Anyone who impersonates Sect Master Jun will be punished with severe crimes. This was the only solution for now. Someone said that they could distribute Sect Master Jun's portrait. Actually, it was useless. If someone really wanted to impersonate him, they could just disguise themselves according to the portrait and continue swindling others. Recruiting manual typing. Daily income of 200 to 500 yuan. Mobile phone to work. Interested, there were scams like this every day. You might think you were smart enough not to be fooled, but someone might be. Cracking down on crime was urgent. At the same time, the masses also needed to be more vigilant to prevent being swindled. Jun Xianxiao returned to the topic at hand and said, Princess, are you really not planning to join the Iron Bone clan? Woman. I'll give you one more chance. Princess Red Lotus smiled politely and said, my father is still in seclusion. I need his permission to join your clan after he comes out of seclusion. Princess is such a filial daughter. Jun Xianxiao said, Jun will take his leave first. As he said this, he lifted the white-robed youth and left with Lu Wancher. Princess Red Lotus only looked away when the figures gradually disappeared on the official road. She muttered helplessly, I also want to join the Iron Bone clan, but the Heavenly Mandate Royal City also needs someone to take care of it. Gilan City was in an uproar. All the warriors in the city were talking about it. It turned out that sect leader Jun, who was recruiting disciples at Huaman Tower, was a fake. The young man who paid 10,000 taels was the real sect leader Jun. It was a bit messy and confusing. Many warriors analyzed for a long time before they could make sense of the situation. I knew it. Sect leader June can't even take in enough students from the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Why would he come to Gillen City to recruit disciples? Why didn't you say it at the beginning? If I said it, would you believe me? TSK, hindsight. All the clan leaders have lost a lot of face this time. While everyone was feeling sorry for the clan leaders in Gillen City, they were also mourning for the fake. Sect leader June was a fierce person. You pretended to be him and got caught by him. Your ending must be very tragic, Sect leader June. In the wilderness, the young man in white was tied up by a vine rope and hung upside down on a tree. His face was red as he said, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Please spare my life. Jun Changxiao didn't pay any attention to him and continued to check his spatial ring. There was a lot of money. More than 6 million taels. There was also a yellow powder that emitted a strong aura. It must be a small item used to impersonate the aura of the sword and martial kings. Jun Changxiao saw a diary called Record of Cheating. He flipped to a random page. It recorded every time the young man in white had cheated. Counting the dates, it had been 10 years. The first time he cheated was when he was 8 years old. He cheated a little girl's first kiss with candy. In the end, he was chased by her parents for 10 miles with a stick. The second time he cheated. The third time he cheated, when he flipped to the last page, he had cheated a total of 2,019 times. Closing the scam record, Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched as he said, "Brat, if you're not scamming people, then you're on the road to scamming people." He cheated more than 2,000 times in 10 years. This was definitely a persevering swindler. Sect leader June, the young man in white sobbed. I have a mother who is 180 years old and a group of brothers and sisters waiting to be fed. Please be magnanimous and spare my life. Sect leader Lu Wancher asked, is what he said true? Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, this brat is full of lies. Don't be fooled by him so easily. The young man in white held in grief, Sect leader Jun, I may have cheated countless times in the Jianghu, but this time I'm telling the truth. I'm not lying to you. Really? Jun Changxiao walked over and threw a punch without saying a word. Bang, wow. The white-clothed youth spat out a mouthful of blood. Sect Master Jun controlled his strength well. He gave him pain but didn't kill him. Sect Master Jun. I was wrong, bang. Bang. Bang, Jun Changxiao started tormenting her. In a short moment, the white-clothed youth was beaten black and blue. He fainted from the unbearable pain. That's it? Jun Changxiao shook his head and threw him onto the Hurricane Wolf King's back. Doo-doo, let's continue on our way. Several hours later. When the white-clothed youth woke up, all the bones in his body felt like they were about to fall apart. You're awake? Jun Changxiao said, then let's continue tormenting you. Bang. 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 After a while, the white-clothed youth was beaten until he fainted again. Over the course of 2 days, he was beaten up almost every once in a while. It could be said that his life was worse than death. Jun Changxiao didn't take his life. He continued to torture him like this until he reached the iron bone. It would be a pity to kill someone who dared to use his name to cheat outside, so he had to torture him slowly. When Sect leader Jun returned to the Iron Bone, the Heavenly Mandate Imperial City issued a law that anyone who pretended to be the Iron Bone sect leader would be severely punished. It was to make an example of him. The impostors who were locked in prison were also severely punished in public. Those who were worse in nature were directly crippled of their cultivation. The sect leader and Dudu are back. Su Xiaoma's loud voice sounded in the outer yard. The disciples who were cultivating were overjoyed. They weren't thinking about the sect leader, but Lu Wancher. Because in the days when she wasn't here, eating the food cooked by second senior brother was like swallowing chaff. Li Qingyang was also very excited. Little junior sister was back, and he finally didn't have to cook anymore. Senior brothers have all lost weight. Lu Wancher looked at everyone with heartache, and her eyes were wet. Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, and the others also had tears in their eyes. They almost hugged each other and cried out loud. What are you crying for? Jun Changxiao said, Dudu won the championship of the culinary competition. Smile happily for me. Little junior sister is mighty. Little junior sister is mighty. Su Xiaoma and the others shouted one after another. Pa, the magically modified sound system was turned on and sang, the spring breeze of reform blows the ground. Qi Dalong, Qi Dongqiong, on the training field. Thousands of disciples danced happily under the leadership of the king of poetry, Divine Tune, and the sect leader. It was the original recipe, and it was the original taste. Woo-woo, in the cafeteria, when Su Xiaoma took a bite of the food cooked by Lu Wancher, his face was full of tears. Li Fei and the others were also crying their eyes out. Second senior brother. Su Xiaoma put his hand on Tianqi's shoulder and cried, Don't mind it. We definitely don't dislike the food you cook. Woo-woo, after eating the food cooked by Lu Wancher, the Iron Bone disciples were refreshed and walked out of the cafeteria in high spirits. However, they quickly surrounded the white-clothed young man. Kid. Su Xiaoma walked over and grinned, You dare to pretend to be the sect leader. You have guts. Li Fei. He shouted at the top of his lungs, Happy soccer ball. Okay. Whoosh, Li Fei retreated 100 meters away and put the happy soccer ball under his feet. Although the white-clothed young man didn't know what it was, a sense of danger surged in his heart, and he said in fear, You. What are you doing? Bang, Li Fei kicked the ball away, and the ball flew in an arc, hitting him squarely in the face. This kick was very precise, because after the happy soccer ball hit the white-clothed young man's face, it bounced back perfectly. Bang, Li Fei kicked again, and the happy soccer ball shot out. Bang! Bang! Bang, in front of the goal, the white-clothed young man was tied to a chair. The happy soccer ball flew in an arc, hitting his face again and again, and bouncing back. The scene was too horrible to look at. If the Chinese football team had Li Fei's footwork, they wouldn't have to worry about not being able to get into the World Cup. Sect leader. Just as he sat in the main hall, Li Qingyang reported, The renovation of the inner courtyard has been completed. How many people can it hold? Jun Changxiao asked. Li Qingyang said, After the renovation and expansion by the disciples, it can now hold 20,000 people. 20,000 people, huh? Jun Changxiao murmured, It's enough for now. Oh, right. He said, Soon, there will be a group of students joining the sect. You'll be in charge of making arrangements. Students? Li Qingyang was a little puzzled, but he still said, Yes. In the afternoon, Chu Shonan, Hualing, and the others rushed to Iron Bone. When they just walked into the outer courtyard, before they could admire the buildings of the sect, they saw Li Fei still kicking the happy soccer ball, hitting the white-clothed young man's face again and again. Bang, bang, 1 kick, 2 kicks, and each kick was explosive. The corners of Hualing and the others' mouths twitched violently, and a chill ran down their spines. What was going on? Was he punishing the disciples who broke the rules? Thinking of how violent Jun Changxiao was in the school, they immediately realized that this sect must be filled with a group of violent maniacs. Dad, Mom. I seem to have entered a tiger's den. Due to the sect leader's instructions, Li Qingyang handled the admission procedures for 39 students. Teacher Jun Bang, Jun Changxiao punched Hualing's head and said, From today onwards, you have to call me sect leader. Yes. Hualing had a big bump on his head and said, Sect leader. Qingyang. Jun Changxiao said, These new disciples will be arranged by you. Yes. Li Qingyang led a group of juniors to the newly renovated inner courtyard and assigned them rooms and uniforms. He reminded them, Gather at the training field tomorrow morning. Thank you, senior brother. Hualing grinned. After Li Qingyang left, these students from the academy began to discuss in shock. The Iron Bone disciples we met on the way all had strong auras. They must be stronger than senior sister Lu. Especially in the outer courtyard. That young man who was punishing disciples must be a high-ranked Wuzong. These young masters with extraordinary talents thought that they could compete with the most ordinary disciples after coming to Iron Bone. In the end, they realized that they were nothing at all. TSK, Chu Shonan said disdainfully, I don't believe that there are no mediocre people in Iron Bone. As he spoke, he strode toward the outer courtyard. Young Master Chu, where are you going? To find a fellow disciple to spar with. Everyone's mouth twitched. Young Master Chu. At this moment, Hualing said in shock, be careful. Chu Shonan was stunned. Bang, the happy football was shot from the outer courtyard and hit his face hard. His whole body immediately sank into the wall. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Damn it. In the corner of the outer courtyard, Chu Shonan covered his red and swollen face and said angrily, how dare you sneak attack me? That's despicable. Young Master Chu. Hualing said in a low voice, these iron bone disciples are too strong. You mustn't spar with them. Nonsense, of course, I'm not that stupid. If I want to challenge, I should challenge the weakest in the sect. Right at this time, Chu Shonan saw a disciple standing at the entrance and said proudly, this brat should be a gatekeeping disciple. I can use him to test my skills first. As he spoke, he got up and walked over. The sect created by the 7 profound sacred venerate is indeed extraordinary. I should be able to become a peak martial master in a few days, he Wudi thought to himself. This martial cultivator from the upper realm was really talented. Even after falling to level 0 so many times, he could still reach such a level. Even Xianxia at his peak was not worth mentioning in front of him. As someone who had been through this before, he Wudi knew that advancing too quickly would arouse suspicion and ultimately bring him trouble. Therefore, he had always relied on the hidden cultivation technique to suppress his realm. On the surface, his cultivation was that of a 6th grade martial master. He didn't hide everything, but he couldn't be too low profile. Otherwise, the sect leader would think that he was a noob. He Wudi had the urge to cry at the mention of the hidden cultivation technique that suppressed one's cultivation. Of all the martial arts he had learned in the higher planes, none of them could be used on the falling star continent. This was the only martial art he could use, and it was used to hide his cultivation base. Sigh. He Wudi couldn't help but sigh. Hey. Suddenly, he heard a voice. Gatekeeper, how about we exchange pointers? Gatekeeper, he Wudi was startled, and his face immediately darkened. Little junior brother. He turned his head and said, remember, I'm the last disciple, not the gatekeeper. Last disciple, no wonder he closed the door when we came in. Ha ha ha. Chu Shonan couldn't help but cover the pillar and laugh loudly. So this is the last disciple. He's laughing at me, a new junior brother is laughing at me, this is intolerable. He Wudi rushed forward and grabbed Chu Shonan's collar with his big hand. He threw him over his shoulder and sat on him, waving his fists and beating him violently, boom. Boom. Every punch hit the flesh, and every move was fierce. Hualing and the others, who were standing in the distance, were so shocked that their jaws dropped. It turned out that even a disciple in charge of the last disciple in Iron Bone was so powerful. Jun Changxiao, who walked out of the main hall, looked at He Wudi and murmured, this guy's aura seems a bit strong. There were now many disciples in the sect, and he couldn't pay attention to them all the time, so he didn't know much about the martial arts of many disciples. Sect Master. Li Qingyang said, junior brother, he is now a 6th grade martial master. Jun Changxiao said in surprise, he improved so fast? Although the martial arts resources and equipment of his sect were powerful, it was inconceivable that someone who had lost his memory several times could break through to such a level. The system said, maybe this disciple of the host is like Xianxia, and cultivated some kind of martial arts above the divine grade. It's possible. Jun Changxiao put on his dazzling sunglasses and locked onto He Wudi, activating the analysis function. Cultivation, 9th grade martial master aptitude, super divine grade spiritual root strength, 130,000 gene. Looking at the aptitude display, Sect Master Jun said in surprise, there's a spiritual root higher than the divine grade? The system said, the highest level of spiritual root in the falling star continent is the divine grade. Then what does super divine grade mean? Maybe, he's like the host, not from this world. Jun Changxiao said in surprise, he's also a transmigrator? The system said, this kind of super divine grade aptitude can only be found in higher planes. He might be from the upper world. Jun Changxiao was silent. After coming to the falling star continent for so long, he already understood that this was just one of many planes. In the vast universe, there were many higher planes, which were often called the upper world. Thanks to the main mission given by the system, he became the strongest sect in the falling star continent. If he became the strongest sect in the entire universe, he would have given up and waited for his death to come. That's not right. Jun Changxiao held his chin and said, his aura is that of a 6th grade martial master, but why is he a 9th grade martial master? He should be using some kind of mental cultivation method to hide his cultivation, the system said. Jun Changxiao said, if it's a mental cultivation method that can hide from my spiritual sense, it's very mysterious. Although the sect's reputation has spread, it will still arouse the suspicion of others. If I can let myself and my disciples learn this mental cultivation method, it won't be too shocking. Rising in such a short time would definitely be questioned by the major forces. They didn't encounter any trouble now because they didn't catch anyone's attention. As their reputation grew in the future, they would definitely become the focus of attention. It was understandable that the disciples of the sect suppressed their cultivation to an acceptable level. It was definitely beneficial and harmless. In front of the gate, Chu Shonan, who found the weakest person to spar with, was beaten black and blue. He was beaten to the point that he had nothing left to live for. Serves him right. Of all the people to find, he had to find He Wudi. Although his cultivation wasn't the highest in the sect, his aptitude was definitely the best. Even if his cultivation was one realm lower, he would still be able to beat this arrogant young master until he couldn't tell north from south. Invincible. Sect Master Jun, who was standing in front of the main hall, waved at him with a smile and said, "Come here for a moment." He Wudi felt a sense of foreboding rising in his heart when he saw this strange smile. Sect Master. He Wudi walked into the main hall and said, "Is there anything I can do for you?" Because he had always suspected that the Iron Bone sect was created by the 7 profound sage, he also respected this sect master. Wudi. Jun Changxiao smiled and said, "Have you been happy cultivating in the sect recently?" The more he was like this, the more scared He Wudi felt. Reporting to sect master. This disciple is very happy and satisfied. As long as you are happy and satisfied. The smile on Jun Changxiao's face became even wider. He Wudi collapsed. Sect master, if you have something to say, just say it. Such a sinister smile is really a bit scary, Jun Changxiao said. Wudi, when I first saw you, I knew you were a moldable talent, so I accepted you as my last disciple. He Wudi almost vomited blood. Only your last disciple is the real last disciple. Sect master. He Wudi said with a bitter face, if you have something to say, just say it. If you keep doing this disciple's heart won't be able to take it. Straightforward. Jun Changxiao stood up and walked down, saying, Wudi, do you think my Iron Bone sect should exist in a mortal world? It shouldn't. He Wudi said. There were so many martial arts resources and cultivation facilities, even the sects in the upper realm might not have them. However, Jun Changxiao said quickly, it exists, why? How would I know? He Wudi said, this disciple is slow-witted, please enlighten me, sect master. Jun Changxiao patted his shoulder and said with a deep tone, you are a smart person, you should be able to guess. He Wudi was startled. Could it be that sect master is hinting to me that the sect was created by the 7 profound sage, so the Iron Bone sect that shouldn't exist in the mortal world really exists? It must be so. He Wudi forced his mind to fill in the gaps and said, this disciple understands. Do you really understand? I really understand. All right. Jun Changxiao said, a sect that shouldn't exist exists in the mortal world. Does this count as destroying the balance of the world? This, He Wudi considered for a moment and said, forget it. If he hadn't fallen to level 0, he definitely wouldn't have come to a low-level plane. That was because every move he made would cause the world to lose balance, and even lead him to destruction. The Iron Bone righteous sect was created by the 7 profound Saint Venerable. It was definitely a super force in the upper realm. Now that it was in the mortal realm, it was definitely going against the natural order. Wait a minute, the sect leader has told me so much. Could it be that he is preparing to bring the sect to the upper realm, to the plane that should belong to it? This was good too. I'll follow this kind of power and develop. Once I return to my peak, I'll find my enemy for revenge. Then, I'll find the person who stole my secret manual. In order not to destroy the balance of heaven and earth, I think that the disciples should keep a low profile, Xianxia said. Sect Master is right. Wudi was now very low-key, otherwise, he would not deliberately suppress his cultivation. However, Xianxia sighed and said, "You guys are like fireflies in the dark night. No matter how low-key you are, you can't hide your brilliance." Wudi said, "Sect Master's words are very true. Invincible." Xianxia patted his shoulder again and said, "Take out the martial arts technique that you used to hide your cultivation and share it with us. Let the disciples of the sect be truly low-key." "Okay, wait," Wudi suddenly realized something and said in shock, "Sect Master, I don't understand what you mean. Don't pretend to be confused." Xianxia said, "Do you think that I can't see through your cultivation just because you hide it?" Wudi's mouth twitched. He said so much, was it to deliberately probe for his martial technique? That's right. He was trying to get your martial arts technique. Perhaps the strength of crossing the void was too strong. Wudi not only lost his cultivation, but also his intelligence. He was fooled by Sect Master Jun with just a few words. What to do? He could only recite the hidden cultivation technique verbally. It wasn't an important martial arts technique to increase his cultivation. Yes. Even if it was an important martial arts technique, it wouldn't matter if he handed it over. After all, in this low-level plane, he couldn't cultivate at all. Xianxia memorized it and murmured, "This kind of mental cultivation technique is very different from the falling star continent in circulating the meridians." Comprehension. Half an hour later, Sect Master Jun had succeeded in cultivating it. For the first time, his cultivation immediately dropped from the martial king level to the Wuzone level. The hidden cultivation technique was only used to hide one's cultivation. It could be considered an auxiliary martial arts technique, so it wasn't difficult to cultivate at all. "We can print it into a book and let each disciple have a copy." Xianxia did as he said. He found many disciples and asked them to produce it overnight. The next day, one by one, the hidden cultivation technique secret manuals were distributed to the disciples for them to cultivate. When they succeeded in cultivating it, they could suppress their cultivation at will. Even a martial king would find it difficult to see their true cultivation. Just like that. No one would have thought that a martial arts technique from the upper realm could be cultivated by everyone in a sect in the mortal realm. As for Wudi, he was still thinking about the conversation with the sect master in the main hall. He thought to himself, "He can see my true cultivation. He is indeed not simple." 7. Profound Sage. Could it be that he is someone you personally appointed? The more Wudi forced himself to imagine, the more respect he had for Xianxia. Chu Shonan, who had been taught a lesson, became completely obedient. He couldn't even defeat a closed-door disciple. What right did he have to be arrogant, however? The tragedy had just begun. Everyone knew that the beginning of life in the Iron Bone sect was cruel and torturous, especially the happy football. However, there was also something that shocked them. After taking the body sculpting pill, the strength of his physical body had increased. Junior brother. One day, after doing morning exercises, Su Xiaoma brought Chu Shonan and the others to the training room. He grinned and said, "Today, I will let you experience what true happiness is." Bang, bang, painful screams could be heard from the dozens of molding rooms. 2 hours later, Chu Shonan, Huo Ling, and the others were lying on the stairs like mud. Their faces were expressionless, as if they had nothing to live for. "Father, Mother. I really want to go home." After joining the Iron Bone sect, they definitely had to go through some torture before they could adapt. This group of Gathering Heroes Hall students was no exception. On the second day, they were full of energy. Then, after being fed by Lu Wancher's delicious food, they immediately forgot all the previous tragedies and completely fell in love with the feeling of being a masochist. Sect Master. Li Luochio stood outside the main hall and looked at the group of new disciples going in and out of the training room. She smiled and said, "They are quite happy." "Yes." Xianxia leaned against the doorframe and folded his arms with a smile. "Creating a happy sect is this king's lifelong wish." Li Luochio turned her head and smiled. Sect master relies on this position. The eldest disciple also often relies on it. Xianxia was stunned. He subconsciously looked up at the sky and whispered, "She has been gone for a while. I don't know if she has reached Luzhou in the northeast." "It is a long journey from Yangzhou in the southwest to Luzhou in the northeast," Li Luoqiu said. "Sect master." At this moment, Li Qingyang hurried over and said, "There are many students outside who claim to be from the Heavenly Mandate Academy. They want to see the sect master and say that they want to join the sect." "Is that so?" Jun Changxiao waved his sleeve and smiled. "Let's go out and have a look." Hundreds of teenagers stood in front of the mountain gate. They were the students of the Heavenly Mandate Academy who had graduated early and rushed to Qingyang County. They only wanted to join the Iron Bone and learn martial arts from sect leader Jun's students. Sect leader Jun stood in front of the gate and said loudly, "Once you join the Iron Bone, you will be an Iron Bone disciple for the rest of your life. You have to think carefully." System, the readers thought that they were begging him to recruit disciples. Now that someone had taken the initiative to join, he put on airs. This guy was really despicable. "Teacher Jun," a student said, "we have already thought it through. We are willing to be Iron Bone disciples for the rest of our lives." "In that case, you will enter the sect according to the order," Jun Changxiao said. He left the entry procedures to Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others, and returned to the study. There was still a long way to go before he could recruit disciples. He definitely couldn't do it himself. Name: Huang Jingquan. Name: Li Hai. Ding. Ding. When sect leader Jun just sat in the study, the number of disciples entering the sect and the contribution points increased. The notifications kept ringing. It was wonderful and comfortable. Little dragon. Looking at the fire dragon sleeping in its nest, Jun Changxiao clasped his fingers together and murmured, "When will you wake up?" The little guy had fallen into hibernation since before the attack of 300,000 troops in Jinyang County. It hadn't woken up yet. The last time it woke up, it could defeat the two-skinned king of martial arts. This time, can it defeat Wu Huang? Jun Changxiao was looking forward to it. Ding. Sect members, 530110000. Ding. Sect contribution points, 100,011,0000. Ding. Overflow of contribution points. Host, please. It's full so soon. Jun Changxiao moved his mind and opened the system store. He didn't browse the items. Instead, he chose the muscle building room and spent 2,000 contribution points to buy 100 sets of muscle building rooms. With more and more disciples, he definitely needed to buy more basic equipment. The training room needs to be expanded. Jun Changxiao murmured, otherwise, it would be very difficult to set up so many molding rooms. Dusk came. There were more than 600 students who came to join the school. After recruiting all of them, the number of Iron Bone students increased from 5,042 to 5,662. This was only the beginning. In the next few days, more and more students came to apply for admission. Students who could enter the Heavenly Mandate Academy were definitely outstanding in terms of aptitude. Therefore, sect leader Jun didn't reject any of them and accepted all of them. Someone came to spy on the secrets of the sect, sure, I'll generously welcome him in. If he can bring away any useful information, I'll write my previous sect master's surname backwards. 5 days later. The students who had graduated early all rushed over. The number of Iron Bone members rose from 5,000 to 9,002. Sect leader. The corner of Xianxia's mouth twitched as he said, "Your trip to the Imperial City has almost emptied out the students of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, right?" Strictly speaking, he had really emptied his pockets. Some of the students who didn't come, mainly those who had just entered the school, would definitely join Iron Bone after they cultivated for a year or two. After the battle at the Holy Spring Sect, Iron Bone had gained enough prestige in Qingyang County to recruit almost all of the talented youths. Now, in the entire southwest Yangzhou, almost all of the talented and qualified students had been recruited by him. It was no wonder. When the offices of the various sects learned of this matter, they would sigh. The rise of Iron Bone would be unstoppable, the geniuses of the entire prefecture were gathered. The sect leader himself also had extremely high attainments in martial arts. When these disciples grew up, they would definitely be terrifying, but Southwest Jiangzhou, no. Jun Changxiao still wanted to expand outward. His ultimate goal was to gather all the talents in the world into Iron Bone and establish the strongest sect that the world would worship. Nearly 4,000 students joined the school and received 4,000 contribution points. Sect leader Jun didn't go to the mall to refresh or buy items in the mall. Instead, he focused all of his efforts on the infrastructure. In a few days, he bought 200 molding rooms alone. Including the previous ones, they were all placed in a large house. The scene was quite spectacular. The new disciples, no matter what kind of cultivation they experienced in the academy, no matter how good their foundation was, all of them had to go through molding. As a result, in these few days, we will often see many people lying on the ground with nothing to live for. There were many disciples. The consumption was also high. Jun Changxiao came to the medicinal hall and had a cordial conversation with the members, making them more focused on planting medicinal herbs. At the same time, he also established a procurement hall. Li Luoqiu temporarily served as the hall master and was responsible for purchasing all kinds of medicinal herbs, seeds, and other items in the city. Sect leader Elder Wei said, "The medicinal hall is short of manpower. Tomorrow morning, you will personally choose," Jun Changxiao said. All right. The next day, Elder Wei chose 100 more stable disciples from the new disciples to expand the medicinal hall. Shui Rengue said, "Sect leader, my Wolf Rider Hall also needs to expand." Although the wolf cubs hadn't grown up yet, they could train the disciples in advance. After they were equipped with mounts, they could directly go to the battlefield. Choose as you wish. Thus, Shui Rengue chose 1,000 disciples, and the number of people in the Wolf Rider Hall broke through to 2,000. Li Luoqiu naturally wouldn't miss out and chose dozens of smart disciples. We still need 1,000 disciples to be promoted from a sect to a sect. When the disciples were close to 5,000, sect leader Jun wasn't too anxious. But now that they were about to reach 10,000, he was definitely a little anxious. Sect leader Li Qingyang came to see him and said, "There is a young man called Jing Wugo outside. He said that he wants to challenge the disciples of Iron Bone." Jun Changxiao was stunned, and then the corner of his mouth twitched. This guy really dares to come. Iron Bone, martial arts practice field. Jing Wugo stood proudly in his white robe. Although he was sent flying by Jun Changxiao's Iron Fist of Love in the academy, he had already made up his mind to challenge Iron Bone. He wasn't here to show off. He just wanted to see how strong the other disciples were. If a little girl was already so strong, the new disciples gathered together and whispered to each other. They never expected that the senior who ranked 10th on the hero ranking would actually come to challenge the sect. Awesome. Gutsy, Jing Wugo cupped his hands and said, "Teacher Jun, since your sect can be ranked as one of the top 3, your disciples must be extraordinary. I am here today to learn from them." "This guy wants to challenge us?" Su Xiaoma and Li Fei immediately grinned. This person's aura was at most a first stage or second stage Wuzong. His courage to come and challenge them was commendable. "No problem," Jun Changxiao said. "Those standing below are the inner disciples of Iron Bone. You can choose any one of them." Looking at the 20 disciples, Jing Wugo said, "It is impossible for a student to fight with a girl, so," he paused and pointed at one of them. "Just fight with him." Su Xiaoma and Li Fei's mouth twitched. This was because the opponent he chose to spar with was Xianxia, little brother. "I hope you can leave Iron Bone with your dignity intact." 20 inner sect disciples. Lu Qianqian is offline. Jing Wugo had chosen no one but Xianxia. This made our Night Emperor very angry. Did he think that he was the weakest among them? No. On the contrary. Jing Wugo's intuition as a genius told him that Xianxia's strength was the highest among them. Since he had come to the Iron Bone School, if he wanted to challenge someone, he had to challenge the strongest. What a man. How ambitious and courageous. "Are you sure?" Xianxia asked in a low voice. Jing Wugo said, "I'm sure." "Good." Xianxia walked out. "Junior." Su Xiaoma whispered, "Take it easy." don't cripple him. Yeah. Li Fei said, he's a student of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. We have to give him some face. Yi Xingchen stood in the middle of the martial arts arena and looked at Jing Wugo with contempt. A guy who had just entered Wu Zone. How dare he challenge me? Doesn't he know how to write the word abuse? Fine, I'll teach him how to write it stroke by stroke. You may begin, Yi Xingchen said lightly. His voice was cold, like an emotionless killer. Please. Jing Wugo said with his hands folded. The next second, his pupils suddenly contracted because Yi Xingchen's big hand had already pressed down. The speed was so fast that he didn't even have a chance to dodge. Boom, there was a roar in the martial arts arena. The ground seemed to shake, and gusts of wind rolled up. Chu Shonan, Huo Ling, and the others widened their eyes. In his field of vision, Jing Wugo was lying on the ground. Yi Xingchen had one hand on Jing Wugo's neck and said coldly, Brat, who gave you the courage to challenge me with this little strength? So strong, with just one move, he had pressed the senior who ranked 10th on the heroes list to the ground. Jing Wugo's face was ferocious, and his heart was in turmoil. At that moment, Yi Xingchen was like a giant in front of him, and he was like a weak ant. Shua, Yi Xingchen abruptly raised his hand. Like a child, he swung Jing Wugo up and then fiercely threw him to the ground. Boom! 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 The floor shook again, and the sound caused the hearts of the new disciples to beat wildly. This senior brother was a little ruthless. Chu Shonan, in particular, rejoiced incomparably. It was fortunate that he had found his last disciple. If he had found Chu Shonan, he would definitely have been abused even more miserably. Night Emperor was a man of few words. After a round of abuse, Jing Wugo was lying on the training ground, foaming at the mouth. His entire body was twitching violently, and even his handsome face was swollen like a pig's head. Su Xiaoma shook his head. Little brother, if you had chosen me, although you would not have been able to avoid the fate of being defeated, you would not have been so miserably abused. Yet, you chose junior brother Yi. Me. 3 seconds of silence for you. Sect leader. Yi Xingchen turned around and said rather irritably, if such trash comes to challenge you in the future, please allow this disciple to continue cultivating so as not to waste time. The corner of Huo Lingren's mouth twitched. Jing Wugo, who was ranked 10th, did not even have the ability to fight back and was already being abused like this. If the senior who was ranked first on the hero ranking came, he would definitely be defeated. It was said that there were crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the royal city. Now it seemed that our iron bone was also a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Father, mother, I came to the right place. The abused Jing Wugo lay on the training ground for a long time. Su Xiaoma and the others also dispersed and cultivated on their own. He was the only one left, and he looked so lonely and miserable. This is my iron bone disciple. Jun Changxiao appeared in front of him, blocking all the sunlight. He lowered his head and said, have you seen it? I have seen it. Jing Wugo said with difficulty, very, very strong. Although he was defeated and miserably abused, he was not discouraged. Instead, excitement appeared on his face. Could it be that he was a masochist? No. Jing Wugo was a real martial cultivator. Although he was defeated, he also witnessed true strength. His desire to become stronger would only be more determined. Some people would be unable to recover from setbacks, and some people would become more courageous after setbacks. Jing Wugo belonged to the latter, so he was a masochist. Jun Changxiao said, I allow you to recuperate in the sect. When your injuries are healed, you can continue to challenge. Many, many thanks. Jing Wugo squeezed out a smile. Challenging only one person was not the purpose of this trip. He hoped to fight with different opponents. Even if he was still completely abused, he had to stand upright. Martial cultivator, never give up, never give up. Although Yi Xingchen was ruthless, he did not hurt the vital parts. 2 days later, Jing Wugo recovered. Please advise me. On the training ground, he cupped his hands and said. Tisk, tisk. Su Xiaoma sat on the railing and said, continuing to challenge after your injuries are healed? Is this guy crazy? Please. Tianqi cupped his hands and said. The result of the battle did not need to be described because Jing Wugo was still not a match for him. Fortunately, he was not beaten up, at least he could be considered decent. However, he challenged Long Xiang again, bang. When the battle began, he was directly sent flying before he could even take a punch. He fell flat on his back. Sorry. Long Xiang retracted his fist and said, I used a bit too much strength. Bang, putong, Jing Wugo continued to challenge. In the end, he lost 19 times after 19 rounds. All of them were clean defeats. It could be said to be extremely tragic. Chu Shonan, Hualing, and the others finally realized that inner disciples were so awesome. Do you still want to fight? Jun Changxiao asked. Jing Wugo struggled to stand up and said with his head held high, fight. Li Tian. Here. Fight with him. Yes. If the inner sect was not enough, the outer sect would make up for it. Li Tian had also just entered Wuzong. His spiritual root was not as good as Jing Wugo's, but he could still beat Jing Wugo until he could not fight back. Sima Zhongda, Cui Bujian, and other outer sect disciples also accepted the challenge. Jing Wugo fell down again and again. He was beaten very badly. The most tragic thing was that even if there was a gap in the realm of a peak martial arts master, he was still defeated in the end. Putong. Dragging his battered body, Jing Wugo sat weakly on the stairs outside the gate. His eyes, which had been full of fighting spirit, had become dim. There was a limit to how strong a person's heart could be. Jing Wugo clenched his fist and said painfully, am I really that weak? It's not that you are weak. Jun Changxiao walked over and sat in front of him. He took a puff of his cigar and blew out smoke rings. It's that they are too strong. Even if the Iron Bone disciples had the most mediocre aptitude, with the help of various resources and equipment, they would almost become Vajragord brothers. How could the geniuses of the Heavenly Mandate Academy win? Yes. Jing Wugo lowered his head and said, Master Jun's disciples are too strong. They are so strong that I don't have the courage to continue training. Jun Changxiao patted him on the shoulder and said, you are weaker than them because you lack the guidance of a master. Otherwise, with your unyielding perseverance, you would be far stronger than many people. Jing Wugo suddenly understood and said, Master Jun, are you telling me not to give up and not to give up? Don't give up, what I mean is, join Iron Bone, and I will guide you well. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, not giving up, although it is worth encouraging, you also have to judge the situation. For example, if there is a path to become stronger in front of you, will you choose to take it? Brat. I'm so direct, you should understand, right? No. Jing Wugo raised his head, his gaze firm, I will work hard to walk my own path. Bang, Jun Changxiao kicked him down, pointed at the mountain path, and said impatiently, scram, hurry up and scram, I don't want to see you for even a moment. Damn it. He was on a completely different channel from this guy, he couldn't chat at all. Sect Leader Jun. Jing Wugo stood up from the ground and said, I want to join Iron Bone, please accept me. Jun Changxiao, who was about to enter the sect, had his back to him, and said indifferently, don't you want to walk your own path? Yes. Jing Wugo said seriously, I want to walk my own path, but I believe that by joining Iron Bone and being taught by Sect Leader Jun, I can find a path that belongs to me from the tens of thousands of paths. This guy wasn't stupid. Qingyang. Jun Changxiao walked into the sect and said, bring the entry form. Jing Wugo, ranked 10th on the hero list, joined Iron Bone and became the 9,003rd disciple. This person's aptitude and perseverance were not bad, and after being carefully groomed by the sect, he would definitely display an extremely strong strength. However, this was also the beginning of the tragedy for Li Qingyang and the others. Because in the future, they would face endless challenges from this junior brother. Even if he was beaten half to death every time, he would still continue to fight after cultivating for a while. He didn't know exhaustion at all, he was completely dogskin plaster. Early morning. Jun Changxiao stood in front of the main hall with his hands behind his back. Nearly 10,000 disciples stood in an orderly manner, exuding an unyielding aura. Originally, he was the only one in the sect, but in less than 2 years, it had developed to such an extent, and there were all kinds of talented geniuses, making him full of pride. Just you wait. On this falling star continent, I, Jun Changxiao, and my Iron Bone clan will be worshipped by countless experts. Attention! He shouted, dance. The magically modified sound system was turned on, and a moving divine song began to play. After the shameless dance, the disciples dispersed and began to cultivate. Jing Wugo, who had just joined, started to experience the molding room. After experiencing the benefits, he unleashed his masochistic nature to the extreme. AI. After finishing the spirit gathering array, Jun Changxiao returned to his study. He shook his head and said, "Why didn't the other 9 geniuses come to challenge me?" Jing Wugo was already very good, and the others were definitely outstanding as well. The system said, "You've taken in so many talented disciples from the academy. The host should be content with what he has." That's true. Jun Changxiao rubbed his chin and said, "We still lack 997 disciples. Why don't we go to Qingyang City and pick some captives to make up the numbers?" Aha! At this moment, the fire dragon, who was curled up in its nest, yawned and then slowly opened its eyes, revealing its scarlet pupils. The little guy is awake. Jun Changxiao was overjoyed. Among the few contract beasts, he was most optimistic about the fire dragon. Now that it had woken up, there must be some huge changes. Swish! The little dragon opened its eyes, and its skin became even redder, as if it would burn at any moment. With the experience from last time, Sect leader Jun picked it up and ran to the small martial arts practice field outside. As soon as he put it down, scorching flames immediately erupted, spreading at least 50 to 60 feet high. It happened to be night, and the scorching flames could be seen clearly at the foot of the mountain. Not good, it's on fire. It's on fire. The disciple who went out to relieve himself saw the flames in a daze and immediately shouted at the top of his lungs. The other disciples who were sleeping soundly were awakened. They rushed out of their rooms in white pants and saw the flames in front of them. Without saying a word, they picked up a wooden bucket to fetch water. However, when they arrived at the scene, they found that the flames were spreading on the martial arts practice field and did not affect the buildings. They were all stunned. What was going on? How could there be flames erupting all of a sudden? Could it be that they were having a bonfire party? Those who were in a daze were all new disciples. Su Xianxia and the others had already pulled up the rope and placed the clothes and bedding they washed yesterday on it. The effect was very good. In a short while, it was dry. The last time it woke up, the flames around the fire dragon's body only rose 2 to 3 meters. Now that it woke up again, the flames it released were more than 10 meters high. This meant that the second evolution was definitely extraordinary. Sect leader Jun's eyes burned. In his imagination, the little dragon's body should be bigger, about the same size as the fire dragon. If it was placed in the sect as a guardian beast, it would definitely be mighty and extraordinary. Huff huff, the scorching flames continued to erupt until dawn came. Unfortunately, from the appearance of its body, there wasn't much change. It was just a little smaller than before, like a little pony. Jun Changxiao couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. However, thinking that the little guy had evolved, its strength must have increased greatly. Chu Shonan, Hualing, and the others opened their mouths. After the flames were restrained, a ferocious beast that looked like a lizard suddenly appeared. This was completely unexpected. "Senior brother," Hualing said, "what is this?" In terms of shape, the fire dragon had the characteristics of a snake and 4 limbs like a horse. Therefore, it was difficult for him to determine what kind of beast it was. Su Xianxia thought for a moment and said, "It is the sect leader's contract beast. You can think of it as a snake-horse beast." Snake-horse beast? Everyone was at a loss. Wait, this little guy is the sect leader's contract beast? That's impossible. The sect leader was a rare sword and martial king. How could he have such a bad contract beast? In the eyes of the new disciples, if Jun Changxiao had a contract beast, it should be a tall and mighty lion or tiger beast. Only then would he be worthy of the identity of the sect leader and martial master. Roar! At this moment, the little dragon raised its head and roared. A gurgling energy visible to the naked eye, like ripples on the water surface, quickly spread to the surroundings. The powerful aura contained in his voice caused everyone's expression to change greatly. This cult-like beast must be very strong. Master. Suddenly, a childish voice came from the fire dragon's mouth. I have evolved for the second time. That little guy actually spoke. Hua Ling, who had some understanding of beasts, exclaimed in disbelief, Spirit beast. This is a spirit beast. The spirit of a spirit beast represented intelligence. Beasts that reached this level not only had intelligence, but they could also speak human language. This also meant that the fire dragon that had evolved for the second time after awakening was a real spirit beast. Its strength was comparable to a martial king. Chu Shonan and the others were completely dumbfounded. The beast that they had underestimated just now turned out to be a spirit beast. This slap in the face hurt a little. I'll update 8 times in a row and continue at night. Please recommend tickets, monthly tickets, rewards, all kinds of requests. The fire dragon's second slumber wasn't long, but after evolving, it had gained intelligence and the ability to speak, which was a bit unbelievable. Jun Changxiao thought that it was normal. After all, this little guy had spent countless crystal cores to cultivate it. If there was nothing different about it, he might as well find a piece of tofu and smash himself to death. It's just an evolution. Is there a second battle form? Jun Changxiao asked. Yes. Little Dragon said. Jun Changxiao was overjoyed. Hurry up and show it to me. Master. Fire Dragon said, once I use my battle form, I will fall into a very long period of weakness. The little guy's voice was still childish. If one didn't look at its appearance, it would give people the feeling that it was a 5 or 6-year-old child. It's fine, it's fine. Jun Changxiao said, let me and my disciples broaden their horizons. All right. Little Dragon looked at the surrounding disciples and said proudly, all of you, step back a little to avoid being scalded. Shua, Li Qingyang, Su Xiaoma, and the others quickly retreated. They had seen Little Dragon activate its battle form for the first time, so they were more aware. Chu Shonan and the other new disciples didn't know about it. Although they also retreated, they only retreated a few steps and thought to themselves, is it very dangerous? Huff huff, suddenly, Little Dragon, who was standing in the middle of the training field, erupted into flames again, instantly rising to a height of 7 to 8 feet. The heat emitted from his body was obviously much stronger than before. Hiss. Chu Shonan and the others sucked in a breath of hot air, and then hurriedly retreated far away, afraid that they would be burned by the scorching temperature. Oh my god, the temperature of this flame was too terrifying. All the disciples retreated far away. Jun Changxiao stood in place with his hands behind his back. Not only was he a fire attribute martial cultivator, he was also the master of the contract beast. No matter how hot it was, he was still unaffected. This little guy's fire attribute is very strong. Very strong. It was so strong that it could be compared to Sect leader Jun. Moreover, it was still increasing. In just a moment, the stone slabs in the hottest area were roasted red, as if they were about to melt at any time. If it were to rise any further, the nearby buildings might not be able to withstand the high temperature and burn. Retreat. The Iron Bone disciple retreated again in shock. Jun Changxiao spread out his spiritual energy and enveloped the training field with an invisible barrier to prevent a fire from breaking out. Once the flames were isolated, the heat immediately weakened. Only then did the disciples who were constantly retreating stop. Their hearts and eyes were filled with shock. Even if it's a spirit beast, it shouldn't be this strong. After a while, the rising flames began to shrink. Master. The little dragonite's childish voice came from the flames. This is my second battle form. Shua, a young man's head poked out from the flames. He looked to be about 13 or 14 years old and had delicate features. Jun Changxiao laughed. The little fellow's first form was only a human body, but its head still retained the characteristics of a ferocious beast. Now that he had activated the second form and his head had turned into a human, it was enough to prove that he had truly achieved complete humanization. Tap. At that moment, Little Dragon took a step forward, and his entire body appeared from the flames. Sect leader Jun's expression stiffened. The Iron Bone disciples standing in the distance also widened their eyes. What did he see? How could he have such an expression in such a short time? They saw Little Dragon take a step forward handsomely, and there were clusters of flames enveloping his body. It could be said that he was quite cool. But why did his body appear in front of them look like a ferocious beast? His chest was covered with hair, and he looked like a chimpanzee. His 2 arms were very thick, but his 5 fingers had slender fingernails. These were definitely not human hands, but claws. His 2 legs were the ones that collapsed the most. Not only were they S-shaped, but there was also leopard-patterned hair on them. These weren't human legs, but leopard legs. There was a cluster of flames burning between his legs, which successfully avoided some embarrassment. There was a tail behind his buttocks, which drooped on the ground. There was also a cluster of flames burning at the end of the tail. This is your second form? Xianxia opened his mouth and said. That's right. Little Dragon, who had a young man's head, said proudly, this is my second form, humanoid dragon transformation. The corners of Xianxia's mouth twitched violently. The first form was humanoid dragon transformation. In the end, the body turned into a human, but the head didn't. The second form was humanoid dragon transformation. In the end, the head turned into a human, but the body didn't. Are you going to transform or not? Oh my god. Is this a human or a beast? Looking at Little Dragon's second combat form, Chu Shonan and the others widened their eyes. They could still understand and accept the spirit beast's speech, but it could transform into a human head, which was absolutely shocking. Master. Little Dragon raised its eyebrows and said, I want to fight. When the combat form was activated, the blood in its body seemed to be burning, so it was eager to fight. Why don't you fight with Elder Jiang? Xianxia said. Don't. Xianxia, who was standing in the distance, hurriedly said, I don't dare to fight with this little monster. If he couldn't even resist Little Dragon's first combat form, he definitely didn't have the courage to compete with Little Dragon's second combat form. How about this? Junchang smiled and said, Elder Ning and Elder Jiang, the 3 of you will fight with my contract beast. The corners of the Ning brothers' mouth twitched. Although they couldn't be sure of Little Dragon's strength, they could tell from its aura that it was definitely very strong. 3 martial kings fighting with it would definitely not be at an advantage. Master. Little Dragon said proudly, the 3 of them are a bit weak, I want to find a stronger opponent. Heh. So arrogant, as expected of my contract beast. In that case. Xianxia said, you and I, master and servant, will fight. I agree. Xianxia hurriedly said. Ning Duxing and Ning Duzue also expressed their opinions. The battle between the Sect leader and your contract beast will definitely become a legend for eternity. No. Little Dragon said, Master can't beat me. F***ck. This little guy is very strong. Just as he was about to speak, Little Dragon said, Sect leader, are there any Wuhuang powerhouses nearby? I want to fight with such a powerhouse. The corner of Sect leader Jun's mouth twitched. Even a sword and martial king like me can't do it. Just find Wuhuang to fight and see what it can do. Yes. Xianxia said, there are powerhouses at the level of Wuhuang in the spiritual origin sect of Xinyang County. Okay. Xiao Longlong said, I'll go challenge him. Xianxia broke down and said, how long will this second form last? 2 hours. Then let's not go. The journey from here to the Gui Yuan sect is extremely long. Even if we ride the Hurricane Wolf King, it would still take us 6 to 10 hours. Shua. Little Longlong appeared in front of Xianxia. With a wave of its big hand, it directly picked him up. Its leopard-like legs kicked off the ground, and immediately flew up like an arrow released from a bow. In an instant. The whole place was silent. When they saw the sect leader being carried by his contracted beast, they turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the vast sky. After a long while, everyone exclaimed, it can fly. P.S. Please vote. Some people felt that they were tired of watching Xianxia act pretentious and slap people's faces. Couldn't he change the pattern? It's coming. Today, sect leader Jun was successfully slapped in the face by his contracted beast. Because he said that it would take 6 to 10 hours to reach the spirit origin sect while riding the Hurricane Wolf King. Little Long Long wanted to let its master see if it could reach the sect faster by flying in a straight line, whoosh whoosh. In the sky, a cluster of flames sped forward, leaving behind a scarlet stream of light wherever it passed. From the direction of Ironbone Mountain, the sky seemed to show a very long rainbow light, which only slowly dissipated after a while. Oh my god, sect leader's contracted beast could fly. Could it be that it wasn't a low-level spirit beast, but a mid-level spirit beast comparable to Wu Huang? The corners of Xianxia and the Ning brothers' mouths twitched. At that moment, they felt extremely lucky that the three of them didn't fight Little Long Long together. A spirit beast that could fly was definitely comparable to Wu Huang. Not to mention three martial kings attacking together. Even if a few more came, they would be completely defeated. After Little Long Long evolved, it had already shocked the entire Ironbone Mountain. Now that it could even fly after activating its form, the shock in their hearts couldn't be any greater. Chu Xiaonan and the others, who originally doubted the sect leader's contracted beast, were slapped so hard that their faces almost swelled to the sky. Whoosh, in the sky, Little Long Long's flames were fully activated. As if it was a propeller, it kept speeding forward. Sect leader Jun, who was being carried, had his black hair dancing in the wind. His face was folded, and he had completely lost his handsome appearance. Who didn't have a difficult time? Screenshots, photos, and other behaviors are prohibited. Of course. Jun Changxiao didn't feel embarrassed at all. Instead, he was extremely excited. After Little Long Long activated its second combat form, it had the ability to fly. Could it be that it already had the strength of Wu Huang? The system said, yes. Buzz, the defensive barrier was activated, blocking the sharp wind. Only then was Jun Changxiao able to completely relax his facial muscles and laugh loudly. Ahahaha, system, master. Little Long Long said, my speed is not bad, right? Yes, super fast, according to Jun Changxiao's judgment, not to mention Jinyang County, even going to the Heavenly Mandate Royal City, which was further away, would take no more than 10 minutes, look. Was this a slap in the face? Jun Changxiao disagreed. As long as the contracted beast displayed strength beyond his imagination, he would beat it up viciously. Even whipping it with candles and whips would not be a problem. Whoosh, Little Long Long carried sect leader Jun and transformed into a fiery red stream of light as he sped away. His speed was simply too fast. Just by chatting, he had already left Ironbone Mountain. What is that? Oh my god, is that a meteor? How can a shooting star fly straight in the sky? Many martial cultivators and common people in the Green Sun City raised their heads, their eyes filled with shock. This situation was also repeated in other cities. Wherever the fiery red light passed, it would cause an endless stream of discussion. On this day, the fiery red light pierced through the sky. A long time later, there were people who saw it through the records of history, speculating whether or not this was the appearance of a supreme treasure. Spirit Stream Sect. It was an ancient sect with a history of thousands of years. At this moment, many martial cultivators in different attire were walking along the stairs to the mountain gate. Their eyes were filled with excitement. Today, the Spirit Stream Sect was holding a public lecture. This was an event that had lasted for hundreds of years. Although the purpose was to show off, it could also benefit many martial cultivators, so it gradually became a grand event in Jinyang County. I'm so excited. I didn't expect the Grand Elder Yu Hongtai to be the one holding the public lecture. That's Wu Huang, a powerful cultivator. Being able to listen to his understanding of martial arts will definitely benefit you for life. The martial cultivators walking on the stairs were getting more and more excited. I heard that County Governor Xue is also here. The public lecture of the Spirit Stream Sect benefits all living beings. The fact that the county governor is here shows how much he values it. Many of the clan heads of the major clans are also here. Today, we are not only lucky to listen to Wu Huang's lecture, but also to see such a big shot. It's really an honor. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Don't block my way. As the crowd was discussing, an impatient voice came from behind. Many martial cultivators turned around and saw a middle-aged man in a blue robe, about 30 to 40 years old. He held a wine gourd in his hand and walked over unsteadily. His breath reeked of alcohol. Someone actually dared to come up here while drunk. He was quite bold. Did you hear that? The middle-aged man in a blue robe walked up unsteadily and said, I told you to get out of the way. Because they were in the spirit stream sect, although some people were unhappy, they did not want to lower themselves to the level of a drunk person, so they all chose to move aside. That's right. The middle-aged man in a blue robe walked up step by step. He raised his head and drank a mouthful of wine. He grinned and said, Good dogs don't block the way. Damn it. Everyone immediately glared at him. Plop. The middle-aged man in a blue robe seemed to have drunk too much. He lay down on the stairs and hugged the wine gourd. He narrowed his eyes and said, I'm tired. I'm tired. I'm going to sleep for a while. Everyone's mouth twitched. This guy was not afraid of rolling down the stairs. Snore, the middle-aged man in a blue robe really fell asleep. His snoring could be heard. Everyone shook their heads and continued walking. The gate of the Spirit Stream sect was wide open. Everyone went up and entered. The outer courtyard of this fourth-rate sect was very big. The martial arts field was also paved with precious stone slabs. At this moment, tens of thousands of disciples of the Spirit Stream sect were sitting cross-legged. There was a high platform facing the main hall. The Grand Elder, Yu Hongtai, sat cross-legged. Smoke rose from the incense burner on the table next to him. He had the demeanor of an immortal. He was extraordinary, the admiration in everyone's eyes grew stronger. Then, they silently found a place to sit down. About an hour later, many foreign warriors gathered in the huge martial arts field. There were about 70 to 80,000 of them. Everyone. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a mighty appearance walked out from the main hall and said loudly, Welcome to the Spirit Stream sect. County Chief Xue. Everyone exclaimed. Xue Chaochuan acted as if he was the master of the sect. He smiled and said, This time, the Grand Elder of the Gue Yuan sect is giving a lecture. It is the honor of the Xinjiang County. You don't need to be polite. If you have any problems, you can ask. County Chief Xue. Suddenly, someone said, I have a problem. Whoosh, everyone turned their heads to look. At the entrance, the drunk middle-aged man who was sleeping soundly on the stairs had his hand on the doorframe. His body was in a sexy shape. Everyone's mouth twitched. The lecture hadn't even started and he already asked a problem. Indeed, drunk people were unreasonable. It's you? Xue Chaochuan frowned. The blue-robed middle-aged man drank a mouthful of wine and wiped the wine stain on the corner of his mouth. He smiled and said, It has been many years since we last met, but County Chief Xue's cultivation hasn't improved. This sentence almost made all the warriors stumble. No matter if it was someone they knew or someone they were half acquainted with, when they met, they would say that their cultivation hadn't improved in many years. How could it be that his cultivation hadn't improved? This was definitely not a compliment. This was insulting. This person was definitely familiar with the county chief. However, they weren't acquaintances. They were definitely enemies. December 31st, 2018, Update 10, yesterday, I said that I would update 10 today because I didn't include the date. What about my reputation? I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I purposely added the date today. P.S. Jianghu Gooden wishes everyone a Happy New Year. I will continue to be handsome for a whole year next year. Xue Chaochuan sneered, Brother Yen's cultivation doesn't seem to have improved after all these years. Although the county chief called that fellow brother, no one could tell that he had a good impression of him. There must be some grudge between the two of them. Sigh. The blue-robed middle-aged man shook his head, martial arts is unfathomable. I'm not talented, so I won't have high achievements. However. He paused and grinned, revealing a row of neat white teeth, I can beat you up. Is that so? Xue Chaochuan's face darkened. The two of them were very far apart. Their eyes met, and a battle of gazes had already begun. The atmosphere also became serious. After a while, the two of them were jealous and looked away. Brother Yun. Xue Chaochuan said indifferently, What problem do you have that you need to solve? The blue-robed middle-aged man flicked his hair that hadn't been washed for a few days and said indifferently, You sent 300,000 soldiers to attack the Azure Sun County that I'm in charge of. Isn't that a bit unkind? The Azure Sun County that he was in charge of? Could it be, someone said in realization, this person is the county chief of Azure Sun County? That's right. The blue-robed middle-aged man was the county chief of Azure Sun County, Yunhe. He was a mysterious person who came to Xianxia County alone. From his words, it wasn't hard to tell that he wanted to seek justice for Azure Sun County. If Xie Guangquan knew, he definitely wouldn't think so. He would even send someone to carry him down the mountain. Why? Because the county chief didn't just like to drink, he was also a drunkard. As long as he was drunk, even a martial emperor would dare to point at his nose and say, "What are you looking at?" As the saying goes, alcohol boosts courage. Before drinking, he was from the Falling Star continent. After drinking, the Falling Star continent was his. Natural selection, survival of the fittest. Shuachaochuan said indifferently, Brother Yun should understand this principle, right? Don't talk nonsense. Yunhe burped and said, if you have the ability, then fight me in public. Shuachaochuan frowned. Although he didn't want to fight, with so many people watching, he said coldly, since that's the case, then I'll accept. The martial arts practice field, which was originally full of people, suddenly became empty. The disciples of the Spirit Stream sect and various martial artists stood outside. A battle between two county governors was extremely rare. Of course. Because they were all from Xianxia County, they would definitely stand on Shuachaochuan's side and look forward to the county governor ruthlessly beating that guy up. Reeking of alcohol, Yunhe walked up unsteadily. Shuachaochuan walked forward from another direction. Smelling the scent of alcohol in the air, he subconsciously pinched his nose and thought to himself, as the head of a county, all you know is to drink all day. It really is hard for you to become anything great. In order to accomplish his ambitions, he strictly disciplined himself and did not touch a single drop of alcohol. Putting aside his grudge with the Azure Sun County, he's definitely someone worth learning from. Shuachaochuan. Yunhe took another sip of wine and said, today, in front of everyone in Xianxia County, I will let you understand the consequences of bullying Azure Sun County. Shuachaochuan said indifferently, if it wasn't for an iron bone popping out halfway, your 9th-ranked county would have long been taken by the seat. Ha ha ha. Yunhe laughed out loud and said, a small sect in my Azure Sun County managed to annihilate your White Tiger Legion. Are you very angry? At the mention of this, Shuachaochuan was furious. However, he suppressed it and said, Brother Yun, can we begin? Yes. Before Yunhe finished speaking, his martial king aura erupted and he rushed forward with a koi movement technique. Martial king! Everyone exclaimed. They did not expect a county governor of a 9th-ranked county to break through to martial king. Shuachaochuan sneered and his martial king cultivation erupted. Dense energy gathered in his fists and he directly punched at the void. Bang, bang, 2 explosions were heard, the surging spiritual energy resonated with the space and quickly condensed into a huge fist. It suddenly pressed down on the charging Yunhe, supreme-grade mid-tier, space-trembling fist. Come at me. Yunhe stopped and waved his long sleeves. His spirit energy spread out and formed a barrier that looked like a water curtain in front of him. Boom, the fist with the force of 10,000 pounds smashed into the watery barrier. Both sides instantly perished together. 2 different kinds of spiritual energy madly disturbed the outside and stirred up the space. Thump thump thump, Shuachaochuan took a few steps back to stabilize his body. When he looked up, he found that Yunhe had disappeared. Where did he go? Snore, snore, snoring sounds came from outside the training field. Shuachaochuan scanned with his spiritual sense and found that Yunhe was lying below, snoring with his limbs in the air. Everyone, he was actually able to lie down and sleep in the middle of a fight. What a weirdo. Come. Come. Help me up. I can still drink. Yunhe, who was sleeping soundly, did not forget to talk drunkenly. The corner of Shuachaochuan's mouth twitched violently. I actually agreed to the challenge of a drunkard. Is there something wrong with my brain? Men! He shouted in a deep voice, throw him out. County governor. A strategist said, we can capture this person. Perhaps we can use him for other purposes in the future. Shuachaochuan said, before we take down the Azure Sun County, we will be criticized by others for detaining a county governor without permission. The strategist did not say anything else. The county governor was someone who did great things. However, sometimes, when he cared too much, he would be restrained. Come. Continue drinking. A few soldiers lifted Xianxia up. He was still talking drunkenly. Was this guy not here to be a joke? The farce had ended. The disciples of the Spirit Source sect and many martial artists sat down. Xianxia walked into the main hall and chatted with the patriarch of the Guiyuan sect. Yu Hongtai, who was sitting on the high platform, said loudly, "I have wasted some time just now. Now, you can ask me any questions you have about martial arts." "Senior Yu, I have some questions about martial arts. Please give me some pointers." A family head spoke first. "Feel free to speak," Yu Hongtai said as if he was a martial arts master. "I have been confused about martial arts for a long time." At this point, the family head's face suddenly showed a look of horror. He said, "It's over, it's over. It's over." Everyone was stunned. Subconsciously, they looked in the direction that the family head raised his head. They saw a stream of light behind the main hall flying towards them at high speed. Yu Hongtai also felt a wave of heat coming towards them. He spread out his spiritual senses and discovered the red light that was rapidly approaching. "Oh no! It's about to land. Everyone, run." The people sitting on the training field were like frightened rabbits. They all fled in all directions. Yu Hongtai sneered and immediately raised his hand. The space suddenly distorted, and a gurgling spiritual energy visible to the naked eye was formed. It condensed into a solid enchantment above the hall. Boom! At this moment, the red light hit the barrier like a meteor and shattered it. Then, with a bang, it landed in the center of the training field. Whoosh whoosh, a wave of heat swept over and swept away all the martial artists who could not retreat in time. At the same time, because the force of the landing was too strong, the ground of the entire Spirit Source sect shook violently. The beams of the main hall creaked. The expressions of Xianxia and the patriarch of the Spirit Source sect, who were talking, changed drastically. They released their spiritual senses and covered the area where the force came from. They saw a ball of hot flames appear on the training field out of thin air. The precious stone slabs were either shattered or burned red. In the flames, two figures gradually appeared. A voice sounded, "Head of the Iron Bone clan, Xianxia, is here to visit the Spirit Source sect. Please enlighten me." Xianxia, the sect leader of the Iron Bone clan, is here to visit the Spirit Origin sect. Please enlighten me. His words echoed in the sky above the Spirit Origin sect. Coupled with the scorching heat wave, it was extremely pretentious. The cultivators who were swept away stood up with difficulty. All of them widened their eyes. Xianxia, why is he here? And, he flew here. Could it be that the sect leader of the Iron Bone clan had broken through to Wuhuang? Impossible. The recent news about him seemed to have come from the royal city. He was a sword king and martial king. How could he enter Wuhuang? At this moment, Xianxia walked out of the flames. He put his hands behind his back and vomited. Everyone, it was his first time flying, and he flew so fast. It was normal for sect leader Jun to be a little dizzy. Yu Hongtai's expression was very ugly. The defensive barrier he had just formed was broken. It was a big blow to him. Whoosh! Whoosh! Xianxia and the patriarch of the Spirit Origin sect walked out of the main hall. Their expressions became serious. They didn't care about Xianxia. They cared about the burning flame behind him. It was emitting a heavy and majestic aura. Yu Hongtai saw the aura emitted from the flame and thought, could it be that this is the person who sneak attacked me earlier? The great Wu Huang is so despicable. Achoo. He Wudi, who was in the Iron Bone clan, sneezed. He rubbed his nose and said, is someone talking bad about me? Sect leader Jun, the patriarch of the Spirit Origin sect, said coldly, you came uninvited. What do you want? Several martial kings of the Spirit Origin sect had died in his hands. They must be enemies. Xianxia, who was gradually getting used to the situation, said, you came to my Azure Sun County to challenge me. It is impolite not to return the favor. Today, I am here to learn from you. He was straightforward. He was here to cause trouble. However, sect leader June was a little puzzled. Why were there so many people in the Spirit Origin sect? Could it be that they knew that he would cause trouble today and prepared melon seeds and stools in advance to watch the show? Move. Get out of my way. At this moment, the drunken Yun he squeezed his way through the crowd and grinned. You little brat, you only came now. Jun Xianxia frowned. Do we know each other? Smelly brat. Yun he replied, I'm the county governor of Azure Sun County. Didn't Xie Guangquan mention it to you? County governor? Jun Xianxiao recalled the county governor that Xie Guangquan had previously mentioned to him. Looking at the man's attire and his head of white hair, he muttered, he really does resemble him. Like my ass. That's who I am. Cloud Crane said. Wait a minute, wasn't this guy thrown out while he was asleep? Why did he come back? Shuachachuan. Yun he said proudly, you and I fought to a draw just now. Now, my sect from the Azure Sun County will challenge your sect from the True Sun County. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. Based on this situation just now, was it really a draw? Did he just fall to the ground and pretend to be asleep after being sent flying by a punch? Shuachachuan, Jun Xianxiao said, so the county governor of True Sun County is also here. Sorry for the disrespect. Sect leader Jun Shuachachuan said in a deep voice, since you're here to challenge us, you should have walked through the main entrance. Isn't it too rude to fly here? Although the flame was very strong, as the county governor of a 6th grade county, he naturally could not be weak. Don't talk about such useless things. Jun Xianxiao said, quickly send someone who can fight. Little Longlong's battle form had a time limit. He had to destroy the place and leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would not be able to return today. Sitting up there is like a fraud. Jun Xianxiao pointed at Wu Huang who had chased after him and said indifferently, you. Impudent. Yu Hongtai shouted coldly. Whoosh, the flame suddenly rushed over at an extremely fast speed. It was so fast that even a martial king like Shuachachuan could not keep up with its pace. Boom, a loud sound was heard. The flame was already in front of Yu Hongtai. Its thick arm stretched out and directly hit Yu Hongtai's chest. Old man. Little Longlong's childish voice sounded, be polite when you speak, or I'll beat you up. Yu Hongtai's eyes widened. He immediately staggered backward until he fell off the high platform. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone was dumbfounded. This was the Grand Elder of the Spirit Stream sect, the real Wu Huang. He was actually spitting out blood after being hit by a punch. Jun Xianxiao was also a little stunned. He knew that the little guy's second battle form was very strong, but he did not expect it to be so strong. With such an awesome contract beast, wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted in southwest Yangzhou? Whoosh, at this moment, little Long Long, who was in the flame, moved again. It appeared in front of Yu Hongtai as if it had teleported. The sky full of flames whistled and instantly turned into balls of fire. Bang! Bang, bang! 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 Yu Hongtai, who looked like an immortal, did not even have time to open a protective barrier before he was bombarded. Bang! After the last punch, the Grand Elder of the Spirit Stream sect flew out like a cannonball. He passed through the main hall and directly hit the mountain in the backyard. The distance between the martial arts field and the back mountain was at least 10 miles. Plop! Yu Hongtai fell to the ground and fainted on the spot. It was sad that the mighty Wu Huang had fainted twice in such a short time. Hiss! Everyone gasped. Who was the person in the flame? How could he trample Wu Huang so easily? Master. Little Longlong's voice sounded, that guy is too weak. Is there anyone stronger? The corner of Jun Xianxiao's mouth twitched. He had thought that the battle between Little Long Long and Wu Huang would be earth-shattering, but it turned out that Little Long Long had defeated him so easily. Shuachachuan and the Patriarch of the Spirit Stream sect widened their eyes. The Iron Bone sect actually had such a powerful warrior. Master. Little Long Long said, I haven't had enough. Jun Xianxiao looked at Shuachachuan and the Patriarch of the Spirit Stream sect and said, then let's beat them all up. Okay. Little Long Long dragged the flame and rushed over. Boom, boom, Xianxia and the patriarch of the Spirit Stream sect pierced through the wall of the main hall like cannonballs and landed heavily on the back mountain. Then, they fainted beside you. Hong Tai. This was just the beginning. All the elders of the Spirit Stream sect who were at the Martial King realm could not escape from little Longlong's claws. They all crashed into the mountain and fainted. After a while, the higher-ups of the Spirit Stream sect were all lying on the ground. What was even more tragic was the main hall. At this moment, the outer wall of the main hall was full of holes. Not a single one of them can fight. Xianxia shook his head and said, "This is boring. Let's go home." Whoosh, little Longlong picked up its master and stomped its right foot. It turned into a fiery red stream of light and flew into the sky again. It could be said that it came and went in a hurry. The cultivators outside the martial arts practice field were all dumbfounded. They had come to the Spirit Stream sect to listen to a lecture. However, before they could benefit from it, the Grand Elder who was giving the lecture was beaten unconscious. "Did you see that?" At this moment, Yunhe said loudly, "This is the result of bullying my Qingyang county." Whoosh! 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 At this moment, a group of Martial King realm experts of the Xinjiang county who were stationed at the foot of the mountain flew over and quickly surrounded him. Tisk, Yunhe smiled coldly. He channeled Qi into his dantian and shouted, "Brat, save me. Let me tell you, if it wasn't for the fact that I didn't want to embarrass myself, I would have definitely taken care of those martial kings." In the wilderness, Yunhe sat on a rock and said with a head full of bumps. The smell of alcohol lingered in the air. Xianxia couldn't help but ask, "Are you really the county chief of Azure Sun County?" He had already left, but when he thought of Yunhe, he returned and saved him from being beaten up. "Nonsense." Yunhe said, "Of course I'm the county chief of Azure Sun County." As he spoke, he took out a waist token with golden edges from his interspatial ring. The words County Chief of Azure Sun County were engraved on it. "All right." Xianxia said, "My county chief is a weirdo." Brat. Yunhe took another sip of wine and grinned, "It's all because of my good leadership that a sect with unlimited potential like yours can appear in Azure Sun County. Not to mention the group of martial kings who beat him up, even Xianxia had the urge to beat him up." "Hey." Yunhe pointed at the burning flames in the distance and said in a low voice, "Who's the one inside? He can actually trample on Wu Huang." Xiao Longlong's battle form was a little scary, so Sect Master Jun specially instructed him to conceal his appearance with the flames and not expose himself. "There are still things waiting for me to deal with in the sect. I'll take my leave first." Xianxia couldn't be bothered to explain and got up to leave. "Wait." Yunhe stood up and patted his shoulder. He said seriously, "I like to travel. I'll leave Azure Sun County in your care in the future." Xianxia's mouth twitched. This guy is really good at shirking his responsibilities. When can I be so carefree? "Of course." Yunhe said, "I won't treat you unfairly." As he spoke, he threw a waist token and said, "From today onwards, you're the county chief of Azure Sun County." Xianxia was stunned. However, when he saw the words Deputy County Chief of Azure Sun County written on the waist token, his mouth twitched. "Isn't this too casual?" "Brat." Yunhe stood up and left. He waved his hand and said, "I'll take my leave first." "Lunatic," Xianxia muttered. Then, he summoned little Longlong and turned into a ball of fire before disappearing into the sky. Yunhe drank a mouthful of wine and looked at the sky with misty eyes. He muttered, "Little guy, whether or not Azure Sun County can become stronger will depend on your iron bone." Plop, he fell to the ground and fell asleep. This time, he really drank too much. He slept for a few hours before waking up. Then, he scratched his head and said with a blank face, "Why am I sleeping here? Sigh, I drank too much. Forget it. Seeing that we're all county governors, I won't find trouble with Xianxia." "Eh? Why is one of the vice-prefectural governor's waist tokens missing? Don't tell me you gave it to someone else when you were drunk." Back to Xianxia. Little Longlong carried her back to the sect. The disciples who were training in the martial arts practice field immediately gathered around and asked about the situation. When they learned that the sect leader's contracted beast had beaten up Wu Huang and many martial kings of the Spirit Stream sect, they all widened their eyes. Oh my god, how awesome was that? It was a pity that they couldn't see it with their own eyes. Master. Little Long returned to its original form. Then, it collapsed on the ground and said weakly, I need to rest for a while. On the day of the Spirit Stream Sect's lecture, Jun Changxiao had flown over and beaten up the Grand Elder and the county governor. Immediately, the news spread in southwest Jiangzhou. What? The Demon Fiend Sect's branch leader who received the news stood up and said in shock, that guy can defeat Wu Huang? Reporting to the branch leader. The subordinate said, the one who attacked was not Jun Changxiao. It was a mysterious person shrouded in flames. The Grand Elder of the Spirit Stream sect was beaten up to the point that he couldn't fight back at all. So strong? The branch leader frowned and said, could it be that this little iron bone has an even stronger existence? The branch leader of the deicide temple also received the news. He guessed in shock, the one who attacked was that Wu Huang? He could easily defeat Yu Hongtai. I'm afraid his rank is very high. The news of the Spirit Stream sect being smashed spread more and more widely. The Heavenly Mandate Royal City also received the news. Sidu Haoyun and Yi Tianxing were also shocked for a while. Of course. Many people were discussing who the mysterious person shrouded in flames was. This was destined to be an unsolved mystery. After Princess Red Lotus received the news, she fell into a short period of contemplation and said to herself, it should be a strong fighter of the fire element. The news of the Iron Bone continued to spread in southwest Jiangzhou. Many warriors also realized that this little sect not only had the Sword King and Martial King, but also Wu Huang. For a period of time, many young men and women with dreams in their hearts flocked to Azure Sun County from all over the world, all for the sake of joining this top 3 sect with extraordinary potential. Line up, one by one. Outside the gate of the Iron Bone, Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji were maintaining order. Ning Duxing and Ning Duzue sat at the table with a large stack of admission forms beside them. Now, the two of them not only had to teach disciples, but also had to recruit disciples. Greetings, elders. A young man walked over. Ning Duxing said, name, gender, age, spiritual root, cultivation. My name is Yang Lan, male, 19 years old, low-grade spiritual root. The young man was introducing himself when he was interrupted by Ning Duxing. Your spiritual root is too low to meet the entry requirements. Jun Changxiao had asked the two of them to recruit disciples, and the condition was that they had to have at least middle-grade spiritual roots. As for low-grade spiritual roots, there was no need to consider them. Elders. Yang Lan said, my martial Dao spiritual root is poor, but my array spiritual root is good. Oh? Ning Duxing said, you know about arrays? Yang Lan handed over a token and said, this can prove it. There were very complicated lines engraved on the token. At first glance, it looked like some kind of array, and the words First Grade Array Apprentice were written on it. Array Dao was also divided into different levels. This First Grade Array Apprentice was a beginner. After Ning Duxing and Ning Duzue exchanged glances, they raised a pen and filled in the admission form. Then, they directly stamped it and said, go in, someone will receive you. Yang Lan cupped his hands and said, thank you, elders. Even a first-grade array apprentice can join? Someone muttered. Su Xiaoma said in a clear voice, my Iron Bone sect recruits disciples based on their spiritual root aptitude and their specialty. Even the lowest level of medicinal masters will be accepted. I see. Everyone suddenly understood. Those martial cultivators who were originally worried that their aptitude would not pass but had a specialty were suddenly filled with confidence. I know about medical skills. Go in. I am a second-grade medicinal master, go in. In one day, there were a total of 100 disciples accepted. Among them, there were 40 to 50 teenagers with middle-grade spiritual roots, and the rest had a specialty. After Jun Changxiao finished cultivating, he took the admission form and saw Yang Lan's name. He murmured, Array Dao is very mysterious. It can be trained to be an array master. There were many kinds of arrays in the 32 formations of wonder. He did not have time to study all of them. If there were disciples who knew about arrays, he could give them to study and benefit the sect. Things like array formations were really mysterious. Even the simplest isolation array, as long as it was used properly, could play an unexpected role. Therefore, sect leader Jun had plans to train array masters. Although he relied on the formation aptitude liquid to easily level up, he was still the leader of a sect, so he couldn't do it himself every time. Sigh. If only there was a formation aptitude liquid in the store. The system said, host can refresh the store. Damn. Instigating me to spend contribution points again. However, after recruiting 100 disciples today, he had given more than 100 contribution points. He was about to exceed the limit, so sect leader Jun pulled out the system store. After buying 10,000 swords, there was nothing worth buying in the mid-level store, so he decisively refreshed the store. Ding. Contribution points, 989010000. Whoosh, Xianxia took a deep breath and muttered, I hope I can get something good. Because of the uncertainty, he always felt like he was gambling, nervous and expectant. F***ck. After reading it, Xianxia collapsed, there's nothing useful. It was common to not be able to get anything good in the beginner's store. With the luck value +5 title, there was nothing in the mid-level store. His luck was really bad. If he wanted to continue refreshing the store, he had to buy an item, in other words. This time, at least 1,100 contribution points would be wasted. Xianxia's flesh hurt, his teeth hurt, his whole body hurt. How can you see the rainbow without experiencing the wind and rain? Believe me, you can do it. Only when spending contribution points to refresh the store would the system know how to encourage people and not attack them with its poisonous tongue. Damn it. I don't believe in evil. Xianxia carefully browsed the store again. In the end, he gritted his teeth and spent 1,000 contribution points to buy a bottle of magic hair modification gel. Reason for purchase. His head could be broken, but his hairstyle couldn't be messed up. Huff, Xianxia took a deep breath and pulled down the store again. Ding. Contribution points, 879010000. F***ck. After reading it, Xianxia leaned his head against the wall and wanted to cry but had no tears. There's nothing good, what's the use of this luck value? The system said, don't be discouraged. At this pace, if you continue to refresh, you'll definitely get something good. Like hell I'll believe you. Xianxia said. I don't want to farm anymore, I don't want to play anymore. Unless the host doesn't need to use the mid-tier store anymore, you'll still have to buy it to refresh. Since that's the case, why don't you refresh it now? The system said. That made sense. Good, one more time. Xianxia also bought a multifunctional hairdryer. Not only could it dry his hair, but it could also shave his beard. She washed and dried her hair. Get a billion haircut and spray it. Perfect. Ding. Contribution points, 769010000. Sect leader Jun refreshed the store for the third time, and his eyes were almost wet. Spending 2,300 contribution points in such a short period of time only to buy 2 daily necessities was definitely a heartache. Fortunately, the third refresh did not disappoint him. A useful item appeared in the first row. It was called the Array Sharing Bracelet. Share, click on the details. The so-called Array Sharing Bracelet, after wearing it, could establish a sharing mechanism with the designated target, thus allowing the user to control all the arrays he had set up. I thought it was an array that shared mutual understanding. Xianxia shook his head and said, it's useless. It's useful. The system said, when the host is outside, the sect protection array is either open every day or closed at all times. If you share the array with the disciple, you can let him decide if it's open or closed according to the situation. Makes sense. Xianxia said. The sect protection array was bought from the store. The drawback was that as long as it was activated, it would consume contribution points. It was unrealistic to keep it open every day. If it was closed and he happened to not be in the sect, it would be very troublesome if an expert came to cause trouble. I'll buy it. He spent 1,000 contribution points to buy the array sharing bracelet. It was a pair of exquisite small bracelets with the words Main and Vice engraved on them. After putting on the main bracelet, Xianxia muttered, "Who should I give this bracelet to?" At first, he was thinking about Li Qingyang. But a grown man giving a bracelet to another grown man, this was a little exciting. Xianxia is not here. Otherwise, I would give it to her. Xianxia muttered. Sect Master. Li Luoqiu walked in from outside and said, "Can you give my drizzle hall a few more training rooms?" Xianxia's eyes suddenly lit up. Apart from carrying out special missions, this woman was in the sect almost every day. Giving the switch of the sect protection array to her was undoubtedly the best choice. Hall Master Li, Xianxia smiled and said, "I have a bracelet here. If you like it, you can take it." Li Luoqiu was stunned. "You're giving me a bracelet? Is there a problem?" Xianxia said. "Of course there is a problem." Li Luoqiu said, "It's the custom of the Starfall continent. When the man is engaged, he will give the woman a bracelet to show his love." "There's such a custom?" Xianxia was stunned. Li Luoqiu blinked and said with a smile, "Sect Master gave me a bracelet, could it be that you have feelings for me?" "No." Xianxia said, "Not at all." Li Luoqiu smiled and said, "So, Sect Master, you should give it to a woman who has feelings for you. People of Jianghu don't care about trifles. Besides, I've given one to you before. You don't have to care about the custom." Xianxia said. "Who did you give it to?" "Lu Qianqian." Li Luoqiu said in surprise, "The bracelet on her hand was given by Sect Master?" "Yes." Xianxia said. Li Luoqiu thought, Lu Qianqian is from an extraordinary family. She must know the custom of giving bracelets. Since she accepted it, I'm afraid there's a problem. Don't waste time. Hurry up and put it on. Xianxia threw the bracelet over and told her its function. "I see. I was wondering why Sect Master gave me a bracelet for no reason." Li Luoqiu, who used to be an assassin, didn't care about the custom. She happily put on the exquisite bracelet. Needless to say, the two quickly established a sharing mechanism. Li Luoqiu walked out of the main hall. With a thought, the sect protection formation, which was in a suspended state, was immediately activated. Ding! Sect contribution points, 668010000. Xiao, the formation closed. Xiao, the formation opened again. Ding! Sect contribution points, 667010000. Li Luoqiu wanted to try a few more times. Xianxia hurriedly ran out and said, "Hall Master Li, this sect protection formation can't be used casually. Otherwise, my calories will be burned." "Sect Master, what are calories?" On a snow-covered mountain peak, Lu Qianqian floated. Because she was wearing a white school uniform, she seemed to be one with the world. After an unknown period of time, she retracted her gaze from the southwest direction and subconsciously looked at the bracelet on her wrist. "After I broke through Wuzong, the bracelet's amplification effect disappeared." Lu Qianqian gently took it off. She originally wanted to throw the bracelet into her spatial ring, but after a moment of hesitation, she put it back on her wrist. Shua, like a graceful fairy, she flew down, heading towards the snow-covered Luzhou in the northeast. P.S. The 4th chapter is here. Please vote. After giving the shared bracelet to Li Luoqiu, sect leader Jun spent 200 contribution points to buy 10 body technique training rooms for the Drizzle Hall. This thing was the same as the molding room. It was a basic facility, and it was mainly targeted at speed. The new disciples mainly focused on molding their bodies and increasing their spiritual energy, so they were assigned to the Drizzle Hall and trained according to the killer method. After Hall Master Li left, Xianxia continued to browse through the mid-level store, and then saw another item called Spirit Tempering Pill Formula. He clicked on the details. Item, Spirit Tempering Pill Formula. Effect, can refine the spiritual energy in the Cyclone and Spirit Core, thus condensing a stronger combat strength. Price, 1,000 contribution points. Xianxia murmured, "It seems pretty good." Ding! Host has spent 1,000 contribution points and obtained Spirit Tempering Pill Formula X1. It has been transferred to the space ring. Ding. Sect contribution points, 547010000. The formula was automatically matched to the alchemy pavilion. Sect leader Jun happened to have 6 herbs to refine, so he could refine 50 pills. Thus, he pressed the button to refine the pills to the maximum without hesitation. He continued to browse through the store. The mid-level thunderclap technique appeared in his field of vision. The Spirit Beast Hall had the basic thunderclap technique, and the mid-level one was naturally the upgraded version. However, because he didn't have a suitable thunder crystal core, Sect leader Jun hadn't given the purple lightning tiger a basic skill yet. I'll buy it first, I can use it in the future. Ding. After buying the mid-level thunderclap technique, it was automatically matched to the Spirit Beast Hall. This mid-level skill required even more thunder crystal cores. If Sect leader Jun wanted to collect enough, it would definitely take some time. It seems that I have to ask the procurement hall to pay more attention to thunder crystal cores. Jun Xianxia continued to browse through the store and found that there was nothing good, so he retracted the system panel. Keep farming. The system urged. Jun Xianxia rolled his eyes and said, I spent almost 6,000 contribution points in such a short time. Even if you don't feel the pinch, I do. Originally, he was aiming for the formation aptitude liquid, but he didn't get it even after spending so many contribution points. This matter told him that if he couldn't forget it, there would be no response. However, it was worth it to be able to get the formula and the mid-level thunderclap technique. Ding. The spirit tempering pill was ready. Jun Xianxia took out the pill and swallowed it without hesitation. Hoo, in the blink of an eye, the spiritual energy in the 2 spiritual cores in his dantian began to boil violently, and then began to be refined and sublimated. When breaking through a major realm, one's spirit energy would undergo a similar tempering. The 3rd level of the training tower also had the effect of tempering one's spiritual energy. Now that he had experienced it again with the spirit tempering pill, he felt really good. An hour later, the tumbling spiritual energy returned to normal. Jun Xianxia clenched his fists. Spirit energy gathered in his meridians, and he realized that his strength was much higher than before. Bang! Inside the training room, a punch was delivered with a force of 4.5 million Jin. I'll go. Jun Xianxia said in surprise. After taking 1 spirit tempering pill, it actually increased by 500,000 kilograms. The system said, this is not strength fried rice, it is a permanent increase. Jun Xianxia said with a burning gaze, isn't it the same as the body-shaping pill? The body-shaping pill increases the strength of the body to increase combat strength, while the spirit-tempering pill refines spiritual energy to increase combat strength. There is a fundamental difference between the two. The system explained. Jun Xianxia said, if we can mass-produce it and let each disciple take one, it will definitely be very good. It was good. But the materials were lacking. Therefore, medicinal herbs, seeds, and so on had to be supplied. The next day, the members of the procurement hall went down the mountain one after another and went to various cities to purchase martial arts resources, focusing on the thunder crystal cores and medicinal herbs or seeds for refining the spirit tempering pill. Seeds were easy to find, but medicinal herbs and crystal cores were a bit difficult, especially the rare thunder crystal cores. I have to find time to look for them myself. Jun Xianxia said. The crystal cores with special attributes were definitely in the dangerous deep mountains and forests. It was still a bit dangerous to give them to the disciples. However, with the improvement of Iron Bone's overall strength, the missions issued by the mission distributor were constantly changing. Many of the missions were focused on hunting high-ranked ferocious beasts. That was inevitable. A group of martial masters and Wuzong disciples would definitely be out of place to do missions like delivering letters and fetching water every day. The fire dragon had activated its 2nd form, but it was still in a weak state. Yangjun, who followed his daughter to the sect, had also become the 2nd chef of Iron Bone. In the way of cooking, Yangjun was an expert. The food he made was not inferior to Lu Wancher's at all. The Iron Bone disciples had a new supply of delicious food and were rejuvenated. When they cultivated, they were also full of passion. As for the white-clothed youth who cheated, he was still enjoying the torture from the happy football. His life was worse than death. Are you comfortable? On this day, Jun Changxiao came to visit him in the prison cell. The white-clothed youth lay on the ground with disheveled hair and said in a hoarse voice, Sect. Sect leader Jun, spare me. His entire face was swollen and bruised. There was no place that was intact. Jun Changxiao said, if I didn't spare you, you would have died 10,000 times by now. The white-clothed youth was a smart person. He knew that if the other party didn't kill him, he must think that he was useful. However, he didn't say anything and only knew how to torture him every day. What was the point of that? Kid. Jun Changxiao said, what's your name? Zhao. Zhao Daodu. The white-clothed youth said with difficulty. Xiao Mu. Jun Changxiao said, continue to beat him. Yes. Su Xiaoma walked in from outside and beat Zhao Daodu up without saying anything. Eat, sleep, beat Daodu. Jun Changxiao said, just based on your name, it would be embarrassing if I didn't beat you up. Zhao Daodu collapsed on the ground. He was crying in his heart. Jun Changxiao said, there are at least 8,000 people who have been cheated by you over the years. It's only right that you suffer a little in the Iron Bone prison. Sect leader Jun. I've only cheated rich and powerful people. I've never cheated poor people. Zhao Daodu said weakly. Heh. Jun Changxiao said, you're also a chivalrous swindler? Zhao Daodu endured the pain and tried his best to speak smoothly. He said, after I finished my apprenticeship, the records of all the people I cheated and the people I cheated were recorded in the records. Except for when I was young and immature, I cheated a girl of the same age of her first kiss. All the people I cheated deserved it. After you finished your apprenticeship? Jun Changxiao held his chin and said, from what you're saying, there are people who teach you the art of cheating. Zhao Daodu was silent. Jun Changxiao didn't have any interest in continuing to ask. He said, just stay in prison from now on. When I'm in a good mood, I might let you go. Creak. The prison door closed. Su Xiaoma followed behind and said, this guy pretended to be the sect leader and cheated outside. His character is very bad. Why don't we just kill him? Jun Changxiao rubbed his nose and said, since he cheated from a young age, he can be considered to have some skills. Let's lock him up in the sect first. Who knows, he might come in handy in the future. You're keeping him for nothing? Su Xiaoma said. Of course not. When you have nothing to do, just eat, sleep, and beat Daodu. Sect leader, I understand. Su Xiaoma's lips curled up into a sinister smile. After a few days, the members of the procurement hall returned with a full load. Most of them bought medicinal herbs and seeds. There were also crystal cores and ores, but the proportion was very small. Jun Changxiao put the useful medicinal herbs into his space ring and used them to refine various pills. The seeds were taken away by the people of the medicine hall. After dividing them one by one, they would be soaked in the seed-nurturing pool and planted. After this period of planning, the Iron Bone Division was gradually on the right track. There were many things that the sect leader didn't need to ask about and would be carried out in an orderly manner. The day of being a hands-off shopkeeper is just around the corner. Elder Wei. Jun Changxiao took out the list of seeds for refining the spirit-tempering pill and specifically said, plant these first. I have a big use for them. Elder Wei took it and looked at it carefully. Although the quality is high, it's not a big problem. It will mature in about a month or two. With the recovery of spiritual energy, the number of members had increased, and the land had been improved. The current medicinal garden was definitely not inferior to the large sects in terms of cultivating medicinal herbs. After leaving the medicine hall, Jun Changxiao went to the Wolf Rider Hall. Shuirengue and Tao Yuan were discussing the training plan in the hall. Because they were so focused on the discussion, the sect leader stood aside for a long time before he saw them. Sect leader. The two hurriedly cupped their hands. Jun Changxiao crossed his arms and smiled. You guys continue, I will listen quietly. Shuirengue and Tao Yuan discussed again. They were talking about military training. Sect leader Jun didn't know much about it, so he didn't interfere. A moment later. After the two finished discussing, they listed a complete set of plans. Jun Changxiao said, under your leadership, I believe that the Wolf Rider Hall will become stronger and stronger, and become the strongest army in the Falling Star continent. Shui Rengui was old, and his hot-bloodedness had settled down long ago. The young Taoyuan hurriedly saluted and said in a loud voice, I will not disappoint Sect Leader. Next. Sect Leader Jun watched the daily training of the new members of the Wolf Rider Hall. There were only 1,000 hurricane wolves. The new members could temporarily use them to practice, while the old members focused on cultivation. If the hurricane wolves live in the mountains where the spiritual power has recovered, their reproduction and growth rate will increase by a lot. In the future, it won't be a problem for everyone to have one. Speaking of the hurricane wolf, Sect Leader Jun thought of journey to the west. In the second half of this year, he thought of the hurricane wolf king. Although this fellow was obedient to him, it was merely subdued and not truly subdued, so he still had to sign a contract with it to become a contracted beast. In the beginning, Sect Leader Jun's cultivation wasn't as high as the Hurricane Wolf King's, so he forced himself to sign the contract. If he failed, his soul would suffer a backlash. But now that he was a sword and martial king, he could easily win the contract. 4 hours later, Jun Changxiao successfully signed a contract with the Hurricane Wolf King and obtained another contract beast. At the same time, in the Spirit Beast Hall's elementary wind riding technique, the wind-type dire beast had reached 11. All the data matched, which meant that it could learn a skill now. Whoosh, in the forest of Ironbone Mountain, a strong wind burst out. Its speed was so fast that it left people dumbfounded. After a while, the Hurricane Wolf King stopped. Its hair that seemed to be standing on end gradually fell back. The wind-type energy condensed around its body dissipated, and its eyes were filled with human-like excitement. Just now, a special energy seeped into its sea of consciousness, allowing it to obtain a certain ability for no reason. After it was activated, its speed was actually many times faster than before. This was the elementary wind riding technique. Although there was a time limit and usage limit, it would greatly increase its movement speed for a short period of time. The Hurricane Wolf King was originally known for its speed. If it learned this skill, it would definitely be like a tiger that had grown wings. However, our sect leader Jun was unlucky. Because he was sitting on the back of the Hurricane Wolf, the sudden acceleration of the short distance directly blew his hair straight. Damn it. When he went back, he must use hair gel to fix his hairstyle. The two elders, Ning Duxing and Ning Duzue, were not idle either. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, they would teach Wu-Tang martial arts. On Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, they would sit at the mountain gate and be responsible for recruiting disciples. As the sect's reputation grew, more and more martial cultivators joined the sect. Among them, there were many who were in their 20s, 30s, and 40s. These people who already had a good foundation in martial arts would definitely be recruited by the Iron Bone sect. However, they were more interested in whether they had a skill or not. After more than 10 days of recruitment, they really recruited a lot of martial cultivators with a skill, such as 6th and 7th grade medicinal masters, and doctors who had a little knowledge of medicine. Moreover, they also recruited 4 array masters. After some consideration, Jun Changxiao decided to establish the array hall. The hall master would be Li Luoqiu said, "Why is it my part-time job again? Beautiful women work more." Jun Changxiao laughed. Li Luoqiu was speechless. "What other halls do you want to open?" "Just open one. It's not a burden for me to have too many halls now. Now that you mention it, you really reminded me." Jun Changxiao held his chin and said, "Both Miaohua Palace and Songshan sect have discipline halls. Our Iron Bone sect can't do without one. So we'll build one first and let you take over." Li Luoqiu was even more speechless. Drizzle Hall, Procurement Hall, Array Hall, and Discipline Hall's Hall Master. Who in the Falling Star continent has more positions than me? Establishing the Array Hall and Discipline Hall was just to make preparations for the sect to be more complete. When he found more suitable candidates in the future, he definitely wouldn't let Li Luoqiu take over. "We still need 587 disciples to reach 10,000, Jun Changxiao murmured. Based on the number of martial cultivators joining the sect during this period, it should be full in less than a month. Sect Master Li Qingyang said. Another 2 disciples who just joined suddenly fainted. This kind of problem often occurred among the disciples recruited during this period. He was very puzzled and wondered if there was something wrong with them. Only Sect Master Jun knew. If the disciples who joined the sect suddenly fainted, they must have been punished by the system. In other words, some people didn't join to cultivate martial arts, but to obtain secrets. People fear fame just as pigs fear being fat. It's a pity that no matter what you do, if you have the slightest disloyalty to my iron bone, your memories will be erased. Jun Xianxia directly banished the disciples who fainted from the sect. He didn't kill them not because he was kind, but because he secretly ordered the people of the Drizzle Hall to keep an eye on the targets and see which faction sent them. That one called Lu Zhiyun was sent by the Deicide Hall, and the one called Sun Ku was sent by the Demon Fiend Sect. Li Luoqiu told him the information she just received. Jun Xianxia sat on the chair and supported his chin with his palms, saying, "Two third-rate evil sects, and they still can't forget about my iron bone. Should I give them a definite response?" Li Luoqiu said, "According to the information we received, the two factions have been very obedient recently and haven't made any moves." Under her management, the Drizzle Hall's information network had been extended a lot, especially to the factions that were hostile to the sect. It could be said that they were monitoring them 24/7. Jun Xianxia said, "It seems that they just want to understand how my iron bone became so strong." Yes. The two evil sects had this intention. The other factions might not have any ill intentions towards Iron Bone, but they sent spies to find out how an unranked sect could rise in such a short time. However, with the system's punishment, the various factions were destined to not take away any valuable information from the sect. Jun Xianxia estimated that it would take at least a month to recruit 10,000 people, but he was wrong. In the next few days, martial cultivators from far away arrived one after another. The number of people who came to join the sect was several times more than usual. This was impossible. At dawn, there were already 700 to 800 martial cultivators gathered at the mountain gate. If they didn't consider aptitude, they could easily gather 10,000 people. Not only would they meet the sect's standards, but they would also be able to trigger a sect mission. There was no such thing as random recruitment. The Ning brothers strictly followed the sect master's instructions and asked them one by one. In the end, only 200 martial cultivators met the requirements. The next day, there were also 600 to 700 disciples who came to apply for the sect. In this way, in just the 5th day, the sect's members had increased from the initial 9413 to 9999. We're still short of one person. After hearing the notification, Jun Xianxia's eyes flashed with passion. Sect Master. Li Qingyang reported, "There's an old man outside who wants to see you." Someone who joined the sect. He didn't say he wanted to join the sect. He only said he wanted to see you. Jun Xianxia walked out. At this moment, the martial cultivators who couldn't join Iron Bone had already left. It seemed quite empty. In the cool breeze, an old man in a long robe stood. He looked to be in his 60s or 70s. He had a head full of black hair and sharp eyes. He didn't look old at all. "You're Jun Xianxia?" His voice was loud and clear. At first glance, it sounded like he was in his 30s or 40s. This person took good care of himself. "That's right." Jun Xianxia said, "Senior, why have you come to Iron Bone?" The old man said, "I heard that your sect is recruiting heroes from all over the world. This old man has come to join." The Ning brothers frowned. "If you want to join the sect, why don't you say something? After coming, you want to see the sect master directly. You're really arrogant." Jun Xianxia said, "Iron Bone doesn't accept nameless people. I wonder what's so special about you, senior." He released his spiritual sense but couldn't find out what cultivation level the other party was at. There were only two possibilities. First, he deliberately hid his cultivation level. Second, he didn't have any cultivation level. If it's the second type, then I'm sorry. No matter how old you are, you still have to go back the way you came. The old man said, "This old man is not proficient in martial arts, but I know a little about formations. If Iron Bone lacks a formation master, this old man can reluctantly take up the position of formation elder." The corners of the Ning brothers' mouths twitched. He hadn't even entered the sect and he already wanted to be an elder. This old man was really arrogant. Jun Changxiao said, whether you understand formations or not doesn't depend on words alone. It depends on your actions as well. Plop. A waist token inlaid with gold fell on the table. The old man said, this old man's proof of being a formation master. The Ning brothers lowered their heads to take a look, and their expressions immediately changed. The words 9th grade Array King were engraved on the plate. Array King, and a rank 9 at that, the Ning brothers had traveled extensively. Naturally, they knew that although there were many array masters in the Falling Star continent, it was still extremely rare to see a 9th grade Array King. Is this waist token a fake? Jun Changxiao transmitted his voice. Before Sun Wukong entered the sect, he had taken out a bunch of Great Emperor successor tokens, which made him more cautious. He was afraid that the other party was a swindler. Ning Duxing held the waist token in his hand, and his spiritual sense permeated the intricate patterns carved on it. He transmitted his voice, Sect Master, it's real. This kind of waist token that represented the proof of being a formation master was issued by the Array Formation Association. It contained a pocket-sized formation. After the spiritual sense was activated, one could see whether it was real or fake. It was almost impossible to fake it. Moreover, organizations like the Array Formation Association and the Certification Hall were not forces of authority. They were very strict about the authenticity of other people's tokens. Even if they could fake it, no one would dare to do so. Sect Master Jun, the old man said, if you still don't believe me, this old man can personally set up a formation for you to see. Sure. Jun Changxiao still had to try. What if the waist token was picked up on the road? The old man said, Sect Master Jun, what kind of formation do you want this old man to set up? This, Jun Changxiao transmitted his voice, Elder Ning, what kind of formation is suitable for a formation king to set up? Although he was also a formation master, he had only learned the Qi Men 32 formations and did not systematically learn the formations of the Falling Star continent, so he knew nothing about it. Sect Master. Ning Duxing transmitted his voice, you can let him set up a high-grade thunder-gathering formation. Formation masters were divided into levels, and so were formations. Just like weapon aptitude, they were divided into low-grade, mortal grade, and so on. A high-grade thunder-gathering formation was just suitable for the Formation King level. Of course. This was the division of the Falling Star continent. Jun Changxiao relied on the Formation Aptitude Transformation liquid to raise his level, as well as the mid-grade Spirit Gathering formation, which was not related to the level of this plane. In comparison, his understanding of array formations and the Spirit Gathering array that he set up could reach the level of a king. In other words, Sect Master Jun was not a sword martial king, but a sword martial king, Shu, low-key. Jun Changxiao said, Senior, let's set up a thunder-gathering formation first. The old man shook his head and smiled. It seems that Sect Master Jun still doesn't believe me when you ask this old man to set up a high-grade formation. All right. He waved his long sleeves and said, then I'll show you my incompetence. Xiao. Streams of light flew out from his sleeves, neatly inserted a few meters away from him, and formed a circle. Jun Changxiao looked at them and found that they were small golden triangular flags. These are formation flags. The system said, a tool used to set up formations. Jun Changxiao said in surprise, professional. Shua, the old man picked up a wooden stick and waved it with one hand, beginning to draw on the ground, like a master holding a brush and painting with full concentration. Very professional, this was what the Ning brothers thought in their hearts. Shua, in just a moment, within the range of the formation flags, a complicated formation was outlined, and the complexity was dazzling. As a formation master, Sect Master Jun could see the knack of it, and secretly exclaimed, vigorous and powerful, like flying dragons and dancing phoenixes, this is definitely a formation master. Shua, when the end of the last line was connected, the old man walked out and threw away the wooden stick. With his hands behind his back, he held his head high and chest out, looking like a master of a generation. Buzz. In an instant, the formation flags and the intricate lines flashed, causing the mountain gate to shine brightly. Xiao, the light barrier soared into the sky, and an array was formed in an instant. Good. Jun Changxiao couldn't help but clap his hands. Just from the smooth way of setting up the array, he was sure that this was definitely a real talent. Sect Master Jun, the old man said, the thunder gathering array has been formed, we can send someone to test it. Elders. Jun Changxiao said, enter the array and check it out. Huh? The Ning brothers' mouths twitched. A high-grade thunder gathering array was a high-level offensive array, and they would definitely be in trouble if they went in. The reason why formation masters were respected in the Falling Star continent was that the high-grade arrays they set up were not inferior to martial kings. In terms of strength, they couldn't beat martial kings. But if they became enemies, they could set up offensive arrays in front of your door every day, and they didn't believe that they couldn't kill you. Ning Duxing collapsed. If I had known, I would have set a defensive array. There was no other way. He had dug the hole himself, and he had to fill it with his life. Boom, boom, the Ning brothers resolutely walked in, and they immediately heard the sound of thunder, and the array was trembling. Jun Changxiao couldn't bear to look and turned his head. Senior's understanding of arrays is admirable, Jun. Sect Master Jun, the old man said, are you qualified to be an elder? Yes. Jun Changxiao said, however, my iron bone doesn't have an elder position. If you want to join, you can be the hall master of the array hall. Sure enough, after his unremitting efforts, he had built up the sect's reputation, and even a 9th-grade array king had taken the initiative to join. At that moment, Sect Master Jun felt a sense of accomplishment. The old man muttered to himself, as long as I can taste the dishes cooked by that girl, it's not impossible to be a hall master. Ga, Sect Master Jun was instantly petrified. Ahahaha. The system's laughter echoed in his ears. Sect Head Jun felt a sense of accomplishment when a 9th-grade array king came to join him. However, he was slapped in the face because he didn't come for the sect's reputation. He came for Lu Wancher. Recently, the most popular topic in southwest Jiangzhou was iron bone. However, someone learned about the culinary competition that ended in Monarch City not long ago. Who was it? This 9th-grade array king. He had lived for hundreds of years and only had 2 hobbies. Studying arrays. Eating all the delicacies in the world. When he learned that Lu Wancher, an iron bone disciple, got full marks in 3 rounds of competition and successfully won the championship, he was very interested. He had gone to watch the culinary competition before but returned disappointed. Because he was picky, he could find a lot of problems even if he ate the food made by the champion. The reason why he came to Iron Bone was to see how the food made by that girl could get full marks from all 10 judges. For food. Joining the Iron Bone. This 9th-grade array king had quite a character. Old people were more or less abnormal, so there was no need to make a fuss. However, Sect Head Jun's heart was hurt. Could it be that the iron bone that I painstakingly made is not as charming as Dudu's food, so painful? My heart hurts so much. No. Jun Changxiao said, Dudu is also my disciple. She can attract a 9th-grade array king to join, that's also my credit. After explaining to himself, he was immediately energized. Senior. He walked to the table and picked up the entry form. May I know your name? The sect was still short of 1 person, and this was a 9th-grade array king. They definitely didn't need to consider recruiting him. As for whether he would leave or not, sorry, if he joined my iron bone, he would be an iron bone person for the rest of his life. The old man put his hands behind his back and said proudly, Zhen Dejuan. Hearing this name, the muscles on Jun Changxia's face froze. Lu Wancher's father was called Ouyang Jun. He could accept it, but this Zhen Dejuan was a little F*** ket up. Why didn't you be more shameless and call yourself Zhen Deshui? So it's Senior Zhen Deshui. Sorry. Zhen Dejuan. He stamped the sect leader's seal on it and said, Elder Zhen, from today onwards, you are a member of the Iron Bone. Zhen Dejuan said, Sect Master, this old man wants to see the girl who won the culinary competition. Old man, do you know how much of a mental blow your words have dealt to Sect Master Jun? Can't you show the ecstasy of joining Iron Bone from the bottom of your heart? Whoosh, the thunder-gathering array was removed. Ning Duxing and Ning Duzui were lying on the ground with charred bodies. Even their hair was afro. To be able to reduce 2 high-ranked martial kings to such a sorry state, One could see how terrifying an offensive king-grade formation was. Sect leader. Lu Wancher wiped her hands on her apron, then walked into the hall and asked, "Why are you looking for me?" Jun Chang smiled and said, "This is a senior who just joined the sect. He wants to try your cooking." Lu Wancher looked at Jin Dejuan and curled her lips. "Sect leader, it's almost time to eat. This disciple still has work to do." Ironbone now had close to 10,000 disciples. Although Ouyang-jun was helping, every meal was a lot of work. How could she have time to show others her culinary skills? That's true. Jun Changxiao said, "Go and do your work first. We'll talk after you're done." Okay. Lu Wancher returned to the cafeteria. Elder Jin. Jun Changxiao said with a smile, "It's almost time to eat. You can eat with everyone." Zhen Dejuan shook his head and said, "When a master chef cooks, it's the same as this old man's array. Just now, he casually set it up. Even if it's also a thunder-gathering array, its power is definitely not as good as a serious one." Huh, does this mean that the previous thunder-gathering array was casually set up? Can he set up a stronger one? Jun Changxiao said with a smile, "Elder Zhen, you don't know. Dudu's pursuit of food is very strict. Even if it's a big pot of food, it's still a delicacy." Is that so? Zhen Dejuan said, "Then this old man will try it." From his eyes, it could be seen that he was very doubtful. After all, there were so many disciples in a sect. The workload of cooking was huge. If it was done in a hurry, it would definitely be soulless. In the cafeteria. Because there were more and more disciples, Li Qingyang had expanded it many times. At this moment, it could already accommodate 10,000 disciples. At present, Ironbone's widest and largest building was here. It was time to eat. The disciples rushed in with a sincere smile on their faces. Cultivating martial arts was undoubtedly a boring thing. Being able to eat a delicious meal could sweep away all tiredness and troubles. Jun Changxiao carried out a reform in the cafeteria. Imitating the previous world units and school cafeterias, disciples needed to take their own plates and line up to receive food. Zhen Dejuan came early. Seeing the buckets and plates placed on the dining table, he shook his head. Obviously. These dishes were all made from a big pot. The more it was like this, the more soulless it was. Therefore, it could only be evaluated as a failure. Elder Zhen. Jun Changxiao came over with a plate and said with a smile, "This is your first time joining Ironbone. I will personally get food for you." This showed how a boss was thirsty for talent and how empathetic he was to his subordinates. Whether you believe it or not, I can't make it up anymore. Zhen Dejuan glanced at the rice, 3 dishes, and 1 soup, shook his head and said, "Soulless food will only make this old man lose hope in life." The corner of Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. This old man was really a bit arrogant. Elder Zhen. Jun Changxiao said with a smile, "The quality of food can't be judged by appearance. Only after eating it can you give a fair evaluation." Okay. Zhen Dejuan picked up the chopsticks and said, "This old man will reluctantly try it." As he said, he picked up a piece of eggplant and put it into his mouth reluctantly. He tasted it with the mentality of a very picky customer. He chewed slowly. He felt slowly. After a while, Zhen Dejuan put down the chopsticks and said with trembling hands, What did I eat? It was definitely not a meal." Whoosh, he put down the shelf, picked up the chopsticks and ate the eggplant. The way he ate. One couldn't tell that he was a picky person at all. He was more like a person who hadn't eaten for a few days. "Senior brother," Su Xiaoma said in a low voice, "is the sect master being kind and taking in a beggar who hasn't eaten for a few days?" "Don't talk nonsense." Li Qingyang said, "This is a 9th grade array king." Huh? Su Xiaoma opened his eyes wide. He didn't know much about arrays, but he had heard of array kings. Wasn't such an awesome person supposed to be an immortal master? Why was it that when he ate, he wasn't as elegant as a boorish man like him? The other disciples were also discussing in a low voice. They didn't know that Jin Dejuan hadn't eaten for a few days because he was hungry. It was because he couldn't control himself when he encountered delicious food. Although Su Xiaoma and the others could tell that Lu Wancher's cooking was a delicacy, that was it. They did not dig deeper. Zhen Dejuan was different. He was a foodie, a real foodie. After finishing all 3 dishes and 1 soup, Zhen Dejuan raised his head and sighed. After eating, every inch of my skin and every strand of my hair seems to resonate with the heaven and earth. This is the soul that this old man is looking for. I'm lucky enough to taste it. I have no regrets in this life. P.S. 4th update, please vote. Zhen Dejuan's soul was devoured by the food made from the big pot. He was a true foodie. This also showed that Lu Wancher's cooking skills were really good. If she cooked for him slowly, his soul would fly out of the falling star continent and into the sea of stars. It's decided, from this moment on, I, Zhen Dejuan, am a member of Iron Bone. If there was a time limit, it would be a lifetime. In ancient times, a bowl of fried rice from one could betray the country. Today, Zhen Dejuan's meal made him join the sect wholeheartedly. It would definitely become a legend. All of you are witnesses. Zhen Dejuan's soul seemed to float. His eyes suddenly locked on the door and he said coldly, Wei Qingfeng. Elder Wei, who just came in, said in surprise, Zhen Deco. Zhen Deco, Jun Changxia's mouth twitched. He said telepathically, isn't he called Zhen Dejuan? Elder Wei said, originally Zhen Deco. Later, he felt it was unpleasant and changed it to Zhen Dejuan. Damn. There was such a thing. Speaking of which, the way Elder Zhen looked at Elder Wei, they must be old acquaintances. The resentment in his eyes was similar to Lin Xingyue's. Could it be his ex-boyfriend? Oh my god. Both men and women, that's a bit awesome. Humph. Zhen Dejuan said coldly, I didn't expect you to be in Iron Bone too. Elder Wei said, it's been so many years. Do you still hate what happened in the past? Zhen Dejuan gritted his teeth and said, it's more than hate. I'll never forget it. The more it was like this, the more Jun Changxiao felt that these two old men must have had an ill-fated relationship in the past. Sigh. Elder Wei sighed and said, why are you so stubborn? Humph. Zhen Dejuan sneered and said, back then, if I had listened to your nonsense and founded the sect with that person, I'm afraid I'd be dead now. That person? Who? Elder Wei's eyes were filled with pain. Let bygones be bygones. I just heard that a formation master has joined Iron Bone. It must be you. Now that the two of us are under the same roof, it can be considered fate. Zhen Dejuan said, it's rumored that there's a Wu Huang in Iron Bone. That must be you. If I knew, I definitely wouldn't have joined. Sect Master Jun, he cupped his hands and said, this person has a grudge with me. This old man applies to withdraw from the sect. Just a moment ago, he had said that he would stay for the rest of his life, and now, he was about to leave. Indeed, older people tended to think differently. This, Sect Master Jun pondered for a moment and said, I respect Senior's decision. The two of them did not get along, and it would definitely be awkward to stay in the same sect. Since he wanted to leave, he naturally would not stay. The pearl jadeite white jade soup is here. Right at this moment, Lu Wancher's voice rang out. 1 hey, 2 hey, and the other disciples walked out with a few bowls of steaming hot soup. Pearl jade white jade soup. One of the dishes in the Chinese cookbook was rumored to have originated from Zhu Yuanzhang, the founder of the Ming dynasty. Lu Wancher had been thinking about it recently. Later, she succeeded in making it. Today, she made it specially for her fellow disciples to taste. It smells so good. Zhen Dejuan, who was about to leave, smelled the fragrance in the air. His eyes were filled with excitement. When Tu He put down the bowl of soup, he picked up the spoon and tasted it. Thump. Thump, he took a few steps back, and the muscles on his face froze. After a while, he looked up at the sky with an exaggerated expression and exclaimed, this soup should only exist in the heavens. How many times can it be smelled in the human world? The meal just now was nothing more than a big pot of dishes. This pearl jade white jade soup was cooked by Lu Wancher. Whether it was the texture or the taste, it had already reached the peak of delicacies. As an expert in food, Zhen Dejuan's soul had really flown out of the falling star continent and into the endless sea of stars. Sect Master, he said with a firm gaze, I, Zhen Dejuan, am a person of iron bone. In this life, I will never leave nor abandon you. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. Retreating one moment and staying the next. Is this old man sick? Sick. A terminal illness with zero resistance to delicacies. After Zhen Dejuan tasted the pearl jade white jade soup, he really decided to stay in Iron Bone. Such good food was enough for him to cast aside his past hatred. Elder Wei. Walking out of the cafeteria, Jun Changxiao asked, "Who is that person?" Old Wei said, "Just like the sect leader, a person with a dream." "You guys established a sect?" "That's right." "And then?" And then, Elder Wei paused and shook his head. "The past is unbearable to recall." Jun Changxiao was very tactful and did not continue to ask. After returning to the study, he pulled out the attribute panel. The number of disciples was 10,000. They had met the requirements to promote to a sect. Moreover, the number of disciples had reached the maximum. A new sect mission had also been activated. When all the disciples had completed it, the sect's construction would also be upgraded. It could be said that it was a double blessing. More importantly, the appearance of the sect mission meant that they could continuously obtain 10,000 contribution points. Let the disciples do the mission first. After upgrading the sect's construction, we will upgrade the sect. Jun Changxiao muttered. Now, there was a problem that they had to make a decision about. According to Deacon Zhao, when the sect was upgraded to a sect, they could change their name. Of course. As long as the sect master was willing, they could change it as they wished. Sects were different. Because they had the right to use the name sect, this change was very solemn. Not to mention the readers, even sect master Jun wanted to complain about the name Iron Bone Upright Sect. However, because they were busy developing, they did not think of changing the name. The sect was upgraded to a sect. If they continued to use the word sect, it would be a little degrading. If they changed it to Iron Bone Upright Sect, it would be hard for them to get used to it. Changing sect to sect must be carefully considered. If things go wrong, the readers might abandon the book or turn against it, Jun Changxiao said. The system said, "It's lucky that they don't call you Go Xing." Jun Changxiao thought about the name of the sect several times. In the end, he was still a little off and could not make up his mind. On the other side, the disciples started to accept their daily missions. Low star level new disciples accepted missions. High star level high cultivators accepted missions. The entire Iron Bone sect was a little more lively than before. After Zhen Dejuan joined, he tasted the food made by Lu Wancher and was deeply immersed in it. He even took the initiative to say, "Sect master, as the saying goes, the mouth of the person who eats the food is short. If there's anything you need, just tell me." Elder Zhen. Jun Changxiao said, "I have some disciples here with talent in formations. You can go and nurture them." "No problem." Zhen Dejuan agreed readily. This made Yang Lan and the others very excited. After all, that was a 9th grade formation king. To be able to personally teach them formations was definitely a blessing of 3 lifetimes. Ding. Disciple has completed a sect mission. Obtained 50 contribution points and 50 achievement points. Ding. Sect contribution points, 4920100000. Ding. Sect achievement points, 2250100000. Some disciples had already completed the sect mission. Jun Changxiao held his chin and said, "Next, the contribution points will continue to increase. I have to spend some points in advance to make room." The next day, after the disciples' routine morning exercise, Jun Changxiao announced that Zhen Dejuan would be the hall master of the array formation hall. Yang Lan and the other 4 disciples with array formation talent would become the first batch of members of the array formation hall. Of course, there were still too few people. Sect master. Elder Zhen suggested, "This old man thinks that we should conduct an array formation talent test. We might be able to find a lot of things from the foundation." The martial arts aptitude test was the most common, and there were very few unpopular vocational tests. Some people didn't even know that they might have a certain specialty until they died. Sure. Jun Changxiao agreed. After lunch, the disciples were gathered again. Whether it was the inner or outer sect, they had all gone through Zhen Dejuan's strict test. Needless to say, There were more than 10 disciples with array formation talent. Although they were not the best, they were at least passable. Teaching 1 was teaching 10 was also teaching. Zhen Dejuan took them all into the array formation hall and guided them in array formation. Sect Master Jun also came to listen to the class. Although he had array formation talent, he didn't understand the array formation system of the falling star continent. Naturally, he hoped to unlock more knowledge. Zhen Dejuan was really short-sighted. He didn't hesitate to teach array formations at all. He started from the basics and explained in detail. After listening to his explanation, Yang Lan seemed to have opened a brand new door to array formation. 2 hours later, Zhen Dejuan drank a mouthful of tea to moisten his throat and said, "If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask." Elder Zhen. Shangguan Xinyao stood up and said, "There's something this disciple doesn't understand." Jun Changxiao widened his eyes and said, "Why is she here? Could it be that she also has array formation talent?" Martial arts and array formations were both very demanding on the brain. Shangguan Xinyao liked to ponder over many things, so it wasn't strange that she had array formation talent. Elder Zhen. Jun Changxiao hurriedly slipped away and said to himself, "Take care. Speak." Zhen Dejuan said with admiration. He had just finished speaking and was in a hurry to ask. This girl should have her own ideas. She was teachable, she was teachable. Shangguan Xinyao said, "Elder Zhen just said that the use of the array formation, as expected." She had a lot of ideas, Zhen Dejuan patiently explained to her. Elder Zhen, I have another question. Speak. 2 hours later. Zhen Dejuan held on to the door and walked out of the array hall. His ears were filled with Shangguan Xinyao's endless questions. His head felt like it was about to explode. This disciple wasn't thinking too much, he was thinking too much. Xianxia and the Ning brothers, who happened to pass by, saw this scene and wanted to hug each other and cry. Even a 9th grade array king with an extremely large brain was questioned by Shangguan Xinyao to such an extent. One could only imagine how we survived. Jun Changxiao cultivated in the spirit gathering array for a while, then went to the Tower of Experience. Finally, he returned to the study and opened the list of items he had purchased. First, he would buy 5 AK-47s. Then, he would purchase some aptitude liquids of different grades to use as rewards for the great intersect competition. He didn't dare to gamble again since he didn't manage to get a mid-tier store. Moreover, at the moment, other than the lack of a higher cultivation base, he didn't lack any substantial items. It's better to focus on cultivation, Jun Changxiao said. The 2 kings of sword and martial arts were not the end. His goal was to become the sword and martial emperors, or even the sword and martial emperors, next. Sect leader Jun put his mind on cultivation. The Iron Bone disciples were also desperately trying to become stronger. No one would let down their guard just because the sect had all kinds of resources. Bang, bang, in the training room, Xiao Ziji, who had just broken through to 8th grade Wuzong, exposed his upper body and bombarded the testing machine with his fists. The strength displayed was always around 450,000. Bang, when the last punch was thrown, the strength of the punch was 470,000 jin. It could be considered as the strongest explosive force. Huff, huff. Xiao Ziji breathed rapidly. Beads of sweat slid down his knife-like face. Coupled with his strong muscles, his male hormones were exploding. There's still 1 year and 3 months left. He clenched his fist and said. Half of the 3-year agreement with Morong Xian had already passed. Xiao Ziji wouldn't forget. He still had to go to the Lily Holy Sect to take back the dignity that should have belonged to him. Junior sister. In the misty Lily Holy Sect, a female disciple came to the waterfall and said, Iron Bone's potential is rated as top 3. Morong Xian, who was cultivating, opened her eyes and said, Really? How can an unknown sect have so much potential all of a sudden? The female disciple was rather puzzled. Morong Xian said, Iron Bone is not simple to be able to win so many rounds against the Holy Spring Sect. By the way, junior sister. I heard that your former fiancé is also an Iron Bone. Yes. Morong Xian said. This guy is quite lucky to be able to join a sect with the potential to be top 3. The disciple said. Senior sister. Morong Xian said, I still have to cultivate. Then I won't disturb you. The disciple smiled and said, Senior sister, I'll take my leave first. After she left, Morong Xian whispered, there's still 1 year and 3 months left. By then, there should be a complete break between you and me. He he he. In the dark valley, there was a creepy and strange laughter, and then a man with green hair walked out. Looking inside, there were dozens of high-level ferocious beast corpses, as if their flesh and blood had been sucked out, leaving only skin and bones. Moreover, there were also human corpses scattered around. Because it seemed to have been sucked out by some kind of ability, it was impossible to judge the level of cultivation. The murderer was the green-haired man with the strange laughter, who was also the brother green scarf that we had not seen for a long time. After Xianxia challenged the Holy Spring Sect, he recuperated in the sect and never went back with the excuse of going down the mountain to cultivate. During this period, he had a good understanding of his own devouring ability, from the beginning of absorbing plants to absorbing ferocious beasts and even martial arts. The improvement of his strength was also very significant. Now, not only had he broken through to Wuzong, but he had also entered the 8th grade. Jun Changxiao. Dai Lu said hatefully, I have lost to you and your disciple twice, and I will never lose again. And that guy with the surname Yi, sooner or later, I will torture you until you kneel on the ground and beg for forgiveness. He could still accept being tortured by Jun Changxiao. After all, he was a rookie back then, and the other party was a sect leader. Being tortured by Yi Xingchen in the Holy Spring Sect was intolerable. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, a group of people flew over from the mountains and surrounded Dai Lv. Judging from their attire, they should be from the same force. Elder! A disciple said angrily, it's this kid who killed Senior Zhao and the others. The elder who had reached the peak of Wuzong said with a cold gaze, Kid, you killed my Deing Sect's people. You must be tired of living. Whoosh whoosh, clusters of grassland green attributes spread out, like vines entwined together, quickly forming a big hand and pressing towards the other party. Not good. In the quiet mountains, there was a sudden scream, startling the birds and beasts. After a long time, Dai Lu, who was covered in grassland green, walked out. The dozens of disciples and the elder who had surrounded him earlier had all turned into dried corpses, and the spiritual energy in their cyclones and spirit cores had been sucked dry. It's already very difficult for a martial master to provide me with enough energy. It seems that I have to find more Wuzong cultivators. Jun Changxiao, the speed at which you and your disciples improve is not worth mentioning at all in front of me. Bang! In the training room, Yi Xingchen punched the testing machine with a force of 600,000 jin. Damn. Feeling the strong aura, Su Xiaoma said in surprise, Junior Yi, you have broken through to the peak of Wuzong? Yi Xingchen broke through to the peak of Wuzong. To be able to improve so quickly, the various resources and spirit gathering array were only secondary. The most important thing was the Taishan Sutra, because he had already comprehended to the 5th level, the mental cultivation method created by the old man of Taishan was indeed valiant. Every time he comprehended a level, his cultivation would increase, and even speed up. Of course, there was another heaven-defying aspect, which was that it could improve the spirit root. Yi Xingchen relied on the aptitude modification liquid to advance to the best grade first, so it did not show. If I can break through to the 7th level, my spirit root aptitude will enter the sacred grade. If I comprehend to the 9th level, my spirit root will return to the divine grade. Yi Xingchen's eyes were burning with passion. In less than 2 years, his cultivation had reached the peak of Wuzong, and his spirit root had reached the best grade. Such speed was something he did not dare to imagine when he had just been reborn. Among the disciples, Night Emperor was undoubtedly the strongest. But he was not the fastest. Because in terms of growth speed, He Wudi was faster. After all, he had transcended the divine grade aptitude, and was not something a mortal realm martial cultivator could compare to. Yi Xingchen would not care if someone improved faster than him. What he cared about was to become stronger in a limited time, and then take revenge, the hatred from his previous life. It was the motivation that supported his continuous cultivation. Sect Master. The next day, Yi Xingchen said, Disciple wants to participate in the qualification battle of the Gathering of Heroes. Qualification battle? Jun Changxiao was confused. The system explained, every youth of the right age can apply to participate in the qualification battle of the Gathering of Heroes, and the champion and runner-up will have the qualifications. What qualifications? Jun Changxiao asked. The system said, the qualifications to challenge the geniuses on the Gathering of Heroes list. The Gathering of Heroes, the Heaven, Earth, and Mortal lists were not constant. Those who were stronger or had higher cultivation could be replaced at any time. The list would be reviewed once a year, and the ranking would be based on the collected information of the people on the list. The faster way to improve was to challenge from the bottom and slowly climb up. However, without the qualifications, even if he beat up the first place of the Heaven list, the officials would not recognize him. Xianxia wanted to fulfill the regret of his previous life, so he had to obtain the qualifications to challenge the geniuses on the list. During the Dao discussion on Mount Hua, if he had the qualifications, he would replace Jiang Shenxi and become the 89th place on the list. Where is the qualification battle? Jun Changxiao asked. Xianxia said, any 6th grade county is eligible to enter the arena. You can sign up every month. Approved, Jun Changxiao said. As the sect master, even if he couldn't enter the Gathering of Heroes role, he could still let his disciples participate and obtain a higher ranking. That way, he could still obtain glory for the Iron Bone sect. Sect master, said Wuzong Changxiao said Xianxia. The list of heroes was an authoritative list of geniuses. Every young man with a dream in his heart hoped to be on the list. Ding. Quest triggered the quest. A receive, Lord Changxiao opened the system panel. The content was, Disciple has obtained the qualification to challenge 5 people on the Gathering of Heroes list. Alright. Jun Changxiao said, my Iron Bones inner disciples must all participate in the qualification battle and obtain the qualifications to challenge the geniuses on the Gathering of Heroes list. The next day, Li Qingyang and the other 20 inner disciples left the sect one after another after eating Lu Wansher's meal. Because there was only one qualification arena in a 6th grade county, after leaving the mountain, they split up into groups of 2. Xiao Ziji and Xianxia went to Xianyang County. Li Qingyang and Tianqi went to Huaiyang County, while Su Xiaoma and Li Fei went to Dingyang County. Long Xiang and Ling Yuanxue went to Longyang City. Not only the 6th grade and above counties had the qualifications to compete, but some of the stronger cities also had them. The time of the qualification battle every month was determined by the city, so it was not the same. Xiao Ziji and Xianxia went to Xianyang County. It would start at the beginning of the month, so many martial cultivators had already signed up. Some people did not go for the qualifications, but treated it as a rare practical experience. Even if some people obtained the qualifications, they might not challenge the geniuses on the Gathering of Heroes list. It was like the driver's license on Earth, they would get it first and put it aside. Xianxia was different. As long as he obtained the qualifications, he would definitely challenge the geniuses on the list to increase his ranking, from the man list to the earth list, and then from the earth list to the heaven list. Whoosh! In the wilderness, a green grassland aura filled the air. A middle 2nd grade dire beast was engulfed and turned into skin and bones. The energy given is getting less and less. Dai Lu retracted the devouring power reluctantly and shook his head. I have to go to some dangerous places to look for high-ranked dire beasts. The energy given by the martial cultivators would be more, but he was trying his best to restrain himself and not act recklessly. After all, if he offended too many people, he would be in big trouble sooner or later. High-ranked dire beasts. Undoubtedly, they were the best targets for devouring. Brother Hao, do you have the confidence to get a place in the qualification battle this time? A voice came from the mountain path in the distance. 2 young people were walking among them. The young man called Brother Hao grinned and said, getting 1st or 2nd place is definitely not a problem. Wow! If Brother Hao can obtain the qualifications, you can challenge the geniuses on the Gathering of Heroes list. Becoming famous is just around the corner. The young man said with admiration. The Gathering of Heroes list? Dai Lu touched his chin and said, that seems to be the most authoritative genius list. With my age, I can participate. If I can get a place on the list, it will be an honor to my ancestors. It was decided. He would participate in the qualification battle. Only the 6th grade counties have the qualifications to participate. Dai Lu murmured, the closest county is Xianxia County. I can participate there. Xianxia County, Xianxia City. When Xiao Ziji and Yi Xingchen walked in, they immediately attracted the attention of many martial artists. Someone said in a low voice, these two are the disciples of Iron Bone. Iron Bone's reputation was great, and their school uniforms were very advanced and fashionable. Therefore, walking in southwest Yangzhou, they would definitely be recognized very quickly. I just found out from the city gate guards that these two are Xiao Ziji and Yi Xingchen, the inner disciples of Iron Bone. Strange, why did the city gate guards let them in? Did they forget that Iron Bone sect leader caused trouble in the Spirit Origin sect? They are here to participate in the qualification battle. Even if the guards are unwilling, they will definitely let them in. This is the right of every martial cultivator. It can't be. I heard that these two inner disciples are very strong. If they come to participate in the qualification battle, wouldn't they have no chance? Everyone was discussing at once. Xiao Ziji and Yi Xingchen ignored them. They found an inn and booked 2 rooms, then went to the qualification arena. At this moment, at the registration point of the qualification arena, there were many youths around. Some had high and some had low cultivation. It's the disciples of Iron Bone. It's over, it's over. They are really going to participate in the qualification battle. The disciples of the Sacred Spring sect were all defeated by them. If we meet them, we definitely won't have any chance. Sigh, we can only wait for next month. Xiao Ziji and Yi Xingchen signed up according to the procedures and only waited for the battle to start in 3 days. However, when the two were about to leave, they saw a man in a black robe standing at the entrance of the street in front of them. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, revealing a smile. Who, Dai Lu, his pair of grassland green eyes stared at Yi Xingchen. I didn't expect this guy to also participate in the qualification battle. Very good, very good. I must let him experience a life worse than death, Shua. At this moment, Yi Xingchen and Xiao Ziji brushed past him without even looking at him. Damn it, did they think he was invisible? Stop. Dai Lu shouted. Xiao Ziji stopped and said, what's the matter? Dai Lu ignored him and pointed at Yi Xingchen, saying in a cold voice, Yi Xingchen, in the qualification battle in 3 days, you better pray that you don't meet me. Junior brother, do you know him? I don't know him. As the two of them spoke, they had already walked far away. Dai Lu stood alone on the street. A gust of wind blew, making him look rather desolate. Dai Lu was annoyed that Yi Xingchen didn't recognize him. After all, he had been humiliated by him in public in the Holy Spring sect. Sorry. Night Emperor really didn't know him. It wasn't that he had a bad memory, but that he didn't take trash seriously. Just you wait. Dai Lu clenched his fists and said angrily, I will trample on your dignity with my strength in 3 days. Why was he so confident? Because, according to his judgment, Yi Xingchen and the other Iron Bone disciple were only at the peak of the martial master level. With his level of 8th grade Wuzong, he could definitely defeat them. In the Holy Spring sect, I had just become a martial master and was not as strong as you. Now, I am far ahead of you. This is the gap between us. Dai Lu was very proud. In fact, Yi Xingchen and Xiao Ziji used the Taishan Sutra to hide their cultivation, and Xiao Ziji used the hidden cultivation technique to hide their cultivation. They always gave people the impression that they were only at the peak of the martial master level. When outside, they had to keep a low profile. Junior brother. Back at the inn, Xiao Ziji was still thinking about the black-robed man he had met on the street. He said, that man looked familiar. I think I've seen him somewhere before. Just trash. Yi Xingchen said lightly. Okay. Xiao Ziji didn't think about it anymore. He returned to his room to cultivate and wait for the qualification battle to begin. 3 days later, the qualification battle began. The periphery of the qualification arena was packed with people. Everyone was used to the qualification battle every month. Why were there so many people today? This was because many people wanted to take a look at the recently famous Iron Bone sect. They wanted to see how powerful their disciples were. They're here, they're here. Xiaoziji and Yi Xingchen walked into the qualification arena and immediately became the center of attention. The participants who entered the arena first all had ugly expressions on their faces. They had prepared for a long time before they mustered up the courage to participate in the qualification battle. In the end, they met Iron Bone disciples. It was a tragedy. Junior brother, Xiaoziji said, the cultivation of these people doesn't seem to be very high. The highest is only a peak martial master. Trash, Yi Xingchen said. The strength of the participants in the qualification battle was not high. The main reason was that it was held every month. The true geniuses might not be gathered in a certain month. About 50 to 60 contestants entered the venue one after another. Xiaoziji and Yi Xingchen were undoubtedly the most eye-catching. When Dailu walked in, he was completely ignored by everyone. He stood in the corner and said gloomily, I didn't expect that a qualification battle would attract so many people. This is good too. I can beat up the Iron Bone disciples in front of so many people and take revenge for what happened back then. Contestants, please take your positions. The deacon in charge of the qualification battle said loudly. 64 martial cultivators entered the center of the martial arts practice field. After listening to the rules, each of them drew a number plate and began a one-on-one duel. According to the number of people and the algorithm, at least 6 matches would be needed to determine who the champion would be. The author could happily write another 6 chapters. But, after the match began, Xiaoziji and Yi Xingchen went out separately and cleanly defeated their opponents in a mere minute. Even Dailu used his absolute strength to blast his opponent out of the arena. The strongest martial cultivators in the qualification battle were only peak martial masters. With the strength of the 3 of them, it was impossible for them to not be able to kill their opponents in an instant. Soon, the first round ended. 32 people advanced to the next round. The second round began. Yi Xingchen and Xiaoziji went out one after another. They defeated their opponents in the shortest time possible. They did not give their opponents any time to think. They also did not give me any chance. The third round began. Bang, bang, the 2 of them continued to fight and defeated their opponents. So strong. Those contestants did not have the strength to fight back at all. If there are no surprises, the first 2 places will definitely belong to the Iron Bone disciples. The martial cultivators who were watching the show discussed. Dailu sneered. The 2 of you can show off for a while. When you meet me, it will be the beginning of your nightmare. Bang, he defeated his opponent in an instant with a punch. Hey, this black-robed man seems to be very strong too. Everyone noticed Dai LV, and he enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. However, when he looked at Yi Xingchen, he realized that the guy did not look at him directly. He said angrily, despicable guy. When you meet me, I will torture you until you cry for your parents. The match continued. Perhaps it was fate. After a few rounds, Dailu did not meet Xiaoziji or Yi Xingchen. It was not until he entered the top 8 and chose his waist token that he was confirmed. As long as he and I both defeat our opponents, we will meet. Dailu's eyes suddenly burned. Bang, Xiaoziji went out first and defeated his opponent quickly. He successfully advanced to the top 4. After another round of fighting, Yi Xingchen went out and defeated his opponent. Bang, Dai LV, who was the last to fight, sent his opponent flying. A sinister smile appeared on his face as he said, Yi Xingchen, your next opponent is me. Yi Xingchen frowned. This black-robed man had been staring at him like a fly ever since he entered the venue. It was really annoying. The battle for the top 4. Xiaoziji went out first and won the match as expected. He successfully advanced to the finals. Junior brother. He walked down the stage and said with a smile, I've completed my task. It's up to you now. According to the rules of the qualification battle, as long as he advanced to the top 2, he would be qualified to challenge. Therefore, the championship did not mean much to him. Yi Xingchen went up the stage. Dai Lu, who came up early, shook his head and said with a grin, if I were you, I would definitely not come up. Xiaoziji's mouth twitched. Is this guy sick in the head? From their accidental encounter 3 days ago to the qualification battle, he had been provoking Xianxia. Did he think that his junior brother was easy to bully? Yes. Dai Lu believed that he could easily trample on Xianxia and all the disciples of Iron Bone. When his cultivation reached a higher level, he would ruthlessly trample on Jun Changxiao. Match, begin, the referee shouted. Dai Lu's eyes were cold. Today, I will repay the humiliation I suffered at the Holy Spring Sect 100-fold. Whoosh, Xianxia appeared in front of him and said, trash should scram back to the garbage dump. Don't stand in front of me and spout nonsense. Boom, a strong gust of wind blew and waves of air spread out. However, Dai Lu easily caught Xianxia's fist with his arm. He grinned and said, is this all you've got? Whoosh, whoosh, his cultivation base erupted. Wuzong. This guy is Wuzong. Everyone was shocked. Dai Lu was enjoying this moment very much. Whoosh, Xianxia raised his fist again and filled it with spiritual energy before he smashed it brutally. Boom, this group of attacks was very explosive. Dai Lu was directly blasted away by 3 to 5 steps. Surprise appeared on his face. You're also Wuzong. Xianxia used his earth-shattering fist. His spiritual energy was maximized and he attacked again. Boom, second stage Wuzong, boom, third stage Wuzong, boom boom boom, peak Wuzong, thump. Thump. Thump, Dai Lu was forced to retreat again and again. His expression became more and more interesting as Xianxia's strength increased. Impossible. Impossible, how long had it been? How could he enter peak Wuzong from 6th stage or 7th stage martial master? How could he improve faster than him? Dai Lu with the devouring power and Xianxia with the reincarnation of the great emperor. The two of them were undoubtedly the most common protagonists in fantasy novels. In terms of ability, they were definitely not ordinary. Once they fought, it would depend on who had more opportunities and resources. In this aspect, Night Emperor was undoubtedly in the lead. Because not only did he cultivate the Taishan Sutra, he also had various martial arts resources provided by sect leader Jun Shuai. Xianxia took a large step forward. Psionic energy poured into his meridians. The peak of Wuzong cultivation erupted. His fists seemed to have turned into big hammers as he mercilessly smashed them towards Dai Lu. A piece of trash actually dared to provoke him. This emperor would like to ask, who gave him the courage to do so? Bang, 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 psionic energy rampaged and the wind howled. After a series of crazy attacks, Dai Lu was beaten until he staggered back. His expression became more and more ugly. During this period of time, he relied on the devouring power to quickly increase his strength. When he met Xianxia in the qualification battle, he thought that he could avenge his previous humiliation. Who would have thought that? Boom, an earth-shattering fist blasted towards him again. Thump thump thump, Dai Lu retreated again and spat out blood. Night Emperor only used the simplest and most violent method to attack, but he could not withstand it at all. However, there was still a big change. If it was before, he would have been beaten to the ground by Xianxia. Now, he was obviously more resistant to beatings, beaten up. This was not what he wanted. Today, I will take my revenge no matter what. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Dai Lu suddenly opened his arms and said angrily, have a taste of hell. Who? A gurgling grassland green attribute instantly erupted from his body. He used his trump card. Using the devouring power, bang, Xianxia's fist directly hit Dai Lu's face. Teeth and blood splattered. Half of his face was tilted to the side. The grassland green attribute that spread out might have realized that the opponent was a super ruthless person. It was so scared that it hurriedly drilled into its master's body and did not dare to appear. Plop. Dai Lu fell to the edge of the stage, the left side of his face caved in with a fist imprint. It could be said to be extremely tragic. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. This was just a qualifying battle, not a battle of life and death. The Iron Bone disciples were too ruthless. Xiao Ziji shook his head. That fellow had been hostile and provoking junior brother Yi since the beginning, so it was normal for him to be beaten up now. Ta. Xianxia walked over like a high and mighty king. He looked down at Dai Lu and said, who gave you the courage to stand in front of me? Dai Lu's entire body was racked with pain. He clenched his fists so tightly that his fingernails dug into his flesh. Boom, boom, a loud explosion rang out from the stage, and every stone slab seemed to tremble. The spectating cultivators couldn't bear to watch any longer, and all of them turned their heads away. It was said that the Iron Bone disciples were very strong. Today, they had witnessed it for themselves, and even more so, how domineering. Xianxia threw a total of 70 punches before he stopped. Because of the explosion of power, the surrounding stone slabs not only crumbled, but also caved in. Dai Lu lay on the ground in a V shape. Every inch of his body was taken care of. That unbearable pain finally invaded his sea of consciousness, causing him to pass out gloriously. In his second battle with Xianxia, he was still completely defeated. If one had to summarize one advantage, it would be that Dai Lu lasted longer than he did in the Sacred Spring Sect. In just a short while. If Xianxia had exploded with power, he would definitely have been defeated in a second. Bang! With a kick, the unconscious Dai Lu flew out and crashed into a trash can in the distance. Xianxia wins and advances to the finals. The referee shouted. The spectating cultivators weren't surprised by this result. Instead, they were looking forward to it. How exciting would the final battle between the two Iron Bone disciples be, however? What made them collapse was. Xianxia walked down from the stage and left without looking back, saying, "I only want the qualifications. The championship is yours." The referee was dumbfounded. He left without even fighting in the finals. Wasn't this too much of a joke? The corner of Xiao Ziji's mouth twitched, and he thought to himself, don't tell me he's going to give me another championship for free? Yes. Because of Xianxia's forfeit, Xiao Ziji won the championship again and returned to the inn with his junior brother's qualification card. That's it? They're too casual. I'm still waiting for a fierce battle. Everyone broke down and left. No one cared about Dai Lu, who was lying in the trash. In a world where martial arts were respected, the winner was always the most dazzling. No one would care about the loser. After Xianxia and Xiao Ziji obtained the qualifications, they didn't stay any longer and left Truyang City. The sun was setting. Dai Lu, who had just woken up, limped out of the city gate, and his sorry figure was stretched very long. Xianxia! He roared unwillingly in his heart, I will take my revenge sooner or later. Jun Changxiao, who was an Iron Bone, obtained the qualifications from Xiao Ziji and Xianxia, and the number of side quests also changed from 5/5 to 25. This was only the beginning. Li Qingyang and the others also arrived at the cities where the qualification battle was held, and registered one after another. This wasn't it. In Longyang City, when Long Xiang represented Iron Bone and stood on the qualification stage, he immediately attracted the attention of all the warriors. This direct descendant of the Long family, whom his grandmother didn't dote on and his grandfather didn't love, had won first place in the family competition previously. Now that he was participating in the qualification battle, they could see how strong he was. Long Padian also came to watch the battle. Iron Bone was evaluated as a potential top 3, which made him excited for a long time. Son, you chose to leave the family and continue to cultivate with sect leader Jun. This was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Many direct descendants of the Long family also came. Long Xiang's fame in the family competition made them unhappy, but when they learned that Iron Bone was in the top 3, they all looked at him with envy. Cousin! Someone shouted, good luck! In an instant, the direct descendants of the Long family all cheered for Long Xiang. In front of his own family, Long Xiang was full of fighting spirit, and he won one battle after another, successfully entering the finals. Ling Yuanxue, who came with him, was a woman, but she also successfully defeated her opponent and entered the finals. Junior sister. Long Xiang said, the championship is yours. As a man, he was gracious enough to directly forfeit. This caused the spectating martial artists to immediately collapse. You defeated your opponent in seconds. As soon as you appeared. It wasn't easy to reach the finals, so what was the point of not putting on an exciting battle? After Long Xiang and Ling Yuanxue obtained the qualifications, Jun Changxia's side quest increased by 2 more. Ding! Side quest completed. Host has received 2,000 contribution points. Ding! Contribution points, 6420100000. When Lei Qingyang and Tian Qi obtained the qualifications, the side quest was completed. Very simple. Jun Changxiao could only shrug at the fact that he had earned 2,000 contribution points without even leaving the house. The completion of the side quest didn't mean that the qualification battle was over, because Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, and the others had also signed up. About 6 or 7 days passed. The 20 inner disciples of Iron Bone all participated in the qualification battle and won the first and second place, obtaining the qualifications to challenge the geniuses on the list of heroes, abbreviated as the list of heroes. The 10 qualification battles in the 10 high-level cities of southwest Yangzhou were all booked by the Iron Bone disciples, and the news spread like wildfire. It was bound to become a hot topic of discussion. The qualified disciples returned to the sect one after another and continued to cultivate or do missions as usual. Yi Xingchen began to think about when he should challenge the geniuses on the list of heroes and aim for a higher ranking as soon as possible. He decided he would break through to Martial King first. In his opinion, this strength was more reliable. If Yi Xingchen really wanted to start his challenge journey as a Martial King, it would definitely be a nightmare for the geniuses on the list of heroes, because Jiang Shenxi, who was ranked 89th, was only a peak martial master after the martial arts symposium on Mount Hua. A reincarnated martial king, not to mention challenging him, even if he challenged a genius with a higher ranking, it would be a crushing defeat that was unbearable to watch. Ding! Ding! The disciples completed the sect's missions and the reward notification rang every day. At first, Jun Changxiao had already saved enough contribution points, but he earned another 2,000 points after completing the side mission and could only buy the aptitude modification liquid. He had already saved up a lot of aptitude modification liquid. But the sect only had 10,000 disciples, which seemed like a drop in the bucket. In sect leader Jun's mind, one day, any disciple in the sect would have a superior grade spirit root. It was a big dream, but it was still far from it. After the disciples returned, Iron Bone entered a quiet period again. Every day, they would cultivate, complete missions, and hit Daodu. Just like that. A month passed unknowingly. During this period, sect leader Jun had been cultivating with various resources and a middle-grade spirit gathering array. His cultivation speed was quite fast. Unfortunately, he was still a distance away from breaking through to 3rd grade. The sword and martial kings were very strong, but their cultivation speed was very slow. There was nothing they could do about it. Unless they completed missions and were rewarded with experience talismans, it would be difficult to break through in a short period of time if they cultivated step by step, even with a supply of natural spirit stones. On the other hand, the Iron Bone disciples had a great improvement in their cultivation. After the new students of the academy gradually adapted to life and consumed various medicinal pills, their strength would undergo tremendous changes. Especially after taking the molding pill and the experience tower, the improvement of their physical bodies was very significant. Unfortunately, the muscle tendon changing scripture had to be cultivated at the meridian opening stage. After this stage, one could no longer comprehend it. Chu Shonan, Hualing, and the others were very satisfied. At that moment, they finally understood why their senior brothers were so strong. Ha ha ha. Hualing stood in the inner courtyard's martial arts practice field with his hands on his waist and laughed, "I've improved again. I'm now a 5th grade martial master." TSK, Chu Shonan pursed his lips. In the past month, he had also broken through 2 grades. If this were the Heavenly Mandate Academy, not to mention 30 days, even 300 days might not be enough, of course. They didn't cultivate for nothing. After gradually integrating into the life of the sect, they would also do missions and work as miners to dig for natural spirit stones. Oh my God! Hualing, who entered the mine for the first time, looked at the spirit stones inlaid on the stone walls and exclaimed, "So our sect has its own spirit stone mine." Chu Shonan was also shocked. Even the wealthy Chu clan didn't have a spirit stone vein like this, spirit stones. He had seen many disciples with extraordinary backgrounds. However, being in a mine filled with so many spirit stones and having to dig with his own hands was definitely a mess. It was definitely a new and exciting experience. Listen up, all of you. Li Luoqiu transformed into the discipline hall's hall master. Standing in the cave, she said, no one is allowed to hide spirit stones. Otherwise, they will suffer the cruelest punishment. Yes. Everyone shouted in unison. In the past month, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the other inner sect disciples relied on a large number of natural spirit stones to break through to the peak of Wuzong. Martial King was the watershed of martial arts. If they wanted to reach this level, they had to comprehend more. The one who improved the fastest was still the last disciple, He Wudi. Previously, he was a 9th grade martial master. Now, he had successfully broken through Wuzong and entered the 5th grade. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't have broken through so quickly. However, in the Iron Bone, with all kinds of resources, the impossible became possible. He Wudi was quite low-key. His cultivation level was only a 9th grade martial master. However, he couldn't hide from sect leader Jun's dazzling sunglasses. Wuzong broke through to the 5th grade in a little more than a month. You are indeed the last disciple of the Iron Bone. Accepting He Wudi as his last disciple was just a matter of being cheeky. Now, it seemed that he had done the right thing. Jun Changxiao had reason to believe that if he was given time to cultivate, he would definitely be the strongest person in the Iron Bone in the future. Sect leader. Elder Wei came to see him and said, the new herbs that were given earlier have matured. Is that so? Jun Changxiao hurried to the medicine hall and put all the herbs he harvested into the interspatial ring. He opened the alchemy pavilion and could refine 1,000 spirit tempering pills. He maximized the pills and began refining. A few days later, the 1,000 spirit tempering pills were all out. Because he couldn't give everyone one, Jun Changxiao only distributed them to the inner sect disciples. The rest would be rewarded from the strength test every month. Ding! Li Tian has completed a sect mission. He has received 30 contribution points and 30 achievement points. Ding! Contribution points, 100 001 0000. Ding! Achievement points, 122 001 0000. When all the sect missions were completed, all the points were maxed out. Look! Sect leader Jun was so professional when it came to calculating contribution points. After the mission was completed, there was not a single bit less, not a single bit more, just right. Schwa, opening the data panel, the sect construction level up button appeared. Click. Ding. Sect construction level up to level 7. Ding. Sect members, contribution points, and achievement points have increased. Ding. Sect, Technique Pavilion, opened. After the notification ended, the system panel changed again. Sect name, Iron Bone Clan. Sect leader, Jun Changxiao. Sect level, 6th rate. Sect construction, level 7. Sect functions, Medicine Refining Pavilion, Smithing Pavilion, Talisman Pavilion, Spirit Beast Pavilion, Spirit Essence Pavilion, Technique Pavilion. Sect Cultivation Technique, Yi Jing Jing, Divine Grade, Early Level, Cloud Steps, High Grade, Early Level, Sound Transmission, Middle Grade, High Grade, Sect Members, 100 002 0000. Sect Contribution Points, 100 002 0000. Sect Achievement Points, 2200200000. Sect Main Mission, within 100 years, only from 10,000 to 20,000? Jun Changxiao was disappointed. From his point of view, he should have at least raised it to 50,000. But that was fine. When he had saved up 20,000, he could finally muster the courage to buy items from the high-grade store. When he thought about the 9 transformation marrow cleansing pill, dragon elephant prajna palm, 1,000-year ice armor, and other items in the high-grade store, sect leader Jun's eyes lit up. The system said, the high-grade store requires the sect to be at least a 5th-rate sect for the host to have the qualifications to buy. Damn, every time he was at his most enthusiastic, he would be doused with cold water. Are you here to help me become stronger, or are you sent by the heavens to purposely attack me? 5th rate? Jun Changxiao shrugged. Isn't that simple? With enough people and enough cultivation, Iron Bone Clan would have no problem going from a 6th-rate sect to a 5th-rate sect. The most important thing now wasn't to level up the sect, but to open the technique pavilion. Schwa, sect leader Jun's mind clicked, and an independent panel appeared. His expression froze, and his mouth slowly opened. He said in disbelief, "Oh my God." What exactly did sect leader Jun see that caused his mouth to open so wide after opening the cultivation method pavilion? He saw a row of items, 5 on the top and 6 on the bottom, a total of 30 boxes. The top was filled with pictures of cultivation method manuals, and their names were extremely domineering. The first box was called 9 Seals of the Universe. The second box was called Shocking Thunder Sword Art. The third box was called Demonic Flame Saint Slash. The fourth box was called. There were many others, but I won't describe them one by one, lest you all make a mistake. Of course, I won't admit that I can't remember or can't make it up. In short, the function of building a level 7 cultivation method pavilion was just like its name. It was filled with all kinds of cultivation methods. Then, was it strong or not? Sect leader Jun suppressed his excitement and tapped on the 9 Seals of the Universe. Once again, a small panel popped up. The first thing that caught his eye was the introduction. This was a palm technique created by an expert from a high-level plane. There were a total of 9 palms. Comprehending the first 3 palms could shake the rivers and mountains. Comprehending the middle 3 palms could shake the heavens and earth, and comprehending the last 3 palms could reverse the universe. Damn. Jun Xianxia said in surprise, "Is it that strong?" He continued to read. Requirements, 0999 Palm Technique Secret Manuals. Jun Xianxia said, "Does this mean that I want to collect 999 secret manuals related to palm techniques?" "That's right." The system said. Jun Xianxia laughed, "Isn't that simple? Can't I just copy 999 mountain splitting palm secret manuals?" The system said, "It cannot be repeated, 999 palm technique secret manuals that cannot be repeated, where the hell am I going to find them?" Moreover, the system said, "The secret manuals in the system do not count." The corner of Jun Xianxia's mouth twitched. "Do you think that there will be 999 palm technique secret manuals in the Falling Star continent?" The system said, "If there isn't, you can create it. As long as it matches the palm technique, no matter what level it is, you can exchange it for 999. F***ck, was it that easy to create a palm technique? Besides, it wasn't just one book, but close to 1,000, even a professional palm master would be exhausted to death after creating so many. Jun Xianxia tapped on the Shocking Thunder Sword Art again. The introduction said that this was a sword art created in the Thunder Pool, and it had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. He looked down. His heart turned cold again. Requirement, 0/199 Swordsmanship Manuals. It wasn't too bad. It wasn't 999 books. However, sword techniques were definitely harder to find on the market than palm techniques. How difficult would it be to gather 199 books? Jun Xianxia then clicked on a few more secret manuals. Without exception, the introduction was either Heaven Destroyer or Earth Destroyer. They were so awesome that they had no friends. As for the purchase conditions, it would naturally require a large number of corresponding secret manuals to exchange. Especially the Devil Flame Holy Slash. He also needed 399 Evil Sect martial arts manuals. He couldn't even gather all the secret manuals of the orthodox sects, so where could he find so many secret manuals related to the evil sects? F***ck. Jun Xianxia broke down and said, "I was happy for nothing." Initially, he thought that the manuals in the Cultivation Technique Pavilion were similar to those in the Alchemy Pavilion and Smithing Pavilion, requiring some special materials. But in the end, he used a large pile of martial arts to exchange for them. This sect function feels flashy but not practical. Jun Xianxia did not completely reject the Cultivation Technique Pavilion. After all, there was still a long way to go. Perhaps he could really collect 999 palm techniques to exchange for the 9 palms of the universe. Oh right. He patted his head and said, "I helped others guide their martial arts and learned a lot of martial arts. I can copy them down. Qingyang. Go and get some rice paper. The more the better." Yes. After a while, Li Qingyang carried a small pile and said, "Sect leader, this is all." Buy more tomorrow. Yes. Jun Changxiao began to write down all the martial arts incantations and circulation diagrams that he had memorized. A night passed. He wrote down more than 30 types of martial arts, which were full of fist techniques, palm techniques, and mental cultivation methods. After storing them in the space ring, the various handwritten copies automatically matched. For example, the 9 palms of the universe changed from 0 to 4, one step closer to 999. The 9-style wave stacking sword was also written down. The purchase quantity changed from 0 to 1. Someone once asked why the protagonist relied on the insight talisman to secretly learn a lot of martial arts from others. Why didn't he use them? Yes. He used them now. Of course, he didn't use them to cultivate or use them. He used them to make up the numbers. Jun Changxiao rubbed his chin and said, "We can also get the members of the procurement hall to go down the mountain and buy some cheap secret manuals." Sect leader. Right then, Zhen Dijuan walked into the main hall unsteadily. Then, he slumped onto the chair and said with a broken expression, "Can I kick that Shangguan lass out of the array formation hall?" For the past few days, Shangguan Xinyao had been learning array formations and kept asking questions. The grade 9 array king's head was about to explode and he was about to go crazy. Jun Changxiao expressed his understanding. Suddenly, he thought of something and slapped his head. Xinyao can create a palm technique. He remembered clearly that when he went to celebrate Old Master Shangguan's birthday, she asked him to modify a soft palm technique. That was created by Shangguan Xinyao. I forgot. There's still someone in my iron bone who has the potential to become a martial arts master. Shangguan Xinyao walked into the main hall and said very politely, "Disciple greets sect leader." Xinyao. Jun Changxiao put his hands behind his back and said, "How's your cultivation recently?" Shangguan Xinyao said, "Under the patient guidance of the 3 elders, disciple has benefited a lot. I also have a new understanding of martial arts and arrays." If the Ning brothers and Elder Zhen heard this, they would definitely vomit blood. You benefited a lot. We're about to collapse from the questions. Very good. Jun Changxiao said, "Have you been studying martial arts recently?" Shangguan Xinyao smiled. Disciple has been studying every day. I've never stopped. Is that so? Jun Changxiao was delighted. Take it out and let me. He paused for a moment and said with a serious face, "Take it out and let me give you some pointers." Shameless. The system said. Shangguan Xinyao said, "Disciple's understanding of martial arts is only the tip of the iceberg. I'm afraid sect leader will laugh at me if I take it out." Xinyao. Jun Changxiao said seriously, "No matter what, you must have a confident heart. Because if you look down on yourself, who will look up to you?" Shangguan Xinyao was deeply moved. Sect leader, disciples' martial arts are all in the room. I'll go get it now. Go. Jun Changxiao said, "Take as much as you have." Pa. Shangguan Xinyao came back and put the martial arts she had been studying on the floor. Why didn't she put it on the table? Because this woman had studied too many martial arts. There were so many that the table couldn't fit all of them. She could only put them on the floor. They hadn't been made into secret manuals yet. They were all scattered on the floor. Jun Changxiao was dumbfounded. At that moment, he finally understood why there weren't many Xian paper left in the sect. It was all taken by this woman to study martial arts. He casually picked up a piece. On it was a diagram of moves and meridians, as well as a small annotation. Xinyao. Jun Changxiao said, "How many martial arts are there?" Shangguan Xinyao thought for a moment and said, "Sect leader, some were studied at home. Some were studied in the sect. There are about 2,000 to 3,000 kinds." 2,000 to 3,000 kinds? Jun Changxiao's heart was in turmoil. 2,000 to 3,000 martial arts techniques? How many brain cells would that take? Even if she created one technique a day, it would take at least 7 to 8 years, right? Could it be that this woman started studying martial arts when she was 11 or 12 years old? That was a bit exaggerated. However, Shangguan Xinyao was rather disappointed. Most of them are half finished. When she studied martial arts, she didn't stubbornly dwell on it. If she couldn't figure out something, she would put it aside first and then continue to study it based on new ideas. Over time, there were so many different martial arts techniques. Of course, during the research process, she would also be inspired to improve the previous martial arts techniques. This method consumed the most brain cells. She could create 2,000 to 3,000 martial arts techniques and remember them all. It was quite terrifying. So that's how it is. Xianxia understood. This was still considered normal. Otherwise, it would be a bit shocking for a young girl who wasn't high in martial arts to create 2,000 to 3,000 martial arts techniques. Xianxia said, "Sect Master has such high attainments in martial arts. Can you help me improve these half-finished martial arts techniques?" "No problem," Xianxia said. Even if this woman didn't ask, he would take the initiative to improve them because it was related to exchanging for secret manuals. Xianxia hurriedly tidied up the scattered rice paper. Sect Master Jun crushed the insight talisman and began to improve them one by one. It was impossible for him to create martial arts techniques by himself. If someone provided him with ideas, he could rely on system items to make up for the flaws. Xianxia was very good at creating ideas, but her ability was limited and she couldn't continue. The two of them worked together, golden partners. One day later, Xianxia used the insight talisman to improve hundreds of martial arts techniques. He was amazed at Xianxia's strange ideas. For example, a kind of elegant palm technique. Under her ideas, several different techniques evolved. Although the quality wasn't high, the principle was different and could be used to make up the numbers. Moreover, Xianxia was still very young. As her age and experience increased, the martial arts techniques she created would definitely become stronger and more perfect. In the future, she would definitely be a martial arts master. My iron bone has such a potential stock. That's really good. That's all for today. We'll continue tomorrow. Xianxia rubbed his temples, looking a little tired. Even if he cheated with the insight talisman, it was still very taxing on his brain. Yes. Xianxia left happily. The sect leader had helped her improve her martial arts, allowing her to understand a lot, which would be of great help to her future creation of martial arts. Schwa, storing the improved martial arts into his spatial ring, Xianxian opened the Cultivation Technique Pavilion. There were all sorts of martial arts that were compatible with it. Just the number of palm techniques alone had increased to 60, there were also fist techniques and finger techniques, but they were few in number. This was because the martial arts created by Xianxia were more inclined towards palm techniques. As for the swordsmanship and the evil sect's mental cultivation method, those were not within the scope of her understanding. Xianxia was already very satisfied. If he could improve all of the half-finished products that Xianxia had researched, even if he couldn't gather 999 types of palm techniques, he would at least reach the standard. If he could buy some cheap martial arts, he would be able to exchange for the 9 seals of heaven and earth palms. Bang! In the training room, Li Qingyang and the others tested their strength after taking the spirit-tempering pills. The sect leader's pills are too awesome. Su Shama said excitedly, my cultivation base didn't increase, but my strength increased by 60,000 to 70,000 kilograms. The spirit-tempering pills had similar effects to the body-shaping pills. The upper limit of the increase in strength was determined by the user's cultivation base. The iron bone disciples who took the spirit-tempering pills had their spiritual energy intensity and purity reached a whole new level. The martial arts cultivators outside could not compare at all. Yi Xingchen was also quite shocked after the test. He was even more convinced that Xianxia came from the upper realm. Otherwise, how could he have so many miraculous pills? The spirit-tempering pills were limited, so many disciples did not take them. However, there was no rush. Elder Wei was leading the people in the medicine hall to plant them. In a few months, it would be normal for everyone to have a spirit-tempering pill. As the higher-ups of the sect, Xianxia and the Ning brothers also took the spirit-tempering pills. After testing their strength, they were also deeply shocked. Previously, they took the body-shaping pills and their physical bodies and strength improved. Now that they took the spirit-tempering pills, they felt that they had achieved the most comprehensive sublimation. This was especially true for Xianxia. His gratitude towards the big branch leader was like an endless stream of water. Without him, how could he join the Iron Bone sect? The Ning brothers were very glad that they had made the decision to join sect leader Jun Hall Master Li. The next day, Jun Changxiao said, inform manager Zhao to come to the sect for certification. Eventually, the sect would have to be upgraded to a sect. Okay. Li Luoqiu made the arrangements. After a while, manager Zhao, who was at the certification center in Qingyang City, received the news. He stood up with a swoosh and said with a shocked expression, another certification. He was so excited because the Iron Bone sect was going to be upgraded from 6th rate to 5th rate, from a sect to a sect. As the manager of the certification center's branch, Zhao Xingming didn't have this authority. Thus, he hurriedly wrote a letter and contacted the headquarters. After receiving the news, Yi Tianxing gathered the 4 elders to discuss this matter. In the end, they decided to let Elder Zhou and Elder Zhen personally go to the Iron Bone sect for certification. Sect leader Li Luoqiu said, Manager Zhao said that the headquarters will send 2 elders to do the certification 3 days later. Understood. Jun Changxiao continued to focus on improving his martial arts. In 2 days, he obtained more than 200 martial arts. The members of the purchasing hall also began to wander around the cities of Qingyang County. As long as it was a martial art, they would buy it regardless of its quality. Unfortunately, although there were many martial arts in each city's martial arts shops, most of them were repetitive. Thus, after some filtering, only 50 to 60 books were usable. If it weren't for the fact that Shangguan Ximiao created so many martial arts, I would have to travel through at least half of the Falling Star continent to collect 999 palm techniques. Jun Changxiao muttered. The next day, the people from the headquarters arrived. Elder Zhou and Elder Zhen looked at the Iron Bone disciples and felt puzzled. Why didn't their aura and cultivation levels change from the last time they came? Jun Changxiao strode into the hall and cupped his fists. 2 elders have come from afar. This Jun has failed to welcome you. Please forgive me, please forgive me. Elder Zhou smiled. It's our honor to be able to witness the promotion of a top 3 sect. Sect leader Jun Elder Zhen returned to the topic. Have you thought of a name change for the promotion of a sect? These words were usually said only after the certification of a 6th-rate sect. Since he asked in advance, it meant that there shouldn't be any problems with the promotion of the Iron Bone sect. Jun Changxiao said, let's get the certification first. That's good too. The 2 quickly got to work and placed all kinds of certification props on the martial arts field. Sect leader Jun, when all the disciples were gathered, Elder Zhou said in a low voice, the aura of your disciples doesn't seem to have changed. This doesn't meet the requirements. Disciples, listen up. Jun Changxiao snapped his fingers and said, show your auras and let the 2 elders see. Whoosh whoosh, the martial arts aura on the martial arts field exploded and gathered into a monstrous wave. Elder Zhou and Elder Zhen widened their eyes and exclaimed in disbelief, they're all martial masters. When the Iron Bone disciples no longer deliberately used the hidden cultivation technique to hide their cultivation, Elder Zhou and Elder Zhen immediately widened their eyes. The aura that erupted and the power formed were definitely all martial masters. The most valiant thing was that any one of the disciples was no lower than the 5th or 6th rank. Super shocking, super shocking. Sect Master Jun. Elder Zhou suppressed his fluctuating state of mind and said, your disciples are really strong. It's a pity that our certification hall has the highest potential of being in the top 3. Otherwise, this old man would not hesitate to evaluate them as being in the top 4. Elder Zhen deeply agreed. A 6th-rate sect with 10,000 disciples who were all high-ranked martial masters. Not to mention in the Falling Star continent, even in ancient times, this had never happened before. Jun Changxiao said modestly, you're exaggerating. No. Elder Zhou said, Sect Master Jun's Iron Bone will definitely be recorded in the annals of history forever. This praise was really high. Jun Changxiao smiled and said, Elders, when will the certification begin? In fact, he was more proud than anyone else. He was just short of dancing. Now. Elder Zhou and Elder Zhen gradually calmed down and began the most professional certification. Bang, bang, the Iron Bone disciples were first certified. In the end, whether it was strength or explosive aura, they all met the requirements. As for the 10 Wu zone, they would definitely exceed the standard. As for the strongest standard, Martial King, if it weren't for the rules, Elder Zhou and Elder Zhen would be too lazy to verify it. Because Sect Master Jun was not only a Martial King, but also a Sword King, then the only thing to consider was the 10,000 disciples. Sect Master Jun, after Elder Zhou counted again and again, he said, including you, the Iron Bone sect only has 9,999 members now. This, Jun Changxiao said, our eldest disciple is out training and can't return for the time being. I see. According to the normal procedure, it was difficult for the certification hall to give certification without confirming the most accurate number of people. However, Elder Zhou and Elder Zhen lowered their heads and talked for a while before saying, Sect Master Jun, your sect meets the requirements and can be promoted from a 6th-rate sect to a sect. Rules were dead, people were alive. For such a promising new force, the certification hall would definitely not reject it because of a lack of one person. Their relationship was still strong enough. If it were any other faction, not to mention having one less person, even if one person's cultivation base was not up to standard, it would still be very difficult for them to obtain the certification. Sect Master Jun Elder Zhou asked, is there a need to change the name of the sect to become a sect? Change it, Jun Changxiao said. As for the name of the sect, he had thought about it for a long time. At first, he wanted to continue to call it the Iron Bone Clan, but later he gave up. This sect was created by sect leader Wang, and Jun Changxiao was just the successor. After working tirelessly to develop into a sect, he would definitely have to come up with a new name and establish a sect that truly belonged to him, Elder Zhou said, Jun Zhong. Oh, no, you should be called Jun Patriarch now. Please state your sect's name. Sect Master, Patriarch. However, some forces that didn't use the word sect would continue to use the term sect leader. Elder Zhou just said that Jun's sect will definitely be recorded in the annals of history, and will be passed down through the ages. Let's call it the strongest sect of all ages, meaning the strongest sect since ancient times, Jun Changxiao said. The strongest sect of all ages, Elder Zhou and Elder Zhen looked at each other, and the corners of their mouths twitched. The words all ages were already very coquettish, but he still added the strongest. If this was really used as the name of the sect, once word got out, it would definitely cause intense dissatisfaction from the various large factions. There was no first place in literature and no second place in martial arts. To claim to be the strongest sect since ancient times, he was definitely asking for a beating. Jun Patriarch. Elder Zhou said seriously, the name of the sect is incomparably sacred. Please think twice before you act. Don't treat it as child's play. I'm sure. Jun Changxiao said firmly, from now on, my Iron Bone clan will change its name to the strongest sect of all ages. In the beginning, there were 2 choices in the name he thought of. One was the Iron Bone clan, which was nothing more than changing the name of a sect. The other was the Huaxia Divine Sect, which could be considered as blooming and promoting Chinese culture. But, he felt that it was a little lacking. Just now, Elder Zhou's eternal history instantly inspired Sect Master Jun. He thought to himself, why not call it the sect of all times? No. It was still lacking. Combined with the mission given by the main storyline, which asked him to create the strongest sect in 100 years, Sect Master Jun's but was enlightened. He immediately decided to think of the strongest sect since ancient times. Jun Patriarch. The corner of Elder Zhou's mouth twitched. The word strongest isn't suitable, right? Then let's call it the number 1 sect since ancient times. The corners of the 2 elders' mouths twitched. What was the difference between the number 1 sect and the strongest sect? Still not enough? Jun Changxiao thought for a while and said, let's just call it the Eternal God Sect. Elder Zhou and Elder Zhen almost fell over. In the Falling Star continent, the top sects only called themselves Saint. If he directly called himself God, it would definitely arouse the disgust and hostility of more forces. This won't do, that won't do. Jun Changxiao said, let's call it the strongest sect since ancient times. Jun Patriarch, are you sure? Elder Zhou and Elder Zhen said with serious faces. That meant that once the name was confirmed, there was no chance to change it. I'm sure. Jun Changxiao put his hands behind his back and said, "Let's call it the strongest sect since ancient times." Okay. Elder Zhou glanced at Elder Zhen, then took out a token that represented the sect's identity. He used the strength of his finger to engrave the words strongest sect since ancient times on it. This was only the first step. Next, the two of them would return to the certification center to record the name and officially announce it to the public. By then, the Iron Bone clan on the potential list would also be renamed as the strongest sect since ancient times. Elder Zhou and Elder Zhen could also imagine that when the whole continent knew the name of this new sect, it would definitely set off a storm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading the sect to a fifth-rate sect. You are rewarded with 5,000 contribution points, 5,000 achievement points, Experience Talisman X1, Middle Grade Sword Dao Aptitude X1, Saint Grade Aptitude Modification Liquid X2, High Grade Sect Leader Sphere X1. Ding! The system has been automatically upgraded to version 2.0 and renamed as the strongest sect system. Ding! Sect contribution points, 150,002,0000. Ding! Sect achievement points, 72,002,0000. At the same time, the system panel changed. Even the interface changed, becoming more high-end and classy. Jun Changxiao opened it skillfully. Sect name, the strongest sect since ancient times. Sect leader, Jun Changxiao. Sect level, 5th rate. Sect construction, level 7. Jun Changxiao didn't care about the name change. He cared about the upgrade to a sect. He actually received so many good things, he was going to be rich. Jun Patriarch. Elder Zhou cupped his hands and said, "We'll take our leave first." Jun Changxiao personally sent them out of the sect. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your hard work." After watching the two of them leave, he waved his sleeves and said loudly, "Qingyang, change the plaque outside the sect." "Yes, sect leader." "Sect your ass." Jun Changxiao channeled his energy and shouted, "From today onwards, call me Patriarch." "Yes." The disciples shouted, "Patriarch." On this day, the plaque hanging on the gate was replaced by a plaque with the words "the strongest sect since ancient times." However, the plaque with the words "unyielding" and "unyielding" was still hanging in the main hall because it represented a spirit that would never be extinguished. What is the #1 motto of the strongest sect since ancient times? Outside the hall, Jun Changxiao said proudly. The disciples stood with their hands behind their backs, looking at the patriarch, looking at the plaque. They said with an aura that could swallow mountains and rivers, "Do things with iron bones and be the strongest person since ancient times." Their voices echoed in the air, not fading away for a long time. 3 days later, the entire southwestern Yangzhou was in an uproar. This was because in the morning, the certification headquarters had announced to the public that the Iron Bone clan had been promoted to a sect and had changed its name to the Sect of All Times. Impossible. Iron Bone hasn't been promoted to level 6 for long. How can it be promoted to sect so quickly? Is someone spreading rumors? Just as the warriors were doubting, the certification hall released a new issue of the potential rankings. The first place was Sect of All Times, formerly Iron Bone Clan. It was written clearly in black and white. He had no choice but to believe it. From a non-rated sect to a 5th-rated sect, such a speed of improvement was absolutely unprecedented. Wait a minute, wasn't it a little too arrogant to use Eternal as its name? Everyone's reaction time was quite long, and they finally realized the words Sect of All Times. Little did they know. Xianxia almost fell off his chair when he heard the name Jun Changxiao. The strongest sect of all time, the first 4 words each contained an extremely powerful aura of courting death. If this was released, he would definitely become the public enemy of the entire continent. As the hall master of the main branch, Xianxia knew very well that the name of a sect could be domineering, but it couldn't be too overboard. Otherwise, it wouldn't end well. Several hundred years ago, a group of youngsters created the heaven-defying faction, but in the end, they were not able to defy the heavens. The strongest sect of all time. It was tantamount to directly negating the other sects and becoming the most superior one. If other forces found out about this, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble. after careful consideration, Tianxing purposely erased the word strongest and announced it to the world under the name Sect of all times. This was definitely a form of protection for Xianxia's sect. Even so, the name of the sect of all times had spread far and wide. When the various factions found out about it, they were somewhat dissatisfied. Named after the ancient times. How arrogant and egotistical! If he had known that there was also the word strongest, he would have definitely picked up his weapon and fought with Xianxia. Academy building. Situ Haoyun retracted his spiritual sense and smiled. That kid wants the sect to exist for eternity? AI. The vice president shook his head and said, how arrogant. The demonic fiend sect and the god-slaying Hall division had also received the news. They felt a strong sense of disdain towards the sect of all times. There was no denying it. This new sect had a lot of potential, but that was nothing more than potential. Only by truly developing, surviving, and gaining a foothold on the continent could one be considered to have true ability. The Demon Fiend sect's branch leader said, Xianxia is someone who likes to stir up trouble. Who knows, if he offends a first-rate sect one day, his sect will be destroyed. Sect of all times? Xianxia, who was in the sect, knew about the potential rankings. He shook his head and said, just treat it as a short form. In the beginning, he had also thought of this name. Adding the strongest would only make it more imposing. From today onwards, Iron Bone disciples would also be changed to Sect of all times disciples. Xianxia's spiritual senses entered the space ring and he held the experience talisman in his hand. This is the biggest gain. Pa, he gently crushed it. Hoo-hoo, in an instant, the spiritual energy in Xianxia's body crazily surged. His strength also continued to rise, finally becoming a grade 3 sword warrior king, this feeling, great, after breaking through, he didn't test his strength. Instead, he took out the sword path aptitude fluid and muttered, I've already used one bottle. Who should I give this to? Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, Yi Xingchen, no. They didn't have sword path aptitude. Using the aptitude fluid would definitely be useless. The system said, you can give it to Zhou Hong. His sword path aptitude is still lacking compared to the host. He should be able to use the aptitude fluid. Then I'll give it to him. Xianxia made his decision. After being promoted to a sect, he was also rewarded with 2 bottles of Saint Rank and Saint Rank aptitude fluid. Xingyang has already used it. Let's give it to Xingji and Xingchen first. Xianxia said. Among the inner sect disciples, Xiao Ziji and Yi Xingchen were undoubtedly the 2 main battle generals. Giving them the Saint Rank aptitude fluid was a good choice. Thus, only the high-rank sect leader sphere was left. Jun Patriarch still had a medium-rank aptitude fluid in his ring, so he muttered, I'll find a time to go to a dangerous place and catch 2 good spirit beasts to guard the house. Other martial artists would be extremely excited if they could catch ferocious beasts, but he directly went to catch spirit beasts. How pretentious was that, Pa? Patriarch, Xiao Ziji, who had just entered the main hall, hurriedly changed his words. Don't talk about him. I feel awkward writing sect leader Jun every day. I need time to get used to it. Where's Xingchen? Junior brother is training in the training tower. He'll be here soon. Xianxia waved casually and said, there's a bottle of aptitude fluid here. Take it first. Xiao Ziji hurriedly caught it, his eyes filled with excitement. After drinking it so many times, he definitely understood that after consuming it, his aptitude would definitely rise from top grade to Saint Rank. Thank you, Patriarch, for your reward. Xiao Ziji hurriedly opened the bottle and drank the aptitude-modifying fluid without hesitation. His spirit root immediately rose from top grade to Saint Rank, and his realm also rose from 8th stage Wuzong to 9th stage. Patriarch. Zhou Hong also walked in. Xianxia threw the medium-rank sword Dao aptitude-modifying fluid over, and said, take it, it can increase your aptitude in the way of the sword. Zhou Hong was startled. He had never taken the modification fluid before, so he did not know that the sect leader would have such a miraculous item. Patriarch, don't waste time, hurry up and drink it. Puzzled, Zhou Hong opened the cork and drank the modification liquid. There was a mellow aroma of malt. His whole face immediately turned red. One look and one could tell that he was a person who couldn't handle alcohol. However, when his aptitude was raised, his eyes immediately flashed with a sharp sword light, and he stood there dumbstruck. At that moment, Zhou Hong felt that his understanding of the way of the sword was much stronger than before, and his realm had also risen from 6th grade sword great master to 7th grade sword great master. In the past, he was the strongest among the Iron Bone disciples. Because he cultivated the way of the sword, he was unable to enjoy the various resources of the sect and was gradually surpassed by others. Zhou Hong did not care. As usual, he comprehended the way of the sword and the Lingjian God technique. Although his realm did not rise quickly, his understanding of the way of the sword increased day by day. "Thank you, Patriarch." Zhou Hong cupped his hands and said. As his aptitude increased, the sharpness in his words became even stronger. Xianxia said, "When you have time, go and participate in the qualification battle and obtain the qualifications to challenge other geniuses, so as to win honor for our sect of all times." He had a bold idea that did not need to be legally responsible. Until one day, the heaven, earth, and man list of the gathering of heroes would be filled with disciples of his sect. Zhou Hong said, "Disciple will go down the mountain now. Wait for next month." Xianxia said. Li Qingyang and Zhou Hong left, and Yi Xingchen, who had just come out of the training tower, walked into the main hall. This guy was still cold and aloof as usual, but when Jun Patriarch threw over the aptitude-changing liquid, his eyes suddenly flashed with passion. It was impossible to tell that he was once a martial emperor, after all the potions were distributed. Jun Changxiao sat down and whispered, "These 2 sect leader balls can't be idle. I'll find time to go to the famous danger zones to play." Patriarch Li Qingyang reported, "Song Mountain Sect's elder Ma, Qingyang City's 8 city lords, and many family heads have come to congratulate you. Invite them in." At the mountain gate, Ma Yunting, Xie Guangquan, and the others stared with their eyes wide open, because the plaque actually wrote, "The strongest sect of all times." Jun Patriarch, everyone was invited inside. Just as they were about to talk about the matter, they heard Jun Chang say with a smile, "Our sect has been promoted to a sect. This is a joyous occasion. Today, I will hold a banquet and invite all of you to come. Serve the wine and dishes." Soon, the martial arts practice field was filled with tables, wine and delicacies were served, and the disciples sat down one after another. Ma Yunting and the others swallowed back the words on the tip of their tongue, raised their wine glasses, and said in unison, "Congratulations to Jun Patriarch, and hope that the sect of all times will be even more glorious and powerful in the future." P.S. The 4th update is here. The sect has officially changed its name to the Sect of All Times. If the Iron Bone clan can withstand such a serious name, the readers will definitely be able to adapt to it. In fact, I'm also quite optimistic about the Ancient God sect, but I can only temporarily abandon it, because the sect's current strength is not enough to deal with such a powerful name. Finally, Jun Patriarch's literary and martial virtues, benefiting the common people, lasting through the ages, unifying the Jianghu. The promotion of a sect to Sect of All Times was a joyous occasion. Jun Changxiao had already planned to hold a big banquet a few days ago. Now that Ma Yunting and the others had come to congratulate him, he decided to set it today. The disciples of the Sect of All Times rarely had time to cultivate, so they ate and drank to their heart's content. After 3 rounds of drinking, Su Xiaoma and Li Fei blushed as they played rock paper scissors. Because they were beginners and didn't know the rules, they quarreled for a long time and didn't even drink a bowl of wine. Li Tian was the most direct. He didn't play rock paper scissors. He held a jar of wine and drank with whoever he didn't like. In the end, he and Cui Bujian started to fight. Come. You think I'm scared of you?" The 2 of them rested their legs on the chairs, rolled up their sleeves, grabbed a full jar of wine, and began to drink. The disciples beside them followed and had a lot of fun. Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji were more reserved. However, every time a junior brother came with wine, they didn't refuse. During this time, the disciples of the Sect of All Times had been focused on cultivation. It was rare for them to have a chance to relax, so they didn't use spiritual energy to dissolve the alcohol. If they drank because of celebration, if they stayed sober, it would lose its meaning. June Patriarch. Looking at the disciples of the sect of all times having fun, Ma Yunting raised his wine and said with a smile, "Your disciples are very happy." Jun Changxiao raised his wine and said with a smile, "I'm also very happy." He had been working hard to create a warm family. So far, the disciples didn't cheat or scheme against each other, so it was undoubtedly a success. Junior sister. Lu Wancher took the wine and said, "You can't drink." Senior sister. Yao Menjing begged, "I'll just drink one sip, okay?" The little girl had awakened her innate demon body, and the senior brothers and sisters took good care of her as usual. She was like the pearl of the sect of all times. Everyone was having fun, and she also wanted to join in, so she had the idea of drinking. "No." Lu Wancher said, "You are still young." As he spoke, he picked up the bowl of wine, but before he could move it to his mouth, it was taken back by Li Luoqiu, who was sitting next to him, and said, "You're not old either." Therefore, Lu Wancher and Yao Menjing both placed their chins on the table. Their eyes were filled with envy as they stared at their senior brothers and sisters who were drinking. June Patriarch. Outside the mountain gate, Ma Yunting, Xie Guangquan, and the others, whose faces were red from drinking, cupped their hands and said, "Farewell. Have a safe journey." Jun Changxiao said. Everyone walked down the stairs. From beginning to end, no one mentioned the strongest sect of all time written on the plaque. It wasn't that he didn't want to mention it, but when he thought about it carefully while drinking, June Patriarch's arrogance and strength, and the fact that he considered himself to be the strongest sect, seemed to be the most normal. The food made by the sect of all times is really delicious. Isn't that so? One of Sect Master Jun's disciples won the championship in the culinary competition. Oh right, don't you think that Elder Jun looks a little familiar? I had the same feeling. I think I've seen him somewhere before. I remember now. 20 years ago, the Southwest Yangzhou organized a formation competition. The one who was treated as a guest of honor by the King City's city lord seemed to be him. Zhen Dijuan. He's Zhen Dijuan. Heavens, that's a formation king. How did he become an elder of the sect of all times? The city lords and family heads who went down the mountain were fighting over each other. After the banquet ended, the disciples of the sect of all times didn't cultivate because Jun Changxiao specially allowed them to rest for a day. Everyone was still a little unused to suddenly not cultivating, so they all helped Black 1 and 2 Black clean up the tableware and chairs. Su Xiaoma called his junior brothers over while he was still drunk. He stood on the training ground and began to boast vividly. Jun Changxiao stood alone on the roof of the main hall. A cool breeze blew over, and he instantly felt comfortable. 10,000 disciples, a fifth-rate sect. They were undoubtedly one step closer to becoming the strongest sect in the Falling Star continent. Phew. Jun Changxiao took a deep breath and said, "This is just the beginning. The sect still has a long way to go." Creak, whoosh, in an inn, the door was pushed open. A cold wind rushed in like a knife, bringing with it heavy snow. The martial cultivators who were drinking and having fun inside stopped abruptly and turned to look outside. They saw a fairy-like lady in white walk in. "Big brother, this lady is so beautiful." A martial artist's eyes lit up. The martial artist who called him Big Brother hit his head and said softly, "Keep your eyes open when you're outside." "Yes, yes." The martial artist who was hit hurriedly retracted his gaze. The others turned their heads and continued to drink and chat. They only occasionally looked over and couldn't help but exclaim in their hearts that there was such a beautiful lady in this world. In the Falling Star continent, except for the occasional hedonistic disciples of the big families, most of the ordinary martial cultivators lived very cautiously. They wouldn't dare to flirt with beauties when they saw them. Not to mention, this was the ice wasteland, and there was only one in within a radius of several hundred miles. For a woman to dare to come here alone, she was definitely not an ordinary person. "Mississippi," the waiter greeted her with a smile and said, "Do you want a meal or a room?" "A meal." The lady in white found a seat near the window and sat down. Her tone was even colder than the whistling north wind outside. "Miss, what do you want to eat?" "Anything." The waiter had seen many customers after all. He hurriedly smiled and said, "Please wait a moment." Since the lady in white sat down, her bright eyes had been looking out of the window. It was a world of ice and snow. The whole world was only silver white. Have you heard of the Ironbone clan in the southwest Xianxia? Someone drank a bowl of wine and said with a grin. Not only have I heard of it, I also know that this clan has been promoted to a sect. The lady in white heard this and her eyebrows frowned slightly. It can't be, this Ironbone clan hasn't been famous for long. How could it be promoted to a sect so quickly? I heard that they changed their name to something like 10. Yes, sect of all times. Someone said. Sect of all times? The lady in white frowned slightly and thought, is he serious? A newly promoted fifth-rate clan dares to use 10,000 ages as its name. How arrogant. This is a remote place like the southwest Xianxia. That's why a small clan can be so glorious. If it was in our northeast Xianxia, it would have been destroyed long ago. That person said as he raised his bowl. Xiao, suddenly, a sword light flashed past. That martial artist was stunned because the hand holding the bowl was separated from his eyes and fell on the table. Ah, a miserable scream was heard. Many martial artists in the inn all looked at the seat near the window in shock. The lady in white gently put the unsheathed sword on the table and said, if you talk nonsense again, you won't be able to keep your head. These simple words contained endless coldness, causing everyone present to feel a chill down their spine. This lady. She was indeed not simple. Whoosh whoosh, the north wind howled, and the ground was frozen. Xianxia, dressed in white, walked alone in the snow. Because she did not use her spiritual power, the feather-like snowflakes fell on her black hair and shoulders. She seemed to be one with the world. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, dozens of martial artists on snowfield wolves caught up from behind. Big brother! A martial artist with gauze wrapped around his right wrist said angrily, it's this woman. He was the guy who spoke at the inn earlier. Because of a casual remark, his right hand was cut off by Xianxia. Hey! The leader rushed over and blocked her path. He shouted, why did you cut my brother? He said something he shouldn't have said, Xianxia said calmly. What did I say? The martial artist with the broken hand said angrily and sadly, didn't I say that if Ironbone was in northeast Luzhou, as long as he dared to be arrogant, his entire sect would be destroyed? Whoosh, a sword flashed, and a head flew out. Plop. That cultivator's body directly fell to the ground. Blood sprayed onto the snowy ground, dyeing it red. Finally, there was a slight difference in the vast expanse of whiteness. Brother! The leader's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Xianxia withdrew her sword and said calmly, he seems to have forgotten my reminder. Yes. He had forgotten. He spoke carelessly again, and his head was lost. Although Xianxia was not in the sect, she was still the eldest disciple of the sect of all times. If someone dared to talk about destroying a sect in front of her, she would definitely punish him severely. Damn it! The leader said angrily, you killed my brother. I won't rest until you're dead. Brothers! He drew his sword angrily and said, cut this woman into pieces. Clang! Clang, everyone took out all kinds of weapons. They stepped on the snowfield wolves' backs and charged forward angrily. You're courting death. Xianxia's eyes flashed coldly. Whoosh whoosh, in an instant, the area was filled with cold air. Even the snowflakes falling from the sky were frozen. What's going on ahead? The scattered martial cultivators walking on the ice field felt an extremely cold chi appear in the distance, and their gazes were all filled with astonishment. Go. Someone said, let's go and take a look. Shwa. Shwa. Shwa, everyone moved forward, but the deeper they went, the colder they felt the temperature drop. It was so cold that it made their hair stand on end, very soon. When they arrived at the area where the cold air was the most intense, their eyes immediately widened. In his field of vision, there were dozens of lifelike ice sculptures of warriors riding snowy wolves in various postures. Strange. Someone was puzzled. Who would be so bored as to carve such an ice sculpture here? No. It's not an ice sculpture, it's a Taoist master and the snowy plains wolf, they've all been sealed in ice. A martial cultivator said in horror. What? Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. To be able to freeze a living person as well as the snowy plains wolf, which was the most resistant to cold, this was definitely something that only a profound ice martial cultivator could do. Look. Someone pointed at the frozen corpse on the ground and said in shock, "It's the guy whose hand was cut off. How did he die here? Could it be that this person found helpers to intercept the lady in white and was killed by her? His helpers were all frozen as well? That lady is extremely cold. Perhaps she's an ice martial cultivator." Although the Snow Track Valley's strength is not strong, they have the 4th-tier Extreme Cold Palace as their backer. Daring to kill their people is tantamount to getting into big trouble. There were not many passers-by in the ice field, but the news that a martial cultivator had been frozen was definitely a big deal. Therefore, it quickly spread to the cities further away. Although there were no witnesses, everyone was certain that the lady in white was the culprit. When the news reached the Snow Track Valley, the Valley Master was furious. He immediately sent thousands of disciples riding snowy wolves to conduct a carpet search in the ice field. Extreme Cold City. The colossal Extreme Cold Palace also received the news. Palace Master. In the main hall, a white-haired elder cupped his hands and said, "To be able to freeze the people of the Snow Track Valley, that girl is definitely not an ordinary ice martial cultivator. I think we should find her as soon as possible. She might be a very good seedling." Second elder's words make sense. Another elder agreed. The palace master of the Extreme Cold Palace was a middle-aged man about 40 years old. He sat at the head of the table and thought for a while before saying, "Tell the Snow Track Valley to capture that girl and send her to the Extreme Cold Palace immediately." Yes. The second elder was about to leave. One of his subordinates reporting to the palace lord, "The Snow Track Valley has sent news that the woman who committed the crime has been found on the Icy Plains Hill." In the end, the hundreds of disciples that were sent out, along with 5 peak martial arts grandmasters, were all frozen. What? The palace master of the Extreme Cold Palace was stunned. Freezing a normal martial cultivator was still understandable. However, to be able to freeze 5 peak stage Wuzong, this was not simple at all. "Palace Master," the second elder said excitedly, "this girl's cultivation is either extremely high or she has a special ice attribute physique. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to freeze so many people and 5 peak stage Wuzong so easily." The palace master of the Extreme Cold Palace thought for a while and said, "Second elder, third elder, the 2 of you go to the Snow Track Valley and help them capture that girl." Yes. The 2 elders accepted the order and headed to the Snow Track Valley without stopping. The Valley Master, who was still worrying, heard that 2 martial king experts had been sent from behind the scenes. He hurriedly went out to welcome them personally. "Cut the crap," the second elder said bluntly. "Is there any news about that girl?" Reporting to Elder Sun, the Valley Master of the Snow Track Valley hurriedly said, "According to the culprit's route, I guess that she might be heading to the Endless Ice Sea. The Endless Ice Sea is the coldest place in the Northeast Lu province. It is said that there is also the extreme mysterious ice pool. If this girl doesn't have a special physique, she definitely wouldn't go there. Let's go." Elder Sun said, "We will intercept her at the entrance of the Endless Ice Sea." With Lu Qianxian's successive ice seals, the Northeast Lu province, which was originally quite peaceful, was instantly abuzz with the news. Many people were discussing who exactly this woman was. Unfortunately, from the limited information, no one knew who she was or which sect she came from. Snow Track Valley's backer is the Extreme Cold Palace. This sect's strength is not inferior to Miaohua Palace at all. "I seem to have gotten into trouble," Lu Qianxian thought as she walked on the road. Although she thought so, there was no trace of worry on her face. It seemed that if she got into trouble, then so be it. As expected of the eldest disciple of the sect of all times, she had the demeanor of June Patriarch, who was calm and collected in the face of trouble. Southwest Yangzhou. Iron Bone Mountain. The disciples were cultivating as usual. Jun Changxiao would occasionally think of Lu Qianxian and thought to himself, she should have already reached the Northeast Lu province. I hope that she can return smoothly from her training and not encounter any danger outside. The system said, "Your eldest disciple has a cold personality and is not good at socializing with others. She seems to be incompatible with the whole world. Who knows what kind of trouble she will get into." "Shut your crow's mouth," Jun Changxiao scolded. However, he was also worried. He did not have cell phones or WeChat to contact his disciple. If she encountered danger outside, what should he do? It's easy. The system said, as long as the host's cultivation increases, the distance of the telepathic technique will increase. At that time, covering the entire falling star continent will not be a problem. Jun Changxiao immediately rolled his eyes. Wasn't this nonsense? I also want to increase my cultivation, but the key is that I can't increase it. No. I have to quickly develop an intelligence agency and spread to other provinces to form a larger network of communication. The telepathic technique's distance was determined by one's cultivation. However, if it was like a signal tower, there would be one at a certain distance, and it could also cover all areas. Not to mention, after the sect was promoted to a sect, there would be more things to face in the future. They had to pursue faster, more accurate, and more comprehensive information acquisition. Jun Changxiao called Li Luoqiu over and told her about his idea of expanding the intelligence network. Patriarch. Li Luoqiu said, according to what you said, it's a big project to cover the whole continent. We don't have enough manpower in the Drizzle Hall, so we can't do it in a short time. If it doesn't work, Jun Changxiao said, then think of a way to extend the intelligence network to Luzhou in the northeast. Li Luoqiu understood and smiled meaningfully. So Patriarch is worried about Lu Qianqian. Yes. Jun Changxiao, who was destined to be alone, naturally did not hear the hidden meaning. He did not deny it. After all, she's the eldest disciple of my sect. I'm a little worried about her training outside. It was definitely not an emotional factor. Even if it were Xiao Ziji or Yi Xingchen, if they went to Luzhou in the northeast, he would also be worried. Both his palms and the back of his hands were his flesh. Jun Patriarch would protect anyone who was bullied or in trouble. Li Luoqiu said, I can transfer people from Yangzhou in the southwest and pull the intelligence network to Luzhou in the northeast. However, because we don't have enough people, we may not be able to send any news immediately. As long as the news can be sent, it doesn't matter if it's 2 or 3 hours late. Jun Changxiao said. Li Luoqiu shook her head. It may be 1 or 2 days late. The distance was too far and there were not many people. It was really not easy to pull the network signal from Yangzhou in the southwest to Luzhou in the northeast. However, since the Patriarch was worried about Lu Qianqian, Li Luoqiu would definitely comply. On the same day, she contacted all the intelligence stations in Yangzhou in the southwest and selected people to go to Luzhou in the northeast. With the current strength of the members of the Drizzle Hall, they could communicate with each other from 300 to 500 miles away. Therefore, there would be people stationed in the nearby towns every once in a while. Of course, they could not be idle. The intelligence personnel would ask the higher-ups whether to open a beast material store according to the local situation. Jun Changxiao's reply was permission. Therefore, in the long distance from Yangzhou in the southwest to Luzhou in the northeast, many animal material stores opened one after another. Because their reputation had been established early on, the daily profits were very good. Right now, the Eternal Sect had all the money and spirit stones they needed. Only in terms of strength, they could not be compared to the sects that had been around for hundreds and thousands of years. However, it would be soon. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others were about to break through to the peak of Wuzong. When they reached this level and became martial kings, the fighting strength of the sect would definitely increase tremendously. Wu Huang was one of the fourth-rate sections. Was he very strong? I'm sorry, but although our sect of all times doesn't have Wu Huang, we have a lot of martial kings. 10 of us against you. No, then let's add another 90. There were many inner and outer sanctum disciples in the sect of all times who had the talent and resources to break through to martial king. The only thing they lacked was time to grow. Phew. In the study, when the effect of the talisman of insight passed, Jun Changxiao put the paper with the secret manual on the table and rubbed his temples tiredly. Shangguan Xianxia carefully sorted them out, her bright eyes filled with admiration. She said, Sovereign, you're too amazing, in just half a month, you've improved all these half-finished products that I've researched. Pa. She put another thick piece of paper on the table and said, These are more than 10 martial techniques that disciple has been researching recently. I hope Patriarch can help improve them. Plop. Jun Xianxia fell to the ground. He grabbed the table with difficulty and propped himself up. He collapsed. Take it away, take it away. I feel like vomiting when I see the incantations and meridian diagram. Half a month. Improving 2,000 to 3,000 half-finished martial techniques was definitely a painful torture. It was to the extent that Jun Patriarch dreamed of walking incantations every night when he slept. Of course. It was painful and happy. Because the number of martial techniques that could be exchanged for the Universe 9 Seals palms increased from 0 to more than 600, the other martial techniques also had their own gains. Relying on buying outside, not to mention the price, it was a big problem whether he could gather so many in such a short time. Patriarch. Li Qingyang came to see him. Disciple has realized a problem. Speak. Jun Xianxia said. Li Qingyang said, although our sect has all kinds of resources for our fellow disciples to cultivate, we still don't have any high-level mental cultivation techniques. That's true. Jun Xianxia held his chin. The sect of all times had a lot of martial techniques, but in terms of mental cultivation techniques, there was only the I Jing Jing and the clear heart technique. Although the I Jing Jing was strong, it could only be cultivated from the beginning of the channel opening stage. The disciples who entered later could not learn it at all because of their high level. The clear heart technique could calm the heart and stabilize it, but it was only a support. It could not be compared to the real mental cultivation technique. This is a problem. Jun Xianxia murmured. He could rely on all kinds of resources to let his disciples break through faster, but resources were limited. Especially when breaking through a big realm, mental cultivation techniques were especially important. Our sect of all times wants to be established in the falling star continent and become the strongest sect. We must also have high-quality mental cultivation techniques. Jun Xianxia opened the technique pavilion and began to read all kinds of martial techniques, hoping to find a suitable mental cultivation technique for his disciples. Got it, 5 elements heaven reflection technique. According to the introduction, this was a very profound 5 elements mental cultivation technique. It was divided into 5 parts: metal, wood, water, and fire. One could cultivate all of them or only one of them. If one cultivated any one of them to the extreme, one could even create a corresponding 5 elements physique. The introduction of the martial techniques in the technique pavilion was all about how awesome it was. This should be good. Jun Xianxia looked down and the corner of his mouth twitched. Because the number of mental cultivation techniques that he wanted to exchange was, not 3 to 4,000, not 1 to 2,000, just 998. Just 998. 5 elements heaven reflection technique. Xingyao. Jun Xianxia said, can you create a mental cultivation technique? This, Shangguan Xingyao said, I don't have as profound martial arts as the Patriarch. Creating a mental cultivation technique, maybe, it's decided. Jun Xianxia said, put the palm technique and fist technique aside first. Focus on researching mental cultivation techniques. As long as you have a little idea, immediately research it. The more, the better. Oh, okay. Shangguan Xingyao was puzzled. Patriarch, why don't you create a mental cultivation technique? This question stumped Jun Xianxia. I want to create one too, but I don't have as strong brain cells as you. Cough, cough. Jun Xianxia said with his hands behind his back, I want to nurture you to become a master faster. Shangguan Xinyao's eyes lit up. She said seriously, I will not let the Patriarch down. I will work hard to research more mental cultivation techniques. Sigh. The system sighed and said, poor girl, you were tricked by this shameless guy again. Whoosh, on the training field, Jun Xianxia held the green dragon crescent blade and slashed in the air frequently, dragging out flaming blade energy. Ka ka ka, the friction between the scorching flames and the air seemed to tear the space apart. Shua. Jun Xianxia communicated. With the Guanyu statue in his mind. He saw flames erupting in the sky and gradually condensing into a majestic and strong body. Oh my god. Su Xiaoma and the others opened their eyes wide. Guanyu suddenly opened his eyes. His body was filled with even more violent flames. Splitting Mount Hua. Panga splitting heaven. Uproar in heaven. Shua. Shua. Shua, Jun Xianxia soared into the air and abruptly brandished his saber. The martial sage's soul, which was covered in flames, did the same. Violent flaming saber chi tore through the air and chopped down. Boom, 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 blade marks appeared and the stone floor exploded. Shua, Jun Xianxia floated down and stroked his beard. He said with satisfaction, after the green dragon crescent blade is embedded with the fire element, it's even more powerful than before. Patriarch. Li Qingyang walked over and looked at the shattered stones on the ground. He said with heartache, the stone floor of the training field is very expensive. After 3 slashes, you will need to spend at least 200 to 300,000 taels to repair it. Damn. Jun Xianxia almost dropped the blade. He stared and said, so expensive. As a special effect weapon, the green dragon crescent blade could also be embedded with attributes in the spirit accumulation hall, and the number of spirit accumulations could be 5. Jun Xianxia had already accumulated the fire spirit before, and today he finally had the chance to test it out. Needless to say, combined with his own fire attribute, it stimulated the soul of Wu Xing, and his fighting strength soared. How much did it increase? Jun Xianxia guessed that if he faced a peak martial king, he should be able to kill him directly, facing Wu Huang, even if he couldn't defeat him, at least he wouldn't be too weak. The system said, the host can gather the other 4 types of spirit energy. In this way, the green dragon crescent blade will have all 5 elements, and its power might even increase. That's exactly what I was thinking. Jun Xianxia kept the green dragon crescent blade, confirmed all the 4 types of spirit of the 5 elements that he could choose, and began to refine. He needed some time. Patriarch. Su Xiaoma rubbed his hands and walked over, and laughed, when will we have such an awesome weapon? What's wrong? Jun Xianxia said, you don't like the cold ray sword? I like it, I like it. Su Xiaoma grinned, if there is a stronger weapon to replace it, I will only have more hope for the future. Don't talk nonsense. Jun Xianxia said, hurry up and kick your ball. Su Xiaoma left quickly. However, what he said made Jun Patriarch very concerned. He held his chin and said, the new disciples don't have any weapons yet, it's time for them to all be equipped with cold ray sword. No. At the very least, they have to start with cold ray sword. With the forging hall, it was easy to forge a large number of weapons in a short period of time, but the key was that there were no materials. I have to go outside and take a look. Jun Xianxia muttered. The procurement hall had been purchasing ores, but it was still difficult to supply them in large quantities. If the disciples wanted to get all kinds of equipment, they had to go to dangerous places where materials were everywhere. Elder Jiang. Jun Xianxia said, is there any dangerous forbidden area in southwest Jiangzhou? Yes. Xianxia said, there is a forbidden place in Dingyang County called the Demon Ridge Valley. It is said to be very dangerous. It is normal for martial kings to die there. Really? Jun Xianxia became interested. Even martial kings were in danger. This Demon Ridge Valley must be extremely terrifying. The more dangerous it was, the less people dared to go in. After accumulating for a long time, it must be a natural treasure trove. Let's go there and play. Jun Xianxia made a decision. Xianxia was dumbfounded. Go there and have fun, my dear Sect master, are you going for a walk in the spring? After Jun Xianxia had an idea, he settled the matter and left Ironbone Mountain. This time, he left peacefully because Li Luoqiu had a shared bracelet with him. If something unexpected happened, they could activate the Sect protecting array in time. According to Jiang. Yeah, the Demon Ridge Valley was one of the famous forbidden areas in the southwest Jiangzhou. There were many demonic beasts living there. The so-called magical beasts were actually ferocious beasts. They were called demonic beasts because legend had it that there was a demonic sect in the valley 10,000 years ago. The mental cultivation method of demonic cultivators was very evil. They would also release demonic chi. Over time, it would infect the ferocious beasts and make them more irritable and ferocious. In Jun Xianxia's opinion, it must be a genetic change that caused the offspring to mutate. Can we find rare spirit beasts? Going to the Demon Ridge Valley to find resources was only one of the reasons. The other was to use the 2 sect leader balls and catch 2 contract beasts. Little Long Long also followed. Because its body had grown bigger, it did not lie on its master's shoulder. Instead, it sat on the head of the Hurricane Wolf King. Its 4 limbs clutched the fur so tightly that the Wolf King, who was running wildly, grimaced in pain. Big Wolf, Xianxia said, go full speed. Roar, the Hurricane Wolf King raised its head and waved. The skill of wind riding was activated. The blue vortex under its feet suddenly expanded and instantly turned into a blue light that rushed out. Little Long Long was unlucky. The blade-like wind whistled and blew so hard that it could not open its eyes. The fiery red fur on its body was fluttering behind. June Patriarch was very calm. He faced the wind and sang a song in his heart. His hair was not messed up at all in the wind. Dingyang County was a 6th-class county that was comparable to Xianyang County. It was very vast and had a large population. Martial masters and wuzong experts could be seen everywhere. A few days later, June Patriarch rode the Hurricane Wolf King into the boundary of Dingyang County. He chose a small path and arrived at the Demon Ridge Valley in the afternoon. The entrance of the valley was overgrown with weeds. It was obvious that few people had set foot there. On the mountain wall, there were 3 bloody words, Demon Ridge Valley. Below it, there was a line of small words, Forbidden Area of the Demonic Sect. Death to trespassers. Perhaps it was too long ago. The words were covered with moss, but still emitted a gloomy aura. Could this be left behind by the demonic sect? Jun Changxiao guessed. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, in the slightly dark valley, a group of crows seemed to be alarmed. They flapped their wings and flew into the sky. Roar! The Hurricane Wolf King growled. Its eyes were filled with fear. A beast's sense of danger was definitely stronger than a human's. Tisk! Little Long Long rolled its eyes and said, so timid. Rustle! A little bug crawled out from the grass. It jumped onto its master's shoulder and said in shock, oh my god, you scared this baby to death. Jun Changxiao wished he could throw it down and stomp on it. Big Wolf. Wait outside. Little Long Long and I will go in and check it out. Roar! The Hurricane Wolf King responded. Jun Changxiao took Little Long Long and walked into the Demon Ridge Valley that no one had set foot in all year round. However, when he stepped in, faint ripples appeared at the entrance of the valley, as if he had triggered some kind of restriction. The Hurricane Wolf King outside noticed it. It wanted to howl to remind them, but it saw its master and Little Long Long disappear into thin air at the entrance of the valley. Buzz! At the same time, the words Demon Gates Forbidden Land, Trespassers Die engraved on the wall suddenly flashed. The moss on it fell off one after another, and the gloomy aura it emitted became even stronger. Demon Ridge Valley, inside. Jun Changxiao had just walked in when he heard a series of angry roars, giving people the feeling that they had lost their rationality. Damn it. He was a little nervous. There won't be zombies here, right? The system said, the host has read too many doomsday novels. Shwa, shwa, at this moment, a huge black shadow jumped down from the tree. Judging from its shape, it was obviously some kind of leopard beast. However, the scars on its face and body were completely rotten, and it emitted a disgusting stench. If Jun Changxiao didn't hold his breath in time, he was afraid that he would vomit the food he ate a few days ago. Wah! Little Long Long vomited. Damn it! Jun Changxiao pinched his nose and pointed at the leopard beast with a ferocious face and flashing red eyes. There was no trace of life in it. And you said it's not a zombie? System, why am I always being slapped in the face? Not allowed. Not allowed, the system argued. This is not a zombie, this is a zombie beast. F*CK. Jun Changxiao said, is there a difference? Roar, the disgusting leopard beast raised its head and roared, then pounced over with a stench. Little Long Long, I'll leave it to you. Jun Changxiao said. Okay. Little Long Long jumped down. However, when he smelled the disgusting stench that assaulted his face, he vomited again with a wah sound. Huff huff, scorching flames suddenly rose in the dark forest, and the zombie-like leopard beast was instantly engulfed and burned to ashes. Master. Little Long Long retracted the flames and vomited, "This is disgusting." Jun Changxiao glanced at the situation in the valley and muttered, "I'm afraid this place isn't simple." Shwa, shwa. At this time, another 6 or 7 leopard beasts jumped out from the dark. Their bodies were full of rotten scars and their faces were abnormally ferocious. They looked like soulless zombies. "Get rid of them," Jun Changxiao said. Huff huff, Little Long Long opened its mouth and spewed out scorching flames, killing all the leopard beasts. These disgusting beasts weren't too strong, but after being burned, there were still crystal cores scattered among them. Shwa, Jun Changxiao waved his hand and pulled the crystal cores over. The crystal cores were dark inside, as if they were occupied by some kind of evil force. "Is it demonic energy that's sealed here?" Jun Changxiao guessed. The system said, "It's not a normal energy anyway." Jun Changxiao kept it in the space ring and looked into the depths of the forest, saying, "Let's go in and take a look." It didn't matter at first glance, because in the complex forest, there were disgusting beasts that seemed to be soulless wandering around, and some were even killing each other with red eyes. If he wasn't sure that he was in a fantasy world, Jun Changxiao would have suspected that he had transmigrated to a zombie-filled apocalypse. "Master," Little Long Long said, "what the hell is this place?" The disgusting stench of decay in the air made it not dare to breathe too much. Most of the time, it could only hold its breath. Jun Changxiao didn't say anything and continued to move forward. Soon, they arrived in front of a small stream. Water. It was also black. "It stinks." Little Long Long hurriedly moved away and said, "This water isn't clean either." Jun Changxiao said, "The entire valley seems to be controlled by some kind of virus. Is it natural or man-made?" Thinking that there was once a demonic sect here, he was more inclined to believe that it was man-made. Shwa. He took out a ladle from the space ring and filled it with water. As a result, the water boiled crazily. "Poison," the system said. Jun Changxiao said, "Could it be that the ferocious beasts drank the water here and turned into zombies?" At this moment, a huge rotting bear beast pounced from behind. Its body was much bigger than the mountain-back bear. Jun Changxiao raised his hand. His spiritual energy was condensed and spurted out in midair, blowing away the big guy that was charging at him. Its head even exploded on the spot. As a king of sword and martial arts, he was very adept at using spiritual energy. He didn't need to perform any martial arts at all. He could rely on spiritual energy to form shockwaves in the void. This Demon Ridge Valley seems to be hiding some unknown secrets. Jun Changxiao stood up, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Decryption was the most interesting thing. However, what made Jun Patriarch speechless was that the beasts here had no thoughts of their own, and their bodies were rotten. They couldn't be used as contract beasts at all. This fellow had a requirement for contracted beasts. They had to be good-looking. The dark inner part of the Demon Ridge Valley was very deep. Those disgusting ferocious beasts were like ghosts that had lost their minds, wandering back and forth in the woods. Occasionally, they would find humans and charge at them ferociously. Unfortunately, their strength was too low. Before they could get close, they were engulfed by Little Long Long's flames. As they went deeper and deeper, the number of disgusting ferocious beasts decreased. However, their strength increased layer by layer. When they entered 5 to 6 miles, there were even beasts that were 1 rank higher. Boom! Cold spiritual energy burst out and directly killed a high-ranked ferocious beast that looked like a lion. Jun Changxiao took out the black crystal core and shook his head. "If it's in its normal form, it's suitable to be my contract beast." "Master." At this moment, Little Long Long stared ahead and said, "What's that?" Jun Changxiao looked up. There were many damaged buildings in front of him. They were covered with moss and vines, emitting a gloomy and ancient aura. The only wall that wasn't eroded had words that seemed to be written with blood. The content was, "As long as heaven and earth exist, the demonic path will exist forever." There should be a demonic sect force here. Jun Changxiao walked over and looked at these damaged buildings. It felt more like a sentry post. He spread his spiritual senses. There were scattered human skeletons on the grass. They were all black and very similar to the stream he saw earlier. Jun Changxiao held his chin and said, "Could it be that these skeletons drank the poisonous water when they were alive?" "Master." Little Long Long jumped to a damaged building and stared down. "There's a weapon here." Jun Changxiao walked over. A corpse leaned against the corner of the wall. There was a sword stuck in the ribs. It seemed to be very old and was already rusted. Jun Changxiao closed his eyes. He seemed to have returned to 10,000 years ago in an instant. As a bystander, he witnessed a group of martial artists attacking and killing the stronghold. Swoosh, he opened his eyes and said, "Could it be people from the decent sects who joined forces to attack the Demon Ridge Valley?" The sky gradually darkened. Jun Changxiao didn't continue on his journey. Instead, he temporarily settled down in the damaged ruins. At night, the cold wind whistled, and the gloomy atmosphere became stronger. Little Long Long was a little scared and subconsciously leaned toward its master. Jun Changxiao wrapped the sword with his spiritual energy. Judging from the casting style and the outline of the patterns, he said, "This can be considered an antique." Roar! Roar! At this moment, a series of crazy roars came from the depths of the forest, shaking the surrounding leaves. Jun Changxiao looked up and found that in the starry sky in front of him, there was a flash of a formation boundary. "Let's go." He grabbed Little Long Long and walked toward the dark forest. Soon, Jun Changxiao came to a larger ruin. There were even more human skeletons scattered around. There were even 50 to 60 skeletons in one area. The wall also had the words, "As long as heaven and earth exist, the demonic path will exist forever." The light rose from here. Jun Changxiao fully opened his spiritual senses and covered the surrounding 5 to 6 miles. He didn't see anything strange. Wait, at this moment, he found that the empty space in front of him was engraved with strange and complicated lines. There was also a skull symbol in the central area. Jun Changxiao walked over and squatted in front of the lines. He whispered, "It should have just been drawn. Here." He looked around and said with certainty, "There's someone else." Whoosh, at this moment, a stream of light flew over from the darkness. "Pa!" Jun Changxiao raised his hand and caught the hidden weapon. He sneered, "You think you can hurt me like this? You're too naive." He opened his palm and found that his skin had turned purple-black and was constantly expanding. The hidden weapon was poisonous. "Ha ha ha." A shadow shrouded in a black robe walked out from behind the ruined building and laughed eerily. "Didn't anyone tell you that you can't casually catch hidden weapons with your hands? Damn it." Jun Changxiao's face suddenly became ferocious. His entire right palm had turned purple-black, showing that the poison was quite strong. "Friend." The black-robed man laughed strangely, "Don't try to use spiritual energy to force the poison out. Otherwise, you'll only die faster." Plop. Jun Changxiao directly collapsed on the ground, cold sweat seeping out of his forehead. The black-robed man walked over and laughed eerily, "You dare to enter the Demon Ridge Valley? You're quite brave." Just in time. He stopped in front of Jun Changxiao and gently took off his black robe, revealing a ferocious face. He said, "I still lack blood for sacrifice. I'll use yours." Swoosh. Jun Changxiao stood up and clasped his poisoned right hand on the man's neck. The ferocious expression on his face relaxed. He laughed, "Didn't anyone tell you not to get close to your opponent? You." The black-robed man was shocked, You're not poisoned?" "P.S. I caught a cold and my head is muddled. Let's see if I can write the 3rd chapter." Jun Changxiao was poisoned. However, the purple-black palm gradually returned to normal, as if it had been dissolved by some kind of power. What kind of power? The detoxification power of the detoxification pill. After entering the Demon Ridge Valley and seeing the black stream, Jun Changxiao was afraid that there would be poisonous miasma in the forest, so he took a pill very cautiously. He didn't encounter any miasma, but he was plotted against by others, so the effect of the detoxification pill was reflected. It was very strong. The poison was directly dissolved as soon as it spread. Therefore, the pain Jun Changxiao showed and the paralysis on the ground was nothing more than an act. What a bastard. The black-robed man who was bound opened his eyes wide in disbelief. The poison smeared on the hidden weapon was so strong that even a martial king couldn't dissolve it. How could he not be poisoned? Boy. Jun Changxiao pulled him over and directly sealed his meridians. He smiled and said, the pattern on the ground should be drawn by you, right? The black-robed man didn't speak. Swish. Jun Changxiao directly threw him to the ground, raised his fist and said, you must answer my question. Boom, boom. After a round of crazy bombardment, the black-robed man was immediately beaten to a pulp, but he didn't say anything from the beginning to the end. It seemed that he was a persevering young man. Still not speaking? Jun Changxiao raised his fist again. The black-robed man endured the pain and still didn't say a word. Bang, Jun Changxiao threw a punch and directly knocked him out. Master. Little Long Long jumped over from afar and said, I'll burn him to ashes. Jun Changxiao said, this boy must have a secret. As he spoke, he took the black-robed man's space ring and used his spiritual thoughts to forcibly break the mark left by the other party and merge into it. This was an ordinary space ring. The space capacity was not large, but there were many historical records and secret books in it. Evil Sect's mental cultivation method? Jun Changxiao took out a book and looked at it. It seems a little different. Is it a demonic sect's mental cultivation method? He flipped through the historical records and found that the contents were all related to the demonic sect, so he said with certainty, this boy is definitely a demonic cultivator. Why did he set up a strange pattern here? What do you mean by sacrifice? Jun Changxiao felt a little confused. The only explanation he could think of was the black-robed man. However, he seemed to have a backbone. Violence might not be able to make him confess. Got it. Jun Changxiao opened the purchased store, selected the surrender order, and spent 200 contribution points to purchase it. This item was refreshed together with the surrender token. The former could only be purchased once, while the surrender token could be purchased once every 3 months. However, there was a limit of 5 times in total. Brat. Jun Changxiao's shoulders shook as he let out a strange laugh. I'd like to see how much backbone you have. My head hurts. The black-robed man woke up from his coma. Pain instantly spread from his whole body to his sea of consciousness. His face suddenly became ferocious. He wanted to move, but found that his whole body was entangled by the vines, and he couldn't move at all. He's awake? Jun Changxiao sat on a rock nearby with one leg resting on top of it. Because his hair was never messed up, he looked even more handsome. The black-robed man said angrily, if you want to kill me, then kill me. If you want to cut me, then cut me. Why torture me? Jun Changxiao jumped down, squatted in front of him, and said, as long as you answer my questions honestly, there is still hope for you to live. I don't know anything, and I won't say anything. The black-robed man's tone was firm, as if he could kill or cut him up as he pleased. He had a lot of backbone. Jun Changxiao shook his head, raised the surrender order, and said, surrender. Surrender? The black-robed man laughed coldly. Was this guy testing his determination? Did he think that he would admit defeat with just a few words? Swoosh! Suddenly, a white light flew out from the token and directly poured into the black-robed man's forehead. The sound of surrender echoed in his ears, and an irresistible force forcefully occupied his sea of consciousness. At that moment, the black-robed man felt as if his soul had been forcefully stripped away. Although his thoughts were still there, his entire body seemed to be out of control as he said with difficulty, Servant Mo Shang greets master. What's going on? Why can't I control myself? Jun Changxiao sat on the rock, and said, you are a demonic cultivator. Mo Shang said, reporting to master, I am half a demonic cultivator. Half, Jun Changxiao said, what do you mean? Under the control of the power of surrender, although Mo Shang did not want to say it, he could only tell him everything. This person was originally a very ordinary martial cultivator. He was unwilling to cultivate step by step, and always thought about how to break through his cultivation as soon as possible. To put it bluntly, it was just that he liked to daydream. Later on, when Mo Shang heard about the evil cultivators, he resolutely stepped onto a path of no return. His luck was good. He was valued by a 9 Paths evil sect and accepted as a disciple. In the end, after just half a year of entering the sect had a conflict with other forces and ended up being completely annihilated. Mo Shang was lucky enough to survive, and then turned to another evil sect. Before he could settle down, the sect was destroyed by an irresistible force. In 3 years, he went to the east and west, but none of the evil sects could last long. They were either destroyed by their enemies or disintegrated. "You're still a jinx," Xianxia said. Mo Shang said, "In the last evil sect, I accidentally found a piece of metal that had a lot of history. After studying it, I found that there was a big secret hidden inside." Xianxia listened quietly. Mo Shang paused for a moment and said, "It turns out that the strange symbols recorded on the metal piece are actually a type of demonic language, and also a special chant. Then, I began to try to cultivate." "You succeeded?" "Half of it." "Why are you here, setting up a special pattern?" This question was very important. Mo Shang did not want to say it at all, but he could not control his mouth and blurted it all out. The words on the metal piece had been verified and deciphered by him. There was a very important matter recorded inside. 10,000 years ago, the Demon Ridge Valley was besieged by the 10 great third-rate sections. The Valley Master knew that he could not escape this calamity, so he joined forces with his disciples and used his blood essence as a guide to execute the supreme secret technique of the demonic sect. He forcefully opened up a space and sealed the demonic sect's cultivation techniques and treasures inside. "The pattern you set up is used to unlock the seal?" Xianxia said. "Yes." Mo Shang said. "Can it be unlocked?" Xianxia's eyes lit up. The demonic sect from 10,000 years ago had to be besieged by the 10 great third-rate sections. They must be very powerful. If they could unlock the seal, there would be countless treasures and martial arts techniques inside. Mo Shang shook his head and said, "I tried many times, but I did not succeed. I guessed that I might need blood essence as a guide to unlock the seal." "Take out the metal piece," Xianxia said. Mo Shang's face was ferocious, as if he was fighting against the power of summoning. In the end, he still failed. He took out the metal piece from the most hidden place. After handing it over, Xianxia's spiritual sense could clearly detect his presence. He suddenly realized, so this thing has the function of blocking spiritual sense. "No wonder I didn't notice you just now." "Spiritual sense?" Mo Shang's face changed and he said in shock, "Master is a martial king? P.S. I wrote a few hundred words yesterday. I feel like I'm floating. Once I had a fever, I immediately went to the hospital for a drip. The clinic is full of patients with colds, fevers, and coughs. Everyone, drink more water and pay attention to hygiene to avoid catching a cold." The iron piece was the size of a palm and there were many strange symbols on it. There was also a complicated pattern that was very similar to the one on the ground. The rough object exuded an ancient and gloomy aura. It must have a long history. Because of the similar aura and environment, the spiritual senses could not capture Mo Shang's existence. Therefore, if it was in a normal area, it would be difficult to avoid the spiritual senses. Only in the Demon Ridge Valley could it be hidden well. "Can you break the seal with blood essence?" Xianxia asked. Mo Shang said, "This is my guess. As for whether it will work or not, I'm not sure." After obtaining the iron piece and deciphering the words on it, he came to the Demon Ridge Valley many times and tried many times, but he did not succeed. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that the Demon Ridge Valley Master and his disciples used their blood essence to open up the space. Would they also need blood essence to unlock the seal? The more he thought about it, the more likely it was. This time, he planned to try it with his blood essence. However, as soon as he finished setting up the pattern, someone appeared and he had to stop temporarily. "What are you waiting for?" Xianxia urged, "Quickly use your blood essence to unlock the seal." "Lord, whose blood should I use?" "Of course it's yours. Do you still need to ask?" The corners of Mo Shang's mouth twitched. Blood essence determined a martial cultivator's health and lifespan. It was difficult to make up for any consumption. "Shush," Xianxia directly dragged him to the pattern just now and said, "Hurry up and force the blood essence out." Mo Shang could not resist his master's order. He could only take out a dagger, cut his finger, and force the blood essence out. Blood essence was a little thicker than normal blood. It contained the aura of lifespan. One drop less would reduce one's lifespan by several years. Mo Shang's heart ached. Drip, a drop of blood essence fell and splashed on the outlined pattern. Buzz, the moment the blood essence came into contact with the pattern, it began to flicker and a light barrier rose into the sky. It felt as if a signal gun was fired on the battlefield. As expected. Mo Shang said excitedly, blood essence is needed to unlock the seal. Roar. Roar. At this moment, there was a burst of angry roars outside the ruins. The zombie beasts wandering in the forest seemed to be controlled by some force and they rushed toward the red light. How many? A lot. The ruins were surrounded by zombie beasts. There were low-leveled ones and high-level ones. There were about 5,000 to 6,000 of them, and there were even more roaring ones coming from further away. Boom. Boom, the earth trembled violently as a sinister aura swept over. Mo Shang was so scared that his face turned green. The only reason why he was able to enter the Demon Ridge Valley and reach this place was due to the metal plate's concealment ability. Now that it had been taken away and there were so many frenzied beasts charging toward him, he was definitely in danger. What was worse was, after his blood essence fused with the pattern, his body seemed to be controlled by some kind of power, rendering him unable to move at all. Mo Shang knew that he must have touched the sealed space and was in the process of breaking it. He broke down and said, "Master, I am using my body as a medium for the sealed space. I must not be disturbed by external forces. Otherwise, all my efforts will be for naught. Be at ease as your medium." Xianxia waved his hand and the green dragon crescent blade appeared out of thin air. Like a god of war, he said, "Leave this to me." Hoo-hoo. Little Long Long breathed out flames from his mouth, and his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. At this moment, looking down from the sky, 2 people and 1 beast could be seen in the ruins. They were surrounded by frenzied zombie beasts, charging toward them like a surging flood. Ding! Side mission triggered. Pulling open the interface, the mission was, protect Mo Shang and successfully open the independent space that had been sealed for 10,000 years. Elite mission. June Patriarchs. Eyes lit up instantly. It was not difficult to tell from the mission that activating the blood essence could really open the sealed space. The system muttered, "This mission is a complete spoiler." Shush. Shush. At this moment, dozens of rotting wolf beasts were the first to pounce on them. The stench they brought with them was nauseating. Spirit armor. Xianxia's entire body was instantly covered by a thick armor. It was a real armored warrior. He activated this defensive technique not because he was worried that he could not kill the zombie beasts, but because he was afraid that he would be splashed with dirt. Shush! The green dragon crescent blade suddenly cut through the void, forming a flaming blade aura that directly split the attacking wolf beast into 2. The black blood that spilled out was also instantly evaporated. Ow woo! Ow woo! At this moment, another large group of wolf beasts rushed over from the other side. There were at least a few hundred of them. Some ran on the ground while some jumped over the walls. Fire rain. Little Long Long's crimson fur stood on end like a porcupine. Immediately after, streaks of fiery light shot toward the pack of wolves like missiles. Boom, boom, flames soared into the sky, and heat waves whistled. The hundreds of zombie beasts that rushed over were instantly blasted into a bloody mess. Oh my god, Mo Shang, who was breaking the seal, widened his eyes. He did not expect that this lizard-like little fellow's strength would be so terrifying. Moreover, it could actually speak. It was definitely a spirit beast comparable to a martial king. Whoosh! At this moment, the flaming blade aura once again appeared in his field of vision, and the dozen or so zombie beasts that rushed towards Mo Shang from behind were directly obliterated. Shwa! Little Long Long jumped to a high point and locked onto a large number of zombie beasts that were attacking from a certain direction. Its hair stood up again as it continuously released the beginner-level fire rain technique. He had just used the beast technique and was already exhausted after using it 3 times. Now that he had awakened for the 2nd time, he could still use it with ease after using it many times. The flaming blade aura and fiery bullets were frequently released in the ruins, and the irrational zombie beasts came to their deaths like moths to a flame. However, the red flowing light barrier that was similar to a signal flare was still in midair, and more zombie beasts were still rushing over. In just over 10 minutes, Jun Changxiao and Little Long Long killed 5 to 6,000 zombie beasts, but the zombie beasts that came from all directions were still endless like a tide. Master, I'm a little tired. Little Long Long showed signs of fatigue after using the fearless fire rain technique. Shua, Jun Changxiao waved his blade and killed dozens of zombie beasts that rushed over, frowning, you haven't broken the seal yet? Soon. Mo Shang's face was slightly ferocious. At this moment, his soul seemed to have merged into the void and was fiercely colliding with an invisible door. This was extremely exhausting, and his entire body was already drenched in sweat. Roar, roar, more and more zombie beasts were still rushing over. In the ruins, those that died from the bombardment of fireballs and blades were almost piled up into a small mountain. Jun Changxiao retracted the green dragon crescent blade and held up the 2 AK-47s, saying, I don't believe that we can't kill them all. Tut tut tut, tut tut tut, bullets shot out wildly, and the muzzle shot out flames. The zombie beasts that rushed over from all directions were either pierced in the head or the chest. They fell to the ground one after another, unable to get close to the area of the pattern. Caw-caw, the bullets ran out and quickly reloaded. Tut tut tut, another round of wildfire. Buzz, at this moment, there was a strange energy fluctuation behind him, and he heard Mo Shang excitedly say, the seal has been opened. Jun Changxiao swept with his spiritual sense and saw that the space above the pattern suddenly cracked open a thin crack, and then gradually expanded, finally forming an arc-shaped energy circle. The red flowing light barrier that shot into the sky suddenly dissipated, and the crazy zombie beasts gradually calmed down and no longer rushed to the ruins. Plop. Little Long Long collapsed on the ground and said, it's finally over. Jun Changxiao retracted the AK-47, and his spiritual power spread out, putting all the scattered black crystal cores into the spatial ring, and said, let's go in. Mo Shang said warily, Master, this independent space was opened by the Valley Master of the Demon Ridge Valley. There may be danger inside. Even if there are mountains of knives and seas of fire inside, we have to go in. Jun Changxiao picked up Little Long Long and dragged him to the energy circle. Ding. Side mission completed. Obtained 3,000 contribution points. Ding. Contribution points, 130,002,0000. Ding. Contribution points overflow. When Mo Shang broke the seal and the zombie beast stopped attacking, the side mission was successfully completed. With the continuous improvement of the Sect's construction, the rewards of the side missions, especially elite missions like this, had obviously increased significantly. Jun Changxiao did not think about spending the extra contribution points for the time being. He held Little Long Long in one hand and Mo Shang in the other as they jumped toward the energy mass. The two of them and the beast immediately merged into it. Phew, a cold wind blew. The ruins were filled with zombie beasts that had been killed. The scene was extremely disgusting. In just over 20 minutes, Jun Changxiao and Little Long Long had killed close to 10,000 zombies. There was no lack of high-ranked ones among them. It was really a bit valiant. It was a pity that there was no audience. Otherwise, it would be shocking. Whoosh, Jun Changxiao came in from the entrance. His feet landed on the ground, creating faint ripples as if he was stepping on water. This was an independent space. There was no wind and no sound. The environment was dark and the atmosphere was strange and oppressive. Mo Shang was a little scared and subconsciously hid behind Jun Changxiao. Whoosh, in the seemingly endless space ahead, a few strange blue flames appeared, emitting an extremely gloomy aura, gradually. The blue flames dispelled the darkness and the space became slightly brighter. A building similar to an altar appeared in their field of vision. There were various decorations hanging on the shelves around. They were either skulls or hand bones. It looked very frightening. Jun Patriarch, who had received 9 years of compulsory education, could not help but feel a little scared. He thought to himself, there won't be ghosts here, right? Whoosh whoosh, suddenly, the blue flames burned even more fiercely. A line of words appeared above the altar. Heaven and earth shall not be destroyed, diabolism shall exist forever. The words were very large, enough to occupy half of the space. The words were strong and powerful, like iron and silver hooks. Throwing away the gloomy aura, Xianxia concluded that the person who left this line of words must be a heroic person who could shake the mountains and rivers. Master. Little Longlong said, "There's a coffin on the platform." Xianxia saw it too. It was made of stone and engraved with words that he could not understand. "This is the demon sect's language," Mo Shang said. Xianxia asked, "Can you translate it?" Mo Shang said, "It's a little far. I need to go in and take a look." "Let's go." Xianxia dragged him towards the altar. Speaking of which, it was strange. It looked like it was close at hand, but in the end, it took him a few hundred steps to stop in front of the stairs. The altar wasn't very tall. There were only a dozen or so steps. Xianxia walked up and could clearly feel that the gloomy aura was getting thicker. Mo Shang began to look at the demon gate's words at a close distance. He exclaimed, "Master, this is the coffin of the last valley master of the Demon Ridge Valley from 10,000 years ago." "Really?" Xianxia was rather surprised. Mo Shang continued to look at the words on the coffin and said excitedly, "The demonic sect's cultivation technique and treasure vault are all hidden here." Xianxia looked around and said, "Why is there nothing here?" Mo Shang did not say anything and continued to decipher the words. Suddenly, his expression changed and he said, "It says that if one wants to inherit everything in the Demon Ridge Valley, he must go through 3 tests. 3 tests? Xianxia rubbed his chin and said with a smile. "It seems a little interesting." The corner of Mo Shang's mouth twitched. "The first test is to endure the burning of the endless demonic fire." He, who had studied the demonic sects, had heard of the endless demonic fire. It was an extremely terrifying flame in the demonic Tao. Just a little bit of it would devour one's soul, causing one to be in so much pain that one would wish they were dead. Swoosh, not far below the altar, an even more intense blue fire appeared out of thin air. "Master," Mo Shang said, "this is the endless demonic fire. One must endure it for an hour to pass the test." "Go on," Xianxia said. "Ah?" Mo Shang said with a bitter face, "Master, with my bit of cultivation, I'll definitely be burned to ashes if I go in." "I'll do it." Little Dragon crawled out of his embrace and merged into the blue fire. Xianxia said, "Little Dragon is fire type. It should be able to withstand this so-called endless demonic fire." The corner of Mo Shang's mouth twitched. "Master, although the endless demonic fire is also a branch of fire type, its function is to burn the soul. A ferocious beast definitely won't be able to withstand it." Whoosh, at that moment, scorching red flames spewed out as if they had turned into a fire net, completely enveloping the endless demonic fire. "Oh my god!" Mo Shang's eyes widened. The red flames were still suppressing the demonic fire. An hour later, it self-destructed. Little Dragon swaggered out and said in disappointment, "I thought it was very powerful. I didn't expect it to be so weak." It was not that the demonic fire was too weak, but that its flames were too strong and could not penetrate the soul at all. "What's the second test?" Xianxia asked. Mo Shang read the words carefully and said, "Defeat 100 Demon Ridge Valley Outer Sect disciples." "What?" Xianxia said in shock, "Hasn't this Demon Ridge Valley been destroyed? Where can I find the Demon Ridge Valley disciples?" Buzz, buzz, at that moment, the space suddenly rippled. Immediately, martial artists in black appeared, with the words Demon Ridge engraved on their chests. There were exactly 100 of them, although they were lined up neatly, their hair was messy, and their bodies were covered in wounds as if they had just experienced a fierce battle of life and death. "Master," Demon Ridge said in horror, Are they the Demon Ridge Valley disciples?" If Xianxia did not care about his identity as the patriarch, he would definitely have screamed on the spot, "Oh my god, I've seen ghosts." The Demon Ridge Valley had been destroyed for 10,000 years. Now, there were so many disciples in the independent space, which was really creepy. The system said they should be shadows formed by the illusion realm, not real entities. At that moment, the 100 Demon Ridge Valley disciples raised their heads together, revealing their red eyes, which were very similar to the zombie beasts outside. Whoosh. The leading disciple moved first. Whoosh. Whoosh, the other Demon Ridge Valley disciples also walked over quickly. For a moment, the dark chi burst out in the space, which was even more eerie and terrifying. The system analyzed, these shadows are all Wuzong at the peak. What? Jun Changxiao opened his eyes wide. The outer sect disciples had the strength of Wuzong at the peak. How powerful was the Demon Ridge Valley 10,000 years ago? Bang! Jun Changxiao jumped down from the altar and punched the chests of the two disciples who rushed over with spiritual energy. They were instantly sent flying. It was very powerful. It was hard to imagine that they were shadows formed by the illusion realm. Flop, flop, the two disciples of the Demon Ridge Valley fell to the ground, but their bodies were intact. Jun Changxiao was shocked, their physical strength is so high? Whoosh, while speaking, his right fist swept to the side like a hammer. It directly hit the attacking shadow and blasted it into a cloud of black gas. Jun Changxiao's lips twitched slightly. He had used 1.5 million kilograms of strength to smash the outer sect disciples of the Demon Ridge Valley. No wonder the big forces who considered themselves as decent sects joined hands to issue the demon-slaying order. If such a horrible existence was not restrained and allowed to grow, the falling star continent would have been controlled by the demon sect. Boom, boom, while thinking, Jun Changxiao rushed into the outer sect disciples of the Demon Ridge Valley with cloud-crossing steps, waving his fierce and violent fists constantly. In an instant, more than 10 shadows were killed on the spot. Whoosh, Jun Changxiao completely let go of his hands. His spiritual energy burst out in the crowd. Wherever it passed, the outer sect disciples of the Demon Ridge Valley were all killed. They were no match for him at all. What a joke. Third-class king of sword and warrior. His reputation was not undeserved. Too fierce. Mo Shang said in shock. Boom, the 102nd punch was thrown. The outer sect disciples of the Demon Ridge Valley in the space were all blasted into black gas by Jun Changxiao. P.S. I owe you one chapter from yesterday. I'll make up for it after I recover from my cold. After killing 100 Devil Ridge Valley disciples, Jun Changxiao asked, is the third test for me to fight an inner disciple? No. Mo Shang said. Fight the 4 guardians of the Demon Ridge Valley, Mo Shang said. Jun Changxiao was stunned. Wasn't it the standard routine to fight the inner disciples after fighting the outer disciples? Why did it suddenly change to the guardians? The outer disciples of the Demon Ridge Valley were already so powerful. The guardians must be even more powerful. Master. Mo Shang said, the guardians of the Demon Ridge Valley are equivalent to the elders of the sect. Jun Changxiao was speechless. Fighting the outer disciples directly and fighting the elders was completely out of the ordinary. Buzz, buzz, the space rippled again. 4 elders in black robes appeared, exuding an even stronger dark aura. Although the system hadn't analyzed their strength, Jun Changxiao could tell that they were not ordinary martial kings according to their aura. Whoosh. Whoosh, the 4 guardians of the Demon Ridge Valley raised their heads and showed their expressionless faces. Their eyes were still shining with red light. The system said, they are Wu Huang. Damn it. Jun Changxiao was on the verge of collapse. The third trial. Does it need to be so difficult? Although he was the powerful sword king and martial king, he would definitely have a weak kidney when facing 4 martial emperors. Whoosh, whoosh, the 4 guardians of the Demon Ridge Valley rushed over with strange footwork. They were so fast that they couldn't be seen clearly. Oh no. Boom. 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 Boom, 4 explosions were heard. Jun Changxiao flew out like a cannonball. From the slow-motion replay, we could see that the 4 guardians of the Demon Ridge Valley gathered dark energy and attacked directly. 2 hit his chest and back, and 2 hit his left and right face. Under the pincer attack of the 4 forces, Sect Master Jun spun 360 degrees in the air before he was sent flying in a magnificent explosion. He was defeated. Everyone stood up and applauded. Damn it. Jun Changxiao stood up from the ground and waved his hand, summoning the green dragon crescent blade. He said angrily, don't hit people in the face. Don't you know this rule? Although he had been punched 4 times, his body was very resistant. He only felt some pain, but it was not a big deal. His hair was not messed up, as if it was drawn with a brush. Shwa, shwa, the 4 protectors of the Demon Ridge Valley rushed over again. They were as fast as ever. Jun Patriarch, who was experienced, released his spiritual thoughts and captured their movements. He raised his saber with both hands and shouted, "Let's have a good fight." Bang! Bang! Boom, plop. Jun Xianxia once again threw his saber to the ground far away. He said frantically, "I can't defeat him at all." He could still consider Wu Huang. With 4 Wu Huangs attacking at the same time, they would definitely be crushed. Do not panic, do not panic. With the trump card in hand, the world is mine. Jun Xianxia stood up and said with a cold gaze, "Little Long Long, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and transform." Alright then. This guy's trump card turned out to be his contract beast. "Yes, master." Shua, Little Long Long jumped over and stood in front of Jun Xianxia. Whoosh, flames that were dozens of feet high spewed out, causing the surrounding temperature to rise instantly. With the accompaniment of hot-blooded background music, Little Long Long's childlike head appeared from the flames. Mo Shang, who was on the altar, opened his mouth in shock. Damn it, why did a child's head appear? Where is that lizard? Shua, Little Long Long stepped out, and its muscular body appeared in his field of vision. Mo Shang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He said in shock, "Demon. Demon." Shua, Little Long Long raised its sharp claws and pointed at the 4 protectors of the Demon Ridge Valley. It said in a cold voice, "Bullying master is bullying me." Shua, as soon as it finished speaking, the flames flickered. It instantly approached one of the protectors and punched with its right fist. Boom, flames erupted, and heat waves swept across. The protector who was attacked was directly sent flying like a cannonball. The other 3 protectors locked their eyes on Little Long Long and immediately launched the coldest attacks. Bang, 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 for a moment, fist shadows intertwined, and black air waves spread. Little Long Long dragged Hua Guang and the 3 Demon Ridge Valley Guardians. Sometimes, they would move around, and sometimes, they would move around. It was an exciting battle. Phew, Jun Xianxia heaved a long sigh of relief. Judging from the current situation, although these protectors were strong, they could not do anything to Little Long Long. Fortunately, he brought it here. Otherwise, it would be a dead end today. Boom, boom, Little Long Long dragged the flames and bombarded them wildly, directly sending all 3 protectors of the Demon Ridge Valley flying. Whoosh, it raised its palm, and the scorching flames quickly condensed. It said coldly, "Go to hell." Bang, flames spewed out, carrying a terrifying explosive force, directly blasting one of the protectors into black gas. Boom, 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 3 more balls of flame spewed out, and the other 3 protectors of the Demon Ridge Valley were directly obliterated. It had to be said. Little Long Long, who had activated its second combat form, was really powerful. Jun Xianxia put his hands on his waist and said, "Who else is not convinced?" The system was speechless. The contract beast is so strong. Is the host hurt? Hurt my ass. Jun Xianxia said, "I hatched and raised Little Long Long. Its strength is equivalent to my strength." This made the system speechless. Jun Xianxia looked at Mo Shang and said, "I've passed all 3 tests. Where's the treasure?" Buzz, buzz, as soon as he finished speaking, the entire space suddenly trembled, as if there was a possibility of collapse. Crack, suddenly, there was a tearing sound. Jun Xianxia looked back and saw that the space seemed to be directly torn apart by some force, and a tightly shut door appeared. "Master." Mo Shang said excitedly, "This may be the entrance to the treasure." "Is that so?" Jun Xianxia walked over. Creak, just as he stopped in front of him, the door opened by itself. Jun Xianxia opened his mouth and said, "Oh my god." Mo Shang, who was on the altar, was also dumbfounded. From the opening of the door, the 2 of them saw mountains of gold, treasure. It was really a treasure. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely faint from happiness. But Jun Xianxia was someone who treated money like dirt. After a short shock, he returned to normal. Whoosh, he stepped in. The space inside the door was not bad. In addition to the mountain of gold and silver treasures, there were many ancient bookshelves with many strange secret manuals on them. Mo Shang followed in, glanced at the bookshelves casually, and said excitedly, "Master, these are all Demon Sect martial arts." Jun Xianxia ignored him and locked his gaze at the back. There was a big chair there, and a person in black armor sat on it. No. To be precise, it was a skeleton. Xianxia walked over and carefully looked at the skeleton in armor, murmuring, "It should have been dead for a long time. I am the 30th Valley Master of the Demon Ridge Valley. Today, you have entered this place, and you are fated to obtain the treasure of the Demon Ridge Valley. Show the might of the Demon Ridge Valley and kill all those who deceive the world." A deep voice suddenly sounded in the space, revealing a majestic aura. Mo Shang seemed to be infected, and his expression was extremely solemn. "I will follow the senior's words and show the might of the Demon Ridge Valley. Kill all those who deceive the world." Crack, the skeleton sitting on the chair suddenly shattered and turned into dust, but the armor remained the same as before, as if someone was still wearing it and supporting it. Swoosh, the gold, silver, jewelry, secret manuals, and the armor stored here suddenly disappeared into thin air. After putting away the things, Xianxia looked at Mo Shang and said lightly, "Wash up and sleep." Mo Shang's mouth twitched. He was half a demon cultivator. If he inherited the inheritance of the Demon Ridge Valley, it was not impossible for him to rise against the trend in the future. But Xianxia followed in, so this great opportunity that allowed the protagonist to reach the peak of life was destined to not belong to him. He had accidentally obtained the iron block and obtained the ancient secret that had been sealed for tens of thousands of years. He had spent a lot of effort to study the demon sect's language and finally found the treasure of the Demon Ridge Valley. In the end, he got nothing, at that moment. Mo Shang wanted to cry out loud. This was too much of a bully, too much of a bully. What could he do, now? Not only did he not get anything, but his body was also controlled and he could only bow to that guy. Oh my god. Why am I so unlucky? Xianxia said, "There's nothing good here. Let's go out." The 2 men and 1 beast left the treasury. The blue flames on the altar had been extinguished and the 2 lines of words in the air had disappeared. The entire space became extremely dark again. "Master," Xiao Longlong said, "do you want to take this coffin away?" Mo Shang's expression changed and he hurriedly said, "Master, the 30th Valley Master of the Demon Ridge Valley is buried inside. The dead are more important. It's better not to disturb them." Xianxia said, "This should be an empty coffin. The Valley Master should be the skeleton in the armor." Huh? Mo Shang was stunned. Xiao Longlong jumped and landed on the altar. He placed his palms on the coffin and said, "Let me open it." The stone slab was lifted. Xiao Longlong was really bold. Wasn't he afraid that there would be traps hidden in the coffin? "Master," he shouted, "there's no corpse inside, only a pile of memorial tablets." Memorial tablets? Xianxia walked over. 30 memorial tablets were neatly placed inside the coffin. At the front was the memorial tablet of the first Valley Master of the Demon Ridge Valley, Shen Tui, and at the back was the memorial tablet of the 30th Valley Master, Qiu Qianqi. Obviously, these were the memorial tablets of the Valley Masters of the Demon Ridge Valley. Xianxia held his chin and said, "The memorial tablets are all placed in the ancestral hall." It seems that when the Demon Ridge Valley was about to be destroyed, the last Valley Master moved them to an independent space. He didn't want them to be destroyed by the enemy. Mo Shang walked up and said with a deep bow, "Seniors, please forgive us for disturbing you." Huh? Xianxia found that there was a palm-sized token in the coffin. He waved it gently and took it out. The words "Valley Master of the Demon Ridge Valley" were engraved on it. Could this be the token that represented the greatest authority of the sect? Brat. Xianxia threw the token to Mo Shang and said, "Since you are a demonic cultivator and can come here, from today on, you are the 31st Valley Master of the Demon Ridge Valley." Ah? Mo Shang hurriedly caught it, the expression on his face becoming interesting. Although he knew that the token represented the identity of the Valley Master of the Demon Ridge Valley, his master was not from the Demon Ridge Valley. How could he directly appoint him as the Valley Master? "You're not happy?" Xianxia said, "Bring it over then." "Gladly, gladly." Mo Shang hurriedly kept the token properly. Then, he knelt down in front of the stone coffin and said with a solemn expression, "I, Mo Shang, will succeed to be the 31st Valley Master of the Demon Ridge Valley from today onwards." I will definitely revive the demon sect in the future. An ancient demonic sect that had been destroyed for tens of thousands of years welcomed a new valley master today. Although it was very informal and no sect members witnessed it. Shua. Jun Changxiao kept the coffin in his space ring. He knew that the 30th Valley Master had stored the memorial tablets of his ancestors and himself in an independent space. He must have hoped that a fated person would inherit it so that the Demon Ridge Valley could continue to exist. Although it had been tens of thousands of years and the demon sect was almost extinct, he had taken all of them. When he had the ability in the future, he would naturally make the Demon Ridge Valley reappear in the underworld. Let's go. Shua. Shua. 2 people and 1 beast walked out of the independent space. As soon as they stabilized their bodies, the pattern under their feet gradually dimmed. The energy cluster in midair also disappeared. The secret that had existed for tens of thousands of years had completed its historical mission with the arrival of outsiders. It was strange. The gloomy aura in the ruins began to fade. The eyes of the beast in the distance became clear. Its rotten body gradually healed. Although it was still wild, it seemed to have regained its consciousness. Even the black water in the distant stream had become so clear that the bottom could be seen. Let's go, Jun Changxiao said. Mo Shang said, Master, where are we going? Sect of all times, Jun Changxiao said. Sect of all times? Mo Shang was stunned and said in surprise, that sect with the potential to be in the top 3? Although this guy had been concentrating on studying the demon path, he still had some understanding of the most popular topics outside. Wait, he had referred to himself as this lord earlier. Mo Shang's expression changed. He said in surprise, Master, are you the patriarch of the sect of all times, Jun Changxiao? That's right, Jun Changxiao said. Mo Shang's eyes widened. He finally understood why someone of his age had the strength of a martial king. Jun Changxiao said, Boy, I have to say that you're very lucky. The sect of all times lacks nothing but demon cultivators. I plan to take you in. Do you want to join? He took away the opportunity that belonged to him and still had the cheek to say that he was lucky. B*TCH, B*TCH, Mo Shang hurriedly said, as long as Master doesn't mind, I'm willing to join the sect of all times. Who in the southwest Yangzhou didn't know that the sect of all times had great potential? If he could join such a sect, his future would definitely be limitless. It's just that, Mo Shang suddenly became extremely depressed. He said, I'm a jinx. If I join the sect of all times, I'll bring disaster to Master. Jun Changxiao said, if you can say that, it means that you're not a bad person. Not to mention a jinx, even if you're a calamity god, I'll definitely take you in. Mo Shang was touched. He cupped his hands and said, Thank you, Master, for taking me in. Just like that. He, who had just succeeded as the 31st Valley Master of the Demon Ridge Valley, became a disciple of the sect of all times. In fact, Jun Changxiao took Mo Shang in because of Yao Menjing. The little girl had awakened the Khanate demon body and was the most orthodox demon cultivator. Finding a kindred spirit might be helpful for her cultivation. More importantly, Jun Changxiao didn't care about the so-called righteous and demonic at all. In his opinion, demons weren't necessarily bad, and righteous weren't necessarily good because there were too many deceiving people in this world. Roar, suddenly, there was a deafening roar. Jun Changxiao's spiritual senses instantly captured that in the deepest part of the Demon Ridge Valley, a huge ferocious beast gradually stood up and exuded a strong aura. From the looks of it, this wasn't a land beast, but a flying beast covered in black feathers. Whoosh, the behemoth that had just stood up spread its arms. No, its wings. Then it suddenly waved, stirring up a gust of wind, and its body that weighed dozens of tons flew up. Mo Shang saw it clearly and exclaimed, This is the Demon Ridge Black Eagle. The system said, middle-grade spirit beast. Jun Changxiao's eyes burned. Middle-grade spirit beast, that was comparable to Wu Huang. Little Long Long. Jun Changxiao pointed at the Demon Ridge Black Eagle that was about to fly up and ordered, Don't let it escape, catch it quickly. Whoosh whoosh, as soon as he said that, Little Long Long, who was still in its second combat form, suddenly rushed over like a fireball, raising its fist and punching the void. Bang! the explosive scorching fire fist whistled and blasted directly on the head of the Demon Ridge black eagle that had just flown up. Then, the eagle flapped its wings and crashed into the mountain, splashing dust all over the sky. The Demon Ridge black eagle that had just flown up was directly smashed into the mountain by a flaming fist. The vibration and momentum caused by the fall were very powerful. Mo Shang was dumbfounded. This spirit beast that could turn into a monster was too fierce. The corner of Jun Changxia's mouth twitched. Wasn't it afraid that it would kill the other party with one punch? Gradually, the dust dissipated and everything was visible. The huge Demon Ridge black eagle was paralyzed in the gravel. Its entire head was swollen and its sharp eyes had turned turbid. It was obvious that it had been beaten unconscious. It had finally recovered from the loss of rationality. It thought that it could spread its wings and soar between heaven and earth, but it was suddenly attacked. It was too pitiful. Shush! Jun Changxiao flew over and saw that the Demon Ridge black eagle was dizzy. He said, "You hit it too hard. What if its head is damaged?" Little Long Long said aggrievedly, "I saw that it was quite big and thought that it was very powerful. Who knew that it was so weak?" The Demon Ridge black eagle almost vomited blood. "Brother, with your explosive punch just now, it is already very strong that I didn't pass out directly." Shush! Jun Changxiao waved his hand and took out the middle grade sect leader ball. "Go, sect leader ball." Dong! It hit the Demon Ridge black eagle's head. In the end, there was no reaction. The system said, "This is a spirit beast comparable to Wu Huang. It is impossible for the middle grade sect leader ball to subdue it." "Okay." Jun Changxiao took out the high-grade sect leader ball and said, "I was thinking too much." Swoosh! Ding dong! The high-grade sect leader ball hit the Demon Ridge black eagle's head and directly turned into a stream of light and merged into the Tai Chi pattern. Mo Shang was shocked. Why did it disappear? Jun Changxiao took back all the middle-grade and high-grade sect leader balls and clapped his hands. This trip is not in vain. He found the treasure of the Demon Ridge Valley and caught a middle-grade spirit beast. It was absolutely wonderful. However, come to think of it, how could there be a spirit beast comparable to Wu Huang in the valley? The light that was formed just now attracted so many zombie beasts. Why didn't it appear until the demonic aura disappeared? It seemed to wake up and fly up, the system said. Maybe there's some kind of restriction here. Not only can it make the beasts lose their rationality, it can also restrain powerful spirit beasts. The host has found the treasure. The restriction has been lifted. The ferocious beast has regained its rationality. The spirit beast has also regained its freedom. Jun Changxiao, who was originally planning to leave, heard what it said and became interested. He said, "Why don't we look for more crystal nuclei here?" The zombie beast recovered. The crystal core must be normal too. No one dared to set foot in this place all year round. It was definitely a huge breeding ground for vicious beasts. Boom, boom, in the Demon Ridge Valley, the explosions continued. The ferocious beast that had just regained its consciousness was met with a calamity. Especially those special ones, such as the ferocious beasts related to the 5 elements, could not escape from Jun Changxiao's demonic clutches. One after another, they contributed their crystal cores. Fortunately, there was only one spiritual beast comparable to Wu Huang in the Demon Ridge Valley. Even if the little dragon was weak, he could easily kill it. 3 days passed. Jun Changxiao walked through the entire valley. He killed a lot of high-level ferocious beasts and spiritual beasts comparable to martial kings. The number of spirit nuclei accumulated was also increasing. The Demon Ridge Black Eagle was also released after recuperating in the sect leader's ball. Good heavens! It was about 200 to 300 feet tall, and the hair on its body was like black iron. Its eyes were especially sharp, and it looked extraordinarily mighty. However, thinking of the scene of being beaten up by the little dragon, it suddenly felt a little inferior. It's about time. Jun Changxiao grabbed Mo Shang and jumped onto the head of the Demon Ridge Black Eagle. He said, "Let's go back." Swish! 2 pairs of black wings spread out and suddenly flapped. Whoosh! The wind whistled and dust flew. The Demon Ridge Black Eagle was like a moving hill, slowly flying out of the Demon Ridge Valley. Mo Shang lay on it, holding the hard feathers tightly with both hands for fear of being blown out. His eyes were filled with excitement. fly. This was the dream of many martial artists in the Falling Star continent. Today, although he could not fly with his own ability, being carried by a flying spirit beast and experiencing the feeling of soaring in the sky was still exciting. Screech! Suddenly, a cold eagle cry came from the sky, breaking the silence and alarming the martial artists who were hurrying and resting. They looked up and gradually widened their eyes. In their field of vision, a giant black eagle was flying. With a flap of its wings, it had already passed several mountains. "Oh my God!" a martial artist exclaimed, "How can there be such a big eagle?" On this day, the giant black eagle flew over Dingyang County. Millions of people witnessed it and many martial king experts were alarmed. It was a pity, by the time they rushed over, the behemoth had already flown over thousands of mountains and disappeared. In a dark secret room, dozens of black-robed martial artists were lying on the cold floor as if they were dying. If Yao Menjing was present, she would definitely recognize one of them as Grandpa Liu, who was closest to her. "Guardian Liu," a martial artist said weakly, "I'm afraid I can't hold on anymore. I can't hold on any longer. I can't go out and kill those deceiving people. I'm really unwilling." Another martial artist said. Buzz, at this moment, the compass-like object in Guardian Liu's hand suddenly lit up. He was stunned for a moment before he exclaimed in ecstasy, "The Demon Ridge Valley has a successor. The Demon Ridge Black Eagle has reappeared." "What?" The dying martial artist seemed to have been injected with chicken blood and became extremely excited. 10,000 years ago, the Demon Sect's forces were spread all over the Falling Star continent. The strongest was undoubtedly the Demon Emperor sect created by the Demon Emperor. Below them were forces like the Demon Ridge Valley. "Ha ha ha." Guardian Liu laughed loudly and said, "The Demon Ridge Valley that has been sealed for 10,000 years has finally welcomed a successor. He will definitely assist the young master and shoulder the heavy responsibility of reviving the Demon Sect." Boom, boom, at this moment, the door of the secret room sealed by a formation was bombarded by some kind of force. "Oh no!" a martial artist said, "They're attacking." Guardian Liu frowned and stood up with difficulty. He said resolutely, "We swear to protect the Demon Sect's sacred ground with our lives. We swear to protect with our lives." Dozens of injured warriors stood up and leaned against each other shoulder to shoulder. Boom, after dozens of bombardments, the formation collapsed and the stone door was broken open. Hundreds of powerful martial kings rushed in and shouted coldly, "Today is the day you Demon Sect's remnants die. As long as the heavens and earth are not destroyed, the Demon Sect will exist forever." Guardian Liu shouted, and dozens of Demon Sect's cultivators echoed in unison. Immediately, black streams of light lingered around their bodies and flashed with the most dazzling light. Oh no, boom, on this day, a shocking explosion came from the secret room of the Demon Mountain. Half of the mountain was blown up, and the experts sent by the top 10 righteous sects suffered heavy casualties. The underworld also sent in the latest news. The remnants of the Demon Sect's defenders were completely wiped out. All the martial artists clapped their hands and expressed their deepest condolences to the deceased righteous sect's experts. Sect of all times. The moment the Demon Mountain exploded, Yao Menjing, who was in the middle of cultivation, felt her mind shake. Her originally clear eyes suddenly turned deep red. "Sooner or later, this emperor will make all of you deceiving righteous sects pay with your lives and souls for the blood feud of 10,000 years. Junior sister." Lu Wancher turned her head and said, "What are you talking about?" "Ah, why are your eyes red?" Yao Menjing blinked, and her red eyes returned to normal. She said with a blank face, "Senior sister, what's wrong?" Lu Wancher was speechless. "I should be asking you what's going on." "Nothing." Yao Menjing said, "Aren't I cultivating?" "That's not right. I think I heard you say something about a blood feud and something about paying with your lives and souls." "Did I say that?" "Didn't you say that?" "I really didn't say that." Okay, you didn't say that. I heard wrong. Go to sleep. Don't just cultivate all day. You have to strike a balance between work and rest. Otherwise, you will become a martial arts nerd like second senior brother and the others. Poochie. Poochie. The Demon Ridge Black Eagle flapped its 2 pairs of big wings and flew to the Ironbone Mountain in only 10 minutes. The bird-type beasts had an absolute advantage in speed. It was comparable to Wu Huang's bird-type spirit beasts, so it would definitely be faster. However, it was not in its fastest state. Because the Demon Ridge Black Eagle was punched by little Long Long, it had not recovered to its best state. Huh? The disciples of the Sect of all times who were cultivating suddenly felt the sky darkening and looked up together. Oh my God! Xianxia exclaimed, what is this? Eagle. Xianxia said in a deep voice. Eagle? Xiaoma's mouth twitched, it's too big. Luocha walked out, worried that the eagle beast would hurt the sect, so she had the idea of activating the sect protection array. The patriarch is up there. At this moment, Xianxia opened his mouth and said. Patriarch? Luocha was stunned. She focused her eyes and tried to look up. She found that on the eagle beast's head, Xianxia in a white robe stood with his hands behind his back. Although his clothes were flying, his hair was still neat. It's the patriarch. Oh my God, the patriarch is standing on such a big eagle beast. He's so handsome. The disciples of the Sect of all times had strong admiration in their eyes. Whoosh whoosh. The Demon Ridge Black Eagle gradually retracted its wings and its sharp claws landed lightly in the outer courtyard. Although it was very careful, its body was too heavy. The moment it touched the ground, there was a violent vibration. The building built by Xianxia was by no means a tofu drake's project. It was restored to its original state after a slight tremor. Especially the main hall. It did not move in the vibration. Swish, Xianxia jumped down from the Demon Ridge Black Eagle. Because of his flying experience, he did not vomit. Mo Shang could not take it anymore. As soon as his feet landed on the thick ground, he vomited. Patriarch, what is this? Looking at the mountain-like eagle, Xiaoma's eyes were still filled with shock. My contracted beast, the Devil Ridge Black Eagle, Xianxia said. Oh my God! Xiaoma and the other disciples all widened their eyes. Previously, when he went to the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range in Huayang County, the Patriarch brought back a pack of hurricane wolves. Now that he had gone out again and brought back such a huge contract beast, this was simply too awesome. Patriarch. Xianxia looked at Mo Shang and asked, who is this person? Xianxia said, a newly recruited disciple. Oh. Xianxia responded. However, his intuition told him that the strange aura around this young man could be an evil cultivator. When Xianxia returned to the sect, the Devil Ridge Black Eagle that he rode shocked all the disciples. Of course. It was impossible for such a colossus to be placed in a sect, so it was placed in the Ironbone Mountain. TSK Yi Xingchen's eyes were filled with disdain. Although the Devil Ridge Black Eagle's physique was very big, compared to his former mount, the clear sky jade carving, there was still a big gap. Hall Master Li, Xianxia sat in the main hall and said, is there any news recently? Yes. Li Luocho told him the information she had just obtained. The remnants of the demon sect were destroyed in the Demon Mountain? Xianxia touched his chin and said, I have heard a little about this matter. It seems that many sects are involved. That's right. Li Luocho said, there are at least 10 sects, and the lowest is third rate. TSK. Xianxia sighed, do you hate demon cultivators so much? Li Luocho said, Patriarch, the righteous sects have zero tolerance for demon cultivators. Once the news that Menjing has the innate demon body spreads out, I'm afraid it will cause big trouble. So. Xianxia tapped his fingers on the table and said, no matter what, this matter can't be spread out. That's right. He looked at Xianxia and said, how is Menjing's cultivation recently? She has already entered the peak of martial disciple, Xianxia said. Xianxia said in surprise, so fast? Patriarch, it's actually not fast. Xianxia said, if there is a professional demon cultivation martial technique, the little girl's aptitude can be fully displayed. It's a pity that the demon sect has been destroyed for thousands of years, and many of their cultivation techniques have long been burned to ashes. There are very few left in the world. Xianxia said with a smile, there are none outside, but there are in the sect of all times. Huh? Xianxia and Li Luoqiu looked at each other, not understanding the meaning of the patriarch's words for a moment. Yao Menjing was a disciple of the sect of all times, so Jun Changxiao didn't care if she was a demon cultivator or an evil cultivator, so he brought Mo Shang to the room where the little girl lived. Menjing. I brought you someone of the same path. Someone of the same path, Mo Shang was startled. He carefully sized up the 6 or 7-year-old girl in front of him. His heart suddenly trembled, and his hands couldn't help but tremble. For some reason, an invisible force forced him to bend his knees and kneel down. No, how could he kneel down to a little girl? Mo Shang fought against the rising power and finally stabilized his body and legs. What's wrong with you? Seeing that his expression was abnormally ugly, Jun Changxiao was puzzled. No. Nothing. Mo Shang squeezed out a smile with difficulty, then cupped his hands and said, "Greetings, little senior sister." Boom, the moment he called out little senior sister, his originally suppressed power erupted like a flood. In the end, he couldn't resist and knelt in front of Yao Menjing. Jun Changxiao was stunned. They were all from the same sect, and their seniority was the same. Why was there a need for such a big bow? Yao Menjing also said in surprise, "Patriarch, why is he kneeling?" Mo Shang was about to cry. "I don't king know why I'm kneeling." "You. Get up quickly." Yao Menjing was a little flustered. Strangely enough, that invisible force disappeared into thin air, allowing him to get up and say, "Little senior sister," plop. He knelt on the ground again. Jun Chang laughed and said, "You're giving me such a big bow without saying a word. Are you sick?" Mo Shang wanted to cry but had no tears. "Patriarch, I can't control my body at all." Yao Menjing said, "Get up quickly." The force controlling Mo Shang disappeared again. He tried to get up, and the expression on his face was quite interesting. Jun Changxiao said, "Call me little senior sister again." Mo Shang said, "Little senior sister." Plop. As soon as he finished speaking, he lost control and knelt on the ground again. Jun Changxiao came to a realization and thought to himself, "This kid can't call me little senior sister, otherwise he won't be able to control his body and kneel down. Is it because this girl has the demon emperor's innate devil body and her status is extremely noble, so other devil cultivators have to be careful with their words and actions?" Mo Shang. Jun Changxiao said, "Don't call me little senior sister in the future." Huh? Mo Shang said, "Then what should I call you?" Jun Changxiao was silent for a moment, and said, "Just call me little boss." Little boss? The corner of Mo Shang's mouth twitched, and said, "Patriarch, aren't you also the boss? How can I call a fellow disciple boss? Wouldn't the seniority be messed up?" "It's fine if you don't call me that, then just keep kneeling," Jun Changxiao said. Mo Shang compromised, and cupped his hands at Yao Menjing, "Little boss." Needless to say, when he called out this name, that irresistible force did not appear, and he could not help but feel happy. Mo Shang. Jun Changxiao said, "From today onwards, you will temporarily teach Menjing demonic path knowledge." Yao Menjing said in surprise, "Patriarch, he is also a devil cultivator?" "Little boss." Mo Shang said weakly, "I can only be considered half a devil cultivator." Xianxia had been in the demon fiend sect before and was considered half an evil cultivator. However, he had nothing to do with a real evil cultivator, so he was powerless to teach Yao Menjing cultivation. Although Mo Shang was not an orthodox one, he was still considered half an evil cultivator. It was undoubtedly a very good choice to teach the little girl. Of course. This teaching was not on martial arts, but on demonic knowledge, so that Yao Menjing could have a more comprehensive understanding. As for the demonic cultivation techniques, Jun Changxiao did not take out the ones he obtained from the Demon Ridge Valley for the time being. Instead, he returned to the study and opened the technique pavilion. There were demonic cultivation techniques inside. If it could be exchanged, it should be more profound than the Demon Ridge Valley martial arts, right? Whoosh, he tapped on the demon flame holy slash. The content was 1000399, exchangeable. As expected. Jun Changxiao was not surprised. This martial arts technique with the word demonic is a demonic cultivation technique. He kept the interface and continued to look at the secret manuals in the technique pavilion, hoping to find a demonic cultivation technique for Yao Menjing to cultivate. Got it, Blood Cloud Sky Scripture. According to the introduction of the secret manual, this was a domineering cultivation technique that did not take the ordinary path. Proper martial arts cultivators could not cultivate it casually. Otherwise, their meridians would be injured and they would explode and die. The exchange requirement was 100-0599, exchangeable. In that case, this was also a demonic cultivation technique because there were a large number of secret manuals in the Demon Ridge Valley that could be exchanged directly. The little girl should focus on cultivation now. Exchanging for a cultivation technique is undoubtedly more valuable than a martial arts technique. However, Xianxia was a little hesitant. For now, he did not know if the martial arts techniques in the technique pavilion were as powerful as the introduction said. If it was just an exaggeration, he would say it. Exchanging for 599 Demon Ridge Valley secret manuals from 10,000 years ago would definitely be a loss, the system said. The martial arts techniques in the technique pavilion are equivalent to the martial arts techniques in the store. If the host still has doubts, his brain must have been kicked by a donkey. Hearing this, Xianxia directly tapped on, exchangeable. Ding. Consumed 599 secret manuals and successfully exchanged for Blood Cloud Sky Scripture X1. It has been transferred to the space ring. At the same time, the 599 secret manuals of the Demon Ridge Valley that were stored in the spatial ring disappeared into thin air, and a secret manual with a red cover appeared. This secret manual looked very old and gave off a sinister aura. It was easy to tell that it was not a proper martial technique. Pa Xianxia threw the bloody cloud heaven incomplete scripture on the table and said, "Lass, this seat found a suitable cultivation method for you. You take it and cultivate first." He was never stingy when it came to his disciples. As long as he had something, he would provide it. Furthermore, he would provide the best. Yao Menjing hurriedly walked over and took the secret manual in her hand. Feeling the special aura emanating from it, her mood immediately became incomparably good. She happily said, "Thank you, Patriarch." "Patriarch." Mo Shang said excitedly, "Can I learn it?" That blood cloud heaven incomplete scripture, he only glanced at it from far away and felt a surge of fiendish energy pulling him. He immediately concluded that it was definitely a profound fiend sect martial art. Here. Xianxia took out another book from the spatial ring and threw it over. The martial techniques purchased from the cultivation method pavilion could be duplicated. After he exchanged, he directly duplicated 1,000 books. "Many thanks, Patriarch." Mo Shang held the bloody cloud heaven incomplete scripture lovingly, his eyes flickering with excitement. Following this, not only did he act as Yao Menjing's mentor for entering the fiend path, but he also had to study this fiend path mental cultivation method. Little boss. 2 days later, Mo Shang frowned and said, "This mental cultivation method is a little profound. Looks like we need a period of time to comprehend it. It's also not difficult." Yao Menjing said, "I've already learned it." "Learned it?" Mo Shang immediately opened his eyes wide. He comprehended for 2 days and did not gain anything. How could a 6 or 7-year-old girl be so fast? The little girl said, "I've been cultivating these 2 days and can absorb the special energy between heaven and earth for my own use. My strength has clearly increased quite a bit." "These 2 days?" The corners of Mo Shang's mouth twitched and he said, "Could it be that little boss learned the mental cultivation method right after obtaining it from the Patriarch?" Yao Menjing said. Plop. Mo Shang fell to the ground and held in his heart, "Patriarch, I feel that it's more appropriate for little boss to teach me." Yao Menjing, who possessed the innate devil body, could be said to be cultivating the blood cloud sky scripture at a rather fast speed. With this mental cultivation method, she was destined to step into the demonic path and would never be able to turn back. Whether it was a blessing or a curse, no one knew. Mo Shang was very hurt. Originally, he had been teaching Yao Menjing in the name of the Patriarch. In the end, he had become a student in terms of cultivation and was asking her for advice every day. Needless to say, after a few days, he had benefited a lot and finally started to circulate the blood cloud sky scripture. After successfully cultivating this demonic path mental cultivation method, Mo Shang seemed to have opened a brand new martial arts door and was deeply immersed in it, unable to extricate himself. The reason why he called himself half a demonic cultivator was because he had some understanding of the demonic path, but he had never truly cultivated any demonic path martial arts. Now that he had comprehended the blood cloud sky scripture and began to gather the special attributes that only demonic cultivators had, it meant that he was a true demonic martial cultivator. Mo Shang. One day, Yao Menjing said happily, "I've broken through to the martial master realm." Mo Shang, "I've broken through to the first grade martial master realm." Mo Shang, "I've broken through to the second grade martial master realm." Mo Shang, in just half a month, Yao Menjing's realm had advanced by leaps and bounds, directly stepping into the 6th grade martial master realm. Although she was not the strongest in the sect of all times, she was definitely not at the bottom. More importantly, Yao Menjing was only 6 or 7 years old. To be able to reach such a realm at such a young age was definitely very shocking. Not bad, not bad. After learning about the girl's cultivation speed, Jun Changxiao grinned. TSK. Xianxia said with emotion, as expected of a demonic cultivator, the speed of improvement is really unimaginable. Patriarch. Ning Duxing frowned and said, "It's a good thing for the girl to improve quickly, but we must keep it a secret. Otherwise, it will only bring disaster." Yes. Jun Changxiao said, "I will pay attention." The only thing he could do now was to not let Yao Menjing go out and cultivate in the sect in peace. Of course. There was no such thing as an airtight wall in the world. Jun Changxiao began to plan for the worst. If others knew, how would the sect face it? After thinking about it, he could only let himself and his disciples improve their cultivation in a short period of time, so that they would have the strength to face all the dangers. Cultivate. Jun Changxiao temporarily handed the sect over to Li Luoqiu and a few elders to manage, and began to concentrate on cultivating. In the following month, he relied on various resources and sat cross-legged in the spirit-gathering array to cultivate crazily, and the energy of the dual spirit cores continued to increase. However, if he wanted to enter the 4th grade, he would need at least 2 to 3 months. That's too slow. Jun Changxiao was on the verge of collapse. In the past month, he had absorbed countless natural spirit stones and spirit-gathering pills. If he was a normal martial king, he would definitely be able to advance by 1 grade. Whoosh whoosh. At this moment, a heavy aura suddenly erupted from the inner court and instantly filled the entire sect. Jun Changxiao's spiritual senses spread out and locked onto Xianxia's room. He grinned and said, "This guy is finally going to break through to the martial king realm." Yes. After nearly 2 months of comprehension, Night Emperor finally found an opportunity and showed signs of advancing. "Junior brother Yi is going to break through. Ha ha ha, our sect of all times is going to have another martial king." Whoosh whoosh. Just as Xianxia was about to break through, a majestic and cold aura emerged from the room in the distance. Jun Changxiao was overjoyed and said, "Zhou Hong is also going to become a sword king." On this day, in the sky above the sect of all times, the aura of the martial king and sword king was on par with each other, and their momentum was great. It was normal for Xianxia, who cultivated the Taishan Sutra, to break through to martial king. However, it was unbelievable that Zhou Hong broke through to sword king right after him. One had to know. He had just become a grade 7 sword great master after taking the sword path aptitude liquid. Now, he was going to become a sword king in less than 2 months. That was too fast. It all started with the way he cultivated. Sword path was different from martial path. It was all about comprehension. If one had a sudden epiphany, it would not be a problem for him to break through quickly. Zhou Hong's sword path aptitude had been improved by the liquid and he had comprehended the Lingjian divine technique. In just 2 months, his understanding of sword path had improved by leaps and bounds. That was how he found the opportunity to break through to sword king. Jun Changxiao was very happy. Xianxia breaking through to martial king and Zhou Hong breaking through to sword king would definitely increase the strength of the sect. Whoosh whoosh, the 2 kings' auras intertwined in the sky above the sect of all times. The momentum was so great that it shocked all the disciples. Li Qingyang and the others who were stuck at Wuzong Peak were inspired by Xianxia's aura. They all sat down cross-legged and meditated, hoping to learn from it. An hour later, the martial king's aura was gradually withdrawn. Xianxia, who was in the room, opened his eyes and smiled. He thought to himself, today, I return to martial king. Whoosh whoosh, in an instant, a majestic king's aura was released. Xianxia smiled. I broke through. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others benefited from Xianxia's martial Dao aura. It would definitely help them break through to martial king. At this moment, Zhou Hong's sharp sword aura was also withdrawn. He successfully became a sword king from sword great master. At this moment, the sect of all times had a martial king and a sword king. On the same day, at the same time, two martial kings appeared. If this spread to the outside world, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. We can't relax either. Li Qingyang said, let's break through to martial king as soon as possible. Yes. Xiao Ziji, Su Xiaoma, and the others were not discouraged by junior brother Ye's breakthrough. Instead, they wanted to become even stronger. Xianxia's and Zhou Hong's breakthroughs had brought the sect of all times' strength to a whole new level. At the same time, it had also spurred the disciples to work even harder in their martial arts training. That was it. Another half a month passed. Yao Menjing's advancement from a 6th grade martial master to a 9th grade martial master was extremely fast. Of course, no matter how fast he was, he could not be faster than He Wudi. This guy had always kept a low profile, as if he didn't exist. However, his cultivation level kept rising. In the past 2 months, he had also stepped into the peak of Wuzong. His aptitude was heaven-defying, and he had all sorts of resources from the sect to support him. If he did not soar, he would be letting down his transcendent grade spirit root. Of course, the cultivation levels of the sect of all times disciples had also increased as a whole, especially those who had just entered the academy. Their aptitudes were not bad, and their speed of improvement was especially obvious. For example, Jing Wugo. He had just stepped into Wuzong before entering the sect, and now he had reached the 5th grade. Chu Shonan, Hualing, and the others were not as monstrous as their senior, but they also relied on the spirit-tempering pill and a 3rd floor of the training tower to successfully step into Wuzong. With the overall strength of the sect of all times, if the Xinjiang County sent another army to invade, they would definitely be beaten to a pulp. Shui Chaochuan, who had been beaten up by little Long, did not have the courage to find trouble with the Azure Sun County. Instead, he obediently operated his own territory. Too slow. After finishing cultivating the spirit-gathering formation, Jun Changxiao sat in his study with his hands on his head. His eyes were filled with despair. During this period of time, the disciples had been cultivating like a raging fire, and their cultivation levels had also increased. However, he was still at the 3rd grade and had not made any substantial progress. Jun Patriarch was not worried that his cultivation level would be surpassed by his disciples. However, as the master of a sect, if his strength did not increase, how would he face the dangers that would appear at any time in the future? Hurry up and give me a mission. Hurry up and give me a reward. Jun Changxiao wished that a mission would appear. After completing it, he would be rewarded with N experience talismans so that he could quickly break through the peak of the Sword and Martial King realm. Then, he would trigger an epic mission and successfully become the Sword and Martial Emperor realm. In your dreams, said the system. Jun Changxiao said, if there's no other way, I can only, whoosh. He opened the system interface and tapped on his name. He gritted his teeth and said, use contribution points to exchange for experience points. When he was still at the channel opening stage, he had used this function before. 47 contribution points were directly cleared, and his cultivation level broke through from stage 7 to stage 10. At that time, no matter how many contribution points he had, they would all be cleared. Now that the system had been continuously upgraded and improved, he could enter a certain number of points to exchange for experience points. There were no missions, no experience talismans. Cultivating step by step was simply too slow. Jun Changxiao had to consider using this method to quickly improve. The system said, it's not worth it to exchange contribution points for experience points. Host, please think twice before you act. Jun Changxiao said, anyway, I don't lack anything now. I'll just exchange the small change first. As he said that, he increased the amount of experience points to 2,991 points and tapped on the exchange button. Ding. Contribution points, 100,002,0000. When 2991 points of contribution points disappeared, the two spirit cores in Xianxia's dantian suddenly surged with boundless spiritual energy. It felt as if he had crushed an experience talisman. Come on. Break through. Become stronger. Just as Xianxia was about to break through, the spiritual energy in his dantian suddenly calmed down. His realm was still stuck at stage 3. F***ck. He hugged his head and said frantically, I have so many contribution points, but I still haven't broken through. The system said, I just said that it's not worth it to use this method to exchange contribution points, but the host didn't listen. Sigh. Xianxia sighed. However, as he continued to cultivate, he happily realized that the breakthrough that would have taken him nearly 2 months seemed to have only taken him slightly more than 10 days. In other words, although the nearly 3,000 points of contribution points did not increase his realm by 1 level, it had greatly reduced his cultivation time. It's not a loss, not a loss. Xianxia comforted himself. The system muttered, using nearly 3,000 points of contribution points to refresh, who knows, you might be able to get something good. Xianxia continued to focus on his cultivation. Sure enough, after more than 10 days, the two spirit cores in his dantian were completely saturated. His realm had also successfully advanced from stage 3 to stage 4, calculating the time. He had already cultivated for more than 2 months. During this period, not only did he consume a lot of martial arts resources, but he also spent so many contribution points. It was really not easy to break through 1 level, although June Patriarch's improvement was slow. As long as he advanced by 1 level, the improvement in his strength was very significant. Boom, in the training room, a punch landed on the testing machine. The strength value that appeared was 7 million Jin. Not bad, not bad. Xianxia smiled in satisfaction. When he had just broken through Stage 1, his strength was 3 million, and Stage 2 was only 4 million. Now that he had advanced by 2 levels and reached 7 million, it meant that his strength had increased by more than 1 million. The system said, this is because the host has taken the spirit tempering pill. Xianxia said proudly, martial artists at the king stage, who can compete with me? No. The system said, unless it's Wu Huang of a higher level. Xianxia jumped and landed on the main hall. He raised his head and sang, how lonely it is to be invincible. Whoosh, the happy football shot toward him. Bang. Xianxia threw a punch. The football flew directly in the opposite direction and hit Li Fei's face with great precision. Then, he flew out of the outer courtyard and landed at the foot of the mountain with an ah sound. Ha ha ha. Su Xiaoma laughed gloatingly. Especially Chu Shonan, Huo Ling, and the others who had been ravaged by Li Fei. They were laughing so hard that tears came out. Patriarch. Li Luoqiu walked out of the drizzle hall. She raised her head and said, I just received news that we are in trouble. Trouble? In the main hall. Xianxia and the Ning brothers sat at the head of the table, frowning. The atmosphere was solemn. Xianxia sat at the head of the table with one hand holding his face and the other tapping rhythmically on the table. After a while, he sneered and said, I just changed the name of the sect, and so many forces are unhappy with me? Li Luoqiu said, Patriarch, our name is too ostentatious. It's inevitable that we will be targeted. Just now, there was news that 5 fourth-rate sects from the neighboring West Cloud State were heading to Qingyang County with the purpose of meeting the Sect of all times. In southwest Yangzhou, many forces were unhappy with the new name. However, Xianxia had the support of the certification headquarters and the Heavenly Mandate Academy, so no one dared to say anything. The forces outside did not agree. What right did a newly promoted sect have to be named all times? Who gave him the courage to do so? No. They had to meet them. The sects of West Cloud State were not brainless villains. They knew that the Sect of all times was rated as one of the top 3 sects, so they must have something extraordinary. So, they joined forces to head to Qingyang County to discuss martial arts. Xianxia said, Patriarch, West Cloud State has always been righteous. They have long despised the remote southwest Yangzhou. I'm afraid that the 5 fourth-rate sects are not just here to cause trouble for the sect of all times. The west of the Starfall continent was vast. Among them, the west was the main one, with the northwest above and the southwest below. There were a total of 3 large states. West Cloud State had the best geographical location and was also abnormally rich in natural attributes and resources. It was undoubtedly the strongest. So, the forces and families here had a natural sense of superiority. They did not care about the southwest and northwest states at all. Jun Changxiao said, You mean that they came to the sect of all times to cause trouble for the southwest Yangzhou? That's right, Xianxia said. Jun Changxiao said, If you're looking for trouble, go to the heavenly mandate imperial city. Come to the sect of all times. Do you think I'm easy to bully? The patriarch changed the name of the sect to the sect of all times and gave them this opportunity, Xianxia said. All right. Jun Changxiao said, I will let these fourth-rate sects know that in southwest Yangzhou, you can mess with anyone but the sect of all times. Every city in the southwest Yangzhou province received the news that the 5 fourth-rate sects of the West Cloud province had sent experts to the Azure Sun County. Like I said, as long as the name sect of all times gets out, it will definitely attract trouble. See if it's accurate or not. The West Cloud State has long been displeased with our southwest Yangzhou state. This time, they are just using this as a pretext to make a fuss. Fortunately, it's only a 4th-rate sect. If it alarmed a 2nd-rate or 3rd-rate sect, I'm afraid it would be even more troublesome. The sect of all times has been quite arrogant recently. It's not bad to be taught a lesson by others. According to the West Cloud Province's travel route, they will arrive at the Azure Sun County in about 5 days. We can rush there in advance to watch the show. For a time, cultivators from all over southwest Yangzhou flooded into the Azure Sun County. The certification headquarters also received the news. Tianxing shook his head and said, What will come will come. When he decided to announce the name of the sect of all times, he expected that one day, forces from other provinces would come looking for trouble. Headmaster Elder Zhou said, In my opinion, I'm afraid that the certification headquarters of the West Cloud Province is deliberately testing our southwest Yangzhou, a rising sect with the potential to become one of the top 3 sections. Elder Zhen was more impatient and said, This is a typical example of not being able to see others doing well. Tianxing asked, How many people did the West Cloud Province send? 2 Wu Huang, 10 martial kings, and thousands of disciples. Their strength is at the level of Wuzong, Elder Zhou said. This lineup is not small. Tianxing frowned and said, The West Cloud Province wants to use the sect of all times to humiliate southwest Yangzhou. Headmaster Elder Zhou said, The young city lord of Lingting Royal City is also here. Oh? Tianxing held his chin and said, This matter may not be controlled by the certification headquarters of the West Cloud Province, but by the Royal City. Red Lotus. In the Academy building, Sidu Haoyun said, The West Cloud Province sent 5 fourth-rate sects to challenge the sect of all times this time. I'm afraid it's a show of force. Princess Red Lotus said, Father once told me that the Lingting Royal City will not be quiet for long. The young city lord is also here. As the princess of the heavenly mandate royal city, you should go and meet the sect of all times to avoid being caught by others, Sidu Haoyun said. Yes. Princess Red Lotus said, I will go now. After she left, Sidu Haoyun looked up at the sky and whispered, Little guy, you changed the name of your sect, so you must be prepared to face all kinds of trouble. Jun Changxiao was already prepared. At this moment, not only did he learn about the strength of the sects, but he also triggered a side mission. The content was to defeat the 5 fourth-rate sects from the West Cloud Province. Jun Patriarch, who was a little unhappy at first, was now overjoyed. After all, he was worried about not having a mission to do, and now someone was coming to deliver it. 2 Wu Huangs, sorry, my 2 contracts are enough to destroy them. 10 martial kings, all of you come together, I can fight 10 alone. As for those Wuzong, the disciples of the sect of all times can stand in a row and choose at will. If I don't beat you up, I won't know why the flowers are so red. Patriarch Li Qingyang said, Elder Ma, that Songshan Sect is here to see you. Let him in. Jun Changxiao said. Ma Yunting hurried into the main hall and said, Jun Patriarch, the West Cloud Province sent 2 Wu Huangs and 10 martial kings. This is a little troublesome. The Songshan Sect had also received the news and sent him here with the intention of helping. Jun Changxiao said proudly, as long as it's not a third-rate sect, even if 10 fourth-rate sects come together, my sect of all times will not be afraid. The corner of Ma Yunting's mouth twitched. Every time he saw Jun Changxiao, he felt that he was getting stronger. But that arrogance and haughtiness of his was also getting stronger. Jun Patriarch was arrogant because he was getting more and more confident. If he became stronger and still acted like a grandson, that would be 2F** ket up. For the next few days, the martial cultivators and forces of the southwest Jiangzhou province gathered at the foot of Ironbone Mountain. They were unable to enter the mountain gate because they were restricted. Xie Guangquan, Ai Xiangyao, and the others could enter and leave freely. After all, their relationship with the Sect of all times was very close. Qin Haoran and the people from the 100 Sect Alliance also came. However, compared to the forces of the southwest Jiangzhou province, they were as inconspicuous as ants. At this moment, Alliance Master Qin and the big shots of the Alliance were already very low-key. Their hatred for Jun Changxiao was long gone. When a person was very rich, others would look down on them and gossip behind their backs. When a person was sitting on billions of assets, they would obediently shut their mouths, because it was already beyond their level of discussion. The current sect of all times, in the eyes of Alliance Master Qin and the big shots of the Alliance, was an unreachable giant. Naturally, they did not have the courage to face it. Of course, Jun Changxiao had long forgotten about this enemy force, because they were no longer a threat. In the future, they would have to face greater challenges. The life and death arena at the foot of the mountain was not dismantled. The 5th day. Jun Changxiao sat on top with his legs crossed, quietly waiting for the guests who came from thousands of miles away. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others stood below the arena with their chests puffed out. This scene seemed familiar. Previously, when the evil forces of Huayang province were instigated by the deicide shrine branch to fight, Jun Patriarch had set up the arena like this and had a fair fight with them. Until today, Huayang province had been swallowed by Xinjiang province, and the former Iron Bone had become the sect of all times. Jun Patriarch. Princess Red Lotus, who had arrived yesterday, sat to the side and asked, this time, the West Cloud province came prepared. Do you have a chance of winning? Yes. How much? 100%. Jun Changxiao said firmly, which made Princess Red Lotus fall silent. She thought to herself, I hope so. They're here. They're here. Someone shouted. Jun Changxiao's spiritual senses spread out. On a small path in the distance, 2 Wu Huang with strong auras led thousands of martial artists over. Their martial arts cultivation erupted, shocking the martial artists of southwest Jiangzhou province. They had not arrived, but their aura was. This was a show of strength. Jun Changxiao flicked his hard black hair and said loudly, all disciples, release your aura and warmly welcome our friends from afar. P.S. 4th update, to make up for the previous 2 days. The people from the 5 fourth-rate sects of West Cloud State had yet to arrive, but their aura had already arrived. It was obvious that they wanted to intimidate the martial cultivators present. They were so arrogant in other people's territory. It could be seen how much they looked down on southwest Jiangzhou. It was impolite not to reciprocate. Jun Changxiao immediately ordered the disciples to release their cultivation and return the favor in the same way. Whoosh whoosh, in an instant, the disciples of the sect of all times no longer used the hidden cultivation technique to suppress their cultivation and released their realms in an instant. The aura that was difficult to detect with the naked eye rushed toward the 5 major sects of West Cloud State. Tens of thousands of disciples released their cultivation, forming a wave that could topple mountains and overturn seas. The surrounding branches trembled and leaves fell wildly. The martial cultivators of southwest Jiangzhou were stunned. Oh my God, the aura of these disciples was so strong that it felt like they were not mediocre at all. The 2 Wu Huang at the front had a trace of disdain in their eyes. They immediately released a little of their cultivation, as if it had turned into a big hand and pressed down on the incoming aura. Whoosh whoosh, the aura of the two Wu Huang collided violently with the aura of the Sect of All Times disciples. Although the martial cultivators present could not see it with their eyes, they could feel the cold wind whistling and their expressions changed again and again. This new sect with the potential to be in the top 3 was really valiant. They dared to compete with the aura of the two Wu Huang. Whoosh whoosh, the realm aura was still fiercely fighting in the void. Because the opponent was too strong, the Sect of All Times disciples could not resist and soon fell into a disadvantageous position and were pushed back. You overestimate yourselves. One of the Wu Huang from West Cloud State said lightly. It was undeniable that the aura of the Sect of All Times disciples was strong, but it was no doubt a fool's dream to shake a powerhouse of his level. Whoosh, Xianxia stood up and put his hands behind his back. The thick and sharp aura of the two kings of sword and martial arts erupted. Whoosh whoosh, the aura of the Sect of All Times disciples, who were retreating, stabilized the situation with the support of the Patriarch's sword and martial arts and began to counterattack. Wu Huang frowned slightly. The young man in the ring had such a strong dual aura. He should be the Patriarch of the Sect of All Times. Today. This old man wants to see what's so special about the sword and martial kings. Wu Huang stood where he was with his hands clasped behind his back. His majestic aura whizzed out and clashed madly with the power of the sword. It was a pity. Wanting to suppress the momentum of Xianxia and the other disciples with his strength alone was undoubtedly a bit wishful thinking. It's not. Under the relentless barrage of attacks, Zhang Xian's face was about to turn green, but he was still unable to gain the upper hand. With Jun Patriarch's current strength, when he unleashed the aura of the sword and martial kings, an ordinary Wu Huang might not be able to take advantage of him. Elder Qi. This old man will lend you a hand. Wu Huang from the West Cloud State immediately released his emperor's aura. However, he had just released his aura. Yi Xingchen, Zhou Hong, Xianxia, and the Ning brothers also released their auras. Whoosh whoosh, the wind howled, causing the trees to sway unsteadily. Crack, crack, many trees could not withstand the force of the wind and were snapped in half. Oh my God! The martial cultivators from southwest Yangzhou all widened their eyes. The two forces had not met yet and had not said a word, but they were already competing with each other in such a thrilling aura. This was too explosive. 10 minutes later. Although the two Wu Huang from the West Cloud State were still releasing their aura, their faces were extremely ugly. Because even with the two of them working together, they still could not gain the upper hand. You could say that the Sect of All Times was relying on their numbers. But don't forget that they were facing two genuine Wu Huang. If it were other fifth-rate sects, with all their strength, not to mention fighting against two, they couldn't even withstand one. Among the martial cultivators who came to watch the battle, there was no lack of powerful ones. They were all amazed in their hearts. This new sect was indeed worthy of being one of the top 3 potential sections. They were not even afraid of facing Wu Huang. Little Long Long, who was lying on the arena, yawned and sent a sound transmission. Master, do you need my help? No need. Jun Changxiao said, go back to sleep. Okay. Little Long Long continued to lie on the arena, and his eyelids gradually closed. Both of you. Princess Red Lotus could no longer sit still. She stood up and said, it's meaningless to continue like this. Why don't we each take a step back and have a friendly martial arts exchange? Humph, the two Wu Huang snorted and immediately retracted their auras of Wu Huang. They also realized that it would be difficult to suppress them if they continued fighting like this. Since someone was giving them a way out, they had to accept it. Moreover, they did not come to Xianyang County to compete with their auras. The two Wu Huang retracted their auras first. Jun Changxiao and the other disciples also did so. The area immediately became quiet. Princess Red Lotus. At this moment, a feminine voice sounded, we haven't met in a long time, right? The person who spoke was a slender young man. He stood behind the two Wu Huang with a smile on his face, giving off a gentle and refined feeling. Ling Yu's room. The young city lord of Lingting Royal City. The 10 martial kings and many disciples behind him obviously had enough respect for him. Princess Red Lotus said, it's been 10 years. Yes. Ling Yufeng smiled. 10 years ago, your father brought experts from southwest Yangzhou to West Yunzhou and was beaten to a pulp. Although I was young at that time, I remember it clearly. Princess Red Lotus frowned even more. The martial cultivators of southwest Yangzhou lowered their heads in shame. 10 years ago, the two prefectures had a friendly spar. The 10 experts sent over fought 10 rounds and lost 10 rounds. They became the laughingstock of the Falling Star continent. To southwest Yangzhou, it was a shame that could not be washed away. Now, the young city lord of Lingting Royal City mentioned this matter. It was undoubtedly rubbing salt on the wound. Jun Changxiao sat on the chair and looked at the smiling young man. He muttered, "This guy looks like he needs a beating." Ling Yufeng smiled. However, in the past 10 years, southwest Yangzhou has developed quite well. A sect with the potential to be in the top 3 has appeared. As he spoke, he looked at Jun Changxiao and said, "You should be the patriarch of Zhugu Sect, right?" Zhugu Sect? Jun Changxiao's gaze gradually turned cold. It was rare to see such a person provoking him the moment he appeared. Did he think that because of his identity as the young city lord of West Yunzhou's royal city, he dared to be fearless in his territory? Sorry. Ling Yufeng shrugged and smiled, a slip of the tongue, a slip of the tongue. It should be the sect of all times. Everyone was speechless. Everyone could see that it was not a slip of the tongue. It was intentional. Jun Patriarch. Ling Yufeng smiled, "You won't be angry, right?" Looking at this guy's smiling face, Jun Changxiao almost could not help but rush over and kick him to the ground. One does not hit a smiling person. Jun Patriarch smiled faintly, "Children speak without fear. I won't be angry." Ling Yufeng's smile stiffened and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. Jun Changxiao said, "Young Master Ling, why did you bring so many experts to my sect of all times from afar? I heard that your sect is strong and has been evaluated as having the potential to be in the top 3. Ling Yufeng glanced at the disciples of the sect of all times standing below the stage. His eyes were full of contempt. "That's why I'm here to learn martial arts." After Ling Yufeng appeared, he rubbed salt on the wound and mocked the sect of all times as an ancient sect. He was definitely someone who deserved a beating. To be honest, this was the first time he met such a character since he transmigrated. If he didn't crush his dignity, how could he face the audience? The sect of all times welcomes everyone to discuss martial arts, but... Jun Changxiao paused and said, "Will young Master Ling come personally or send someone else?" Ling Yufeng smiled and said, "To show my respect, of course the experts of the West Cloud State will come and challenge your sect." Although this guy was arrogant, he wasn't a fool. He had more or less heard about the sect of all times. He definitely wouldn't go up this time. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, "Young Master Ling, the people you brought won't do." "Won't do," the 2 Wu Huang and 10 martial kings frowned. Ling Yufeng smiled and said, "Whether they can or not, we'll only know after we ask." Jun Patriarch, don't jump to conclusions. No means no. Jun Changxiao said. The experts of the West Cloud State had ugly expressions. They couldn't stand being looked down upon by a young man. Ling Yufeng smiled and said, "Jun Patriarch, you're very confident. If you insist, I'll accompany you to the end." Jun Changxiao said, "This life and death arena is my sect's challenge arena. Young Master Ling can send someone up to fight." In that case. Ling Yufeng didn't want to waste any more time and said, "Then I'll accept." He waved his hand. Swoosh. A tall young man jumped onto the arena and cupped his hands. Xingyan Sect's inner disciple, Wu Kuei, requests to fight. This person was tall and sturdy with thick arms. It was obvious that his external martial arts were very strong. "Yu Hua." Jun Changxiao said calmly, "Go." Yes. Yang Yuhua stepped onto the arena with a burning gaze. He didn't expect that the patriarch would let him be the first to fight in such an occasion. Jun Changxiao and Princess Red Lotus walked down and handed the arena to Yang Yuhua and Wu Kuei. The martial cultivators who were watching the show couldn't take their eyes off him. The Xingyan sect was a rather prestigious fourth-rate sect in the West Cloud State. The strength of their inner sect disciples was certainly not bad. This battle was bound to be very exciting, of course. As someone from southwest Yangzhou, he hoped that the disciples of the sect of all times would win. However, the other party had traveled such a long distance to cause trouble for him. How could the disciple who was sent out be ordinary? The chances of him winning were probably not high. Boom, a loud boom came from the arena, indicating that the battle had begun. The martial artists. Watching the battle widened their eyes in unison because the Xingyan sect disciple named Wu Kuei was forced to retreat continuously. He barely managed to stabilize himself at the edge of the battle zone, his face abnormally ferocious. Shua, Yang Yuhua strode over and punched out with her right fist, which was imbued with spiritual energy. Boom, thump. Thump, Wu Kuei stepped back once again, then staggered off the stage and coughed out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with shock. The martial artists who were watching the show were all dumbfounded. 2 punches sent the inner sect disciple of the Xingyan sect flying and causing him to vomit blood. The inner sect disciple of the sect of all times was too terrifying. "Thank you for letting me win." Yang Yuhua cupped her fists and said. Ling Yufeng flicked the black hair in front of his forehead and said to himself, "The sect of all times is indeed quite capable. It's no wonder that father sent so many experts." Yang Yuhua won the first battle. The martial artists who were watching the show could not come to their senses at all. This was because the battle had started and ended too quickly. There was something even faster. Ling Yufeng sent out the second fighter. Both parties had just reported their names when the disciple of the West Cloud State was sent flying with a kick from Li Tian. At the back, Sima Zhongda, Cui Bujian, and the other outer sect disciples were sent out one by one. Most of their cultivation levels were 2nd or 3rd grade Wuzong. Even if their opponents were 5th or 6th grade Wuzong, they could defeat them directly. Boom, another disciple of the West Cloud State was sent flying with a punch from Hualing. Princess Red Lotus was astonished. This junior brother Hua was not very strong. He had just joined the sect of all times not long ago. Why did he seem like a different person? Jun Changxiao said, "Young Master Ling, you brought so many people. If you have to fight them one by one, it will take a long time. So, don't waste everyone's time. Just send a martial king." Ling Yufeng's expression was very ugly. In his plan, he had first used the disciples of the sect of all times to defeat the disciples of the Xingyan sect before sending a martial king. He did not expect that the first round would be defeated one by one. Elder Sunday, Ling Yufeng waved his hand and said, "Go." "Yes." Elder son of the Xingyan sect jumped onto the stage and released his aura of a 5th grade martial king. The martial artists of the southwest Jiangzhou were immediately worried. 5 4th-rate sects had sent a total of 10 martial kings. Could the sect of all times handle them? Patriarch Ning Duzue, who had always been a man of few words, said, "I'll fight." "Go," Jun Changxiao said. Whoosh, Ning Duzue landed on the stage and cupped his hands. "Elder of the sect of all times, Ning Duzue." "Ning Duzue?" Elder Sun sneered, "One of the Ning duo of the southeast Jiangzhou? How can such a lowly person become an elder of a sect? This is the biggest joke in the world." Ning Duzue's gaze turned cold. Ling Yufeng said, "Jun Patriarch, aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by the people of Jianghu for letting such a person become an elder?" The martial artists of the southwest Jiangzhou discussed in low voices. They had heard of the Ning duo of the southeast Jiangzhou, but they did not expect them to be an elder of the sect of all times. Letting such a person hold an important position in the sect would definitely be gossiped about. "Young Master Ling," Jun Changxiao said, "you don't have to worry about the people of my sect." "Humph," Elder Sun said indifferently, "in this old man's opinion, since Jun Patriarch recruited such a person, there must be a lot of criminals in the sect." Ning Duzue said, "If you want to fight, then fight. Don't talk nonsense." Elder Sun said with disdain, "If not for the arena, this old man really doesn't want to fight with thieves like you to avoid dirtying my hands." Shua. Ning Duzue could not stand it anymore and stepped forward. Dense spiritual energy erupted and instantly formed a dense number of fist shadows. Before joining the sect, he was a 5th grade martial artist, and he was still a 5th grade martial artist. Although he did not break through, he took the body shaping pill, spirit tempering pill, and various kinds of tempering. His strength increased significantly. Boom, boom, on the arena, there was a burst of crazy explosions. Thump thump thump, Elder Sun, who was also a 5th-grade martial artist, could not withstand the power of the explosion. The air wall collapsed and he staggered back. It could be said that he was in a sorry state. Bang! Just as he stabilized his body, Ning Duzue's fist with violent spiritual energy directly hit his face. Wah! This group of people was very energetic. Not only did Elder Sun's blood spurt out, but 2 rows of teeth also flew out. Plop! Elder Sun fell at the edge of the arena. He was dizzy from the bombardment. Ning Duzue walked over and directly rode on his body like an ordinary person fighting. He raised his fist and said, "I don't mind dirtying my hands." Boom, boom, spiritual energy spread and the floor shook. After a torrential storm of violence, Elder Sun was beaten into a pig's head by Ning Duzue and fainted on the spot. Everyone's mouth twitched. This was a fight between martial king-level martial artists. In the end, not only was there no exciting battle, it was more like an adult bullying a child. Plop! Elder Sun, who had fainted, was thrown out of the stage. Just now, he was complaining about dirtying his hands, but now, his head was stuck on the ground. So, everyone was already an adult, so there was no need to act cool. Patriarch. Ning Duzue stood on the stage. His hands were stained with blood, but he had no intention of coming down. He said, "I can still fight." Jun Changxiao touched his nose and said with a smile, "Young Master Ling, continue to send people to fight." Damn it. Ling Yufeng's eyes flickered with anger. It was acceptable for the martial king to be defeated, but it was not acceptable for him to be so easily trampled. "I'll do it." Xianxia's elder who volunteered. His strength was 2 levels higher than Elder Sun's. He was already a 7th-grade martial king. "Go," Ling Yufeng said. Whoosh! Elder Hu flew up and landed on the stage. He said coldly, "Xianxia's elder Hu Xiao. Don't talk nonsense." Ning Duzue said, "Let's start." Hu Xiao spread out his hands, and a majestic spiritual energy instantly spread out like a big net. Seeing Elder Sun being oppressed without any power to fight back, he realized that the opponent was very strong. So, he had to take the initiative first. Spirit Explosion Seal. Hu Xiao shouted. The spiritual energy that spread out crisscrossed and turned into a big hand that pressed down on Ning Duzue. His psionic powers gathered explosive power and created a matcha with the air. Instantly, a terrifying kacha-kacha sound could be heard. Ning Duzue sneered, took 2 steps back, and stretched out his hands. The red power hidden between heaven and earth quickly gathered in his palms, forming a dazzling light. This was 7 profound sunglow break. After the Ning brothers joined the sect of all times, except for special martial skills like body metamorphose scripture, they had basically learned all martial skills. So strong. As expected of our elder. The eyes of the disciples of the sect of all times suddenly burned. They also practiced this kind of profound martial skill, but its power could not be compared with Ning Duzue's. Sensing the 2 crimson energies, Hu Xiao frowned slightly. His hands once again formed a seal, and the explosive energy that rushed over suddenly increased in speed. Ning Duzue's face was expressionless. He stretched out his 10 fingers, and 2 beams of red energy shot out. Whoosh, whoosh, 2 crimson beams of light instantly rushed into the explosive force, penetrating through it at an extremely fast speed, and blasted onto Hu Xiao's shoulders with incomparable precision. This process was too fast. It was so fast that Hu Xiao had no time to dodge. It wasn't until his shoulders were pierced through and the intense pain spread through his body that his face gradually became ferocious. The martial skill he released also came to an abrupt halt due to the collapse of his mind. Shua, Ning Duzue arrived in front of Hu Xiao and coldly said, "Get lost." Bang, a punch landed on his face, and his entire body flew out like a kite with a broken string, before landing heavily on the ground. The spectating martial artists were all dumbfounded. The 2nd elder from the Xingyin sect was beaten down so quickly. Young Master Ling, Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, "Since you have come to challenge the sect of all times, you should show your sincerity instead of letting these shrimp soldiers and crab generals go on stage and embarrass yourselves." Everyone's mouth twitched violently. A high-grade martial king was described as a shrimp soldier and crab general. Jun Patriarch, you are really shameless. Kacha. Ling Yufeng clenched his fists tightly, burning with anger. This time, he was ordered by his father to test this newly risen sect of all times. He thought it would be easy, but he didn't expect it to be so troublesome. Everyone. He suppressed his anger and said, "Who will fight with this thief?" Young city lord Wu Huang, who was sent by the Xingyan sect, said in a deep voice, "This old man will go and meet him." Shua, as he spoke, he had already landed on the stage. Of course. He didn't want to fight with Ming Duzue, but with Jun Chongxiao and said, "I heard that Jun Patriarch is a rare martial king and sword king. This old man would like to experience it." Jun Chongxiao smiled and said, "You want to challenge the seat?" "That's right." Wu Huang said. This time, he didn't come here to fight one battle at a time and then decide the winner by winning. As long as he could teach this patriarch a lesson, it would be equivalent to completing his mission. Little Long Long, who was lying under the stage, became energetic and began to warm up. "Okay." Jun Chong smiled and said, "I have come to exchange pointers with the martial emperor." Little Long Long was stunned. Master wants to fight with Wu Huang personally? Yes. After breaking through to the 4th grade martial king and sword king, Jun Chongxiao wanted to see how big the gap was between him and Wu Huang. Jun Patriarch. Princess Hong Lian reminded, "This person is called Gutu Hong, one of the 2 remaining grand elders of the Xingyan sect. His strength can't be underestimated. It's best to send Wu Huang. This woman thinks I can't beat him." Not only Mu Hong Lian, but when Jun Chongxiao took the initiative to fight, the martial cultivators present didn't think they could win. After all, this was a martial cultivator at Wu Huang's level. This kind of trash doesn't need Wu Huang of the sect of all times to fight. Jun Patriarch flew up and landed on the stage. He held in his heart, although Elder Wei is Wu Huang, he has no combat ability at all. The disciples of the sect of all times had unlimited potential. However, in terms of peak strength, it was very awkward if they didn't count as contracted beasts. At the foot of the mountain, there was an open space. Jun Chongxiao and Gutu Hong were separated by dozens of feet. One was the sword and martial king, while the other was a martial cultivator, Wu Huang. Therefore, they didn't fight in the arena. Instead, they chose to fight in a more spacious area so that they could fight freely. The patriarch of the sect of all times facing Wu Huang was undoubtedly very attractive. Many martial cultivators stood in the distance and stared intently. The number of times they blinked decreased, afraid that they would miss it if they weren't careful. Jun Patriarch. Gutu Hong said with his hands behind his back, "How shall we fight?" "Let's use our fists first," Jun Chongxiao said. "All right." Gutu Hong clenched his fists. Thick spiritual energy gathered and gradually solidified, as if he was wearing a pair of iron gloves. The system said, "Martial cultivators at Wu Huang's level have a strength of more than 5 million kilograms. The host should be careful." Okay. Jun Chongxiao didn't dare to be careless. He released his spirit armor and instantly materialized a silver-white battle armor around his body. Under the sunlight, it could be said to be dazzling. This guy was definitely not trying to act cool. He hoped to rely on the armor and the dazzling light produced by the sun to dazzle the opponent's titanium alloy dog eyes and help in the battle. "Can we start?" "Come on," Jun Chongxiao said. Buzz, as soon as he finished speaking, the space in front of him shook. A huge fist appeared out of thin air and came crashing down with a force of 10,000 kilograms. Boom, the earth shook and a violent wave of air whizzed out. It was like a ripple that spread hundreds of feet in an instant. The martial cultivators who were far enough away felt the momentum and were so shocked that they all retreated. Their faces were filled with horror. Just now. What happened? When the remaining power dissipated, everyone looked hard and saw that Jun Chongxiao had already retreated dozens of steps. His legs sank several inches into the ground and his hands were in a defensive position. In the battle zone. The space was still distorted and couldn't heal in a short period of time. Jun Chongxiao looked up and grinned. As expected of a martial cultivator from Wu Huang. This punch is powerful. Gutu Hong's eyes were filled with surprise. He had punched out across space and Wu Huang was able to withstand it. This was really unexpected. P.S. After waking up from a nap, I found out that I have a leader. Thanks to Lone percent drunk for the generous reward. There will be more tonight. Boom, boom, there were continuous explosions on the open grassland as psionic energy whizzed out. The spectating martial artists all widened their eyes. There was only one emotion in their eyes, and that was fear, in their field of vision. Gutuhong had his hands behind his back as if he was taking a stroll. In the void in front of him, giant fists were constantly condensing and bombarding. Oh my god, he can fight like this? A martial king exclaimed. A martial emperor's control of psionic energy is terrifying. Without even moving his hands, he could gather psionic energy and condense fists in the void to launch a crazy attack on the patriarch of the sect of all times. This gave many people a new understanding of battle. A moment later, Tu Hong stopped and a smile appeared on his face. Even if that kid could withstand his attacks, his body wouldn't be able to. He was probably seriously injured at this moment. The next second, the smile on his face froze. After the airwaves and dust dissipated, Jun Changxiao, who was wearing a silver armor, was still standing. He grinned and said, "If this is Wu Huang, then I'm very disappointed." Oh my god. Jun Patriarch is actually fine. Even if he has copper muscles and iron bones, he won't be able to withstand such a powerful attack. What a joke. Jun Patriarch was protected by a spirit armor. How could Wu Huang hurt him with the purest psionic energy? Gutuhong said, Jun Patriarch, this old man is going to get serious now. Huff huff, he opened his hands and a thick stream of energy gathered in his palms. Although it wasn't much, it was extremely pure. He's getting serious. Just now, he was just using psionic energy to gather strength. I'm afraid he's going to use martial arts this time. A powerhouse at Wu Huang's level has a far better understanding of martial arts than others. The increase in power is unimaginable. A few martial kings who were watching the battle discussed in low voices. Ta. Jun Changxiao stepped forward, his eyes shining with passion. During this period, he had always faced all kinds of opponents with an invincible posture. Now that he met Wu Huang, he finally experienced the hot-bloodedness that young people should have. You rotten old man, let's fight. Under the support of its owner's strong fighting spirit, the armor once again became dazzling. Gutuhong raised his palms, and two streams of spiritual energy converged. Then, he waved the two fingers of his right hand, and the energy lingered like fairies. He said, "Finger of long eyebrows." Whoosh, the slender beam of light pierced through space and arrived at an extremely fast speed. Just as Gutuhong made his move, scorching flames erupted from Jun Changxia's body and rapidly converged together. Scarlet Heaven Raging Flame Slash. He roared angrily, and the flame chop seal condensed in midair directly met the attack. The scorching power tore through the space, and crackling sounds could be heard. Boom, the heatwave slash collided with the tiny ray of light. In an instant, two colors, scarlet red and bright white, rose from the ground. My eyes. Many cultivators covered their eyes from the blinding light and retreated backwards. They felt a burning pain in their eyes, as if they were being burned by flames. The pain didn't last long. After everyone gradually recovered, they tried their best to open their eyes and look, only to see that the space in the battle zone had been distorted to the extreme. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Wait a minute, where was Jun Patriarch? Many cultivators saw the situation clearly and only saw the stunned Gutuhong. They didn't see Jun Changxiao. He's in the sky, someone exclaimed. Whoosh, everyone looked up at the same time and saw Jun Changxiao, clad in armor, leaping into the air with a green broadsword in his hand. He shouted, "Water drowns the 7 armies." Whoosh. Whoosh, the green dragon crescent blade waved wildly, and several scorching blade chi whizzed out. The power of each attack was quite explosive. Humph. Gutuhong sneered. In the void, the fist seal condensed again and directly destroyed the incoming flaming blade chi. Ta. Jun Changxiao landed on the ground, holding the green dragon crescent blade in one hand. Huff huff, suddenly, colorful attributes surged out of the saber, and a martial saint with an aura that could swallow mountains and rivers appeared. Weapon spirit. Everyone exclaimed. Gutuhong's eyes suddenly became serious. It turned out that the rumors were true. This guy really had a weapon spirit. No wonder the Sacred Spring Sect Patriarch was defeated. Whoosh! Jun Changxiao quickly rushed over. In the process, the blade surface of the green dragon crescent blade changed from green to red, blue, earth, and gold. Following closely behind, Wuxing's soul was also changing. The two could be said to be colorful. Gu Tuhong frowned. At that moment, he felt that the world was filled with 5 attributes, so he exclaimed, 5 elements weapon spirit? Whoosh! Jun Changxiao soared into the sky, holding his saber horizontally as he shouted, I stand alone, colluding with you, walking alone, enlightening you with wisdom. Whoosh! 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 The blade chi slashed down fiercely. Ka ka ka, the space was ruthlessly cut apart, activating the martial spirit, activating the 5 elements. These few slashes were definitely the strongest outburst under the cooperation of Jun Changxiao and the green dragon crescent blade. It could be seen from his ferocious face. However, reality was cruel. Gu Tuhong's robe fluttered without wind, and incomparably dense psionic energy instantly spread out, as if sealing the entire space. Not only was the falling blade chi forcibly slowed down, but its power was also greatly weakened. Break! Bang! 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 The blade chi that contained the power of the 5 elements directly collapsed under the compression of space. Jun Changxiao, who had not yet landed, was suddenly sent flying and then staggered backward. Crack! The green dragon crescent blade stabbed into the ground, stopping the momentum of retreat. No. Wu Huang was too strong. Even if the green dragon crescent blade had the 5 elements attribute, even if Wuxing's soul was activated, there was still a gap, the system said. The difference between the martial king and Wu Huang is not only in strength, but also in the understanding of heaven and earth. The host wants to defeat someone of a higher level with a 4th grade cultivation. It's really wishful thinking. Wishful thinking? Jun Changxiao laughed. Whoosh whoosh, in an instant, an incomparably cold sword aura spread out from his body and instantly rushed in all directions. Gu Tuhong said indifferently, do you want to use the power of the Sword King? Old man. Jun Changxiao, who was in the middle of the sword aura, said proudly, I have a sword move that can cut the stars above and break the rivers below. Do you dare to take it? Why wouldn't I dare? Gu Tuhong sneered. Jun Changxiao put his hands behind his back. His clothes fluttered in the cold and fierce wind, and the sword aura that spread out became stronger. At that moment, many martial artists felt that this guy seemed to be getting sharper and sharper, as if he had become a sharp sword that was about to be unsheathed. Buzz. 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 Under the sword aura, the swords of many martial artists trembled. When they wanted to use their hands to stop it, they heard a clang and their swords directly flew out. Clang, clang, the sound of sword aura being unsheathed rang out one after another. Gu Tuhong was stunned and subconsciously looked back. He saw a dense number of sharp swords, forming a sword rain, flying over his head. This? He widened his eyes. Clang, clang, the swords of the disciples of the sect of all times flew over from another direction. For a moment, in the sky behind Jun Changxiao, thousands of sharp swords were suspended, revealing an incomparably sharp aura. Why did my sword fly out? I can't control it at all. Jun Patriarch once used this sword move in the Imperial City. The cultivator from the Imperial City of Heavenly Mandate recalled the scene of Jun Changxiao and Ouyangli fighting, looking at the thousands of swords suspended in the air. A dignified look appeared in his eyes, and he said in a low voice, Jun Patriarch, what sword move is this? 10,000 swords in one. Whoosh! 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 Thousands of swords flashed and instantly gathered together, forming a giant sword like a mountain peak, slashing down at Gu Tuhong. Whoosh! The giant sword fell, and the sword aura exploded. Gu Tuhong's expression changed greatly because there was a sword aura that was like Wu Huang's domain that instantly bound him. At this moment, all he could do was brace himself and take the blow. P.S. Maybe it was because he had not recovered from his cold, but at the point where Jun Patriarch was showing off, he felt that he could not get into the mood to write. Well, our strongest sect of all times also has a leader. Thousands of sharp swords converged, like a tall and straight mountain peak piercing the clouds, revealing the supreme sword power. Everyone present held their breath, and their eyes were filled with horror. At that moment. That scene. It would be imprinted in their hearts forever, and they would never forget it. Whoosh, the giant sword slashed down, and the sword power erupted. Wu Huang level Gu Tuhong was bound by the sword momentum, and it was difficult for him to dodge. He could only take it head-on. Ah! He roared angrily and stimulated all his cultivation. The void in front of him instantly rippled, and lines of solid enchantments condensed and formed, full defense, just to meet the 10,000 swords in one, to be able to force Wu Huang to this point. Even if Jun Changxiao could not defeat his opponent, it was enough to prove himself. Whoosh, the sword momentum rippled, and the world lost its color. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the giant sword slammed down and collided with the first enchantment condensed by Gu Tuhong. Bang, broken, bang, the second enchantment was broken, bang. Bang. Bang, in an instant, the following 3 defensive enchantments were also broken. The power of the giant sword was irresistible. Puff. Gu Tuhong spat out blood. At this moment, there was only one enchantment left in front of him, but under the sword momentum, it was like a candle in the wind, and it could be extinguished at any time. Not allowed, not allowed. Gu Tuhong's eyes widened, and he suddenly raised his palms. Whoosh, the last psionic energy in his dantian was stimulated to strengthen the enchantment, just to defend the dignity of Wu Huang. Boom, the giant sword slammed down like a mountain. Whoosh, the violent sword intent madly wreaked havoc around, as if it had turned into an invisible sickle, sweeping through the empty grassland. The weeds within a radius of 10,000 feet were harvested close to the ground, and the stones were flattened. The big trees showed sword marks, and then were cut in half. The martial artists watching the battle were far enough away. Otherwise, they would have been directly strangled by the sword intent. My God! This is too terrible. Everyone was terrified and subconsciously stepped back a lot. Another Wu Huang from the West Cloud State had a solemn expression. He could not imagine that the patriarch of the sect of all times would have such a powerful sword move. If he were to take it head-on, he would definitely be in a very difficult situation. Crack, the sound of something collapsing suddenly rang out in the quiet environment. Although everyone did not see it immediately, they could also guess that the last enchantment that Gu Tuhong condensed must have been broken. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Right at this moment, streaks of sharp swords flew up and hovered above Jun Changxiao again, flashing with dazzling light, opposite. Gu Tuhong stood in place. Although he was still standing, his hands were hanging by his sides. His face was abnormally pale, and he looked like he was about to collapse. Taking the 10,000 swords returned to one head-on only caused him to suffer minor injuries, but the energy in his body had been depleted by 80 to 99%. The corner of Jun Changxiao's mouth rose as he smiled. You've lost. Gu Tuhong exhaled and clasped his hands together with difficulty. Thank you, Jun Patriarch, for showing mercy. After the last defensive enchantment that he condensed was broken, the power of the sword was still very strong, and it could have gone with the flow. However, the moment it fell, it suddenly disintegrated, then turned into a stream of light and flew back. How could Gu Tuhong not know that this was done deliberately by the other party? Otherwise, if he took that sword head-on in his exhausted state, he would definitely have died or been injured. Jun Changxiao said, "It's just a spar, not a battle of life and death." System, after this guy used the 10,000 swords returned to one, the spiritual energy in the 2 spirit cores was almost depleted. He did not make the final cut, but deliberately made it look like he was pulling back, unexpectedly. That guy really believed it. Young Master Ling, Jun Changxiao said, you can let the other Wu Huang continue to fight. I will accompany you to the end. He wanted to fight Wu Huang again. Awesome. The warriors of southwest Yangzhou all looked at him with admiration and respect. In his own territory, he had beaten Wu Huang of West Yunzhou until he was convinced. How proud he was. Elder Lu. Ling Yufang said, let's fight. The Wu Huang called Lu Shangqing's mouth twitched slightly. The patriarch of the sect of all times looked as if nothing had happened. Those thousands of swords were still hanging in the air. If he made another move, he would definitely not be able to take it. Young city lord. Lu Shangqing said, Jun Patriarch is still a king level. If this old man fights with him again, I will be ridiculed by the people of Jianghu. The power of the 10,000 swords returned to one shocked this Wu Huang, and he did not have the courage to fight, of course. Lu Shangqing was not thinking about the two Wu Huangs fighting a king level and being ridiculed by others. He was thinking about the two Wu Huangs not being able to defeat a king level and being ridiculed by others. People who had reached a certain level and age would definitely care about their reputation. And this. It also gave Jun Changxiao a way out. He said, if that's the case, then continue to challenge the disciples of the sect of all times. Xiao, Xiao, the sword aura that filled the air dissipated, and the thousands of swords in the air all flew back to their respective owners. Damn it. Ling Yufeng was extremely angry. He originally thought that coming to southwest Yangzhou under his father's orders would be a very simple matter. He did not expect the sect of all times to be so troublesome that even Wu Huang could not do anything about it. Patriarch. Su Xiaoma volunteered, this disciple would like to fight with young Master Ling from the Imperial City. He did not like Ling Yufeng for a long time. Jun Changxiao said, you'll have to ask if young Master Ling is interested. Young Master Ling, Su Xiaoma smiled, can you come up to the stage and fight with me? Before Ling Yufeng could say anything, he said again, if you're not willing, I won't force you. After all, the people I sent have already lost so many battles, you won't make a difference. These words were a bit mischievous. The arrogant Ling Yufeng's eyes were instantly filled with anger. Senior brother Su. Li Fei smiled, you can't underestimate young Master Ling. If he didn't have the ability, how could he become the young master of the Imperial City? That's hard to say. Su Xiaoma said, some people are born into a good family and have a good father. Even if they don't have the ability, they can still do well. Gotcha. Ling Yufeng clenched his fists tightly, his anger erupting. What he could not stand the most was others thinking that he relied on his father. The truth, it really was the truth. Jun Changxiao clasped his hands, these two disciples of mine are talking nonsense. Young Master Ling, please don't lower yourself to their level. Besides, what's wrong with relying on your father? Other people can't even rely on you. Everyone's mouth twitched. Jun Patriarch, you're purposely provoking young Master Ling. Hurry up and apologize to young Master Ling, Jun Changxiao said in a low voice. Su Xiaoma and Li Fei clasped their hands, young Master Ling, we were wrong. You have a good father. You're amazing. The two of them echoed each other, making Ling Yufeng's nose crooked. In the end, he could not control his emotions and shouted, fine, I'll fight the disciples of the sect of all times. He could not take it anymore, he had to fight, he had to let others know that he relied on himself, not his father. Young Master. Lu Shangqing wanted to persuade him, but Ling Yufeng said in a low voice, I've made up my mind. I have made up my mind. These 4 words were said very decisively, indicating that Ling Yufeng was really angry. He had to use his strength to prove that he didn't rely on his father. Lu Shang was on the verge of collapse. The other party was obviously provoking him on purpose, yet he was still foolishly looking for trouble. The city lord was so wise and powerful, how did he give birth to such a bastard? Of course. He only dared to think about it in his heart and didn't dare to say it out loud. All right. Jun Chang smiled and said, Little Mu, why don't you fight with young Master Ling? Yes. Su Xiaoma jumped into the ring. Before he even started warming up, the disciples of the sect of all times started to send messages to him. Senior brother Su, you have to beat this guy up. That arrogance of Gang Chong really pisses me off. I have to torture him until he's half dead. It's best to beat him until he pisses all over. The reason why everyone hated him so much was because Ling Yufeng deliberately called the sect of all times an ancient sect. It had to be said. In terms of attracting hatred, this guy was comparable to Jun Changxiao. Shua. Ling Yufeng landed on the ring, his eyes flashing with anger. If his eyes could kill, Su Xiaoma would have been cut into pieces. The one on the ring is an inner disciple of the sect of all times, his strength is definitely not bad. Can young Master Ling win? I heard that this young city Lord Ling's talent isn't too high, his father used a lot of natural treasures to help him shape his meridians. Sigh, this is a good life, this is a good reincarnation. Ling Yufeng heard the whispers of the Southwest Yangzhou martial artists, the anger in his body was even stronger. Why did they only care about his father? No one cared about his hard work all these years. Could it be because of his birth? All his hard work and effort were erased, and blamed on having a good father. This is unfair to me. Hoo. Under the burning anger, Ling Yufeng released Wuzong's cultivation, and said in a low voice, I want to let you know that I can become the young city lord, to have my current cultivation, it's all because of myself. How? Su Xiaoma smiled. Ling Yufeng, who had unleashed his full cultivation, said proudly, let's compete with weapons. Shua, as he spoke, he gently raised his right hand, and a sword with a dragon beast engraved on it appeared. Although it hadn't been unsheathed, it exuded a sharp aura. 3-foot swimming dragon sword. Oh my god, this is one of City Lord Ling's personal swords. Its quality has already reached the high level of the highest level. I never thought that he would give it to his son. Everyone looked at him enviously. Lu Shangqing and Ge Tuhong's eyes flashed with a strange light. As Wu Huang, they didn't have such a weapon that was close to the saint level, true enough. It was awesome to have a good father. It was quite ironic that Ling Yufeng, who wanted to prove himself, took out the sword that his father had given him. Come. Su Xiaoma said, let's begin. Where's your weapon? To deal with a rookie like you, my bare hands are enough. Arrogant. Ling Yufeng's eyes turned cold. He immediately grabbed the hilt of the sword. With a clang, the 3-foot swimming dragon sword was unsheathed. This sword was 3 feet long, and the blade was white. When it was unsheathed, there seemed to be a dragon's roar. It was indeed a very good weapon. Even the strong ones might not be able to buy it even if they had the money. Shua. Ling Yufeng poured his psionic energy into the sword and suddenly slashed it in the void. Instantly, it dragged a cold and sharp sword aura. Su Xiaoma tiptoed and used a mysterious footwork to bypass it. Then, he appeared behind Ling Yufeng and directly threw a kick. Bang! Ling Yufeng didn't have time to dodge at all. He was directly kicked on the shoulder and quickly retreated with the sword in his hand. Shua, Su Xiaoma strode forward and poured his psionic energy into his right foot. Suddenly, he launched a dazzling bombardment. Bang, 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 in an instant, Ling Yufeng suffered a heavy blow to his chest and staggered back to the edge of the arena. He was only a 4th-grade Wuzong. Even if he had a high-grade sword, in front of Su Xiaoma who was at the peak of Wuzong, he would be completely destroyed. Damn it! Ling Yufeng endured the pain and angrily displayed his sword art. Suddenly, a dense sword shadow appeared in front of him. This was also a profound sword art that the city lord prepared for his son. Unfortunately, Ling Yufeng's talent wasn't outstanding. Even if he learned the sword art, even if he had a high-grade sword, it would still be difficult for him to display its true power. Shua, Su Xiaoma used his full speed to dodge left and right on the arena, avoiding the cold sword aura. Then, he went in front of Ling Yufeng and kicked his wrist. Xiao, the 3-foot swimming dragon sword flew out of his hand and was inserted into the ground. Lu Shangqing shook his head. This result, he wasn't surprised at all. To put it bluntly, because young city lord Ling had a powerful father, everyone respected him. Without this layer of relationship, he wouldn't have any sense of presence in the crowd. Damn it! Ling Yufeng was furious. He had such a powerful sword and sword art, why couldn't he defeat a disciple of the sect of all times? This question was very simple. He had a good father. Su Xiaoma and the rest had a good patriarch. You have countless resources and rich martial arts? Sorry, these sect of all times disciples had all of that. If they wanted to find an advantage, Ling Yufeng's identity as the young city lord could be used to show off. Of course. If they had to choose between being a young city lord and being a sect of all times disciple, Su Xiaoma and the rest would definitely choose the latter. Because in their hearts, a sect of all times disciple was a priceless treasure. Was it over? No. After Su Xiaoma kicked away Ling Yufeng's weapon, he didn't give him a chance to surrender or jump off the stage. He gave him a heavy punch that made him dizzy. Then, he started to destroy him. Bang, 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 the spectators' mouths twitched. In the end, they couldn't bear to watch and turned their heads away. June Patriarch. Princess Red Lotus whispered, after all, he is the young city lord of Soaring Royal City. Just teach him a lesson. Don't go overboard. June Changxiao said, it is because he is the young city lord that we have to be ruthless. This way, the world will know that the sect of all times is not to be trifled with. Princess Red Lotus was silent. Boom, another heavy punch landed. Ling Yufeng, who had been beaten up, tilted his head and fainted. His entire face was swollen. Even his parents might not be able to recognize him. Pa. Su Xiaoma clapped his hands and said, "Thank you for letting me win." Lu Shangqing and Ge Tuhong's expressions were ugly. However, they didn't say anything. After all, this was an arena battle. Since they had gone up, they could only blame themselves for being beaten up. Both of you. Jun Changxiao said, "If you still want to learn martial arts, you can continue to go up the stage. The sect of all times will not reject anyone." The experts of the 5 fourth-rate sects were silent. Even Wu Huang was defeated. The sect of all times was too strong. If they continued to go up the stage, they would only embarrass themselves. Jun Patriarch. Lu Shangqing cupped his hands and said, as expected of the top 3 sections. "Today, we have learned a lot. We will not disturb you any further. We will take our leave first." After losing so many battles, Wu Huang didn't even win. What face did he have left? Therefore, it was best to leave. "Forgive me for not sending you off." Jun Changxiao cupped his hands and said. Lu Shangqing ordered his disciples to carry the unconscious Ling Yufeng. Under the gaze of the martial practitioners of southwest Yangzhou, they left dejectedly. When they came, they were very arrogant. When they left, they were very embarrassed. Today, the 5 fourth-rate sects of the West Cloud State returned in defeat at the sect of all times. Today, a martial practitioner of southwest Yangzhou shouted from the bottom of his heart, "Jun Patriarch is mighty. The sect of all times is mighty. Jun Patriarch is mighty. The sect of all times is mighty," everyone shouted in unison. Their voices echoed in the sky. The words "unyielding iron bones" were written on the plaque hanging above the main hall. Under the sunlight, it shone with a dazzling light. Jun Patriarch. Princess Red Lotus smiled and said, "If my father knew about this, he would be very happy." Jun Changxiao didn't hear what she said. He also didn't hear the shouts of the crowd. This was because his ears were covered by the sound of the mission completion notification. Ding. Side quest completed, obtained 5,000 contribution points. Ding. Contribution points, 150,002,0000. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest and triggering the hidden reward. Obtained Experience Talisman X3, obtained Holy Rank Aptitude Transformation Liquid X1. Jun Changxiao was overjoyed. This side quest actually gave him 3 Experience Talisman, however. At this moment, another notification sounded in his ears. Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden goods, obtaining the Sword Path Aptitude Liquid, Array Formation Aptitude Liquid, and the right to purchase the Martial King Pill Formula. Jun Changxiao was stunned. In the next second, he was so excited that he almost flew away. The right to purchase the Sword Path Formation Aptitude Liquid, this was definitely not going to be great. Also, the Martial King Pill Formula, he couldn't take it anymore. Jun Patriarch was so excited that his little heart almost stopped beating. Schwa, he hurriedly opened the shopping list, and sure enough, he saw 2 types of Aptitude Liquid and Martial King Pill Formula appear out of thin air. Haha. Ahahaha, Jun Changxiao squatted on the ground, covering his face as he laughed wantonly. He had the style of Tang Bohu's Star Master in Autumn Fragrance. Princess Red Lotus said, "Jun Patriarch, what's wrong with you?" "Princess." Li Qingyang said seriously, "Patriarch sometimes can't help but laugh." Jun Changxiao suddenly laughed out loud for no reason. As a disciple, he had seen many times and was already used to it. "Oh." Princess Red Lotus replied, and thought to herself, "Is this an illness?" If it was an illness, Jun Changxiao would rather be terminally ill and incurable. 10 years ago, City Lord Mu brought experts to the West Cloud State, but in the end, he was shaved bald. He was so angry that he vomited blood on the spot, and it took him a long time to recover. That was a shameful battle. For a long time, City Lord Mu and the Southwest Yangzhou martial cultivators could not raise their heads. Every time they thought about it, they would feel extremely pained. Until today. At the foot of Ironbone Mountain, Jun Xianxia and his disciples had shaved the heads of the 5 great sects of the West Cloud province. They had even defeated a martial emperor and brutally abused the Lingting royal city's young city lord. For a moment, many martial artists rushed to spread the news, as if the whole world was celebrating. All right. In the Long family of Longyang City, Long Padian slammed the table and stood up after hearing about this matter. He laughed loudly and said, Jun Patriarch has avenged our Southwest Yangzhou. Teacher Jun is too amazing. I really want to graduate quickly and join the sect of all times. The students of the Heavenly Mandate Academy were also in a heated discussion. Their admiration for Jun Xianxiao grew even stronger. Ha ha ha. Yi Tianxing laughed and said, awesome, awesome. Although he was a certified dojo master and had to remain neutral, he had always lived in southwest Yangzhou. Now that the sects of the inner prefecture had beaten up the sects of the outer prefecture, they would definitely be delighted. Furthermore, in the past, it was always the sects from their own province that were bullied by others. This time, it was the other way around. They were bullied by outsiders right in front of their own home. This was definitely refreshing. I've decided. Yi Tianxing said, for the next Dragon Tiger battle, the sect of all times will represent Southwest Yangzhou. This, Elder Zhou, Elder Zhen, and the others were stunned. They did not expect that the dojo master, who had been hesitating all this time, would suddenly make a decision. Elder Zhou, Yi Tianxing said, make a trip to the sect of all times and inform them personally. Let Jun Patriarch prepare actively for this in the next 2 years. Yes. Elder Zhou hurriedly left. Yi Tianxing put one hand on the table and murmured, Jun Patriarch, I hope that you can represent the certification dojo and Southwest Yangzhou and achieve good results in the Dragon Tiger battle 2 years later. The discussion about the sect of all times in the outside world was getting more and more intense. As the person involved, Jun Xianxiao locked himself in his room and took out 3 experience talismans. Smack, whoosh whoosh, the psionic power in the 2 spiritual nuclei instantly boiled. A moment later, the aura emanating from Jun Xianxia's body was even more intense. His realm had also advanced from level 4 to level 5, it took a lot of time and contribution points to break through to level 4. Now that he had advanced with just 1 experience talisman, it was simply too awesome. Smack, smack, Jun Xianxiao crushed the other 2 experience talismans. His realm had advanced from level 5 to level 7. I'm Jun Xianxiao. Walking out of the room, he exhaled and said, I didn't cheat. The system said, a decent person. Bang, arriving at the training room, Jun Xianxiao punched the testing machine. The strength displayed was 11.5 million gene. It had broken through 10 million, smack, Jun Xianxiao covered his face and laughed again. He had only been at level 2 meridian opening when he transmigrated. Now, he had advanced to level 7 King of Sword and Martial Arts with an explosive strength of 11.5 million gene. This was his growth. This was his change, he asked loudly, who else? Jun Patriarch was floating. He was floating so much that his feet left the ground. The floating virus had been turned off. However, although the contribution points given for a side mission were not much, the rewards were too generous, the system said, this is because of the 2.0 version of the system. Some elite side missions are not inferior to the previous epic missions. Jun Xianxiao said, in that case, after entering the peak of the Sword Martial King and triggering the epic mission, the rewards will be even more generous? That's right. The system paused for a moment and added, similarly, the difficulty will also increase. Oh. Jun Xianxiao replied and opened the shopping list. He clicked on the beginner grade sword path aptitude liquid. He glanced through the description and directly placed it under price, 5,000 contribution points. Damn. A beginner grade is so expensive. He hurriedly clicked on the beginner grade formation aptitude liquid. In the end, the price was also 5,000 contribution points. Jun Patriarch was speechless. Now that he had 15,000 contribution points, he felt that he was filthy rich. If he were to buy this kind of aptitude liquid, he could only buy 3 bottles at most. This is too much. Jun Xianxiao clicked on the Martial King pill formula. It introduced that after refining this pill and consuming it, a martial artist could directly break through to martial king from the peak of Wuzong. Awesome. Were there any side effects? Of course, the side effects were clearly written. Martial king was already an extremely high level in the mortal continent. In order to maintain the balance of the heavens and earth, a martial artist would lose 100 years of their lifespan after consuming it. Jun Changxiao said, this is using one's lifespan to break through. The price of the martial king pill formula was quite reasonable, only 2,000 contribution points. However, considering that it would cost 100 years of his lifespan, Jun Patriarch did not immediately decide whether to buy it or not. Instead, he began to investigate. Qing Yang, if you were given a chance to break through to martial king, would you be willing to give up 100 years of your lifespan? I'm willing. Zueji, what about you? Patriarch, of course I'm willing. Why? After breaking through to the next level, one's lifespan will increase by a lot. Losing 100 years of lifespan is nothing. That's right. Jun Changxiao slapped his forehead and said in realization, when a martial artist breaks through to the next level, their lifespan will increase as well. What's there to worry about losing 100 years of lifespan? Living beings in the falling star continent had a long lifespan to begin with. Sacrificing 100 years in exchange for becoming a martial king was not excessive at all. The system broke down, so what's the use of the martial king pill's side effects? After consuming 100 years and breaking through to the martial king realm, his lifespan would increase again. There was no change at all with this reduction and replenishment. Buy. Jun Changxiao spent 2,000 contribution points to buy the Wu King pill formula, which was automatically matched to the pill pavilion. Just as he was about to check what medicinal herbs he needed, Su Xiaoma reported, Patriarch, Elder Zhou from the certification headquarters is here to see you. Jun Changxiao said, please. Elder Zhou entered the main hall and first said some pleasantries, then told him the purpose of his visit. Dragon Tiger Hegemony? Jun Changxiao had never heard of it before. The system said, this is the highest standard sect competition in the Falling Star continent. Oh. Jun Changxiao shook his head, and said, Elder Zhou, I only want to peacefully develop the sect, I have no interest in this kind of competition. He was not interested. If there was a mission, he would be more active than anyone else. Jun Patriarch. Elder Zhou said, the sect of all times can represent the Southwest Yangzhou to participate in the Dragon Tiger Hegemony competition that is held once every 5 years. That is definitely a supreme honor. Does Elder Zhou think that my sect is lacking in glory right now? No, it was very sufficient. At this time, the sect of all times in the Southwest Yangzhou was definitely, who didn't know you, not to mention. When the news of defeating the 5 sects of the West Cloud State spread out, it would definitely cause a heated discussion in the other provinces. Sigh. Elder Zhou sighed, and said, since that's the case, I can only bring the 50,000 spirit stones back to the head. Wait. Jun Changxiao leaned forward and narrowed his eyes, 50,000 spirit stones? Elder Zhou said, the head will use his own money to give the sect of all times 50,000 spirit stones for the development of the sect, so that we can deal with the Dragon Tiger Hegemony competition in 2 years. Since Jun Patriarch is not participating, I can only bring it back. Pa. Jun Changxiao slammed the table, and said, it is an honor for my sect of all times to represent the Southwest Yangzhou. Elder Zhou, please go back and tell the head that Jun is willing to lead the disciples to participate in the Dragon Tiger Hegemony competition. Elder Zhou was stunned. At that moment, he felt as though there was a light flickering behind Jun Patriarch's head, as though he was a sage who was delivering salvation to all living beings. Bah! The system's disdainful voice echoed in his ears for a long time. Jun Changxiao had no reason to reject the sect of all times' participation in the Dragon Arc Hegemony tournament since the certification center valued it so much. It had nothing to do with spirit stones, it was related to the fact that he was from the southwestern Yangzhou. After sending Elder Zhou off, Jun Changxiao inspected the space ring that contained the spirit stones and felt very pleased. Patriarch. Xianxia asked, are you really going to participate in the Dragon Tiger battle for hegemony? Okay, Jun Changxiao replied. Xianxia said solemnly, this is the Grand Sect tournament of the highest scale in the Starfall continent. Countless sects will participate. It is said that there will even be disciples from first-rate sects participating. Really? Jun Changxia's interest was immediately piqued. If not for the spirit stones, he really did not plan to participate. However, since first-rate sects were participating, it would definitely be a grand event. If that was the case, how could the sect of all times be absent? The Dragon Tiger Battle for Hegemony was the grand sect tournament of the highest scale in the Starfall continent. It was held once every 5 years, and there were still 2 years before the next one. Southwestern Yangzhou would send a sect to participate every year. However, because their strength could not compare to the other states, they only had one spot. They would be eliminated in the first round in all the previous years. So? Jun Changxiao asked. Xianxia said, actually, the sects that Southwestern Yangzhou sent out every year are quite strong. Just last year, they sent the only third-rate sect. In the end, they were defeated in the first round by a fourth-rate sect. It can't be? Jun Changxiao said in surprise, a third-rate sect can't beat a fourth-rate sect? Xianxia said, in theory, a third-rate sect is stronger than a fourth-rate sect. However, the sect that represented Southwestern Yangzhou was unlucky and encountered a fourth-rate sect from the Zhongzuan state. In the end, they were defeated miserably. Jun Changxiao was silent. So it was a fourth-rate sect from the Zhongzuan state. That was understandable. Although the forces in the Starfall continent were divided into levels, what really determined how strong they were was still geographical factors. The heaven and earth attributes were extremely strong, and there were outstanding talents in the big states. The sects born in the big states would definitely be stronger than the sects in the remote areas. As the center of the continent, the Zhongzuan state was definitely full of experts and rich in resources. Not to mention a fourth-rate sect defeating a third-rate sect from another state, even a sixth-rate sect could defeat a fifth-rate sect. So, the sect's level was only a standard. Whether it was strong or not depended on where it came from. For example, the 5 fourth-rate sects from the West Cloud state that came to challenge the sect of all times would definitely be stronger than the fourth-rate sect from southwestern Yangzhou. That was exactly the case. When Jun Changxiao and his disciples defeated them and shaved their heads, the martial artists in the state would be extremely excited. The value of this was very high. It seems like, Jun Changxiao touched his nose and said, it's a little difficult to win the championship of the Dragon Tiger Battle for Hegemony. It's more than difficult. Xianxia said seriously, with the current strength of the sect of all times, it's definitely as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It's okay, it's okay. Jun Changxiao said, there are still 2 years to make the sect stronger. When the time comes to participate in this kind of grand sect competition, we must get first place. Xianxia was dumbfounded. The Ning brothers were also dumbfounded. Getting first place in the Dragon Tiger Battle for Hegemony, this goal was not ordinary. On the martial arts practice field, 10,000 disciples stood in an orderly manner, their aura like a rainbow. Jun Changxiao stood at the entrance of the main hall and said, 2 years later, do you have the confidence to win the championship of the Dragon Tiger Battle for Hegemony? Yes. All the disciples shouted in unison. Okay. Jun Changxiao said, dismissed, cultivate. Swoosh. Sitting in the study, he pulled out the panel of the elixir pavilion and clicked on the Martial Emperor pill. The required herbs immediately appeared. Good heavens, there were more than 50 of them. And from the names of the herbs, they were all very expensive. Jun Changxiao said, as expected, it's not easy to let a disciple break through to Martial King. He wrote down the herbs on a piece of paper and handed it to the procurement hall to purchase. Patriarch. Su Xiaoma walked in. Pa Jun Changxiao placed the reward of the mission on the table and said, take this and improve your spiritual root. Su Xiaoma was happy and said, thank you, Patriarch. As he spoke, he opened the bottle and swallowed it. His spiritual root advanced from supreme to sacred. In this way, there were already 4 disciples of the Eternal Sect who had upgraded their spiritual roots to the level of divine grade. A few days later, the people from the procurement hall returned one after another, but they did not manage to buy any of the herbs needed to refine the Martial Emperor pill. However, he bought a batch of seeds from the AI family. Elder Wei. Jun Changxiao said, how long will it take to grow them? Elder Wei pondered for a moment and said, the seeds provided by the patriarch are all very rare. I'm afraid it will take at least half a year for them to mature. Half a year? Although it was a bit long, Jun Changxiao said, then I'll have to trouble Elder Wei. Patriarch. At this moment, Li Luoqiu came in to report, our spies have spread to the Lu prefecture in the northeast, and we have some bad news. Speak. Jun Changxiao said. Li Luoqiu hesitated for a moment and said, Lu Xianxia is wanted by the extreme coldness palace in the Lu prefecture in the northeast. She even fought with the other party's experts in the boundless ice sea. Whoosh, within the main hall, a violent sword martial aura surged out and instantly filled the entire sect. Many disciples were shocked. What's going on? Su Xiaoma and the others were confused. Li Qingyang frowned and said, the patriarch is angry. Shuirengue. Jun Changxiao's angry voice sounded in the sect, gather 1,000 soldiers and follow me to the Lu prefecture in the northeast. Yes. Whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh, in an instant, the cultivating members of the Wolf Rider Hall were fully armed. P.S. Today is the 4th update. I have something to do tomorrow, so I'll update the 2nd update. Also, I have to come back at night to update. The members of the Wolf Rider Hall, who were still cultivating, instantly entered a state of combat readiness. Perhaps they were affected by the patriarch's aura, riding on the hurricane wolf, their faces were filled with a strong murderous aura. Long Xiang, Yang Yuhua, and the others used the cloud-traversing steps to rush over and landed neatly on the martial arts practice field. Including Yi Xingchen, the 20 inner disciples of the sect of all times were all in position. Senior brother. Su Xiaoma whispered, what's going on? Li Qingyang said, senior sister is being bullied in Luzhou in the northeast. What? Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, and the others were instantly furious. How dare they bully our senior sister? They must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. Screech, the cry of an eagle came from Mount Ironbone. The Demon Ridge Black Eagle, which was as big as a mountain, spread its wings and rose. It was defined as the sect of all times' guardian spirit beast. It would not appear unless the sect was in danger. Pucci, Pucci, the Demon Ridge Black Eagle hovered above the martial arts practice field. Whoosh, Jun Changxiao walked out of the hall angrily, then flew up and landed on the head of the contract beast. He said in a deep voice, let's go. Awoo, awoo, the disciples rode on the hurricane wolf and turned into streams of light, galloping along the mountain path. Screech, the Demon Ridge Black Eagle flew into the endless sky. This time, Jun Patriarch not only brought 1,000 wolf riders, but also the Ning brothers and all the inner disciples to Luzhou in the northeast. The formation could be said to be quite large. Xianxia did not go. He was in charge of managing the sect. Hall Master Li and some of the members of the Drizzle Hall also followed. Their goal was to gather information faster and find out Lu Qianxian's location. On this day, the elites of the sect of all times were all out, dragons had reverse scales, and those who touched them would die. Every disciple of the sect of all times was Jun Changxiao's reverse scale. Therefore, whoever dared to bully them would have to pay a painful price. Moreover, and it was Lu Qianxian, her eldest disciple. It could be imagined that when Jun Changxiao brought his disciples to Lu province in the northeast, it would definitely set off a bloody storm. Dean. In the Heavenly Mandate Academy, the vice headmaster hurriedly came to see him and said, I've just received news that Jun Changxiao has left Qingyang County with a large group of disciples. Oh? Situ Haoyun asked, where did he go? The vice president said, judging from the route, it seems to be heading to Luzhou in the northeast. Luzhou in the northeast? Situ Haoyun frowned and asked, why are we going there? Dean. Princess Red Lotus hurried over and said with a frown, I just received news that the eldest disciple of the sect of all times, Lu Qianxian, is wanted by the extreme cold palace in the northeastern Lu prefecture. The vice principal said, could it be that the kid brought people to Lu province in the northeast because of this? Situ Haoyun frowned and said, I'm afraid that's not good. What? In the certification headquarters, Yi Tianxing, who had received the news, stood up and said in shock, Jun Patriarch brought people to Lu province in the northeast with a murderous aura? Yes. Elder Zhen said, it seems that the disciples of the sect have been bullied. Yi Tianqing frowned. He knew that Xianxia was very protective of his disciples. Back when the evil sects of Huayang County bullied his disciples, he directly killed 4 of them. This time, it was normal for him to bring people over when his disciples were being bullied in Lu Province in the northeast. That's Lu Province in the northeast. Yi Tianqing broke down and said, if he rashly brought his disciples over, it might affect the forces of the entire province. No, no. He hurriedly ordered, the 4 of you go quickly. Don't let anything happen to June. Patriarch. Yes. On this day, the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Academy and the certification headquarters left the Heavenly Mandate Imperial City and headed to Lu Province in the northeast. Did you hear? Yesterday, someone saw a large group of disciples of the Sect of all times galloping on wolf beasts in the wilderness. It looked like they were going to war. The warriors of Yangzhou in the southwest were discussing. The Sect of all times had become famous recently. Their every move would be infinitely exaggerated. The Demon Clan and the branch of the Murdering Shrine had also received the news. They knew that the Sect of all times was going to Lu Province in the northeast to seek justice for their disciples. Humph. The branch leader sneered and said, that guy thinks that he can do whatever he wants in the Falling Star continent with the protection of the 2 major organizations? Although Lu Province in the northeast is a land of ice and snow, the ice element is extremely strong. The Extreme Cold Palace was built entirely by ice element martial arts cultivators. Although it is only a 4th-rate sect, it might not be weaker than a 3rd-rate sect. One of his subordinates said, if the Sect of all times were to go there unscrupulously, they would definitely be beaten black and blue. That's why. The branch leader smiled and said, he is still too young. He gets carried away every time he encounters something. In the end, he will be the one who gets hurt. However, being taught a lesson by a sect from another province can also extinguish that guy's arrogance and let him understand that there is always someone better than him. The Sect of all times was related to the Heavenly Mandate Academy and the Certification Academy. The 2 branches of the evil sects could not afford to offend them. They had always been invisible, but they would definitely hide in the dark and enjoy watching the other party embarrass themselves. Their happy times were running out. In June Patriarch's little notebook, there were still debts owed by the 2 evil sections. When he had time, he would definitely settle the debts with interest. Whoosh whoosh, the north wind whistled, and it was freezing cold. In an ice field, there was only one inn in a radius of 100 miles. At this moment, warriors were drinking hot wine and discussing recent events. Creak, the door was pushed open, and a white-clothed man walked in amidst the fluttering snow. Then, he sat by the window. Sir, do you want a meal or a room? A meal. What would you like to eat? Anything. The waiter did not ask any more questions. Soon, a few dishes and a pot of wine were served. The warriors in the inn only glanced at him and continued their discussion. Their conversation never left the mysterious woman in white. Brother How? Someone was puzzled and said, the recent events have been widely spread in Luzhou. What is going on? The middle-aged man called Brother How said, if this matter is investigated further, the place where the conflict occurred is here. Here? Many warriors were confused. Brother How took a sip of wine and said, the woman in white first appeared at the inn, and then she sat, yes, she sat right where this young friend is sitting. She chopped off the palm of a martial cultivator and incurred the wrath of the Snowtrack Valley. Then, she was hunted down by them, and in the end, the Extreme Cold Palace was involved. Snowtrack Valley. The man in white sitting by the window asked, where is it? Brother How smiled and said, young friend, you look a little unfamiliar. You don't seem to be from the ice field. The man in white turned his head and said, Snowtrack Valley, where is it? His voice and eyes were very cold. Everyone felt their scalp go numb and their feet shivered when they saw it. The smile on Brother How's face froze. His voice trembled as he said, go east along the ice field. It's about 500 miles. The man in white retracted his cold gaze and took a sip of hot wine. He threw down a tael of silver and got up to leave. Brother How? A warrior whispered, this guy is a little strange. He can make me feel fear just by looking at him. He must be an expert. Brother How said with a serious face. Awoo. Awoo. Suddenly, there were wolf howls outside. Brother Hao and the others hurried to the window and saw a group of warriors riding wolf beasts galloping toward the east. P.S. I just got home. I'll post the next update when it's ready. 500 miles to the east of the ice field, there was a valley surrounded by icebergs on 3 sides. Inside, there were rows upon rows of buildings. Snow Track Valley. A 7th-rate sect in Lu State in the northeast. Although the level of this sect was not high, they had one major characteristic, which was the taming of snowfield wolves. Seeing people riding snowfield wolves on the road, they were most likely people from Snow Track Valley. At this moment, many wolf beasts were gathered in this sect's martial arts field. However, they were not snowfield wolves, but the more ferocious and powerful hurricane wolves. They spat out wind vortexes and were very arrogant. Those tamed snowfield wolves were now like little lambs huddled together, shivering in fear. Bang! The bullet flew out and shattered the plaque with the words Snow Track Valley engraved on it. Xianxia sat on a chair, twirling the desert eagle with his fingers, and said lightly, "From today onwards, Snow Track Valley will be removed from the martial arts world." This sentence could be said to be domineering. Plop! The valley master of Snow Track Valley knelt on the ground, his eyes wide open and completely dead. Before he died, he knew that the other party was the patriarch of the sect of all times in Yangzhou in the southwest. He also knew that the reason why the sect was destroyed was because they had offended the woman in white. Plop! A few elders of Snow Track Valley fell into a pool of blood. From their vision, they could see the disciples of Snow Track Valley lying on the ground in disorder. Li Qingyang, Su Xiaoma, and the other disciples held the cold light sword in their hands, which was already stained with blood. Their faces were expressionless, as if they were emotionless killers. Whoosh whoosh, monstrous flames burned in the valley, adding a bit of glamour to the snow-white world. No one would have thought that on such a peaceful day, Snow Track Valley, which had been established for nearly 100 years, would be suddenly destroyed. Patriarch. Li Luoqia walked over quickly and said, "I just received news that Lu Qianqian, subconsciously, she shut her mouth. She knew that if she told him the latest information, it would only anger this man even more." "Speak," Jun Changxiao said. Li Luoqia was silent for a moment, and said, "She might have been caught by the Extreme Cold Palace." "Extreme Cold Palace's location is confirmed?" "Yes. Let's go." Shwa. Shwa, the members of the Wolf Rider Hall rode their hurricane wolves and charged towards the Extreme Cold Palace. Why is the Snow Trail Valley on fire? After Jun Changxiao left with his disciples, some of the bolder martial artists entered the valley one after another. When they saw the burnt corpses on the martial stage, all of them widened their eyes in shock. "Oh my God! Snow Track Valley has been destroyed." For a time, the news spread rapidly in the northeastern Luzhou, causing a huge sensation. What? When the palace lord of the Extreme Coldness Palace received the news, he frowned and said, "The Snow Track Valley has been destroyed." "Who did it?" The 4th elder said, "We don't know for now." "Humph," the 6th elder said coldly, "In the Lu region of the northeast, who doesn't know that the Snow Track Valley is attached to our Extreme Cold Palace? Anyone who dares to destroy it will be an enemy of our Extreme Cold Palace. The murderer must be found and severely punished." The elders were filled with righteous indignation. At this moment, the palace lord of the Extreme Coldness Palace frowned slightly. This was because when he released his spiritual sense, he discovered that there was a black shadow gradually approaching from the distant sky. "What's that?" The elders who had reached the martial king level also noticed it, and their eyes were filled with astonishment. Gradually, the black shadow got closer and closer, and their eyes widened. Gradually approaching the sect gate was an incomparably large eagle beast. A white-robed man stood on top of it, and there was an endless murderous intent between his brows. "He's coming with ill intentions." The palace lord of the Extreme Coldness Palace made a prompt decision and said, "Activate the sect protection array." Buzz, in an instant, the Extreme Coldness Palace, which was situated on the ice mountain, had a stream of light shoot up into the sky, forming the strongest defensive barrier. When the martial artists within a few hundred miles saw the formation rise up, their eyes were filled with shock. "It's the sect protection array of the Extreme Coldness Palace." Why is it suddenly activated? Could it be that a strong enemy is invading? The martial artists who lived in the northeastern Lu region all knew that the Extreme Coldness Palace had a sect protection array, but it was usually not activated because no force could pose a threat to this colossus. It was rare for it to be activated today. Why is the sky darkening? Just as many martial artists were at a loss, the originally snow-white sky turned dark. They instinctively looked up and then stood rooted to the ground, dumbfounded. In the sky, an eagle beast the size of a mountain flapped its wings and flew over slowly. It then stopped outside the sect protection array of the Extreme Coldness Palace, as if a king had descended. Oh my God! How can there be such a huge eagle? Could this be the reason why the Extreme Coldness Palace activated the sect protection array? Hell, right at this moment, there was a series of wolf howls behind them. Shush! Shush! Everyone hurriedly looked back and saw that in the world of ice and snow, countless blue streams of light were speeding past them, bringing along strong winds and layers of snowflakes. The martial cultivators with lower cultivation levels were immediately blown to the left and right by the gale that was brought up. Very soon, the densely packed blue streams of light stopped at the foot of the Extreme Coldness Palace's mountain, revealing burly wolf beasts. The martial artists riding on them were wearing black armor and looked extraordinarily mighty. The martial artists in the northeastern Lu region were dumbfounded. They instantly realized that this group of people was not to be trifled with. Shush! The upper echelons of the Extreme Coldness Palace walked out of the main hall and looked at the huge eagle beasts hovering outside the array, frowning. Their instincts told them that the eagle beasts were definitely spirit beasts. My friend. The Extreme Coldness Palace master cupped his hands and said, "Why have you come to the Extreme Coldness Palace?" "To cause trouble," Xianxia said coldly. The Extreme Coldness Palace master and many elders were instantly enraged. Their sect had been established in the northeastern Lu region for thousands of years, but this was the first time they encountered someone who dared to cause trouble so directly. "My friend," the Extreme Coldness Palace master said coldly, "we have no grudge against each other. Why are you causing trouble?" Xianxia said lightly, "My disciple came to the northeastern Lu region to cultivate, and your Extreme Coldness Palace put a wanted man in the entire province. You call this having no grudge against each other?" Wanted man in the entire province. The Extreme Coldness Palace master suddenly thought of the white-robed lady with the ice attribute that he had been looking for recently. He said in realization, "So she has a sect." "Humph," an elder said coldly, "the girl you're talking about killed a disciple of the Snow Track Valley and injured a disciple of our Extreme Coldness Palace. It's only natural that she's wanted." Xianxia touched his nose and said, "So, the Snow Track Valley bullied my disciple, and it's only natural that they were annihilated. It's also natural that I came to visit your Extreme Coldness Palace today." "You annihilated the Snow Track Valley?" The Extreme Coldness Palace master frowned. Xianxia raised his hand and said, "My sect of all times has come to the northeastern Lu region for the first time, and we've specially prepared a generous gift. Please accept it." Whoosh! Xiaoxia, who was at the foot of the mountain, landed in an open area. He immediately waved his hand and took out the field cannon. Then, he began to calibrate it and aimed the cannon at the entrance of the Extreme Coldness Palace. This gift was very big. Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, and the others hurriedly went around it and covered their ears in advance. "What's that? It looks like a siege weapon. Are we going to attack the Extreme Coldness Palace's sect protecting array?" Boom! A deafening explosion sounded. Many martial artists felt their blood boil, and they could not help but spit out blood. Their eyes were filled with shock. The sound of the cannons firing was as loud as ever. The martial artists with lower cultivation levels who were closer to the cannons vomited blood. Although those with higher cultivation levels could suppress their surging qi and blood, they could only hear buzzing sounds in their ears. Italian cannons were terrifying. If Li Qingyang were to fire the cannons, it would be more appropriate. Although he was not the 2nd Battalion commander, he was the second disciple of the sect of all times. The sound of the cannons reverberated in the air and did not dissipate for a long time. The martial artists of Luzhou who were affected all had fear and shock in their eyes. In their field of vision, wisps of green smoke rose from the long pipes that looked like siege weapons. Dense spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the ground. Xiaoxia, who was the 2nd Battalion commander, had already covered his ears with his hands. However, he was still staggering and turning in circles. It was obvious that even though he was the closest to the cannons, he could not help but feel a little dizzy. He had reached the peak of Wuzong, and his body was so strong. How could he not be able to withstand the sound of the cannons? When he came to the extreme cold palace, the patriarch had given him a few crystal cores that contained black spirit energy. Those were the demonic crystal cores he had obtained in the Demon Ridge Valley. Not only were they of high quality, but they also contained terrifying demonic energy. Once they were gathered into cannons and fired by the modified cannons, the power would be unimaginable. This was not possible. After the bombardment, the area around the extreme cold palace was filled with a chilling, eerie aura. It was easy for people to mistakenly think that a high-level evil cultivator had used a powerful evil technique. However, the sect protecting array of the extreme cold palace was distorted under the bombardment of the modified cannons with demonic energy. However, it quickly recovered and did not break. Patriarch Zhen Dijuan, who was accompanying him, said telepathically, "The sect protecting array of the extreme cold palace has reached supreme grade." This level was very high. It was comparable to Wu Huang's level. Is that so? Jun Changxiao raised his hand. Crack. Xiao Ziji, who had gradually adapted, kicked open the cannons and took out 2 demonic crystal cores to charge them as quickly as possible. The lips of the upper echelon of the extreme cold palace twitched. The martial artists of Luzhou in the northeast who were affected were so frightened that they hurriedly retreated. They subconsciously covered their ears and sealed their sense of hearing. Little friend. The palace lord of the extreme coldness palace hurriedly said, "Let's talk nicely, fire. Fire the cannons, run." Jun Changxiao's angry voice reverberated in the sky. Bang, the field cannon's muzzle suddenly spat out flames, and a black shell seemed to pierce through the endless void, directly blasting the mountain gate of the extreme cold palace. Rumble, the supreme grade sect protection formation suffered 2 powerful blows and instantly shattered. The power of the cannonball was not completely neutralized, and the mountain gate that had been built for thousands of years was instantly reduced to nothingness under the bombardment. Hiss. The martial cultivators in the distance all sucked in a breath of cold air, because more than half of the extreme coldness palace's mountain gate had been blown up. Oh my god, these siege weapons were too terrifying. Array Master Zhen Dijuan was also dumbfounded. The ultimate defensive formation was blown apart after 2 bombardments. Even a powerhouse like Wu Huang would not be able to do that. The power of the field artillery bought from the mall should not be underestimated. Especially when it was used to bombard a fixed target, with the spirit core as the driving force, the power unleashed was not something Wu Huang could compare to. If 1 shot could not solve the problem, then 2 shots, 3 shots, countless shots. Jun Patriarch came with endless anger this time. The mountain gate of the extreme coldness palace must be reduced to ashes under the bombardment of the cannonballs. Dragons had reverse scales, and those who touched them would die, even if you are a 4th-rate sect, even if you have power in Northeast Lu State. You dare to touch my disciple, no matter the reason, no matter who is right or wrong, I will make you bloom on the spot. Pfft. The palace master of the extreme coldness palace spat out a mouthful of blood. The sect protection formation had been in the extreme coldness palace for thousands of years, and countless ancestors had spent a lot of time and resources to build it. Now that it was shattered, the palace master's heart was bleeding. Especially when the mountain gate that represented their dignity was also destroyed. It was even more unacceptable. The higher-ups of the extreme coldness palace were extremely angry. Pucci, the black shadow of the Demon Ridge, flapped its wings and flew over, hovering above the training field. Jun Changxiao looked down at everyone like a high and mighty king, and said, "Hand over my disciple, or the extreme coldness palace will have no value today." This brat is really arrogant. The masters of the certification headquarters and the Heavenly Mandate Academy who were hiding in the dark to protect him all twitched their mouths. He came from thousands of miles away, first destroyed a 7th-rate sect, and now blew up the mountain gate of a 4th-rate sect, and even threatened to destroy it. This was definitely not an ordinary kind of arrogance. The palace master of the extreme coldness palace was furious and said, "Brat, you broke my formation and blew up my mountain gate. Leave your life here today." Whoosh, as he spoke, the 5th grade Wu Huang's cultivation was fully unleashed, and then he flew up, and powerful spiritual energy erupted like a tsunami. As the leader of a sect, it was impossible for him to hold back at this time. Fight, he had to fight. Boom. The palace master of the extreme coldness palace blasted his palm into the void, and the spiritual energy in the sky gathered and instantly condensed into 4 palm prints, pressing down from different directions at the same speed. For Spirit's elephant palm. This is the trump card of the palace master of the extreme coldness palace. The warriors of Northeast Lu State exclaimed. At the same time, they understood that the palace master of the extreme coldness palace had used his trump card right from the start, and now he was completely furious. Screech, the black eagle of the Devil's Ridge raised its head and screeched. It suddenly flapped its wings, and the space was suddenly stirred up. Immediately, black feathers shot out like sharp swords. Boom! 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 In an instant, the light of the sharp feathers collided with the 4 palm prints, and the sky kept exploding. The dazzling light flickered, stirred up the wind, and ruthlessly disturbed the earth, shocking many martial cultivators. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, Xianxia flew over and landed on the martial arts field of the extreme coldness palace. He had already taken up the cold light sword in his hand, and his eyes were cold as he said, "A bunch of trash." Whoosh whoosh, an elder of the extreme coldness palace flew over, and without saying a word, he gathered vast spiritual energy and punched out violently with his fists. Xianxia's lips curled into a disdainful smile. The cold light sword in his hand cut through the void, first breaking the elder's fist print, and then quickly approached him, using the linear speed formula in an instant. Whoosh! 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 Sword chi intertwined like shadows and light. Ta! Xianxia stood straight, and the cold light sword slightly tilted down, blood gathering at the tip of the sword. The elder of the extreme coldness palace who was standing behind him tilted his head, and blood spurted out from his chest. He fell to the ground with a loud bang. Die! Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 elders of the extreme coldness palace rushed over from both sides, forming an explosion of energy. However, before they could attack, their expressions changed drastically, and they quickly formed a defensive wall in front of them. Bang, 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 the bullets hit the barrier. Although they did not shake the 2 martial kings, the impact of the bullets sent them flying. Crack, at the ruins of the mountain gate that had been blasted open. Xiao Ziji smoothly pulled the bolt and set up the AWM sniper rifle. Leaning against the 8x scope, he set in a cold voice, "Everyone, don't move." The 2 martial kings who were sent flying felt their blood boiling, and their expressions were extremely ugly. What was that in his hand? How could it produce such a strong force? Whoosh! Whoosh! Su Xiaoma and Li Fei used the cloud-treading steps and flew over. The 2 of them landed behind Xianxia and shouted in a voice that made goosebumps rise. "Senior sister, we're here. We won't forgive anyone who bullies you." Yes. The people from the sect of all times were here. At this moment, anyone who bullied Lu Xianxia, regardless of whether Jun Changxiao agreed or not, her junior brothers and junior sisters would not agree, even if they were enemies with the entire world. The falling star continent, which had been peaceful for too long, needed such impulsive and hot-blooded forces to inject their souls and vitality. P.S. Writing up to this point can't exchange for a recommendation ticket or a monthly ticket from you. Please. 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 Senior sister, we're here. Whoever bullies you, we won't let them off. When Su Xiaoma and Li Fei shouted these words, they disturbed the sky and lingered for a long time. Awoo, awoo, the hurricane wolves flew over. Under the leadership of Zhong Yi, 1,000 wolf riders stood on the extreme coldness palace's martial arts field like mighty masters. At that moment, tens of thousands of extreme coldness palace disciples rushed out from the inner court. However, in terms of aura, they couldn't be compared to the disciples of the sect of all times. Because these people all straightened their backs and exuded a strong aura that could only be described as unyielding, although the sect had changed its name. But the principle of being unyielding people and doing unyielding things would never be erased. Amazing. The experts who were hiding in the dark to protect June Patriarch looked at the imposing aura of the disciples of the sect of all times with admiration. This sect had just risen and didn't have any cowardice in the face of a fourth-rate sect. How did they train? As martial cultivators of the southwest Yangzhou, under the influence of the aura of the disciples of the sect of all times, a strong sense of pride suddenly rose in their hearts. Who said that the strength of our prefecture was weak? Who said that the strength of our prefecture could be trampled on? Today. I'll let you see the rising supernova of the southwest Xianxia, a top 3 sect. Whoosh whoosh, in the sky, the energy gradually dissipated. Xianxia's eyes flashed coldly as he stood on the black eagle of the Demon Ridge. The palace master of the Extreme Coldness Palace had an extremely ugly expression. Just now, she had used her trump card, but it was easily broken by that eagle beast. Its strength was probably not weaker than her. Nonsense. Without enough combat strength, why would June Patriarch rush over so recklessly? Your Extreme Coldness Palace has a martial king, so does my sect of all times. Your Extreme Coldness Palace has Wu Huang, so does my sect of all times. What was there to be afraid of? Beat him. Xianxia raised his hand and pointed at the main hall. He said coldly, disciples, listen to my order. Flatten the Extreme Coldness Palace. Yes. All the disciples roared in unison, their voices shaking the 9 heavens. Clang clang clang. Long Xiang and the others took out their cold-edged sword, overlord spear, and even their iron shields. Strong killing intent surged out from their bodies. Li Tian and Viper carried their sniper rifles on their backs. They had already occupied the highest vantage point. The bullets were loaded, the safety pins were pulled, and they locked onto the crowd opposite them. Brother Snake. I'm not nervous at all. I only hope that you won't hit a fellow disciple. The disciples of the sect of all times were filled with murderous intent. The palace master of the Extreme Coldness Palace said in a low voice, anyone who offends the Extreme Coldness Palace can forget about leaving alive. The mountain gate had been forcefully broken open, and their own elders had been killed. As long as they had the courage, they would never compromise. Shwa. In an instant, more than 10 Martial King Realm elders of the Extreme Coldness Palace rushed out of the main hall with powerful spiritual energy. The violent energy caused space to distort. Swoosh. Whoosh. The Ning brothers flew over, waving their arms as they stood. Blazing blades of flame instantly condensed, and with a force of 10,000 pounds, they blasted over. Not good. Dodge. The elders of the Extreme Coldness Palace cried out in alarm. Unfortunately, they were still one step too late. The 2 martial kings couldn't dodge in time and were directly hit by the blazing blades. A shocking wound appeared on their chests, and they fell onto the stone platform of the main hall like cannonballs. The blazing blade of the red sky, which was bought from the shop, displayed a terrifying combat strength when used by Ning Duxing and Ning Duzue. Ta! Xingqian took a step forward, and the floor under his feet caved in. His right fist, which was filled with spiritual energy, suddenly punched out in the air, and directly blasted a martial king who rushed over. Bang! That elder crashed into the stone platform. His entire body caved in, and his right fist was broken. He also fainted on the verge of death. Another instant kill. Although our Yaojiao had just entered the martial king realm, her strength was not inferior to that of a 4th or 5th grade martial king. Boom! Boom! At this moment, bullets shot past him and accurately hit another elder from the Extreme Cold Palace who was attacking him, sending him flying. Xiao Ziji pulled the bolt, and the corner of his mouth raised into a smile. Tisk, Xingqian said indifferently, meddling in other people's business. Although Xiao Ziji's help was obviously superfluous, Night Emperor's state of mind changed a little when a fellow disciple helped him in this kind of situation. Sometimes. He often thought that when he returned to the peak, he would seek revenge from his enemies. Perhaps they would also accompany him and face danger together, just like how they came to save Lu Qianqian today. Yaojiao had really changed. With his previous personality, he would not have such a strange idea. Senior brother. Zhou Hong appeared behind him and said, "Get out of the way." While thinking, Xingqian leaned to the side, and gave way to the front. Clang, sword momentum, graceful. Whoosh, in the void, sword light flashed. At that moment, space seemed to be directly torn apart, and an extremely powerful sword might was emitted. Poochie, the sound of blood splashing could be heard. That elder of the Extreme Coldness Palace who rushed over was directly cut in half at the waist by the unparalleled sword energy. Sword King. The eyes of the experts hiding in the dark were filled with shock. That disciple called Xianxia was a martial king, which was enough to shock them. They did not expect that there would be another disciple who was a sword king. After Zhou Hong made his move, the hidden experts were not the only ones who were shocked. The expressions of the extreme coldness palace elders who were eager to give it a try also changed. The Sword King. The most unreasonable existence in the king level. Even if their strength was higher, it would not be surprising if they were killed in an instant. The gaze of the extreme coldness palace master gradually turned gloomy. First, he flew over on an eagle beast comparable to Wu Huang. Then, he used siege weapons to blast open the mountain gate. Now, the people he brought were so powerful. He really did not come with good intentions. Kill! Zhongyi shouted. Hell, hell, thousands of wolf riders drove their hurricane wolves, dragging a blue light behind them, and charged forward like a sharp sword. In this battle, they were facing tens of thousands of disciples of a fourth-rate sect. They were definitely stronger than the White Tiger Corps, but they still carried out a crazy slaughter with invincibility. There was no other reason. After a period of training and cultivation, the strength of the members of the Wolf Rider Hall had greatly improved. Boom, boom, the light of martial techniques and weapons shone on the training ground with thousands of years of history. The disciples of the extreme coldness palace fell one after another, like weeds being harvested by the wolf riders. Speaking of which, as a fourth-rate sect, what about the inner disciples or direct disciples of the extreme coldness palace? Yes. They were currently being beaten up by Sima Zhongda and Cui Bujian. The stronger ones would be dealt with by Long Xiang, Song Xianzhou, and the others. In short, the top disciples of the fourth-rate sect were completely beaten up by the disciples of the sect of all times. The core disciples, Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji, were already fighting with the martial king elders. They did not care at all. Difference. This was the difference. The hidden experts in charge of protection twitched the corners of their mouths. The few main disciples of the sect of all times, with their peak Wuzong cultivation, were actually on par with the martial king elders. This was too frightening. Bang! 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 On the commanding heights, Li Tian fired frequently. The bullets brushed past the heads of his fellow disciples, killing the stronger disciples of the extreme coldness palace on the spot. The Ning brothers' robes fluttered without wind. They used all kinds of martial techniques and tangled with the martial king elders. Not only were they not at a disadvantage, they were completely suppressing their opponents. The situation was one-sided. Jun Changxiao raised one hand and the green dragon crescent blade appeared out of nowhere. He said with a cold gaze, "Extreme coldness palace master, let's fight." Whoosh, he jumped, as if he wanted to stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Whoosh, the mighty and extraordinary soul of Wuxing appeared instantly, flashing with colorful lights. The 7th-grade martial king swordsman and the sword will merged into the green dragon crescent blade and slashed 4 times in a row. Crack crack crack, the violent blade energy tore through the air, whistling with the sound of a dragon's roar. The expression of the extreme coldness palace master changed greatly. At this moment, he had to face it head-on. If he chose to dodge, the palace behind him that had stood in the wind and rain for thousands of years would no longer exist. When Wu Huang of the West Cloud State came to fight, Jun Changxiao activated Wuxing's soul and the 5 elements, but he could not win. In the end, he had no choice but to use the all-returning swords. Until today. He, who had advanced 3 grades in a row, once again activated the green dragon crescent blade. When he swung the blade, the power that erupted was completely different from before. Crack! Crack! Space was directly torn apart by the 5 elements blade aura. The violent spiritual energy and sword momentum shook the sky and shocked all living beings. The extreme coldness palace master exclaimed, "Sword! Sword and martial king!" Thud, there was no time for him to think. Wu Huang fully activated his cultivation. He suddenly blasted the void with his palms and shouted, "9th level chaotic prime, extreme coldness." Hum, in an instant, the space above the main hall trembled violently. Then, it transformed into a Tai Chi pattern formed by the ice element, forming a barrier similar to a defensive barrier. The sect's ultimate martial art. The martial cultivators in the distance exclaimed in unison. The 9th level chaotic prime, extreme coldness palace, was a very advanced sacred ice element defensive martial art. It was also known as the Sect's ultimate martial art. Powerful sects all had their ultimate martial arts. However, the Sect of all times did not. Because other than the early low-level martial arts, the current 7 Mystic Rays Break, Red Sky Flame Slash, and other martial arts could be used as the Sect's ultimate martial arts. The 9th level Chaotic Prime, Extreme Coldness Palace, materialized into an ice element Tai Chi pattern, exuding a heavy aura. The Extreme Coldness Palace Master's face was pale. He had to block the other party's 4 slashes no matter what because it concerned the safety of the Sect's main hall. The Sect's gate was broken, and his dignity was trampled on. If he could not even protect the Sect's main hall, how could he face his ancestors in the netherworld 100 years later? Boom, 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 boom. The blade aura with supreme power tore the space apart and slammed into the Tai Chi pattern, causing it to tremble violently. The Extreme Coldness Palace Master's chi and blood churned violently, but the spiritual energy in his body continued to erupt wildly. In the end, he stabilized the 9th level Chaotic Prime, Extreme Coldness Palace. He withstood it. However, it was not over. Xianxia, who took advantage of the situation, raised the green dragon crescent blade again. With the soul of Wusheng's blessing, he slashed. Again, boom. Boom. Boom, another 3 incomparably powerful saber chi slammed into the ice-type Tai Chi diagram, bringing about an even more powerful impact. Every slash from Xianxia contained the power of the 5 elements. It was truly powerful. Although the Palace Master of Extreme Coldness Palace managed to stabilize himself with great difficulty, the spirit energy in his body was being rapidly consumed. This was Wu Huan, a level 5 martial artist. In terms of strength, he was 2 levels higher than Wu Huan of the Xingyun sect. The battle prowess of Xianxia, who had advanced by 3 grades, was truly explosive. If he were to exchange blows with Ge Tuhong again, he would definitely be able to defeat him even without using the 10,000 ancestral swords. The Palace Master of the Extreme Coldness Palace had a ferocious look on his face as he roared, "Who the hell are you?" The mountain gate had been blasted open, and many disciples and elders had been killed. They still did not know the identity of the intruder. This was truly a tragedy. I am. Xianxia raised his green dragon crescent blade again and shouted, "Southwest Yangzhou, Qingyang County, Patriarch of the Sect of all times, Xianxia." His voice was as loud as a bell, reverberating between heaven and earth. Sect of all times. Xianxia, the sect that used to be called the Iron Bone Clan. Boom. 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 At this moment, several saber chi slammed into the ice-type Tai Chi diagram again. The latter could not withstand it anymore. With a cracking sound, dense cracks appeared. It was broken. With a few more slashes, it would definitely be broken. The Palace Master of Extreme Coldness Palace said angrily, "A sect from southwest Yangzhou dares to come to northeast Luzhou. This is unforgivable." Whoosh, whoosh. The cold air in the sky suddenly rose. The falling snowflakes instantly turned into ice cubes, then quickly gathered together to form 4 lifelike ice dragons. Roar, the dragon's roar resounded between heaven and earth. Oh my god, the Palace Master of Extreme Coldness Palace has performed the sect's ultimate martial art, Sky Ice Dragon. Many martial artists widened their eyes. Whoosh. Whoosh, it was as if 4 ice dragons were circling between the heavens and the earth, dragging their long bodies as they attacked. The extreme coldness seemed to be able to freeze even the air. Screech. The Demon Ridge Black Eagle raised its head and screeched. 2 huge and sharp claws tore through the air, like an eagle catching 2 chicks, and directly bound the 2 ice dragons. Then, they were crushed into pieces. 5th grade Wu Huang was very strong. However, June Patriarch still had contract beasts. Don't say that 1 man and 1 beast fighting one is unfair. If you have the ability, catch one and fight with me. Roar. The other 2 ice dragons rushed over from both sides. They did not attack the Demon Ridge Black Eagle, but Jun Changxiao. Whoosh. Whoosh. At this moment, a monstrous flame suddenly erupted in mid-air, instantly dispersing the extremely cold air, making the entire extreme coldness palace as warm as spring. Jun Changxiao, who was falling, landed in the flame, and a solid red armor quickly condensed. He looked so handsome. Whoosh. Whoosh. Little Long Long's human head appeared from the scorching flame, and it said in a childish voice, "No one can hurt my master." I was wrong just now. It was not one man and one beast, but one man and two beasts fighting one. Whoosh, the light of the flame flashed by, one of the ice dragons that rushed over had its head hugged by little dragon Ling. Dry and clumsy, not round at all. Whoosh! Whoosh, the scorching flame suddenly soared, and the extremely hard body of the ice dragon was suddenly wiped off the edges and sharpness. In the blink of an eye, a lifelike ice dragon was killed by little Long Long, and it was directly evaporated by the high-temperature flame. Water can carry a boat, but it can also cook porridge. When the scorching flame reached the extreme, even the coldest attribute could be melted and evaporated. Whoosh, little Long Long hugged another ice dragon with the monstrous flame again and quickly killed it. Whoosh, Xianxia slashed down with the green dragon crescent blade again. The already shaky ice enchantment could no longer hold on, and finally shattered into nothingness. Puff, the palace master of the extreme coldness palace spat out blood and took a few steps back weakly. Two of his sect's martial arts were broken one after another, causing a huge backlash. Without two contract beasts at the level of Wu Huang, he could fight with Jun Changshao. Now, not to mention the sword and martial king, even little Long Long and the black eagle of the Demon Ridge could not do anything. Whoosh! Whoosh, in the sky, the black eagle of the Demon Ridge flapped its wings, creating a strong whirlwind that made the hall tremble violently. Whoosh! Whoosh, little Long Long, whose whole body was covered in flames except for its head, stopped in midair and opened its right palm to catch its master who was falling down. Whoosh, Jun Changshao stood with his blade and said lightly, "The palace master of the extreme coldness palace is just SOSO. His surname was Jun Jun who ruled the world. Kill. Kill." On the martial arts field, Zhongyi led the Wolf Rider Hall and was still killing without restraint. Thousands of disciples of the extreme coldness palace were lying on the ground. As for their high-level forces, they were also held back by Yi Xingchen, Zhou Hong, and the Ning brothers. However, at this time, no one noticed that Jin Dijuan, the old man, was strolling around the outer courtyard of the extreme coldness palace, inserting array flags into the ground. Patriarch. After a while, he opened his arms, and a strange smile appeared on his face. "I want to raise this fourth-rate sect to the ground." Buzz, in an instant, streams of light shot into the sky from the extreme coldness palace, forming an array that emitted the power of thunder. Not good. An elder of the extreme coldness palace who had studied arrays exclaimed, "This is a thunder-gathering array." Wrong. Zhen Dijuan shook his finger and said, "This is a chain thunder-gathering array that I have just researched. Once it explodes, not to mention the extreme coldness palace, even the surrounding 100 miles will be razed to the ground." What? The expressions of the high-level members of the extreme coldness palace changed greatly. Kakik. Zhen Dijuan's smile became even more distorted, as if he was a complete pervert. He lowered his voice and said, "Are you afraid? Today is Monday. I have 3,099 recommendation votes. Babies, if the votes can exceed 4,000, I will add more." Zhen Dijuan had set up a chain of thunder arrays in the extreme cold palace. He was eager to detonate it to admire his masterpiece. This was a lunatic, however. There was another lunatic. That was Jun Changshao. He stood proudly on little Long Long's palm and said coldly, "Hand over my disciple. Otherwise, the extreme cold palace will completely disappear from this world." The palace lord of the extreme cold palace was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. A sect from Yangzhou in the southwest dared to come to Luzhou in the northeast. It was intolerable, however. In the current situation, he had to compromise because the sect might really be razed to the ground. Jun Patriarch. The palace lord of the extreme cold palace gritted his teeth and said, "My palace did put a bounty on your disciple, but after the battle at the boundless ice sea, we lost track of her. We are still looking for her." Bullsh *T. Jun Changshao said, "I have received the news that my disciple has been captured by you. You are still making excuses. Do you really think I don't dare to destroy the extreme cold palace?" Patriarch. Zhen Dijuan said coldly, "Let me detonate the array directly." Jun Patriarch couldn't wait to kick him out of the Milky Way galaxy. "My precious disciple hasn't been found yet. If you detonate the array, won't that be the same as harming her?" Jun Changshao was very calm. If it weren't for Lu Qianxian, He could have fired a few more cannonballs outside and razed the extreme cold palace to the ground. June Patriarch. The palace lord of the extreme cold palace said with an ashen face, "Your disciple is really not in the extreme cold palace. The so-called news may be a false rumor." Jun Changxiao couldn't believe it. He said, "It seems that you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Kill them for me. Kill. Kill." Poof. Poof, Zhongyi and the others rode on the hurricane wolves and continued to kill crazily on the training field. The disciples of the extreme cold palace were no match for them. "We can't let him continue to act recklessly. Otherwise, it will cause public outrage in Luzhou in the northeast." The cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Academy hiding in the dark were about to appear and stop them. But it was too late. Because in the sky, there were as many as 8 streams of light streaking across the sky and arrived above the extreme cold palace in the shortest time. As the light dissipated, 8 magnificent martial emperors appeared. These people were, the Sect Master of the 4th-rate Xianling Sect, the Valley Master of the 4th-rate Ice Peak Valley, the Sect Master of the 4th-rate Frost Sect, and the Sect Master of the 4th-rate Ice Soul Sect. "This is troublesome." The cultivators of the Mandate Academy frowned. The experts sent by the certification headquarters were also filled with bitterness. Most of the sects in Lu Prefecture in the northeast had been passed down from the Ice Emperor's bloodline 10,000 years ago. Although they usually fought openly and secretly, they were definitely united against outsiders. "Sect Master," Zhen Dijuan said solemnly, "let's retreat." As a veteran, Zhen Dijuan knew when to act cool and when to keep a low profile. The 8 martial emperors hovered in the air above the extreme cold palace. They frowned as they watched the disciples being slaughtered. "Brat." The patriarch of the Xianling sect said coldly, "What grudge do you have against the extreme cold palace?" Whoosh whoosh, the aura of the 8 Wu Huang spread throughout the outer yard. Although the disciples of the sect of all times could resist, they instinctively stopped and retreated to the ruins of the gate. The current situation was 9 sect masters of 4th-rate sects, 9 Wu Huang were confronting the sect of all times. A photo would definitely be voted as the most shocking photo of the year. Jun Changxiao didn't panic at all in the face of so many Wu Huang. He said, "Bullying my disciples is a grudge and a grudge." Everyone. The palace master of the extreme cold palace said angrily, "This brat is the patriarch of the sect of all times in Yangzhou. He said that he would destroy the extreme cold palace." He was secretly relieved that the 8 sect masters had come to his aid. To be honest, the extreme cold palace would really be in trouble today if there were no reinforcements. "Oh?" The Valley Master of the Ice Mountain Valley sneered. "The sect that was rated as one of the top 3 and changed its name? I heard that the sect master of this sect is the Sword King and Martial King. We talked about it before. I didn't expect to see him in person today," the patriarch of the Freezing sect said lightly. Don't be fooled by their calm expressions, they were quite shocked in their hearts. The sect of all times seemed to have risen overnight. Now, they could destroy the gate of the extreme cold palace. It was impossible to do so without some strength. Everyone. Jun Changxiao said lightly, "I'm not a person who holds grudges. Let go of my eldest disciple and we'll forget about this." Hearing this, the mouth of the expert hiding in the dark twitched violently. "Jun Patriarch, you destroyed their gate and killed so many disciples. 8 sect masters came to help. It would be a miracle if they could let you leave. Forget about this?" The palace master of the extreme cold palace said with a ferocious expression, "Jun Changxiao, you and your disciple must leave your life in the extreme cold palace today." Jun Changxiao said, "You mean you won't let my disciple go?" "Let my foot go, your disciple is not in the extreme cold palace at all." If there were no reinforcements, he might have said it. But now, he was full of confidence. He sneered and said, "Even if your sect of all times disciple is in the extreme cold palace, I won't let him go." "You've got guts." Jun Changxiao raised his hand and said telepathically, "Retreat." They were terrified, the 8 Wu Huang were eyeing them covetously. They had no choice but to be terrified. "Damn it, wait until I find a way to save my eldest disciple. I'll play with you until you're in so much pain that you'll wish you were dead." Whoosh, whoosh. The sect of all times disciples received the order and retreated from the extreme cold palace at lightning speed. Would the 8 Wu Huang watch them retreat? Of course not. Huff huff, in an instant, 8 Wu Huang's auras exploded, forming an overwhelming force that shrouded the sect of all time's disciples. Screech, the Demon Ridge Black Eagle landed at the mountain gate. It waved its arms and created a gust of wind that blew away the Wu Huang's auras. Even so, it did not completely dissolve the auras, and there were still some remaining auras. Just as the auras touched the sect of all time's disciples, a scorching flame exploded and cleared the auras instantly. Little Long Long and the Demon Ridge Black Eagle were on par with the auras of the 8 Wu Huang, strong. Very strong, Jun Changxiao said coldly, if anything happens to my disciple, I'll make everyone in the extreme cold palace pay with their blood. Whoosh, Little Long Long carried him and left. Kid. The Xianling sect patriarch waved his hand, and a vast force gathered in the sky. He shouted coldly, you can't leave. He was a rank 7 Wu Huang and was very powerful. Master. Little Long Long swung his arm and tossed Jun Changxiao to the side. His eyes flashed with fighting spirit as he said, I'll bring up the rear. Huff huff, scorching flames erupted, and soon after, they converged into a vortex that resembled a tornado. Like a dragon rising from Mount Lu, it directly met the martial emperor's force that was pressing down. Boom, Little Long Long broke the Xianling sect patriarch's move with one punch and landed at the mountain gate. Then, he pouted. Huff huff, the flames around him burned wildly and gradually expanded as if firewood was added to it. Boom, Little Long Long stepped on the ground, and his body turned from a child to a giant. He said with a deep voice, dry and clumsy. Not round at all. Screech, the Demon Ridge Black Eagle raised its head and roared. Its huge wings suddenly retracted, and its entire body was surrounded by black aura. Then, light laughter came from inside. You humans are so annoying. Little Long Long was stunned. He looked down and saw a black-haired girl with a graceful figure walking out of the black aura barefoot. She wore a black feather coat, and her eyes were as black as the stars. Very cute. You are. Little Long Long was stunned. The big bird just now? The black-haired girl flipped her black hair and said proudly, call me queen. P.S. I thought that I would definitely write more even if you didn't give me a ticket. However, I didn't expect that after I wrote one ticket, it would be 4,000. You guys are so strong. There will be more later. Jun Changxiao, who was outside the mountain gate, widened his eyes when he saw the Demon Ridge Black Eagle transform into a girl. My contract beast also has a combat form, and it's actually a girl. That little look, that sweet voice, how can it be so cute? I can't take it anymore. My little heart is about to explode from her cuteness, especially when he thought about how she would stand on the eagle beast and act cool after subduing it. Jun Patriarch wanted to slap his own face with his shoe. Such a cute girl riding on the eagle's head, this is definitely a sin. The humanoid Demon Ridge Black Eagle was not old, and its skin was pink like a porcelain doll. It was really cute. However, Little Long Long stared with its big round eyes and said fiercely, Queen? Get lost. You, the Demon Ridge Black Eagle said in disbelief, how dare you yell at me? So what if I'm yelling at you? Little Long Long said impatiently. Little baby who hasn't weaned off milk, hurry up and drink milk. Don't delay me from showing off my power here. The Demon Ridge Black Eagle looked at Jun Changxiao with grievances in its eyes. This little bug bullied me. Master, please help me. Ignore it. Jun Changxiao said, a guy destined to be alone for life. System, he said it as if it could bloom. Huff huff, at this moment, the Xianling sect patriarch and the other Wu Huang flew over. Vast spiritual energy erupted and crazily squeezed the space. Get lost. Little Long Long pushed the Demon Ridge Black Eagle away, raised its arms shrouded in hot flames, and smashed into the void. Boom, the space shook, and the heat spread. The power of the two Wu Huang was directly broken, and they took 2 steps back with shock in their eyes. This big guy with flames was actually so powerful. Heaven and earth I seal. The Xianxia sect patriarch flew over, and a cold aura spread. The space was frozen as if it had turned into a solid mirror. These martial emperors from Lu province in the northeast were all genuine ice cultivators. They were extremely adept at using ice martial skills. It was a pity. No matter how strong the ice was, it would be melted when it met a hotter fire. Little Long Long was like a fire in winter, and the raging flames warmed everyone's hearts. Ah! He let out a loud cry and spread out his arms. Scorching flames burned wildly, causing the rapidly dropping temperature in the surroundings to be pulled back in an instant. The frozen space felt warmth being released from the seal, but because of the sudden change in temperature, it instantly shattered like a mirror. Oh my god! In the distance, the martial artists of Lu Prefecture in the northeast were dumbfounded. When had they ever been lucky enough to witness a power that could stir the void with just a wave of his hand? This was a fight between immortals. Who, at this moment, another sect leader crossed his hands and gathered ice-type spiritual energy in his palms. He roared, "Ice spirit cold light." Ka ka ka, cold air whizzed out and quickly condensed into a huge icicle, which pierced towards Su Chen with boundless power. Little Long Long, who had just broken a patriarch's martial skill, was unable to divert his attention to defend himself. He could only watch as the ice attribute martial skill killed him. Whoosh! At this moment, a whirlwind appeared behind him and blew over, instantly cutting the icicle into pieces. Whoosh! The black eagle of the Demon Ridge tapped on its tiptoes and spread its wings. It flew into the air and drew a special pattern in the air with its small white hand. Then, it said, "Little bug, I'll deal with you after I kill these people." Tut! The little girl clapped her hands on the pattern that looked both real and illusory. Then, black feathers appeared out of thin air, emitting powerful energy. Fairy powder. She paused and said, "Feathers." Little Long Long almost fell down. Fairy powder feathers? What the hell was that? Whoosh! 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 The black feathers all over the sky were like bullets, instantly shooting toward the outer courtyard of the extreme cold palace. The 8 Wuhuang's faces changed dramatically because of the wide coverage. The palace master of the extreme cold palace exclaimed, "Protect our palace." Whoosh, whoosh, as soon as the palace master finished his words, several Wuhuang flew over. Cold air instantly spread out and formed solid ice walls in front of them. Boom! Boom! Boom, boom! The black feathers hit the ice walls, creating explosions and aftershocks. Looking from afar, one could see that ripples were spreading crazily, and the whole world was shaking. So powerful. Xianxia, who had already retreated from the extreme cold palace, was overjoyed. "Ha ha ha, my contract beast is not only cute, but also good at fighting." Whoosh! Little Long Long didn't want to be outdone by a girl. It dragged its huge body and attacked with flames that seemed to be able to burn the world. For a moment. In the sky above the extreme cold palace, violent energy exploded crazily, and the space was distorted. It was like the end of the world. Sigh. Zhen Dijuan put his hands behind his back and said, "Why didn't the patriarch allow me to blow up the extreme cold palace?" At this moment, the chain thunder gathering array on the martial arts field was shaking because of the extreme distortion of space. If they didn't detonate it now, they wouldn't have a chance. "Let's go." Xianxia ordered the disciples to retreat. He didn't expect that 8 Wuhuang would come to his rescue. Since he couldn't defeat them, he had to retreat tactically and think of a way to save Lu Qianqian. Patriarch! At this moment, Su Shama exclaimed, "Look, it's senior sister." Over there, over there." Xianxia hurriedly looked in the direction of his finger and saw Lu Qianqian floating on a lonely peak in front of him. Her eyes were filled with complicated emotions. She didn't expect that the patriarch and her fellow disciples would come to Northeast Lu province for her and fight with the extreme cold palace. At that moment, her heart like still water realm cracked again. Sigh. It would be very difficult to repair it, senior sister. Senior sister. The disciples shouted excitedly. Seeing that his eldest disciple appeared safe and sound, Xianxia let out a long sigh of relief and murmured, "She's lost weight." Wait, wasn't she taken away by the extreme cold palace? How could she appear here? Li Luoqiu said, "Patriarch, I just received news that the information I received was wrong. The extreme cold palace didn't find Lu Qianqian." The corner of Xianxia's mouth twitched. Big sister, can't the information be more accurate? He couldn't blame Li Luoqiu for the wrong information. The information network hadn't been fully developed yet, so it was inevitable that there would be negligence in the screening. Boom, there was a loud explosion behind him. Little Dragon was bombarded by 4 Wu Huang. Its huge body fell from the mountain gate to the foot of the mountain. It gritted its teeth and said, "It hurts." Boom, boom, in the sky above the extreme cold palace, the other 4 Wu Huang were fighting with the petite Devil Ridge Black Eagle. However, because they were outnumbered, they gradually fell into a passive position. Patriarch Zhen Dejuan asked again, "Do you blow it up or not?" The veins on Jun Xianxia's neck were bulging. He shouted angrily, "Blow it up." Okay. Zhen Dejuan covered his face with one hand and laughed like a madman. Whoosh, suddenly, he opened his arms and said with a ferocious expression, "Next, please enjoy a beautiful fireworks feast." Buzz, buzz, the space of the extreme cold palace suddenly vibrated rhythmically. The array barrier, which had been hidden in the dark, appeared again and produced a hot and dazzling light. As a spirit beast, the Black Eagle of the Devil Ridge had a stronger sense of danger than humans. It gathered a whirlwind to repel a martial emperor. Then it hurriedly flapped its wings and flew out like the wind. It grabbed the little dragon's big ear with one hand and sped toward its master. Oh no! The 8 Wu Huang smelled danger. But it was already too late. After the formation flashed with light, it instantly turned into a cold light and then exploded with a boom. The mountain that supported the extreme cold palace directly bloomed in front of everyone's eyes. P.S. The recommendation votes are about to reach 5,000. It ranks 6th in the total recommendation votes according to Genesis Chinese Network. It's not far from 5th. After writing for so many years, I never thought that I would be so strong on the recommendation list one day. Thank you to all the readers who voted for me. I love you. I love you, Xianxia. End of chapter 589. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.